Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3289 to Chapter 3339. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's nervous expression and smiled faintly, saying, "Brother Dao, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, it is still possible for me to escape unscathed. You don't have to worry. Now that they are challenging me, if I don't accept their challenge, the morale that I have worked so hard to raise will fall back down again. Just you wait, I'm going." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned to the golden swordsman below the city walls and laughed heartily. "Alright, I also want to meet the golden swordsman of the grasslands." After saying that, Zhao Hai's body moved, and he directly jumped down from the city walls. In midair, a black line shot out from his hand and struck the ground. Zhao Hai's body slowed down, and he finally landed slowly on the ground, not even stirring up a speck of dust. At this point, the golden swordsman also stood opposite Zhao Hai. This golden swordsman was not short, about 180 centimeters tall. However, compared to Zhao Hai, his height was far too lacking. Zhao Hai looked at the golden swordsman and smiled faintly, saying, "I, Tian He Chao, might not be a consolidated equipment master, but my Blade Spirit Nation does not have any soldiers who would retreat without a fight. When meeting an enemy, we will draw our swords. This is my Blade Sword Nation's soldier. Today, I want to see if your Wolf Spirit Nation can take down Yellow Wind City." Zhao Hai's voice was extremely loud, and everyone on and below the city walls heard it. When the Wolf Spirit Nation soldiers below heard Zhao Hai's words, they were naturally furious. However, when the Blade Spirit Nation soldiers heard Zhao Hai's words, their blood boiled. Now, even if Zhao Hai really lost, they still had the determination to fight. Zhao Hai's words were also heard by Dao Beiying and the Golden Wolf Tribe's tribe leader. When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai's words, his face changed. He closed his eyes, and his body swayed slightly. Lang Shiping helped him up, and only then did he regain his senses. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Zhao Hai below the city walls, tears flowed out of his eyes. Dao Beiying finally understood why Zhao Hai insisted on fighting. If Zhao Hai did not fight, he would not be able to say such words. If that happened, the morale of the soldiers in the city would not be restored, and it would not be like this. When the Golden Wolf Tribe's tribe leader heard Zhao Hai's words, his expression changed. He knew the lethality of Zhao Hai's words. If Zhao Hai said these words during normal times, then no one would care. But to say it in front of two armies, and under such a situation, it was completely different. The Golden Wolf Tribe's tribe leader knew that with Zhao Hai's words, it would be even more difficult for them to capture Yellow Wind City. However, he was unwilling to give up. He prepared for this operation for several years, and now, he was risking his home to fight. Seeing that the city was about to be captured, he was unwilling to change his plans for a single person. But now, the Golden Wolf Tribe's tribe leader felt that he made a mistake. He shouldn't have carried out this last attack. If they couldn't capture Yellow Wind City this time, then they would return to the prairie and have to face the destruction. This would be a huge blow to the Golden Wolf Tribe's prestige. It was the Golden Wolf Tribe that hid the fact that the other tribes in the prairie were attacked. After their plan was discovered, the Golden Wolf Tribe insisted on attacking the other tribes. Additionally, the Golden Wolf Tribe was still in the prairie. When the other tribes in the prairie were attacked, the Golden Wolf Tribe would launch their last attack. When those people returned to the prairie and found that their homes had disappeared, their families had been killed, and they had lost everything, nobody knew what those crazy people would do. Of course, the most important thing was that those people would no longer listen to the leadership of the Golden Wolf Tribe from then on. When the Golden Wolf Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He was about to succeed, but this person had ruined everything. Hateful, too hateful. Kill him, he must kill him. Zhao Hai's eyes were filled with anger. The Golden Wolf Patriarch looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. After thinking about this, the Golden Wolf Tribe's tribe leader immediately said to the people beside him, "Kill him, we must kill him. We can't let him live to see tomorrow's sunrise." The person beside him immediately complied, then he turned around and left. At this time, the Golden Swordsman also looked at Zhao Hai. He was very clear about the power of Zhao Hai's words. He didn't think that he would be able to destroy the morale of the Saber Spirit Nation's soldiers. But now, it turned out that the Golden Swordsman's words were able to incite them. Zhao Hai looked at the golden swordsman, and with a wave of his hands, two white jade-like hammers appeared in his hands. He looked at the golden swordsman and said solemnly, "Come, let me see how strong the golden swordsman is." The golden swordsman looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, saying, how rare for a young genius like you to appear in the Saber Spirit Nation. Unfortunately, you are going to die. What a pity. My nickname is the Golden Wind Three Blades. Ever since I became a consolidated equipment stage martial artist, no one has been able to last more than 3 blades under my hands. Do you think you can do it? Zhao Hai looked at the golden swordsman. He knew that the golden swordsman was trying to overwhelm him with his aura. However, it was useless against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the golden swordsman and laughed heartily, saying, I, Tian Crane Grass, have lost count of the number of people who have tried to take my life. However, I am still alive and well. You want to take my life? 3 blades? Ha ha ha, I really want to see how you can take my life in just 3 blades. After saying that, Zhao Hai's aura changed completely. An endless stench of blood emanated from his body, and the air around him seemed to turn into thick blood. In the eyes of others, Zhao Hai was no longer Zhao Hai. He seemed to have turned into a demon from hell. He held a scythe in his hand, standing above a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, looking down at the common people with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Of course, this was all an illusion. However, such an illusion could affect many people. The soldiers of the Saber Spirit Nation on the city walls were still fine. However, the soldiers of the Wolf Spirit Nation on the opposite side had a look of fear in their eyes. Some of them even dropped the scythe in their hands. This illusion wasn't something that anyone could create. If you haven't rolled in a sea of blood and corpses, you wouldn't have killed a lot of people. It was impossible for you to have such a strong murderous aura. Without such a strong murderous aura, you wouldn't be able to create such an illusion. The golden swordsman was an expert with a heart as firm as a rock. However, at this time, he couldn't help but be moved. To be honest, he had killed a lot of people, but he still couldn't achieve the effect that Zhao Hai had. From this point, it could be seen that Zhao Hai had killed more people than him. And such a person's will was even stronger than his. Playing a mental battle with such a person was simply asking for trouble. The golden swordsman didn't say anything else, he decided to use strength to speak. The golden swordsman slowly placed his right hand on his scythe as he looked at Zhao Hai. At the same time, a shadow slowly appeared on his body. This shadow slowly solidified. This shadow wasn't anything else, it was a scythe. Zhao Hai also looked at the golden swordsman. He now knew what path the golden swordsman took. His scythe must be fast. When the scythe is unsheathed, you wouldn't be able to see any difference. But when the scythe is unsheathed, it would be the most powerful attack. Moreover, it was a combo. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. People with fast attack speed had a weakness, and that was the power of their attacks. This was because if you wanted to change your moves quickly, you wouldn't be able to use your full strength. Therefore, unless you were a person with extraordinary talent, a person with fast attack speed wouldn't be too strong. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the entire battlefield quieted down. Everyone looked at the two nervously, they didn't know what the battle would be like. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly moved. His figure flashed and several shadows appeared. Then his movements seemed to slow down. The stone hammer in his hand struck towards the golden swordsman, but his movements seemed to be very stiff. Zhao Hai's attack made everyone stare, even the golden swordsman. However, he didn't stop. The moment Zhao Hai attacked, the golden swordsman also moved. His figure suddenly turned into a shadow as he rushed towards Zhao Hai. The scythe in his hand slashed towards Zhao Hai's neck. Zhao Hai didn't seem to be able to react. His sledgehammer was still slowly moving forward. When Dao Beiying saw Zhao Hai's movements, he couldn't help but close his eyes. On the other hand, the people of the Wolf Soul Kingdom were all happy. They all wanted to see Zhao Hai's head being chopped off. A loud sound rang out. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Hai would be killed by the golden swordsman, they found out that the golden swordsman's attack had deviated. The attack was clearly aimed at Zhao Hai's neck, but it suddenly changed direction and slashed towards Zhao Hai's stone hammer. Then, the golden swordsman's blade seemed to be sucked towards Zhao Hai's sledgehammer, it didn't move at all. At this moment, Zhao Hai's other sledgehammer arrived and smashed towards the golden swordsman. The golden swordsman's expression changed. He let go of the golden swordsman and retreated. However, he didn't know when, but a vine appeared not far from his body. It stood there straight and made no sound. The golden swordsman didn't expect that there would be a vine in the area where there was nothing just now, so he directly crashed into the vine. He didn't directly crash into the vine's stem, but hit the vine's sword-like leaves. He directly passed through the vine's leaves. Just when everyone thought that he had escaped everything, the golden swordsman's body turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. The battlefield was in an uproar. No one expected that the famous golden swordsman couldn't even last one move under Zhao Hai's hands. Not to mention the golden wind 3 blades that killed Zhao Hai, he was killed by Zhao Hai in just one move. This kind of thing was completely out of everyone's expectations. At this moment, Dao Beiying, who had his eyes closed, suddenly heard cheers coming from beside him. He couldn't help but be stunned. He opened his eyes and saw that Zhao Hai was standing there with 2 hammers, and in front of him was a golden scimitar. Not far away was the corpse of the golden swordsman. Good. Dao Beiying couldn't help but cheer loudly. He had never expected that Zhao Hai would be able to do such a thing against a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. His opponent had not even been able to make a single move before he was killed. This was just too shocking. Unlike the excited Blade Spirit Nation soldiers on the city walls, the Wolf Spirit Nation soldiers were all staring blankly at the golden swordsman's corpse. They had never expected that the golden swordsman would be defeated so easily. This was just too surprising. In truth, the golden swordsman had been defeated so quickly because of several reasons. Firstly, he had underestimated his opponent. After all, Zhao Hai was not a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. In the eyes of a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse, anyone who had not reached the consolidating equipment stage was completely different from them. As such, although some people had said that Zhao Hai was very strong, the golden swordsman was still too relaxed. The second reason was that he did not understand Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had long discovered that the 8 skills of Stone Hammer was not so simple. Otherwise, the Stone King would not have been able to run rampant in the world with it. The 8 skills of Stone Hammer was very special. When he used it, he could form a simple magnetic field in a 5-meter radius. This magnetic field could change many things, such as gravity, the direction of metal objects, etc. Zhao Hai already had some understanding of magnetic fields. After learning the 8 skills of Stone Hammer, he had a better understanding of the use of magnetic fields. Of course, another reason was that Zhao Hai could communicate with stones and obtain natural energy from them. The natural energy from the stones was of the earth attribute. Using this earth attribute natural energy to nourish the Stone Hammer tree, it would make the Stone Hammer tree stronger. At the same time, it would also make the Stone Hammer tree stronger when using the magnetic field. The golden swordsman didn't know about this. Although he felt that Zhao Hai's slow hammer was very strange, he was confident in himself. Therefore, he still launched an attack at Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that his attack would fall into Zhao Hai's trap. Just as he entered the 5-meter radius of Zhao Hai, the magnetic field underwent a subtle change. Moreover, his blade was too fast, making it difficult for him to change his move. Moreover, his strength wasn't very strong, so he was directly affected by the magnetic field. His blade that was originally aimed at Zhao Hai's neck was instead attracted by the stone hammer. After the golden swordsman's blade was attracted by the stone hammer, he was stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, Zhao Hai's other stone hammer was already attacking him. At the same time, he released the iron thread grass. At this time, the golden swordsman reacted. He had no other choice but to retreat. When he retreated, he was stunned and didn't notice the iron thread grass behind him. He was caught off guard and crashed into the iron thread grass's leaves, which were sharper than a fine steel sword. Naturally, he died. Of course, this was also related to Zhao Hai's calculations. When Zhao Hai first fought with the golden swordsman, he had already thought about how to fight and how to use the resources in his hands to end the battle in the shortest time possible. Experience. Zhao Hai's face was too deceiving. Although he was tall, his face had a trace of childishness, making people know that he was young. Being young meant that he lacked experience. In this case, the golden swordsman didn't expect that from the moment he saw Zhao Hai, he had already planned how to attack. Therefore, his defeat wasn't unjustified. Zhao Hai looked at the golden swordsman in front of him and then looked at the Wolf Soul Country's army. He smiled and stomped his foot, causing the golden swordsman to fly up from the ground. Then Zhao Hai kicked the golden swordsman, causing the golden swordsman to fly up to the city wall. When the golden swordsman flew to Dao Beiying's side, it fell down. Then Zhao Hai said, "Brother Dao, help me keep it. This is my spoils of war." Dao Beiying laughed and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely keep it for you." Zhao Hai's actions naturally caused the Blade Soul Country soldiers on the city wall to cheer loudly. At the same time, the Wolf Soul Country's soldiers roared in anger. Right at that moment, an arrow flew towards Zhao Hai. This arrow was black, and it suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. The hammer in Zhao Hai's hands moved, knocking the arrow away. He then looked towards the Wolf Soul Country's army, giving a cold humph and saying, "A sneak attack. Just a small person." A cold humph sounded out from the Wolf Soul Country's army, saying, "However, I don't like to see you acting like a small person. Let me teach you a small lesson. Young man, don't be too arrogant." As he said that, a man walked out from the Wolf Soul Country's army. This was a middle-aged man, wearing simple leather armor. In his hands was a bow, and on his back was a quiver filled with black arrows. There were about 40 to 50 of them. Zhao Hai looked at him and said solemnly, "You are also a consolidating equipment stage warrior? You want to fight with me?" The man looked at Zhao Hai and said solemnly, "Little brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you want to fight. Today, I'll let you know that you are nothing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not." After saying that, Zhao Hai's hands moved, and the two hammers in his hands disappeared. However, in the next instant, the iron thread grass appeared in his hands. When the man saw Zhao Hai's actions, he started. He was very familiar with plant masters. He was very clear that plant masters usually only had one life weapon, and that was the only life weapon that could be kept in the spirit object space. However, Zhao Hai could use at least 3 life weapons at once. This was just too strange. He had already heard from others that the bullhead drum that Zhao Hai used yesterday could be his life weapon. That was because when he reached the city walls, he immediately kept the bullhead drum. Today, he used the twin hammers, and he could also keep them. That was to say, the twin hammers were also his life weapons. Now that he took out this spine-like thing, this was already his 3rd life weapon. This archer was a very careful person. When he discovered that Zhao Hai could use at least 3 life weapons, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary plant master. If he dealt with Zhao Hai the same way he dealt with ordinary plant masters, then he would certainly die. Zhao Hai looked at the archer. With a move of his hand, the iron thread grass wriggled in his hand like a living snake. It looked as if it would pounce and bite at any time. It made people feel scared just by looking at it. The archer stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, the archer suddenly reached out with 2 arrows in his hand. At the same time, he placed the 2 arrows on the bow and released them. The 2 arrows shot towards Zhao Hai like meteors. Zhao Hai smiled, and with a move of his hand, the iron thread grass twisted, and the 2 arrows flying towards Zhao Hai were broken by the iron thread grass. However, it wasn't over yet. As soon as Zhao Hai broke the 2 arrows, another few arrows shot towards Zhao Hai. The archer was actually able to shoot consecutively, and the speed of his arrows was extremely fast. Each arrow was faster than the previous one. The iron thread grass in Zhao Hai's hand flew up and down, continuously blocking the arrows. As he blocked the arrows, Zhao Hai retreated. At this point, an illusory image of an arrow appeared on the archer's body. He was suddenly a consolidating equipment master. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him. The reason why he retreated wasn't because he couldn't block the arrows, but because he realized that someone had locked onto him. The person who locked onto him was also an archer, and was even stronger than the archer he was fighting. The archer had been looking for a chance to kill him. Zhao Hai retreated, not because he wanted to increase the distance between him and the archer, but because he wanted to give the archer the impression that he had no choice but to resist. Only then would the archer attack. As Zhao Hai had expected, just as he retreated a few steps, a few arrows suddenly shot out from the Wolf Spirit Country's army. These arrows were extremely fast, but there wasn't any sound of breaking wind, as if the entire arrow had become silent. However, Zhao Hai noticed these arrows. Not only did he notice these arrows, but he also noticed that these arrows weren't ordinary arrows, but iron arrows. Iron arrows were arrows made entirely of pig iron. These arrows were extremely heavy, and could only be shot by a heavy bow. However, the lethality of these arrows was also extremely shocking. In front of these arrows, ordinary armor would be like paper. As soon as he saw these iron arrows, Zhao Hai's eyes sharpened. The iron thread grass in his hand suddenly disappeared, and what appeared in his hand was the ox head drum that he used yesterday. As soon as Zhao Hai received the ox head drum, he immediately swung it, and the iron arrows were directly sent flying by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai roared and rushed forward. At this time, the archer who was fighting with Zhao Hai moved and retreated towards the Wolf Spirit Country's army. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop, he still rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed into the Wolf Spirit Country's army. As soon as he entered the army, the Wolf Spirit Country's army immediately surrounded him and greeted him with various weapons. Many people thought that the people of the prairie used scimitars. However, this was not the case. There were many weapons in the prairie, and scimitars were the most commonly used weapons. Spears, maces, and other heavy weapons were also the weapons that the people of the prairie liked to use. Therefore, when Zhao Hai rushed into the Wolf Spirit Country's army, the people who used long weapons immediately surrounded him and attacked Zhao Hai. When Dao Beiying saw Zhao Hai rushing into the Wolf Spirit Country's army, he couldn't help but shout, "Not good, we've been fooled. Quickly, open the gates and save the crane grass for me." He was very clear that the Wolf Spirit Country's people did this in order to lead Zhao Hai into the army. When the army surrounded Zhao Hai didn't have a horse. It would be impossible for him to escape. With so many Wolf Spirit Country soldiers, Zhao Hai would be exhausted to death. Just as Dao Beiying was about to send an order to save Zhao Hai, Lang Shiping stopped Dao Beiying and said, "Your Highness, you mustn't. At this time, our army's strength is inferior to the enemy's. We can only rely on the defense of the city. If we go out and fight, we will fall into the enemy's trap. Your Highness, you mustn't do that." Dao Beiying looked at Lang Shiping with blood-red eyes and said, "What should we do? Do we just watch crane grass die?" Lang Shiping shook his head and said, "No, I believe in crane grass. Although crane grass is young, he is very calm. It's impossible for him to be provoked by the enemy and rush into the enemy's formation. Now that he's rushing into the enemy's formation, there must be a reason. Your Highness, you must believe in crane grass." Zhao Hai didn't feel anything at this time. After killing his way into the enemy's formation, he was surrounded by enemies. Instead, he became more relaxed. As long as he kept attacking, he would be fine. In any case, they were all enemies. Moreover, Zhao Hai had another target, which was the direction of the Golden Wolf flag. Although Zhao Hai was walking, his speed was very fast. Almost no one was his opponent. As for the person who attacked him with an arrow, because there were too many people, he couldn't attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai was even safer. Killing his way forward, he was getting closer and closer to the Golden Wolf flag. Naturally, the Golden Wolf Patriarch also noticed Zhao Hai's appearance. He was sitting on a tall siege tower, looking at the approaching Zhao Hai. He sneered and said, overconfident, "Kill him." Along with his voice, several figures jumped down from the siege tower and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt that more than a dozen powerful auras had locked onto him. Moreover, they were getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai knew that if he was entangled by them, then it would only be more troublesome. After thinking about this, a green light flashed on Zhao Hai's body. Then a layer of green armor appeared on his body. This armor was different from the armor that Zhao Hai wore before. This armor looked like a scale armor, it was green and leaf-like. It was very beautiful. After wearing this armor, the weapons in Zhao Hai's hands suddenly changed, they turned into two swords. Then he lowered his body, his whole body was lying on the ground. However, his body went straight through, his speed was incomparably fast. At the same time, a layer of green sword-like leaves appeared on the surface of his armor. Then these leaves spun quickly. At this time, Zhao Hai was like a lawnmower. All the soldiers in front of him had their legs cut off by him. Zhao Hai's sudden change caught the people of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom off guard. They stared blankly for a moment, but the experts immediately rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, the ordinary soldiers of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom also surrounded him. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to reach the golden wolf flag. Zhao Hai laughed, then he jumped up from the ground and waved his hand. A green light flew towards the golden wolf flag. He still couldn't see who was the patriarch of the golden wolf tribe. Moreover, the patriarch was also an expert, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on the patriarch, his target was the golden wolf flag. The speed of the green light was extremely fast. The head of the golden wolf tribe was indeed protected by some experts. The moment they saw the green light, they immediately protected the head of the golden wolf tribe. Just as they protected the patriarch, a cracking sound was heard. Then the golden wolf flag slowly fell down, followed by the disappearance of the green light. At this time, Zhao Hai, who was surrounded by the crowd, also disappeared. When the experts arrived at Zhao Hai's location, Zhao Hai had already disappeared. While everyone was still looking for Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in front of Yellow Wind City. When Zhao Hai appeared, he looked at the army of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom and laughed, "You want to take my crane field's life? You're not qualified. Today, I'll break your flag. Another day, I'll kill my way into the prairie and cut off your life." Then Zhao jumped up and landed on the city wall. Like a rocket, he shot straight up into the air. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of Yellow Wind City's city wall. Then the armor on his body disappeared. At this time, the people of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom saw Zhao Hai. At the same time, they also noticed the golden wolf flag. Although they knew that the golden wolf tribe's patriarch was fine, their flag was still broken. This was a huge blow to the morale of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army. At this time, an iron arrow was shot from the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army. This iron arrow was very fast, and its target was the blood blade flag of the Saber Spirit Kingdom. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. He waved his hand and a green light shot out, directly cutting off the iron arrow. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You want an eye for an eye? You're still lacking." At this time, a person suddenly rushed out from the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army and shouted at Zhao Hai, "Crane Field, do you dare to come down and fight with me?" Zhao Hai looked at the person and sneered, "You guys are really shameless. You want to take turns fighting me? No way. Let me tell you, this young master is tired. I don't have time to play with you. If you have the ability, then attack the city. If you don't, then scram. How old are you? I was just in a good mood and wanted to play with you guys. But you guys were still shameless, attacking me together. This young master doesn't want to play anymore. If you have the ability, then come up. If I don't kill you, then I'm not called Crane Field." If Zhao Hai hadn't fought with those people before, then he would have been laughed at. It would also hurt the morale of Yellow Wind City. However, he had already fought with the people of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. He even killed a Shadow Grade expert and even broke the Golden Wolf flag. If he said these words now, then not only would it not hurt the morale, it would instead increase the morale of Yellow Wind City and decrease the morale of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the moment he said these words, the soldiers of Yellow Wind City burst into laughter. Their morale didn't decrease, but instead increased. At this time, Dao Beiying also came to Zhao Hai's side. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good Crane Field. You're really strong. But don't do this again. You almost scared me to death. If you die, then Yellow Wind City will be finished." Zhao Hai understood what Dao Beiying meant. If he really died, then Yellow Wind City's supplies would become a problem. At that time, Yellow Wind City would collapse. The patriarch of the Golden Wolf tribe had another name in the prairie. He would always call the people of other tribes the Wolf King, or Golden Wolf King. But now, the Wolf King was like an angry lion. He roared loudly, ordering the people of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom to attack the city. He must kill his way into the city and kill Zhao Hai. Following the Wolf King's order, the siege began. At this time, the effect of one person was very limited. However, Zhao Hai's previous arrangement also played a role. The mutated plants on the city walls helped the soldiers defend the city. These mutated plants weren't weak. And with the fact that they were on top of the city walls, their attack power was increased by several folds. The Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army charged several times but were unable to reach the city walls. On the contrary, their casualties increased by a lot. Besides these mutated plants, the people of Yellow Wind City were also dispirited. The soldiers of Yellow Wind City were now full of energy. Their morale was also greatly boosted. Because of this, although the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army kept on attacking, they still couldn't gain any advantage. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army had been attacking for an entire morning. However, they still couldn't reach the city walls. Moreover, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army didn't gain any advantage in the past few days. Because of this, the morale of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army was hit. Slowly, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's attack became slower and weaker. When the Wolf King saw this situation, he became even angrier. He killed several people in succession, but the results were minimal. In the end, the Wolf King didn't dare to kill anymore. He discovered that besides the Golden Wolf tribe, the other tribes had begun to disobey his orders. Now, the main force of the siege was the Golden Wolf tribe. They were also the ones who suffered the most losses. If this continues, then the Wolf King might not have enough strength to suppress the other tribes. The Wolf King finally calmed down and helplessly retreated. Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying had been supervising the battle from the top of the city walls. Now that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom was no longer attacking, everyone felt relieved. Then they cheered loudly. This kind of cheering affected the morale of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army. When the Wolf Spirit Kingdom retreated, Dao Beiying immediately arranged for those who participated in the battle to rest and eat. Those who were injured were treated, and those who died were carried away. For a moment, the city walls were in chaos. Zhao Hai also went down to treat those who were injured. When the injured saw that Zhao Hai was personally treating them, they became very excited. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was a god of war. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai treating them, they were very excited. While Zhao Hai was busy treating these people, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army was also discussing. The Wolf King wanted to attack, but when he asked the other tribes, nobody supported him. This made the Wolf King understand that he was in a very dangerous situation. If he gave the order to attack, then there would be people who would resist. In the end, the Wolf King had no choice but to order a retreat. Naturally, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom couldn't just retreat like this. At the very least, they couldn't retreat during the day. This was a characteristic of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. When they came to attack, they didn't want people to know. When they leave, they also didn't want people to know. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom had decided to retreat. They were still guarding against the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army. Even when the sky turned dark, the city walls didn't relax. At this time, there were still a lot of mutant plants on the city walls. However, these plants were replanted by Zhao Hai. Many of the mutant plants that were planted before were destroyed during the siege. Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying ate dinner and went to sleep. He felt that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom wouldn't attack anymore. Dao Beiying and the others might not have noticed this, but Zhao Hai did. The Wolf Spirit Kingdom's siege today wasn't perfect. A lot of the tribes didn't put in any effort. And with the previous news, the Wolf Spirit Kingdom didn't have the heart to continue fighting. Retreating was the best choice. If the Wolf Spirit Kingdom retreated, then Zhao Hai would immediately return to the prairie. Before the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army arrived, Zhao Hai would have Captain Feng and the others retreat. Otherwise, they would be in danger. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army had already retreated. Most of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army was cavalry, so their speed of retreat was very fast. The next morning, Dao Beiying had just gotten up when he heard cheers coming from outside. Dao Beiying stared. He was about to send someone to ask what happened when Madame Qian ran in. Madame Qian looked at Dao Beiying with a happy expression and said, "Your Highness, great. The Wolf Spirit Kingdom has retreated. Their camp is empty, they really retreated." Upon hearing this, Dao Beiying couldn't help but stare. He didn't have time to wash himself as he immediately ran outside. At this time, Lang Shiping also ran out, followed by Zhao Hai. The three of them quickly arrived at the city wall. When they arrived at the city wall, they saw that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's camp was empty, not a single person could be seen. Dao Beiying's face was filled with joy as he said, "They retreated, they finally retreated." "Great, this is great." Zhao Hai said, "It seems like they retreated last night. Brother Dao, I have to go. Captain Feng and the others are still in the prairie. If I don't let them know that the Wolf Spirit Kingdom has retreated, then they would be in danger. Prepare 2 blue birds for me, I'll immediately leave the city." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately nodded and said, "All right, since you're the most familiar with the situation in the prairie, then I can only trouble you. Be careful, you must ensure your own safety." Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Dao Beiying before turning around and walking down the city wall. Dao Beiying immediately followed behind and had people prepare 2 blue birds for Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai rode Banju and directly rushed out of Yellow Wind City, heading towards the prairie. At this time, Dao Beiying also began to organize Yellow Wind City. At the same time, he also sent out an army to pass the news of Yellow Wind City back to the country. At the same time, he wanted to see what was going on in the country. Why was there no reinforcements or food in the country when they were in such a crisis? However, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. After entering the prairie, he immediately ran towards the depths of the prairie. This time, after entering the prairie, he immediately used the man and horse fusion technique to enter the prairie. At the same time, he released his falcon and tried to avoid the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army as much as possible. However, he quickly discovered that his worries were unnecessary. The Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army was like an allied army. After entering the prairie, they immediately scattered. This time, they didn't obtain any benefits from attacking the Saber Spirit Kingdom. Naturally, there was no need to talk about dividing the spoils. When these people separated, Zhao Hai naturally didn't have to worry about encountering them. When he discovered that he didn't have to worry about encountering the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army, he immediately released the blue bird to send a message to Captain Feng. At the same time, he immediately rushed towards the prairie. The journey that should have taken 10 days was completed by Zhao Hai in less than 3 days. When he saw the Sand Tiger's camp from afar, Zhao Hai finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the Wolf Spirit Kingdom's army retreated very quickly, Zhao Hai knew that they still needed a few days. These few days were enough for their army to withdraw from the prairie. Zhao Hai rode on mottled bamboo and directly arrived at the main gate of the Sand Tiger's camp. When the guards saw Zhao Hai, they immediately opened the gate. Zhao Hai didn't dismount from his horse. He directly rushed into the tent and arrived outside Captain Feng's tent. Captain Feng and the others had already received news of Zhao Hai and were preparing to retreat. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately asked someone to invite Zhao Hai into the tent. Captain Feng and the others rode on their horses. Their horses weren't very fast, and each of them had another horse beside them. On each horse, there was a large package that looked very heavy. When they came, they were 40 people, and now, they were still 40 people. And the package on the horse was their harvest this time. Right, they had already left the Sand Tigers. Captain Feng had already been handed over to Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix had already brought the Sand Tigers back to the desert. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others were also heading towards the Saber Spirit country. This time, the 11 bandit groups had turned the prairie upside down. In the entire prairie, hundreds of tribes were destroyed. And among these many tribes, most of them were small and medium-sized tribes. Tribes like the Abahai tribe that were above average in strength were very few. But even so, the situation in the prairie had changed. When the small tribes found out that their own tribes had been destroyed, and the Golden Wolf tribe had sealed the news, they went mad with anger. Some of them directly became bandits of the prairie and began to rob everywhere. But some of them were calmer and joined other tribes. However, they no longer listened to the Golden Wolf tribe. Among them, the Abahai tribe was the biggest. In the past, the Abahai tribe didn't have a good relationship with the Golden Wolf tribe, but because of the Golden Wolf tribe's strength, they were pressured into obeying the Golden Wolf tribe's orders. Now that the Golden Wolf tribe was hiding the fact that their tribe was attacked, how could the Abahai tribe hide it? The people of the Abahai tribe were known for their bravery. They didn't say anything and directly robbed the small and medium-sized tribes that had a good relationship with the Golden Wolf tribe. Then they directly moved to the extreme cold of the North Desert, no longer listening to the Golden Wolf tribe's orders. When the Golden Wolf tribe received this news, it was already too late for them to chase after the Abahai tribe. Moreover, the people of the prairie were boiling with resentment. The Golden Wolf tribe had a headache, they simply didn't have time to deal with this matter. Originally, the Golden Wolf tribe wanted to shift their hatred to the other tribes of the prairie. They wanted to lead the other tribes of the prairie to kill their way into the desert. This way, they would be able to exterminate those hateful bandits and also shift their hatred to the bandits. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Right now, the tribes hated the Golden Wolf tribe the most, not the bandits. Desert bandits attacking the tribes wasn't a rare thing in the prairie. The tribes of the prairie were already used to it. They wanted to kill the bandits, but they knew that they couldn't do it. In their opinion, the most hateful tribe was the Golden Wolf tribe. This time, the attack on the Saber Spirit country was facilitated by the Golden Wolf tribe. Moreover, when the Golden Wolf tribe knew that the desert bandits were attacking the prairie, not only did they not return, they even blocked the news. After the desert bandits attacked their tribe, they swaggered back to the desert. This was something that the other tribes couldn't accept. They respected the Golden Wolf tribe as their king, but once they found out that not only was this king unable to protect them, he was also scheming against them. In this case, they really couldn't respect this king anymore. It didn't take long before the Golden Wolf tribe discovered that their voice in the prairie wasn't as loud as before. In the past, the other tribes would respect their words. But now, although the other tribes still respected them on the surface, they were still doing what they wanted to do. They simply ignored the Golden Wolf tribe. The Golden Wolf tribe couldn't make a move against the other tribes, because once they did, it would cause a chain reaction. In the end, the prairie would be plunged into chaos. Defeated. The Wolf Spirit country was thoroughly defeated this time. Not only did they lose militarily, but they also lost politically. Although the Wolf Spirit country still looked like a country, it was no longer as united as before. Small alliances began to appear between the tribes. It can be said that the prairie was already fragmented. The Wolf King didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought that after preparing for so long, they would be able to capture Yellow Wind City. Then his army would be able to march straight in and turn the Saber Spirit country's territory into the prairie of the Wolf Spirit country. He didn't think that this would happen. On the other hand, the desert bandits were doing very well. In this trip to the prairie, the top 10 bandit groups could be said to have boundless glory. They had earned a lot. This income was enough for them to spend for a long time. As for the small bandit groups in the desert, it wasn't like they didn't have any income. When these small bandit groups found out that the big bandit groups had entered the prairie, they immediately followed. They couldn't rob the big tribes, but they could rob the small tribes. Because of this, they more or less had some harvest. Naturally, there were some greedy small tribes that couldn't withdraw to the desert before the Wolf Spirit country's army returned. They were torn to pieces by the angry army of the prairie tribes. It wasn't that there weren't any prairie tribes that wanted to attack the desert. But when they entered the desert, they were like bulls that entered a swamp. They were monitoring the entire desert. All the attacks of the bandit groups, coupled with the difficulty of resupplying, ended in failure. This time, when the Wolf Spirit country attacked the Saber Spirit country, their losses weren't small. Although they killed a lot of experts from the Saber Spirit country, they also lost a lot of experts. It was because of the loss of these experts that the Golden Wolf tribe couldn't control the prairie. Moreover, this time, they were attacking a city. The number of casualties on the attacking side was always higher than the number of casualties on the defending side. Dao Beiying and the others were having a hard time defending, so naturally, the Wolf Spirit country's attack wasn't easy either. It can be said that the Wolf Spirit country's strength had been greatly reduced, they were now powerless to attack anyone. Xianxia and the others could be considered to have completed their mission. However, Captain Feng wasn't satisfied. In his opinion, they had only completed half of their mission. They still had a lot of things to do. On the way back, they didn't encounter any attacks, nobody was monitoring them. And with Zhao Hai's vigilance, it would be very difficult for the people of the prairie to find them. After more than 10 days of traveling, they finally returned to Yellow Wind City. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because the city was currently undergoing major construction. The moat was dug up, the city walls were also being reinforced. The entire city was bustling with activity. Just as they arrived outside the city, a group of cavalry immediately rushed over. The cavalry stopped in front of Zhao Hai and the others. Just as the leader was about to speak, a person beside him shouted, "Who are you? Why did you come to Yellow Wind City? Don't you know that this is a military fortress?" Just as he finished speaking, the leader beside him lashed out with a whip. Although the man was wearing armor, he still grimaced from the whip. He looked at the leader in confusion. He was just transferred to Yellow Wind City, but he was very good at dealing with people. He had always been liked by the leader, this was the first time he was beaten. He turned his head and looked at the leader. He didn't know why the leader opened his mouth. However, when he looked at the leader, he saw the leader giving Zhao Hai a salute. The leader of this squad was a veteran of Yellow Wind City. He had participated in the battle from beginning to end. In the last battle, he was injured, but it was Zhao Hai who treated him. Because of this, when he saw Zhao Hai, he wanted to talk to Zhao Hai. However, he was interrupted by the kid. The kid was pretending to be Tiger's Might. How could the leader not be angry? Because of this, he gave the kid a whip. After beating the kid, the leader immediately turned his head to Zhao Hai and gave him a salute. Yellow Wind City's 8th Regiment, 3rd Battalion, 10th Squad leader Pan Lin has seen the vice commander. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he understood. His position as vice commander was given by Dao Beiying. But because he was in a hurry to deliver the letter, he wasn't relieved of his position. At this time, he was still the vice commander of Yellow Wind City. Zhao Hai looked at Pan Lin and smiled faintly. "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Looking at your appearance, it seems like you've recovered quite well. Continue to be vigilant. The tribes of the prairie have been dealt with by us. There might be some who don't care about their lives and want to take advantage of us. Don't let them take advantage of us." When Pan Lin heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai still remembered him. He couldn't help but get excited. He immediately replied, "Yes, Vice Commander can rest assured. We will be careful. Vice Commander, the commander is waiting for you. He wants you to see him as soon as you come back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Vice Commander." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Then he led Captain Feng and the others into the city. Captain Feng and the others already knew that Zhao Hai had fought with the Wolf Soul Country's army. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be given the position of vice commander. This made them feel very surprised. At the same time, they also noticed that there were a lot of mutant plants on the walls of Yellow Wind City. When they entered the city, they also noticed that there were a lot of baobab trees. They immediately knew what was going on. When Zhao Hai left, he didn't collect the baobab trees and mutant plants. When these plants were outside, they could absorb natural energy. Naturally, they also needed people to water and fertilize them. Although Zhao Hai left, there were still plant masters in the city. After Dao Beiying asked the plant masters, he had them take care of the mutant plants. Because of this, when Zhao Hai and the others returned to Yellow Wind City, the mutant plants were still growing very well. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the command hall. Although there were still a lot of buildings in the city that had been destroyed, people were still repairing them. The command hall's location didn't change, but compared to the war, the command hall was now very lively. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived in front of the command hall, Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping immediately welcomed them. When Dao Beiying saw Zhao Hai and the others, he immediately laughed and said, "Captain Feng, Cranegrass, you're finally back. Good, let's go inside and talk. Prepare some wine, this king won't be handling any official matters today. Shiping, make sure that nobody disturbs us." After everyone sat down, Dao Beiying looked at Captain Feng and the others and said, "Captain Feng, thank you. If it weren't for you, then we would have been in danger." Captain Feng shook his head and said, "Your Highness is too polite. This is what we should do. We don't deserve your thanks." Dao Beiying sighed. He looked outside the door and said, "If it weren't for you, I would have died here. Therefore, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your efforts in the prairie, the Wolf Soul Kingdom's army wouldn't have been able to retreat so easily." Captain Feng and the others didn't say anything. They could see that Dao Beiying was just sighing. Captain Feng and the others also heard from Zhao Hai about Yellow Wind City's situation. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's appearance and their actions in the prairie, forcing the Wolf Soul Kingdom to retreat, then Dao Beiying would have been finished. Captain Feng and the others also felt that it was strange. Why didn't the country send reinforcements when Dao Beiying and the others were in danger? This was too strange. Now that Yellow Wind City was undergoing construction, it would have been impossible without the support of the country. So what was going on? Since Dao Beiying didn't want to talk about this, he changed the topic to Captain Feng's trip to the prairie. He asked Captain Feng about what they did in the prairie as well as what they did in the desert. After Captain Feng finished speaking, Dao Beiying turned to Captain Feng and said, "Captain Feng, you mean to say that you want the country to send people to the desert to command the Sand Tiger bandits?" Zhao Hai nodded. Captain Feng nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. The Sand Tiger bandits' strength isn't small. If we can control them, then it would be much easier for us to deal with the Wolf Soul Kingdom in the future. Moreover, in order to get the top 10 bandit groups in the desert to help us, I promised them that they can sell the things they stole to the Saber Soul Kingdom. I hope that Your Highness will allow it." Dao Beiying nodded and said, "Yes, of course. Although they are thieves, they can't pose a threat to the Saber Spirit country. On the contrary, if we befriend them, we can ask them to help us in times of need." "Why not?" Dao Beiying nodded and said, "Yes, of course." When Captain Feng heard Dao Beiying's agreement, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Although Dao Beiying was still a prince, he was still in control of Yellow Wind Fortress. Whether it was the prairie or the desert, there were only two ways to enter the Saber Spirit country. One was to directly go through Yellow Wind Fortress. If Dao Beiying didn't agree, then the desert robbers wouldn't be able to enter the Saber Spirit country. The other way was even more troublesome. They needed to enter the Saber Spirit country from other countries. However, the desert robbers didn't have a good relationship with other countries. If they enter another country, then they would be directly arrested. Because of this, if Dao Beiying didn't agree, then Captain Feng's promise would become empty words. If that happens, then not only would they not be able to have a good relationship with the desert robbers, they would also become enemies. When the time comes, Fire Phoenix and the others would be in danger. Then Dao Beiying frowned and said, "As for the person to control the desert robbers, this is a bit difficult." Captain Feng said, "I won't hide it from Your Highness. Originally, I wanted Cranegrass to go. However, this matter is related to many aspects. I'm afraid that it would be inconvenient for Cranegrass to go." Captain Feng really did want Zhao Hai to go to the desert robbers. Moreover, he thought that Zhao Hai was very suitable. However, after thinking about Zhao Hai's identity, Captain Feng felt that this matter would be difficult to succeed. This was because Zhao Hai was a member of the Hu clan. If Zhao Hai went to the desert robbers, then he would be able to control the desert tigers. However, at the same time, the desert tigers would be controlled by the Hu clan. Would the emperor agree to have a group of several tens of thousands of people under the control of a great clan? Because of this, Captain Feng said that because of various reasons, Zhao Hai wasn't suitable. When Dao Beiying and Zhao Hai heard Captain Feng, they couldn't help but stare. Captain Feng had never told Zhao Hai about this before. Therefore, when he heard Captain Feng, Zhao Hai was also surprised. Dao Beiying also didn't think that Captain Feng would want Zhao Hai to take over the desert tigers. To be honest, Dao Beiying couldn't leave Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's performance in Yellow Wind City was too good. Dao Beiying wasn't a fool, he understood the meaning behind Captain Feng's words. Therefore, he nodded and said, "That makes sense. I'm afraid that Cranegrass isn't a suitable candidate. However, I think that we should leave this matter to Imperial Father. What we say doesn't count. The food is already prepared. Let's go and have a drink. I'll hold a welcoming dinner for all of you." Then he stood up and led everyone to the backyard. In the backyard, there was a long table with 2 rows of chairs. Dao Beiying invited everyone to take a seat. Then, a servant came to pour wine for them. Among Zhao Hai's group, the one who was the most excited was Fat Cat. Fat Cat used to be a bandit. Even when he wasn't a bandit, he was just an errand boy for a small caravan. He didn't have the opportunity to sit and eat with the prince. But now, he was Zhao Hai's servant. Zhao Hai didn't intend to treat Fat Cat as an outsider. Ever since Fat Cat decided to attack the Abahai tribe with him, Zhao Hai had already approved of him. Everyone chatted while drinking. Captain Feng and the others finally relaxed. To be honest, this mission was the most dangerous one they had ever carried out. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then they would have all died in the prairie. They might have even brought a huge disaster to the Saber Spirit country. Now that the mission was completed, they could relax. Therefore, they drank a lot of wine and were very happy. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, several people were already drunk. Dao Beiying arranged a place for them to rest. When everyone went to rest, Zhao Hai was called by Dao Beiying to sit with Lang Shiping and the others and drink tea. After drinking a cup of tea, Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, haven't you been wondering why Yellow Wind City is in such a state and why there are no reinforcements? Now I can tell you. My fourth brother, Dao Baixiong, wanted to rebel. He sealed the news in Yellow Wind City and wanted to kill me. But in the end, I won. He couldn't seal the news, so he wanted to kill my imperial father and take the throne. But in the end, he failed and was locked up." After saying this, Dao Beiying paused for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai frowned and said, "It's strange. If the Fourth Highness can prevent His Imperial Majesty from knowing about the situation in Yellow Wind City, then his plan to kill His Imperial Majesty would succeed. Yellow Wind City is related to the fate of the entire empire. The Fourth Highness doesn't have the ability to seal the news. If he really has that ability, then he wouldn't be able to kill His Imperial Majesty. He could even kill His Imperial Majesty in the open without any repercussions." Dao Beiying nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "It's strange. This is also what I don't understand. If Imperial Father knew about Fourth Brother's plot from the beginning, then why didn't he send reinforcements? Could it be that he didn't know what would happen to the empire if Yellow Wind City was breached?" Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Since His Majesty dared to do this, then he must have his reasons. Brother Dao, did you receive any other information? Are there any other armies behind Yellow Wind City?" Dao Beiying asked. "Are they not far from Yellow Wind City, but they didn't send any reinforcements? And the reason might be that they didn't receive any orders?" Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping stared, then their expressions changed. The two looked at each other before Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, how did you guess? There are indeed two armies behind Yellow Wind City. There are two armies behind the Yellow Wind City. These two armies aren't very far from the city, but they are just two local legions. Although they have a lot of people, their fighting strength isn't very strong. Once the Yellow Wind City is broken, they won't be able to stop the cavalry of the Wolf Soul country. Moreover, they didn't even dare to send reinforcements. What's the use of such an army? They even found an excuse to say that they didn't receive the emperor's order so they couldn't send reinforcements. Although their commander was punished, such an army shouldn't exist." Dao Beiying was very angry. As he spoke, his voice became louder and louder. He was even roaring. When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but laugh. This laugh made Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping stare. The two looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, they didn't know what he was laughing about. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled, "Brother Dao, I want to congratulate you. It seems like the next emperor of the Saber Spirit country has been decided." When Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, don't talk nonsense. You can't talk nonsense, do you understand?" Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. Brother Dao, I'm telling you this because I think you're a friend. I've always felt that this matter was strange. Now, I can finally confirm that this is His Majesty's test for you." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, you were sent to Yellow Wind City as His Majesty's test. However, His Majesty didn't expect the Fourth Highness to act. He also didn't expect your uncle to die in battle. Perhaps when your uncle died, His Majesty wanted to send reinforcements. But at this time, His Majesty discovered the Fourth Highness actions. At the same time, he also discovered that you were taking over military affairs. Therefore, His Majesty decided to beat them at their own game and began to test you. After saying this, Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, His Majesty understands that the empire must be handed over to someone capable in the future. Therefore, this test is necessary. Sending 2 elite infantry units under the banner of a local army isn't difficult for His Majesty. These 2 units are very close to Yellow Wind City and can come to support at any time. However, His Majesty didn't send them because he wants to see how far you can go. The Fourth Highness actions should be under His Majesty's control. His Majesty also secretly gave the Fourth Highness a push. This is because His Majesty doesn't only want to get rid of the unstable Fourth Highness, he also wants to know who is supporting the Fourth Highness. Because of this, His Majesty pretended to be deceived by the Fourth Highness. But in fact, everything is under His Majesty's control. Even if I don't appear, I'm afraid that Yellow Wind City wouldn't be in any danger. If Yellow Wind City were to fall, then the 2 armies would certainly rush over as quickly as possible. His Majesty wants to stimulate your greatest potential. It can be said that he isn't just testing you, he's also cultivating another war god for the imperial clan. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping stared blankly at Cranegrass. They didn't know what to say. This was because they discovered that Cranegrass's perspective was completely different from theirs. However, Dao Beiying quickly became excited. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Cranegrass, is what you said true? Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, I think it might be true. However, this is just my guess. But think about it, besides you, is there another prince who leads an army outside? Moreover, the army you're leading is Yellow Wind City's army. You and the people here have experienced a life and death battle together. The people here are absolutely loyal to you. Brother Dao, don't you know what a taboo is for an emperor? A prince leading an army is a taboo. Dao Beiying understood what Zhao Hai meant. Indeed, for an emperor, letting his son lead an army outside was very dangerous. This was because once a person has strength, they would also have ambition. And the person leading the army was a prince, someone who could inherit the throne. If the prince wanted to do something, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Cranegrass, what should I do now? Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying, then he smiled faintly and said, this is actually very simple. What you do now is what you will do in the future. Although you control an army, the army's supplies are all provided by the empire. Even if you have such a force, it's impossible for you to do anything. On the contrary, if you make any moves, then I can guarantee that you and His Highness would end up the same way. Dao Beiying smiled faintly and said, you're right. Dao Beiying stared, then he immediately calmed down. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, thank you, I know what to do now. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's good that you know. Brother Dao, remember this. What His Majesty gives to you is yours. What His Majesty doesn't give to you, you cannot compete. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Hai. The crane grass. Right, the bread tree and the mutated plants on the city walls. And the mutated plants of us. The mutated plants to the city walls. The mutated crane. You. I want to keep them. When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and said, Brother Dao, it's not a problem to keep the monkey bread trees. As long as you take good care of them, they will grow very long. But what's the use of keeping the mutated plants on the city walls? Once the mutated plants don't turn into mutated seeds for a long time, they won't be nourished by natural energy. Then they will slowly turn into ordinary plants. What's the point of keeping them on the city walls? Moreover, the city walls are made of stone. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for the mutated plants to wither and become useless. Dao Beiying replied, I know this point. But as long as there are plant masters protecting the mutated plants, they can survive for a long time. Now that there are a lot of plant masters in the city, there's no shortage of people who can protect the mutated plants. Moreover, I discovered that with these mutated plants, there would be fewer casualties when defending the city. Therefore, I'm planning to keep the mutated plants on the city walls. What do you think? When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but nod and said, so it's like that. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. There's no problem with keeping the mutated plants here. Dao Beiying nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, will you be returning to Horizontal Blade City in the next few days? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, we'll definitely go back. Don't forget, we have a mission. Now that our mission is complete, we'll definitely go back. After all, we're members of the Saber Guard Army. Dao Beiying smiled bitterly, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, if I ask you to come over, will you help me? Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Dao, don't tease me. Can you ask me to come over? It's not like you don't know what kind of place the Saber Guard Army is. Moreover, His Majesty left you here in order to train you. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you go back. Even if you do well, you'll only be given a position. How can you stay here for a long time? If you want me, His Majesty wouldn't give it to you. Dao Beiying smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He was very clear about what Zhao Hai meant. Yes, Zhao Hai was right. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to come here. Not to mention his status as a Saber Guard Army member, his status as a member of the Hu clan made it impossible for him to come here. The emperor wouldn't feel relieved. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Dao, after you go back this time, I'm afraid that you won't be as relaxed as before. His Majesty might even arrange a position for you. You'll be very busy. After the war, the Wolf Soul country's strength has been greatly damaged. They won't be able to advance south in a short period of time. Therefore, His Majesty can't always use you as the guardian of Yellow Wind City. Dao Beiying waved his hand, then he smiled bitterly and said, Forget it, I've already thought it through. Alright, no matter when Imperial Father tells me to go back, I'll immediately go back. You must be tired, go back and rest. Zhao Hai nodded, then after giving Dao Beiying a salute, he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, Dao Beiying turned to Lang Shiping and said, Shiping, what Crane Grass said, do you think it's possible for it to come true? Lang Shiping looked at Dao Beiying and said, Your Highness, forget what he said. Although I think that those words might come true, Your Highness must forget them. Just like Crane Grass said, the most important thing right now is to do your part. What His Majesty gives you is yours. What His Majesty doesn't give you, you mustn't fight for it. Dao Beiying nodded. Dao Beiying's eyes turned sharp, then he looked at Lang Shiping and said, Shiping, do you know something? Lang Shiping looked at Dao Beiying, then he sighed and said, I received news from the family that the Fourth Highness's matter was pushed by His Majesty. This time, several great clans were implicated. Although His Majesty hasn't made a move yet, he has already begun to suppress them. Moreover, when the Fourth Highness made a move, there was no chance of success. Just as he was about to make a move, he was directly arrested by His Majesty. Therefore, Your Highness, Crane Grass words are absolutely priceless. Dao Beiying sucked in a breath of cold air. Then he suddenly remembered what Zhao Hai said before. He looked at Lang Shiping and smiled bitterly. Shiping, do you remember when we met Fourth Brother with Crane Grass? Crane Grass said that Fourth Brother had the least chance to ascend the throne. At that time, I didn't believe it, but now I do. Lang Shiping looked at Dao Beiying and smiled bitterly. He didn't speak anymore. He really didn't have anything to say. This was because Zhao Hai's words were too good. Just by looking at the Emperor's actions, Zhao Hai was able to infer the Emperor's thoughts. This ability wasn't something that anyone could have. Dao Beiying looked at Lang Shiping and suddenly laughed. Lang Shiping looked at Dao Beiying and said, What's wrong? Why is Your Highness laughing? Dao Beiying smiled and said, Only now do I realize how right it was for me to make friends with Crane Grass back then, don't I? Hearing Dao Beiying's words, Lang Shiping was slightly stunned. Then he laughed out loud and said, Your Highness is right. Being able to become friends with Crane Grass was the best decision I've ever made. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to know what Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping were thinking. The reason why he told Dao Beiying these things was because he felt that Dao Beiying was a friend worth making. Helping a friend solve some problems was normal. Because of this, he reminded Dao Beiying. Now it seems like his reminder was right, Dao Beiying still trusted him. However, these days of running around made Zhao Hai feel tired. After returning to the room that Dao Beiying arranged for them, Zhao Hai placed the wooden box down. Just as he was about to sleep, he heard a knock on the door. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he said, "Who is it?" "Come in, the door isn't locked." The door was pushed open as Fat Cat carried a kettle and stood outside. Fat Cat gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Young master, I boiled some water. Do you want to drink some tea?" Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat and smiled faintly. "All right, prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath." Fat Cat nodded and immediately began to prepare. It didn't take long before the tea was ready. Then he went to boil some water. Before long, Fat Cat finished preparing the hot water for Zhao Hai. After taking a bath, Zhao Hai returned to his room and sat in the living room drinking tea. However, he called Fat Cat over. The room that Dao Beiying arranged for Zhao Hai was pretty good. The room had 2 entrances. On the outside was a small living room while on the inside was a bedroom. This small living room could only seat about 5 or 6 people. Zhao Hai sat in the living room while Fat Cat stood beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai took a sip of tea before he put down the teacup. Then he looked at Fat Cat and said, "Fat Cat, what do you plan to do after returning to the Saber Spirit country?" "Right, I still don't know where you're from." Fat Cat immediately replying to the young master, "I'm from Forest City. My family can only be considered a small merchant family in Forest City. Although most of the people in my family are soul beasts, our cultivation talent isn't very good. Because of this, we couldn't become a large family. My family's main focus is on business. My surname is Zhou, I'm Zhou Dongli." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then what do you plan to do after returning? Do you want to return to your family and continue doing business?" Fat Cat shook his head and said, "Young master, I want to follow you. I ask for your permission." Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat and said in a very gentle voice, "Fat Cat, you should know that following me will be very dangerous. I am a member of the Blade Guard Army, and in the future, there will be a lot of dangerous missions like this. If you want to follow me, then you will have to follow me. Who knows, maybe you will die in the next mission. Do you still want to follow me?" Fat Cat looked at Zhao Hai and said with a gentle voice. Fat Cat didn't hesitate, he immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, I want to follow the young master. I ask for your permission." Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat's appearance, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, since that's the case, then you can follow me from now on. Go, I want to rest. You should also go back and rest. I think that we'll be leaving tomorrow." "Right, the bag that I got, you should take care of it. After you go back, you should deal with it and exchange it for gold notes and gold coins." When Fat Cat heard Zhao Hai, he kowtowed 3 times to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master can rest assured, I'll take care of it." Then he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat's back and muttered, "That lucky fatty, he might never know that his kowtows today were worth it." Then Zhao Hai smiled and took a sip of tea. Then he stood up and walked towards his bedroom. After a good day's rest, Captain Feng led Zhao Hai and the others out of Yellow Wind City. Just as Zhao Hai thought, since they were from the Saber Guard Army, they couldn't stay in Yellow Wind City for too long. They had to return to Horizontal Blade City as soon as possible to hand in their mission. Naturally, Zhao Hai also resigned from his position as Yellow Wind City's vice commander. Dao Beiying also knew that Zhao Hai wasn't suitable for this position. When he appointed Zhao Hai as vice commander, it was because of the special situation in Yellow Wind City. In order to facilitate Zhao Hai's actions, Dao Beiying could only appoint him as vice commander. This was a temporary measure. Now that the matter has been resolved, it would be inappropriate for Zhao Hai to have such a position. If things go wrong, it might even bring trouble to Zhao Hai. The group didn't travel very quickly. When they were in the prairie, they had been rushing and worried. Now that they had finally returned to the Saber Spirit Nation, they naturally didn't want to be in such a hurry. Naturally, they had to slow down. It was like a vacation. Along the way, it took them more than 10 days to return to Horizontal Blade City. When they saw the city walls, they felt as if a lifetime had passed. This time, they had been gone for several months. During this time, they had become bandits. In the end, they had brought tens of thousands of bandits with them as they roamed the prairie. Just thinking about it made them excited. Captain Feng looked at Horizontal Blade City and took a deep breath. Then he turned to the group and said, "Go back and settle down. Then we'll gather and hand in our mission." The group nodded. Captain Feng even looked at Fat Cat. His meaning was very clear, he wanted Zhao Hai to settle Fat Cat down. Zhao Hai naturally knew what Captain Feng meant. He nodded. Then Captain Feng led the group back to Horizontal Blade City. Zhao Hai didn't enter the city. Instead, he went directly to the Sovereign Saber Pavilion. After arriving at the pavilion, Zhao Hai immediately went to the Hu clan's tiger. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Hu clan's tiger, Hu Zhong immediately came out to greet him. When Hu Zhong saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Young Master Cranegrass, you're back. The young miss was very worried about you. The third master was also very worried about you." Zhao smiled at Hu Zhong. "I've made Uncle Zhong worry, but I'm fine. Zhongxin, this is my servant, Zhou Dongli, nicknamed Fat Cat. You can arrange for him to live here for a while. Fat Cat, come here, I'll give you a room so you can have a good rest. I don't have anything else to do, so you can go home. And take a look, and then come back. This is Uncle Zhong, when I'm not here, you listen to him." Fat Cat naturally didn't dare to say anything, so he immediately complied. Hu Zhong looked at the Fat Cat with a puzzled expression, but he didn't ask much. Instead, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Cranegrass, don't worry. I will arrange it well. Young Master, what happened to you when you went out this time? Why did you take so long?" Zhao followed Hu Zhong into the room and told him about his experiences over the past few days. At the same time, he also told Hu Zhong about his discoveries about the unity of man and horse, the baobab tree, and the Aquarius tree. He had already sorted out these things and handed them over to Hu Zhong, hoping that Hu Zhong would hand them over to the hands of the Hu family. When Hu Zhong heard about Zhao Hai's experiences in the past few days, he was very surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's experiences in the past few days would be so wonderful. Because Zhao Hai was in the Saber Guard army, their every action was kept secret. Therefore, only a few people in the Saber Spirit Nation knew where Zhao Hai and the others went and what kind of mission they did. In order to prevent the imperial family from suspecting them, the Hu clan didn't inquire too deeply about the Saber Guard army. This time, Zhao Hai went out for a few months. Although the Hu clan was very worried, every time they inquired about Zhao Hai's situation, they would always be safe. Therefore, the Hu clan didn't inquire too much about Zhao Hai. After all, the Saber Guard army wasn't something that just anyone could inquire about. Moreover, Zhao Hai's mission this time was highly confidential. Therefore, it was normal for the Hu clan to not inquire about Zhao Hai's situation. However, recently, the Hu clan received some news about Zhao Hai. Moreover, the source of this news was a bit special, it was Yellow Wind City. When Dao Beiying reported the situation, he also reported Zhao Hai's whereabouts. Only then did the Hu clan know that Zhao Hai was in Yellow Wind City. However, the war has been going on for a long time and Zhao Hai still hasn't returned. This made the Hu clan very puzzled, but they didn't ask too much about it. Now that Zhao Hai has returned, the Hu clan could finally hear the whole story from Zhao Hai's mouth. Naturally, Hu Zhong was very shocked. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would go deep into the desert. Moreover, he even became the leader of a bandit group. After Zhao Hai finished explaining these matters, he turned to Hu Zhong and said, "Uncle Zhong, I still have to return to the Saber Guard army to complete the mission, so I'll be leaving first. You can leave these things to the family. Right, you should also make arrangements for Fat Cat. He's been following me since the desert, so he's quite loyal. You should also teach him some rules." Hu Zhong nodded and said, "Young Master Cranegrass can rest assured, I'll take care of it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he carried the wooden box and road-modeled bamboo away. When Zhao Hai arrived at Horizontal Blade City, he met with Captain Feng and the others before heading to the Saber Guard Army Station. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Saber Guard Army Station, the entire place was in an uproar. Outsiders didn't know what Zhao Hai and the others did these days, but the people in the Saber Guard army were very clear about it. Zhao Hai and the others' mission was very good. Now that they returned to the station, they naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Zhao Hai and the others immediately went to look for Nilrenli to complete the mission. Nilrenli's face was still cold, but when he saw Captain Feng and the others return, his eyes flashed with joy. Then Captain Feng came forward to complete the mission. Nilrenli left Captain Feng alone to report while Zhao Hai and the others returned to their cave to rest. After more than 2 hours, Captain Feng finished his report. When he returned to the cave, Zhao Hai and the others had already woken up from their sleep. When they saw Captain Feng return, Zhao Hai and the others also surrounded him. Lu Yuangong looked at Captain Feng and said, "Captain, how was it? What did the higher-ups say about our mission?" Captain Feng smiled and said, "The higher-ups are very satisfied. You can rest assured that you will be rewarded this time. Of course, you will also be given a vacation. Don't worry." When everyone heard this, they all cheered. For people like them, bonuses and vacation were the best rewards. After all, after a long period of intense battle, they also needed to relax. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "But." When he said "but," Captain Feng deliberately dragged out his words. This made everyone quiet down. They were very clear that what he said wouldn't be good. Therefore, they all looked at Captain Feng nervously. Captain Feng looked at everyone and said, "But crane grass is now famous. Do you know what the people of the prairie call crane grass? Troll. They are now called crane grass troll, which means a huge devil." This also made the people in the army discover crane grass's weakness, which is his body size. His body size is too big and too conspicuous. Now that he is famous, no matter if he appears in the Tiger Soul country or the Wolf Soul country, people will be able to recognize him at a glance. Therefore, it is not suitable for him to move around in these two countries. Even when he goes to other countries, he has to be careful because his performance in Yellow Wind City has already been known by the people of other countries. Therefore, when he goes to other countries to carry out missions, he has to be more careful. When they heard Captain Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but frown. They knew that Captain Feng was just being polite when he said to be more careful. Be careful, his height was there. Even if Zhao Hai was there, it was useless to be careful. In other words, the entire soul world now knows about Zhao Hai's identity? This was definitely not good news for them. After so many days of getting along with Zhao Hai, they had a complete understanding of his strength. If they were to use a word to describe Zhao Hai's strength, it could only be described as strong. His combat strength was comparable to a consolidated equipment-level powerhouse. They really felt very relieved to carry out missions with such a person. But now, because of Zhao Hai's height problem, they were afraid that the chances of Zhao Hai going on missions in the future would be even less. Now, including Captain Feng, when Zhao Hai was not by their side, they would always feel a little weak in their hearts. They knew that it was not a good thing to be overly dependent on one person, but they still couldn't help it. There was nothing they could do about it. Zhao Hai also understood what Captain Feng meant, but he didn't care about it. When he first joined the Saber Guards, he already knew that there would be such a day. But he didn't care about it. To him, it was not a big deal whether he joined the Saber Guards or not. In fact, he preferred the feeling of not joining the Saber Guards. It was more free and unrestrained. But there was no other way. People in the martial world had no choice. He wanted to live a quick life, but he owed a great debt to the Hu family. He couldn't ignore the Hu family. So when the Hu family agreed to let him join the Saber Guards, he also agreed. Now that such a situation had happened, there was nothing he could do. But he didn't have any regrets. If the Saber Guards didn't need him, that would be even better. He could then wander around the mainland more freely. As for the fact that the Wolf Spirit Nation and Tiger Spirit Nation both knew about him, and that he had already formed a grudge with them, he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was from the Saber Spirit Nation, and it was natural for him to work for the Saber Spirit Nation. If he worked for one side, he would definitely become the enemy of the other. That was something he had never thought of before. As such, Zhao Hai wasn't too surprised by the reactions of the Wolf Spirit Nation and Tiger Spirit Nation. The Wolf Spirit Nation and Tiger Spirit Nation were both vast and sparsely populated places. Of course, he could enter those two nations, as long as he wasn't discovered by them. Zhao Hai looked at Captain Feng and said solemnly, "Captain, what about the Great Desert? The Sand Tiger Regiment is also our blood, sweat, and tears. What decision did the higher-ups make?" Captain Feng gave a bitter smile and said, "The higher-ups are also in a difficult position. Sending the few of us there, besides you and me, it is almost impossible to suppress the Fire Phoenix. Unless we send a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. However, sending a stranger is likely to cause resentment. Currently, the higher-ups are also in a difficult position." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So, what should we do now? Can we have a holiday now? If we can have a holiday, let's go back to the city and have a good drink. After that, we can have a good rest. That's much better than cooped up in here, right?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the rest of them finally reacted. That's right, could they return to the city now? Returning to the city to enjoy life was much better than cooped up in this cave. As soon as Captain Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, he laughed heartily and said, "Of course you can. However, we have to finish writing the reports first. Everyone, write a detailed report about this mission and give it to me. Make sure to write it in detail. Yuan Gong, Crane Grass has never written anything like this before, so you can teach him how to write it. Alright, go on, once you're done, we can go home." Everyone cheered and started looking around for paper and pens, preparing to write their reports. Lu Yuangong was afraid that Zhao Hai might not know how to write a report, and he even gave Zhao Hai some pointers. Zhao Hai was actually not unfamiliar with such things, but in the past, he had always been the one to read the reports. This time, it was his turn to write the reports, and it was a rather novel feeling. However, to Zhao Hai, writing such things was just too easy. It did not take long for Zhao Hai to finish writing the report. After he was done, he handed it to Captain Feng. Captain Feng looked at his report, then looked at the others before handing it in. At the same time, their holiday began. When Zhao Hai returned to the Saber Sage Pavilion, he had already had a drink with Captain Feng and the others. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the Saber Sage Pavilion, he immediately went to Hu Zhong's place. As soon as he arrived, he saw Hu Xian'er waiting for him there. Zhao Hai quickly walked over and said to Hu Xian'er, "Sister Xian'er, why are you here?" Hu Xian'er looked at Zhao Hai carefully, then nodded and said, "Not bad, you look quite complete. He Chao, I've heard a little about what you did this time. Good fellow, you're really something. You're so strong? You killed several consolidated equipment stage powerhouses of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom by yourself in the Yellow Wind City. I must say, you're really brave, daring to charge into the formation alone. Oh right, I also heard that you used several personal weapons, and that you can suddenly appear and disappear on your body. Why didn't you tell the family about this? What's going on?" When Zhao Hai heard Hu Xian'er's words, he quickly smiled and said, "Sister Hu Xian'er, you can't blame me for this. In fact, when we were in the desert, I had already fought with a consolidated equipment stage powerhouse. At that time, I didn't know she was a consolidated equipment stage powerhouse. We wanted to take over their mountain stronghold, so we fought with her. She said that as long as someone could defeat her, their mountain stronghold would listen to us. If no one could defeat her, then we would have to listen to them. I had no choice but to fight with her, and in the end, I won." Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then said solemnly, "As for the armor you mentioned, it's actually a personal weapon. As for why a personal weapon can turn into armor, it's because of the plant protection. Without the plant protection, you wouldn't have been able to do that. Now, no one in the family knows how to use the plant protection, so I didn't say anything." Hu Xian'er nodded and said, "Alright, no matter what, it's good that you're back safely. Have a good rest. I really didn't expect that your first mission would be such a dangerous one. That really took your life." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm afraid it will be difficult to do quests in the future. By the way, Loyal, where is Fat Cat?" Hu Zhong said in a deep voice, "He wants to go home, so I arranged for him to go home." "Oh right, when he left, he took a bag with him, saying that it was something you asked him to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Ah, yes, it's just some spoils of war from the prairie. I have no use for them, so I let him deal with them." "Right, Sister Xian'er, I want to give you something." Then Zhao Hai took out a box from his wooden chest and gave it to Xianxia. When Xianxia opened the box, she couldn't help but be stunned. Inside the box was a set of jewelry. The style of this set of jewelry was very beautiful, and it was obvious that it wasn't made by the Saber Spirit Nation. Xianxia looked at the jewelry and liked it very much. She couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai and say, "Crane grass, where did this thing come from?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big sister Xianxia, don't you know what I'm going to do this time? Did you forget? I went to be a bandit. Where did these things come from? I stole them." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile. Then she nodded and said, "All right, since you stole it, then I'll take it." "Right, the things that you asked Fat Cat to take away, were they all these things?" "These things are good things, they're very valuable in the Saber Spirit Nation." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's valuable or not. That Fat Cat was originally from the Saber Spirit country. Later on, he was taken to the desert by the bandits and became a bandit. This time, he followed me wholeheartedly. I saw that he wasn't bad, so I accepted him as a servant. I want him to exchange those things for gold coins and take some home." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That Fat Cat was originally from the Saber Spirit country." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, if you're really short on money, then you can tell Uncle Zhong that you have a monthly allowance at home. Moreover, your monthly allowance is very high." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know about this, I've received it before. After coming back this time, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for me to do missions. In the future, I'll have more free time. I'm prepared to go to the wilderness and take a look. It would be best if I have the opportunity to go back to the desert." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's going on? You said that it would be difficult for him to do missions. What's going on? Did they make things difficult for you?" "Don't worry, I'll talk to father and have him deal with it. Our Hu clan's people aren't easy to bully. It's already good that we don't bully others. Who dares to bully us?" Zhao Hai quickly waved his hand and said, "Sister Xianxia, you misunderstood. It's not that someone is targeting me, it's just that I've become famous after this battle. The people of the prairie gave me a nickname. Now, it's possible that people from other countries know about me. Moreover, with my figure, it's easy to recognize me." "What kind of place is the Saber Guard?" "They specialize in dealing with things that can't be exposed. With my figure, I'll be recognized wherever I go. Because of this, it would be difficult for me to do missions in the future." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she smiled faintly and said, "So it's because of this. Right, you said that you want to go back to the desert. Do you want to be a bandit in the desert? Are you trying to steal something or something?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The desert's environment is very special. It's very dry, but there are a lot of plants that grow very well. I want to go there and see if I can do some drought resistance experiments." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Xianxia nodded and said, "So it's because of this. That's good. The last time you did a drought resistance experiment, the family had already tested it. It was very successful, it was tested in the cold cave. Right, you also did a high temperature resistance experiment, it's very good. How did your brain grow? Right, you also did a good job with the baobab tree and the Aquarius tree. Third grandfather praised you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I discovered it by chance. I originally wanted to turn the seeds of plants into mutated seeds and then see what characteristics they have. Unfortunately, there were too many things to do and too little time. I wasn't able to succeed. However, I did get a few types of life source weapons." Xianxia replied, "Third grandpa told me about this before. He said that your soul object space is different from the average person's, so it's normal for you to have several types of weapons. Right, in the academy, I heard that the research group you set up has recently achieved good results. They've improved several types of plants, and they've improved them even further. This matter has caused a huge reaction in the botanist world. Many botanists have also begun to research in this area. But to be honest, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing." Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. Xianxia replied, "Plant masters need to be close to nature and go to the wild to see it. But now that there's this topic, many plant masters don't go to the wild. The wild is lonely and dangerous, so they can't stay at home and do their research comfortably. So it's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Zhao Hai nodded. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he understood what she meant. He frowned and said, I really haven't thought about this problem. To be honest, I'd rather stay in the wild and study plants. It's better to stay in the wild. The reason why I set up this research group was mainly because the academy was too boring. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Are there a lot of plant masters doing this research? Xianxia nodded and said, right, there are a lot of them. Zhao Hai shook his head, he didn't know what to say. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, all right, don't sigh. This matter has nothing to do with you. You're just being kind. Right, I heard that your nickname in the prairie is Giant Demon. Ha ha ha, this nickname really suits you. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, Big Sister Xianxia, how did you know about my nickname? There aren't a lot of people in the country who know about it, right? Xianxia smiled and said, how else can I know? Don't forget what our Hu family does. We're a family of plant masters. The Plant Master Guild also has a branch in the prairie. Isn't it easy for me to know your nickname? Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. Hee, right, I don't have anything to do this time. I want to go back and see grandfather. Big Sister Xianxia, do you have something to tell me? Xianxia smiled and said, all right, third grandfather said that you shouldn't go home for the time being. Just stay in the academy. I heard that His Majesty might want to see you, you should be prepared. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, is it because of Yellow Wind City? Xianxia shook her head and said, I don't know yet. But after His Majesty heard about your matter, he was very happy. I think that he wouldn't make things difficult for you this time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I didn't do anything wrong to the imperial family. His Majesty shouldn't make things difficult for me. All right, then I'll stay in the academy for the time being. Tomorrow, I'll go to Wan Jun's place and see what they've achieved. Xianxia smiled and said, Wan Jun and the others are now famous. Moreover, they've been recruited into the Imperial Plant Division. Moreover, they've also established a laboratory. Their lives are very good. Naturally, they're no longer in the academy. I'm afraid that it's impossible for you to see them. Zhao Hai shook his head, then he laughed and said, I didn't expect that they've already joined the Imperial Plant Division. This is interesting. Right, Sister Xianxia, is there anyone from our family in the Imperial Plant Division? Xianxia shook her head and said, no, the Royal Plant Regiment has nothing to do with our Hu family other than joining the Union of Plant Masters. Even if they join the Union of Plant Masters, they are not on the same side as us. They have the royal family behind them, and the Royal Plant Regiment is not something that anyone can see. I heard that the Royal Plant Regiment is going to be expanded recently, and this matter has something to do with you. Your performance in this matter is really too good, allowing the people of the Soul World to see the combat power of Plant Masters, so the Royal Plant Regiment is going to expand. However, I reckon that His Majesty will not let you join. After all, you are a member of our Hu family. Although His Majesty knows about your combat power, he will not let you join. The clans and the royal family would never be able to coexist. This was because to the royal family, the entire country belonged to them. They hoped to control everything in the country. However, the clans were different. If the clans wanted to develop, they would definitely affect the development of the country. Their development would have some impact on the country, but one had to admit that it was more of a negative impact. Although the Hu clan had a good relationship with the Dao clan, there was a precondition. Compared to the other clans, the Hu clan did a very good job. They controlled their greed very well and did not touch the bottom line of the Dao clan. This time, Zhao Hai had used his identity as a member of the Saber Guards to infiltrate the Central Plains. Not only did he see through the Wolf Spirit Nation's plot, but he was also able to run to the desert in time and organize a force to wreak havoc in the Central Plains. This was a very good response to the battle at Yellow Wind City. In addition to Zhao Hai's performance at Yellow Wind City and Zhao Hai's young age, all of this showed that Zhao Hai had a bright future ahead of him. For such a young man, the Dao clan naturally wanted to rope him in. However, Zhao Hai was also a member of the Hu clan. If the Dao clan wanted to rope in Zhao Hai, they would have to think twice. Zhao Hai really did not know what to do about this situation. However, to be honest, Zhao Hai really did not have any thoughts about whether to meet Dao Mingyuan or not. Although Dao Mingyuan was an emperor, such an emperor was nothing in the eyes of Zhao Hai, a cultivator who had experienced countless realms. However, he was now in the soul world, and his strength had not recovered. He still had the Hu clan behind him. Therefore, he had to give Dao Mingyuan some face. After chatting with Hu Xian'er, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. Although he was still sitting in the pine forest inn, Ma Liang and the others were very clear that Zhao Hai was not on the same level as them. Although they still talked when they met and had a good relationship, Zhao Hai could feel that Ma Liang and the others were still a little reserved when facing him. This made Zhao Hai even more unnatural. However, because he had to meet Dao Mingyuan, he could not leave. Therefore, he spent most of his time in the college's library or on the plants in the college. When Zhao Hai returned to the college this time, he also understood the results that Wan Jun and the others had achieved. They improved several tamed plants in the college once again. Moreover, the effect was very good. Especially a type of food. After the improvement, not only did the food's yield increase, it was also less likely to get sick. Such an achievement was very remarkable. Now in the academy, there were a lot of people doing the same thing as Zhao. Most of these people were plant masters, and just like Hu Xian'er said, they had already made studying the plants of the academy their own job. This made Zhao secretly shake his head. They would never understand why Wan Jun and the others were able to achieve such good results, and how much they had accumulated in the early stages of their studies. Not to mention anything else, without the support of Daofu Willow, it would have been impossible for them to obtain his important research data. Without the support of Zhao Hai, who was a botanist, it would have been very difficult for them to understand the characteristics of the plants. If they just wanted to observe the plants in the academy and then think of ways to improve them, it would have been impossible. This was because there were just too many things involved. Zhao Hai, who was a Daofu Willow. However, Zhao Hai didn't try to persuade these people. This was because even if he did, these people might not necessarily listen to him. Although he was very famous in the college, Zhao Hai didn't try to persuade them. Everyone in the college knew that Wan Jun and the others were able to achieve such results because of Zhao Hai. Because of this, many people in the college were very willing to get in touch with Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai didn't like to get in touch with these people. Among the people who came in contact with Zhao Hai, most of them were plant masters from small and medium-sized clans. Compared to Wan Jun and the others, their foundation was far worse. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with them, it would still be difficult. With such a foundation, how could they study plant improvement? In Zhao Hai's view, if they didn't have strong support, then even if they researched until their hair turned white, it would still be impossible for them to achieve any results. Time passed day by day. On the 10th day after Zhao Hai and the others returned to Horizontal Blade City, a group of soldiers entered the college and informed Zhao Hai that His Majesty wanted to see him tomorrow. Zhao Hai was invited to come with them to Horizontal Blade City. Zhao Hai naturally didn't say anything, so he just followed the soldiers into Horizontal Blade City. At the same time, Hu Zhong also followed Zhao Hai to Horizontal Blade City. After all, Zhao Hai was a member of the Hu clan. It was impossible for Hu Zhong to not follow along and help Zhao Hai take care of everything. After entering the city, Zhao Hai was arranged to be in a special post. Then all of his weapons were removed. He was even asked to bathe in incense. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. He didn't know that there were so many things that needed to be done in order to see Emperor Zhao Hai. It was as if he was going to enter the palace and become the emperor's concubine. After Zhao Hai cleaned up, a eunuch came to teach Zhao Hai the rules. Hu Zhong also warned Zhao Hai for a long time. It was very late at night before Zhao Hai was allowed to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Hai didn't have time to eat. He was taken away by the eunuch who taught him the rules. Then under the protection of the soldiers, he entered the imperial palace. After entering the imperial palace, he was led to a separate room to rest. There was only a small couch and a pot of tea. There was nothing to eat. Zhao Hai could only starve. Because the eunuch who taught him the rules was watching him, he couldn't take anything out of his soul object space. Therefore, he could only endure. Zhao Hai entered the imperial palace before dawn. He waited until 9 o'clock in the morning before he heard that the emperor wanted to see him. Moreover, the emperor wanted to see him in the great hall. Zhao followed the eunuch to the conference hall. In front of the conference hall was a huge square. There were a lot of soldiers standing in the square, all of them wearing metal armor. Each one of them was a soldier spirit. Moreover, they were emitting a strong murderous aura. At first glance, one could see that they weren't easy to deal with. They were all elites of the army. After being led by the eunuch, Zhao Hai arrived outside the great hall. When he arrived, he was stopped by a eunuch outside the great hall. The eunuch carefully looked at Zhao Hai before he said, "Tian He Chao summons you." Then the eunuch carefully opened the door to the great hall. Zhao Hai took a deep breath before he walked in. In the saber spirit country, there was no such thing as 3 kneels and 9 bows. Moreover, Zhao Hai was a plant master. A plant master was equivalent to a noble. When he saw the emperor, he only needed to kneel on 1 knee. Therefore, the etiquette wasn't very troublesome. When Zhao Hai walked into the great hall, he saw the nobles sitting on both sides of the great hall. The saber spirit country, or it can be said that all the empires in the Soul realm were the same. When the nobles were discussing matters with the emperor, they could sit. This point was very humane. Zhao Hai strode into the great hall. His height naturally attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Hai walked until he was parallel to the first row of nobles before he stopped. Then he knelt on 1 knee and gave a salute to Bright Blade, who was sitting on the king's throne. Bright Blade then said, "Crane Field greets the king." A deep voice was heard, "All right, get up." Zhao Hai bowed again and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Then he stood up. At the same time, he also had the opportunity to look at Dao Mingyuan. Dao Mingyuan didn't look very old. He looked to be in his 50s. His hair was somewhat white, but it was taken care of very well. He also maintained himself well. He looked very energetic. His appearance was somewhat similar to Dao Beiying's, but he had a more imposing manner. He sat there like a mountain, exuding an aura of power without being angry. Dao Mingyuan was also sizing up Zhao Hai. He knew about Zhao Hai. He also heard about Zhao Hai's extraordinary height, but he didn't have much of an impression of it. Now that Zhao Hai was standing in front of him, he understood why Zhao Hai was called a giant demon by the prairie people. Dao Mingyuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tian He Chao, do you know why I called you here?" Zhao Hai said solemnly, "This commoner does not know." Dao Mingyuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You are not even 20 years old, yet you were able to defeat the consolidated equipment masters of the Wolf Spirit Empire at the Yellow Wind City, killing many of them, even cutting down the Golden Wolf flag. Such a great achievement, how can I ignore it? As such, I called you here today to see what kind of heroic young man you are, to be able to do such a thing." "Good, Tian He Chao, you have not disappointed me." Zhao Hai said calmly, "This commoner is from the Blade Spirit Empire. When our empire is invaded, the prairie people have the ability to fight back. I am not worthy of your majesty's praise." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Dao Mingyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Good, well said. Ha ha ha, Tian He Chao, you have not disappointed me. Today, I shall bestow upon you the title of Giant Demon Baron. As for your land, we can talk about that later." Clearly, the officials did not know about Dao Mingyuan's reward this time. As such, when they heard that Zhao Hai was a baron, they couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. However, as soon as they heard that there was no land, the whispers died down. In the Blade Spirit Empire, there were 2 kinds of titles. One was a title with land. No matter how big or small the title was, it was hereditary. This title was a true noble. Such a title was generally given to those who made contributions to the country, but didn't have a lot of merit. With a title, it would be more convenient to do business in the Saber Spirit Nation. If one sells land, the land would also be tax-free. But in general, this title was just a status, it would bring some convenience to the person. But as long as the person dies, the title would automatically be taken back by the country. Their descendants wouldn't be able to enjoy the benefits of being a noble. This was completely different from a hereditary title. Because of this, Dao Mingyuan gave Zhao Hai a title. Although there were some discussions in the Great Hall, because Zhao Hai didn't have a fief, these people didn't care about it. In the eyes of the great clans, a noble without a fief simply couldn't be called a noble. Because of this, Dao Mingyuan gave Zhao Hai a title. Although there were some discussions in the Great Hall, because he didn't have a fief, these people didn't care about it. When Zhao Hai heard that Dao Mingyuan gave him a title, although he was surprised, he still knelt on one knee and said, "I thank your majesty for the reward." Dao Mingyuan waved his hand and had Zhao Hai stand up. Then Zhao Hai stood up as well. Dao Mingyuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "When you were in Yellow Wind City, you used a lot of baobab trees to solve the food crisis of the city. I heard that you've left the baobab trees in Yellow Wind City. How about the fruit yield of the baobab trees? Can you plant them on a large scale?" Zhao Hai replied, "Replying to your majesty, baobab trees can be used as emergency food. However, they aren't suitable to be grown as grains. The baobab trees that this minister uses are all mutated seeds. With the help of natural energy, they can quickly mature and bear fruit. However, without natural energy, ordinary baobab trees wouldn't do. Ordinary baobab trees take several years to mature and bear fruit. And the number of fruits that they bear each time isn't a lot. Moreover, these trees grow very large, so they can't be grown too densely. Otherwise, it would affect the yield. Therefore, they can be grown as ornamental trees, but not as grains." Dao Mingyuan nodded, his face showed a trace of regret. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave." Zhao Hai immediately gave Dao Mingyuan a salute. Then he slowly left the hall. When Dao Mingyuan summoned him, besides giving him a title, he didn't receive any other rewards. However, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. In any case, he was now a noble. It would be more convenient for him to do things in the future. This was a good thing. After leaving the hall, the eunuchs led him to the entrance of the imperial palace. At this time, Hu Zhong was waiting for him outside the imperial palace. When he saw Zhao Hai come out, Hu Zhong immediately greeted him and said, "Young Master Cranegrass, how did it go?" Zhao Hai shrugged his shoulders and said, "I got a baron title. However, I didn't get any land." "Uncle Zhong, let's go." When Hu Zhong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but show a trace of regret. However, he didn't say anything as he led Zhao Hai to the carriage and left the imperial palace. The Hu clan also had a residence in Horizontal Blade City. Zhao Hai would be staying in that residence today. For a great clan like the Hu clan, a baron without a fief wasn't a big deal. Although this title was very useful in the Blade Spirit Nation, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai was a plant master. He himself was equivalent to a noble, so he could enjoy the power of a noble. Now that he was given this title, although it would make things more convenient for him, it wasn't very useful to Zhao Hai. However, Hu Zhong couldn't say anything. In any case, this title was bestowed upon Zhao Hai by Dao Mingyuan. No matter how big or small it was still a good thing. Therefore, when they returned to the Hu family's residence in Horizontal Blade City, they decided to give Zhao Hai a small celebration. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that this was necessary. Zhao Hai stayed in the city for 2 days. He used these 2 days to visit Captain Feng and the others. These people had received a lot of benefits from this operation. Now, their lives had been greatly improved. Moreover, they were able to come back alive this time thanks to Zhao Hai. Because of this, the families were very enthusiastic towards Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't stay in the city for long. After visiting the families, he returned to the academy. Every day, he would go to the library to read books. His life was very relaxed. The days seemed to have calmed down. But on this day, a figure stumbled into the academy and directly went to the Hu family's pharmacy. Upon arriving at the door, the figure fell to the ground. When the shop assistant saw this, he was stunned. However, he immediately ran out and helped the person up. After helping the person up, the shop assistant stared. This was because he discovered that this person looked familiar. Taking a closer look, he found that this fat guy was actually the fat cat that had left the shop before. This surprised the shop assistant. He immediately called someone to help him carry the fat cat to the backyard for treatment. At the same time, he sent a letter to Zhao. Although Fat Cat's status wasn't much, he was still Zhao Hai's servant. Zhao Hai's status in the Hu family was very high. Now that his servant was injured and ran back, this matter couldn't be ignored. This matter couldn't be ignored by Zhao Hai. When the Hu clan's people began to treat Fat Cat, they discovered that there were many wounds on Fat Cat's body. Moreover, these wounds seemed to have been caused by a stick. The most serious injury was on Fat Cat's chest. Someone had used a stick to hit Fat Cat, causing 2 of its ribs to break. At this time, Fat Cat had already fainted. However, his life wasn't in any danger. Naturally, what made the Hu family feel strange was that Fat Cat's clothes looked like a beggar's. If he didn't have a pass to the academy, then he wouldn't have been able to enter the academy. What's going on? Didn't he go home to see his family? How could he be injured so badly? What was going on? Zhao Hai was reading a book when he received the news. He immediately went to the Hu family's pharmacy. When he arrived at the pharmacy, he saw the injuries on Fat Cat's body. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. Then he used his natural energy to treat Fat Cat's injuries. Then he turned to the shop assistant and said, "Bring him to the room and take care of him. He should wake up soon. Give him something to eat. Also, Uncle Zhong, have the family investigate what happened to Fat Cat." Hu Zhou responded and turned around to make arrangements. Zhao Hai returned to the living room in the courtyard and sat down. He took out a book from his wooden box and started reading. Less than half an hour later, a worker ran over and told Zhao Hai that Fat Cat had woken up and wanted to see him. Zhao Hai nodded, then he put down the book and went to Fat Cat's room. Fat Cat was lying on the bed with a pale face. When he saw Zhao Hai, he looked like a child who had been wronged. He cried and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, you have to take revenge for me. My things were stolen by them. Those bastards, they won't have a good death." Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat and said, "Don't cry. Tell me, what happened? Who robbed you?" Fat Cat stopped crying and said in a deep voice, "Young master, I was robbed by the Zhou clan. They are people of our clan. I originally brought your things back to the clan and wanted to let them deal with it. But I didn't expect that those fellows would be tempted by the wealth and call me a bandit. Not only did they take your things, they even beat me up." Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, "Aren't they your family? Why did they call you a bandit? Why did they steal your things? What's going on?" Fat Cat cried and said, "Young master, the Zhou family isn't the same as when I left. When I left, the Zhou family was just a small business family. But now, the Zhou family is different. I don't know when the Zhou family started to curry favor with the Tao family and became a vassal family of the Tao family. Moreover, the Zhou family is very good at business and slowly became rich. But we weren't the only ones who became rich. My grandfather died in the prairie, my father wasn't good at business and was slowly pushed out by the Zhou family. In the end, he died of depression. My mother didn't take long before she died. Now, among us, only my little sister is still alive. But now, she's living in the Zhou family and can't even be compared to a servant. I heard that the Zhou family will marry her off to a widower in a few days because the widower gave them 2 shops. I wanted to take my sister and leave, but I didn't expect that they would find out about the jewelry that I was carrying. They colluded with the Tao family and said that I was a bandit. Those things were stolen by them and they even beat me up. They said that they were giving face to the Tao family and spared my life." When he heard Fat Cat, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. Then he said, "All right, I know about this matter. You can rest at ease and recuperate. Don't cry too much in the future. You are my servant. If I see you like this again, I'll deal with you." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and turned around to leave. When he went outside, Hu Zhong had already returned and told Zhao Hai about the situation. The information that he received was the same as what Fat Cat said. Fat Cat's things were indeed stolen by the Zhou family. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Uncle Zhong, what is the status of the Tao family in Lin City?" Hu Zhong replied in a deep voice, "They're one of the up-and-coming nobles. They used to be allies with the Yang family, and they also provoked our Hu family before. After the Yang family was dealt with by you, the Tao family became well-behaved for a period of time. But recently, they jumped out again. Maybe it's because they saw His Majesty deal with a few big families. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. Uncle Zhong, help me ask the family's opinion. Ask the family if they can deal with the Tao family if they were to be destroyed. When Hu Zhong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, young Master Cranegrass, what do you want to do? You can't act recklessly. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Uncle Zhong, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. If the family doesn't agree, then I won't take any action. Naturally, if the family agrees, then I'll take action. Hu Zhong nodded and said, all right, I'll go ask. Young Master Cranegrass, before the family replies, please don't take any action. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Hu Zhong immediately went to send a letter to the Hu clan. He was worried that Zhao Hai would act recklessly. He could see that Zhao Hai always liked to use the most direct method. When the Yang family provoked the Hu clan, Zhao Hai directly killed the Yang family's young master. Moreover, he even asked the Yang family if they wanted to start a war. Now, the Tao family was clearly using Fat Cat to provoke them. And looking at Zhao Hai's intentions, it was clear that he didn't want the Tao family to live. Although this method was the most effective, it was still too intense. Hu Zhong didn't think that the Tao family didn't know about Fat Cat's identity. When Fat Cat returned home, he would certainly reveal his identity. After all, the Zhou family was just a small family. If they could curry favor with a large family like the Hu clan, then they should be happy. As a member of the Zhou family, Fat Cat naturally understood the Zhou family's thoughts. Therefore, he would certainly reveal his identity. However, the Zhou family wasn't like what Fat Cat thought. They didn't want to curry favor with the Hu clan, they wanted to provoke the Hu clan. If the Tao family wasn't behind this, then Hu Zhong wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The purpose of the Tao family was very simple. They wanted to take revenge for the Yang family. At the same time, they also wanted to show off their strength to the Hu clan. This was because Dao Mingyuan had recently made a move against the great clans. This made the Tao family think that Dao Mingyuan was starting to suppress the great clans. They thought that the opportunity had come. However, they didn't think that the great clans were being suppressed because they supported the fourth prince, Dao Baixiong. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, he was waiting for the news. The Hu clan's message was sent by the bluebird, so the speed was very fast. The next day, Zhao Hai received a message from the Hu clan. This message was very simple, it only contained 4 words, do whatever you want. Upon seeing these 4 words, Zhao Hai immediately understood the clan's meaning. The clan was telling him that he could do whatever he wanted. Everything would be handled by the clan. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't expect the clan to give such a reply. It seems like under the gentle appearance of the Hu clan, they also had an iron heart. However, Zhao Hai had some understanding of the Hu clan's history, so he understood why the Hu clan had to do this. If they were too low-key, then they would be stepped on. And if they stepped on too many people, then even if they were strong, no one would be afraid of them. At that time, it would only be more troublesome. Therefore, it wasn't that the Hu clan didn't want to use iron and blood methods, it was just that they didn't want to use them. But this time, the situation was different. If the Hu clan didn't solve this matter as soon as possible, then the small and medium-sized clans would group together and attack the Hu clan. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. At this time, the Hu clan wanted to let those people understand that they couldn't provoke the Hu clan, and that they would have to pay the price for provoking the Hu clan. After Zhao Hai saw the clan's reply, he also showed it to Hu Zhong. When Hu Zhong saw the clan's reply, he was very surprised. However, he didn't say anything, he just looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young Master Cranegrass, do you need to prepare anything? Zhao Hai replied, no need. Remember to arrange for someone to follow me into the inner courtyard. Just say that I'm going into seclusion for a period of time and that I need to write something. Tell them to send me food every day. Remember, 3 meals a day, no mistakes. Although Zhou Zhong didn't know why Zhao Hai gave such an order, he still nodded and said, yes, young Master Cranegrass can rest assured. I understand what to do. What about your horse? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, just leave it here, don't move it. Alright, arrange for some people to follow me into the inner courtyard. Right, tell Sister Xianxia about this so that she can make some preparations. Zhou Zhong nodded and said, yes, young Master Cranegrass can rest assured. I'll certainly arrange it. Then Zhou Zhong turned around and left. He went to arrange servants for Zhao Hai. There were a lot of people in the Zhou clan who wanted to be servants for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't need servants before. Now, it was very easy to arrange servants for Zhao Hai. The servant that Hu Zhong selected for Zhao Hai was called Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was a child of the Hu clan. He also had another identity, Hu Zhong's nephew. He was absolutely loyal to the Hu clan. However, Hu Yuan admired and respected Zhao Hai. This time, he became Zhao Hai's servant and cooperated with Zhao Hai. Naturally, he was very happy. When the two entered the academy, Zhao Hai looked around and saw that nobody was around. Then he whispered to Hu Yuan, after I enter the academy, I'll be going into seclusion. While I'm in seclusion, you'll be responsible for bringing me food. Remember, you have to deliver food to my room on time every day and then immediately leave. But remember, don't let anyone disturb me, understood? Hu Yuan immediately replied, yes, I understand. Young master can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Hu Yuan to Pinewood House. Upon arriving, he saw Ma Liang. When Ma Liang saw Hu Yuan behind Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Brother Cranegrass, who is this? Ma Liang nodded, then he led Hu Yuan to Pinewood House. Zhao smiled and said, Brother Ma, this is Hu Yuan, the new servant that the family assigned to me. Recently, I had some insights, and I need to go into seclusion to write them down. So I asked the family to assign someone to take care of me. In the future, he will be following me and bringing me food every day. Right, Brother Ma, you have to help me. This period of time is very important for me. You have to help me keep an eye on things, and besides Hu Yuan, don't let anyone disturb me. When Ma Liang heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, no problem. Brother Cranegrass, there's no need for you to bring a servant. It's quite troublesome. You can just tell me about this. Since we're in the same room, I'll deliver food to you every day. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that won't do. You don't know how much I can eat when I'm writing, and I need to eat good food. Otherwise, how do you think I grew my body? The things that Hu Yuan sends me must be good stuff, and the quantity must be huge. I can't let you deliver them. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. I need to go upstairs and prepare. After I tell Hu Yuan about this, I'll be going into seclusion today. Then he led Hu Yuan upstairs. Ma Liang didn't doubt Zhao Hai. In the Soul Realm, it was normal for various professions to go into seclusion. There were a lot of plant masters like Zhao Hai who went into seclusion to write. Many plant masters went out to observe the plants for a long time and wrote down a lot of notes. Then they would go into seclusion for a period of time and organize the things that they wrote down. Finally, the organized things would become books that would appear in the bookstores of the continent. Because of this, Ma Liang wasn't surprised when Zhao Hai said that he would be going into seclusion. This time, Zhao Hai went out for a few months. If he didn't gain anything, then that would be strange. Zhao Hai led Hu Yuan into his room. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, Hu Yuan, remember this. Deliver the food to the living room on time every day. After you put it down, leave immediately. There's no need to clean up the dishes. 3 meals a day must be delivered on time. If someone asks you what I'm doing, just say that I didn't come out of my room. As for what I'm doing, you don't know either. I'll put the dishes that I've eaten in the outer room. Hu Yuan nodded and said, yes. Rest assured, young Master Cranegrass. I know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded, then with a serious tone he said, remember, do as I told Ma Liang. Deliver a lot of delicious food, enough for 3 people to eat. It must be good. You also need to deliver some meat or chicken. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Hu Yuan nodded and said, I understand. I'll arrange it. It's best if these things are prepared in the store. It's impossible to get good things in the school's cafeteria. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, it's good that you understand. You can go back now. Remember, don't enter the bedroom. Hu Yuan nodded, then after giving Zhao Hai a salute, he turned around and left. Although he didn't know why Zhao Hai told him to do this, Hu Yuan knew that what Zhao Hai wanted to do was certainly something big. He could see from his uncle's expression that what Zhao Hai wanted to do this time was very big. Hu Yuan was a child of the Hu clan, and he also had Hu Zhong as his uncle. Naturally, he had some understanding of the Hu clan's matters. Moreover, Hu Zhong brought him to the school in order to train him. When Hu Zhong grew old and couldn't move anymore, Hu Yuan would take over his position. This was because Hu Yuan was very familiar with the school's situation, making him the most suitable. Because of this, Hu Yuan also knew the rules of a great clan like the Hu clan. If you don't know something, then you shouldn't ask. This was because the more you know, the more dangerous it would be. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he didn't leave. Instead, he sent his spiritual force into the soul object space. After circling the soul object space twice, Zhao Hai finally decided to release a bear and a monkey. The monkey ate very little and was an omnivore. Every day, Hu Quan would send a lot of food. The monkey relied on the fire to eat, while the bear could eat everything else. The monkey could clean up the dishes, so Hu Quan could clean up the dishes every day. Most importantly, the food that Hu Quan sent would all be eaten by people. This way, people wouldn't be suspicious. After Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to communicate with the bear and the monkey, Zhao Hai released the two animals. Then he continued to communicate with them. In fact, these actions were very clever. However, they didn't have any way to communicate with people. They couldn't understand people's intentions, so this kind of situation occurred. In the evening, Hu Quan really did send food. Zhao Hai didn't come out of his room. After Hu Quan left, Zhao Hai had the monkey bring the food into the room. Then he watched the bear and the monkey eat the food. Then he had the monkey send the dishes back. Seeing that the two animals had done well, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he placed a magic plant in the room. Although the bear and the monkey had some fighting strength, in the academy, their fighting strength was almost negligible. Therefore, Zhao Hai released a magic plant. This magic plant looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary decorative tree. It was placed outside the door of the room. If someone approached the room, it would attack them. After doing all this, Zhao Hai looked at the sky and decided to wait. This was the academy, there were a lot of experts. If he suddenly ran out of the academy at this time, he would definitely be discovered. Zhao Hai didn't want anyone to discover him this time. Even if the whole world knew that he was the one who killed the Tao family, as long as they didn't have enough evidence, as long as he had an alibi, then the people on the mission wouldn't be able to do anything to him. No one would be able to use this matter as an excuse to deal with the Hu family. This was the reason why Zhao Hai spent so much effort to arrange this place. Although the law in the soul world wasn't perfect, and any excuse could be used to convict people. However, that was only for ordinary people. For a big family like the Hu family, if you just casually gave them an excuse and wanted to convict them, then it was tantamount to provocation. It might cause a conflict between the two sides. Just like before a war, you always have to find an excuse to let yourself have a righteous name, so that you can stand on the moral high ground. So even if the whole world knew that you were the one who did it, you still had to have an alibi to prove that you didn't do it. This way, others wouldn't be able to use this as an excuse to deal with you. Zhao Hai waited in the room until late at night. Then, he found a window and communicated with the iron thread grass. After that, his body moved and jumped out of the window. Lying on the ground, he used his fastest speed to enter the pine forest. After that, he casually found a place in the pine forest, then his body went underground and rushed out of the college. The speed of the iron thread grass underground was very fast. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to leave the range of the college hill. After leaving the range of the college hill, Zhao Hai could run freely. This time, Zhao Hai released the ghost bull. Zhao Hai didn't intend to run to Lin City by himself. Lin City was quite far away from the college. If he ran to Lin City, he was afraid that it would take a few days. Moreover, it would also affect his strength. Zhao Hai was very clear that for a rising family like the Tao family, in addition to the support of His Majesty, the family's strength was also very important. If he couldn't ensure that his strength was always at its peak, then it wouldn't be so easy to destroy the Tao family. The speed of the ghost bull was very fast. Moreover, Zhao Hai also used the ability of one with a horse, making the speed of the ghost bull even faster. In the soul world, people rarely traveled at night because it would be more dangerous. Not only were there all kinds of beasts roaming around at night, there were also a lot of robbers. In the soul world, there were also a lot of robbers. Some people with strength who didn't want to live a hard life would become robbers. Some people would become robbers in order to make a living, some people would become robbers because of hatred, and some people would become robbers because they offended someone. In short, in any world, if there was light, there would be darkness. It was like the front and back of a hand, they would always coexist. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to care about these guys. He was communicating with the plants while walking, understanding the situation around him. If there were robbers, he would be the first to discover them. Of course, the most important thing was that he had to avoid them. Before this operation, he couldn't let anyone see his figure. This night's journey was very smooth. After all, this place was near the Saber City. If there were robbers here, then the Saber Spirit Nation would be destroyed. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't even encounter many animals, let alone robbers. Seeing that the sky was about to brighten, Zhao Hai immediately entered the jungle and continued his journey. The soul world was very good in this aspect. The vegetation was very developed and dense forests could be seen everywhere. For Zhao Hai, this place was his home ground. From the academy to Forest City, if one were to ride a horse, it would take half a month. If one were to use a carriage, it would take about 20 days. If one were to ride a horse, it would take about 10 days. Of course, riding a horse at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour was a very fast speed. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's speed was very fast. The ghost bulls were also very fast. And with Zhao Hai providing them with nature energy, their speed was naturally even faster. At night, Zhao Hai would ride the ghost bulls on the road. During the day, he would enter the forest, either riding the ghost bulls or using the iron wire armor. The iron wire armor was also very fast. However, one had to pay more attention to the direction they were going. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. In this way, Zhao Hai only used 3 days to arrive outside of Forest City. Forest City was famous for its large amount of wood. However, there was no shortage of wood in the continent. Because of this, Forest City's development wasn't very big. It could only be considered a medium-sized city. Zhao Hai looked at Forest City. He didn't enter the city because there was no need to. He was hiding in the forest. However, he released some butterflies. These butterflies could be seen everywhere. Moreover, they could fly to the city and the Tao family without anyone noticing. Under Zhao Hai's control, the butterflies slowly flew into Forest City. Then Zhao Hai transferred his spiritual force to the butterflies. Then the butterflies slowly flew around the city. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai found the Tao family's mansion. Because the Tao family had the support of the king, their family's development was very fast. However, the family's foundation was still there. Therefore, all of the family's people were concentrated in Forest City. Zhao Hai could understand the Tao family's intentions. The Tao family was preparing to swallow Forest City first before slowly extending their influence to other cities. Their approach was good. After all, almost all of the cities in the Saber Spirit country were controlled by forces. If they couldn't completely turn Forest City into a Tao family, then the other families would suddenly make a move on Forest City. The Tao family's mansion was very large. It was divided into several areas. There were areas for the servants as well as areas for the Tao family. Zhao Hai sent the butterflies into the city to familiarize themselves with the terrain. After looking at the Tao family's terrain, the butterflies went to look at the Zhou family's terrain. This time, the Tao family used the Zhou family as a hired thug. If Zhao Hai didn't deal with the Zhou family, then he would be letting himself down. As for the matter of the Zhou family being the fat cat family, Zhao Hai also thought about it. He didn't care about it at all. So what if they were the fat cat family? Dealing with the fat cat family was nothing to him. Moreover, Zhao Hai would deal with the Zhou family so that others would know that the Tao family was dealt with by him. Otherwise, others wouldn't know who killed the Tao family. Zhao Hai wanted others to know that the Tao family died in the hands of the Hu family. However, he also didn't want them to know how the Hu family destroyed the Tao family. At this time, the Tao family still didn't know that they were facing a disaster. The Tao family's patriarch, Tao Xianwang, had gathered all the people in charge of the Tao family's meeting room to discuss matters. Tao Xianwang looked at the people of the Tao family and said, "I reckon that Zhou Dongli has already arrived at Hengdao City and entered the academy. But what's strange is that I heard that Crane Field didn't care about this matter. Instead, he went into seclusion. Moreover, he went into seclusion as soon as Zhou Dongli returned. What does the AI think about this matter?" A person below Tao Xianwang opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch, I think that Crane Field might be using seclusion as an excuse. In fact, he will come to Forest City to retaliate against us. Therefore, I think that we should make some preparations. Otherwise, if Zhao Hai really comes, we won't have any reaction." The other members of the Tao family nodded as well. They were very clear that the reason they made a move against Zhou Dongli was because of the Hu family. The Hu family was the most gentle among all the great clans. However, the matter with the Yang family made them realize that the Zhou family couldn't be easily provoked. But even if they knew, now that the emperor was going to deal with the great clans, this was a good opportunity for them. If the Tao family can use Zhou Dongli's matter to deal with Crane Field, then the Zhou family would become famous among the small and medium-sized clans. Taking over Forest City would be a very easy matter. Tao Xianwang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't underestimate Crane Field. Last time, Crane Field dealt with the Yang family because the Yang family had been provoking the Hu family for a long time. The Hu family had to respond, otherwise, the Hu family would lose face. Therefore, the Hu family had Crane Field make a move. Without the Hu family's agreement, Crane Field wouldn't dare to make a move. But this time, the situation is different. On the surface, we aren't dealing with the Hu family, but Crane Field. There's a difference. Although Crane Field isn't weak, he isn't a true member of the Hu family. It's hard to say whether the Hu family would allow him to act recklessly. We asked the other clans to help us pay attention to the Hu family's movements. The Hu family hasn't made any movements recently. Their core members are all inside the family and didn't go out. Our Tao family isn't to be trifled with. If the Hu family wants to deal with our Tao family, then they won't be able to rely on one or two people. They would need to send a large number of people. As long as the Hu family sends a large number of people, then we will certainly receive the news. Therefore, I think that we don't need to worry too much for the time being." Everyone nodded. Then one of Tao Xianwang's subordinates said, "Patriarch, what about the Zhou family? Although we asked the Zhou family to do this, the Zhou family has gone a bit too far. Recently, they have been very active in the city. They even used our Tao family's name to take advantage of people everywhere. This is very bad for our Tao family's reputation. If His Majesty knows about this, then I'm afraid our Tao family will be in even more trouble." The Zhou family didn't say anything. Tao Xianwang thought for a moment, then he said, "Let's do it like this. Tomorrow, send someone to inform the Zhou family and have them come over. I'll give them a beating and make them behave." Everyone nodded. Then Tao Xianwang looked at everyone and said, "No matter what, we have offended the crane grasses. Inform everyone to stay in Forest City and not go out." Everyone nodded. Then Tao Xianwang waved his hand and had everyone disperse. Zhao Hai didn't know what the Tao family was discussing. He was now clear about the Zhou family's situation. The Tao family could only be regarded as a mid-sized family in the Saber Spirit country. On the other hand, the Zhou family couldn't be considered a family in the country, they could only be a vassal family. This was because the Zhou family's military strength was very poor. They were good at doing business, but they didn't have the strength to protect their business. It was like a child stealing gold, sooner or later, it would belong to someone else. Because of this, the Zhou family rarely left Forest City. In the past, the Zhou family had a few caravans that could travel to the prairie. But after they relied on the Tao family, they were able to make a lot of money in Forest City. In this case, the Zhou family's caravans were naturally disbanded. Because of this, dealing with the Zhou family would be easier than dealing with the Tao family. Time passed little by little and the sky slowly darkened. Zhao Hai had been adjusting his state in the forest. He wanted to adjust his state to the best possible state before attacking the Tao family. The sky was completely dark and the gates of Forest City were closed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He waited until 10 o'clock at night. At this time, for the people of the Soul Realm who didn't have much entertainment, most of them were already asleep. The few places that weren't sleeping were just some brothels. Zhao Hai directly sneaked into Forest City from the city wall. Then he didn't go directly to the Tao family. Instead, he went to the places where people were still active at night. After seeing that there were no people from the Tao family, Zhao Hai went to the Tao family. The street where the Tao family was located was very deserted because the entire street belonged to the Tao family. Although the Tao family was a big family, most of them were already asleep. Therefore, it was very quiet and deserted. Zhao Hai looked at the Tao family. The Tao family's defenses weren't strengthened, but as a great family, they still had some defensive capabilities. However, these defenses were nothing in Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai looked at the Tao family's direction and smiled faintly. He waved his hand and released the magic plants from his soul as well as the animals from his space. Then he took out a lot of mutant seeds and scattered them around the Tao family's territory. This time, he even released the insects from his space. He was afraid that the Tao family might have a secret passage. He wanted the insects to find the secret passage inside the Tao family's territory. Snakes have snakes and rats have rats. Places that were hard to find could be found by the insects. Because of this, Zhao Hai released the insects to help him. Besides the insects, Zhao Hai also released Yuhua. Yuhua would fly around the Tao family's territory. If anyone wanted to deal with him, Yuhua would attack. After everything was prepared, Zhao Hai began to move. He didn't make any big movements. Instead, he chose to sneak in and quietly kill. Zhao Hai was now more like a murderer. He only chose to kill, no matter what method he used. In fact, Zhao Hai's attack had already begun. Tonight, he had already let the rats spread some drugs into the wells of the Tao and Zhou family. There shouldn't be many sober people in the Tao and Zhou families. Zhao Hai's goal this time was to kill, so he didn't care what method he used. With Zhao Hai's ability, sneaking into the Tao family wasn't a difficult matter. The Tao family wasn't a big family, and with the help of Yuhua, as well as other plants and animals, Zhao Hai didn't have to use much strength to sneak into the Tao family's territory. There weren't any guards outside the Tao family's gate. All of the guards were in the courtyard, and there weren't many of them. Moreover, through the plants in the courtyard, Zhao Hai already knew the positions of the guards. The guards were all drugged and were currently unconscious. Zhao Hai sneaked into the courtyard where the guards lived. The courtyard was very quiet, and he could clearly hear snoring sounds. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he quietly walked into a room. There was a pot of lantern fruit in the room, so the room wasn't very dark. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the room. It was a very big room with a large bed that could accommodate 20 people. Zhao Hai moved his hand and took out a scimitar. This scimitar was the slender scimitar used by the Wolf Fang army of the Wolf Soul country. It was very powerful. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he killed all of the guards one by one. When Zhao Hai came out of the courtyard, there wasn't a single living person left. Not to mention a living person, there wasn't even a living creature. Not only were the guards killed by Zhao Hai, even the dogs in the courtyard were killed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to make sure that no one was left alive. He wanted everyone in the Blade Soul country to understand that if they wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then they would have to pay a price. Killing one courtyard after another, all of the guards and servants were killed by Zhao Hai. Wherever he went, there wasn't a single living creature. While he was doing all of this, he didn't make any movements. Everything was done silently. After cleaning up the unimportant people in the outer courtyard, Zhao Hai entered the inner courtyard of the Tao family. The inner courtyard was where the important people of the Tao family lived. It wasn't only the people of the Tao family who lived there were also some consecrators of the Tao family. These consecrators weren't weak, there were even some capable people. Zhao Hai didn't believe that his knockout powder would be able to knock all of them out. He was already prepared for battle. However, in Zhao Hai's opinion, the obstacles he would encounter this time wouldn't be too big. If the matter of him using the knockout powder was discovered, then the outer courtyard would certainly be alerted. Then the guards and servants wouldn't have died. He was still killing people silently. Zhao Hai felt that he had fallen in love with this feeling. Making people die silently, making them die in their sleep. They wouldn't resist, they wouldn't even feel too much pain before dying. For the dead, this was a kind of mercy. Zhao Hai didn't remember how many people he killed. He only remembered that he killed one courtyard after another, even the children weren't spared. When Zhao Hai entered a courtyard called the Martial Preparation Courtyard, he suddenly heard a voice from a room. "Who's there?" This voice was very loud, it traveled far in the night. There were also movements in the nearby courtyards. Although the knockout powder was very strong, there were various kinds of energy in the bodies of professionals. These energies had a certain resistance to the knockout powder. Moreover, it was already quite late, about 12 o'clock. The knockout powder had already dissipated a lot. It wasn't difficult for the professionals to discover him at this time. However, Zhao Hai didn't answer. Instead, he directly rushed into the room where the voice came from. Feng Sun was a consecrated of the Tao family. He was a plant master who had lived in the wilderness for a long time. He didn't have many achievements, but his foundation was very solid. A plant master like Feng Sun was looked down upon by the big clans. Feng Sun's fighting strength wasn't very good, and his achievements in plant research weren't that great. In this case, he could only join a small clan like the Tao family. However, Feng Sun actually had another identity that no one knew about. He was actually a bandit and had been a bandit for a long time. But one time, after they robbed, they found out that they were robbing the royal family's things. Moreover, they were being tracked by the saber guards. This scared them to death. They immediately disbanded their bandit group and ran away. Other people might run to other places and become bandits, but Feng Sun didn't want to be a bandit anymore. He wanted to live a peaceful life, so he joined the Tao family and became a plant master. Although he wasn't the best consecrator in the Tao family, his treatment wasn't bad. He didn't have to worry about food and drink, and he didn't have to worry about any trouble. Naturally, he also saved a lot of money while he was a bandit. However, he didn't plan to use it. He wanted to live in the Tao family for a few years before finding a good woman to marry and have a child. Then he would leave the money to his child or use it to raise his child. Although his life had become comfortable, his heart didn't relax. He always maintained a trace of vigilance, afraid that the saber guard would come knocking on his door one day. Moreover, he was a plant master. His natural energy was very resistant to drugs. Therefore, when Feng Sun saw Zhao Hai enter the courtyard, he immediately noticed Zhao Hai. Just as he spoke, Zhao Hai had already rushed into the house. Zhao Hai had a scimitar in his hand. Before Feng Sun could react, the scimitar had already chopped off Feng Sun's head. However, Feng Sun's shout also alarmed the other people. Even the people in the other courtyards were alarmed by him. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He didn't say anything as he started to kill people one by one. One by one, the Tao family members died under his blade. Afterwards, the Tao family's people also noticed that something was wrong. They noticed that there was movement, but there was no movement in the front yard. Moreover, there were many people in the Tao family who didn't move at all. This was clearly wrong. Afterwards, the Tao family's people discovered that everyone in the Tao family had been drugged. This discovery made the people of the Tao family break out in cold sweat. Those who sobered up immediately went to meet Zhao Hai. They were prepared to kill Zhao Hai while the others went to save the others. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai also made his move. The devil plants, animals, jade dolls, all of them moved. In just a moment, the Tao family became very lively. However, the area of the Tao family's residence was too big. The front yard, which was the largest area, didn't have any movement. Therefore, the people in the vicinity didn't notice anything unusual. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't care about anything else. He was going all out to kill, using his fastest speed. This kind of experience was nothing to Zhao Hai. So what if he destroyed a family? He had destroyed several realms, not to mention a family. Tao Xianwang also woke up. He was the patriarch of the Tao family. He might not be the strongest person in the Tao family, but his strength was definitely among the top. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command the other people of the Tao family. After all, in the soul realm, one had to rely on strength to speak. Tao Xianwang led the experts of the family to meet Zhao Hai. When they arrived at Zhao Hai's courtyard, there was no one left alive. Tao Xianwang looked at the disciples of the Tao family in the courtyard. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Zhao Hai. Although he hadn't seen Zhao Hai, he was able to recognize him from Zhao Hai's figure. Zhao Hai's figure was too special, it was hard to not recognize him. Tao Xianwang looked at Zhao Hai, then he clenched his teeth and said, "Crane field grass? I didn't expect you to really come. You dare to kill the disciples of my Tao family? Go to hell." After saying that, he led the experts of the family and pounced on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Tao Xianwang's appearance and snorted coldly. He waved the curved blade in his hand and charged towards Tao Xianwang. He didn't make a sound from the beginning to the end. He didn't want to leave any evidence for others to use against him. Tao Xianwang and the others were indeed powerful, but they had not reached the consolidating equipment stage yet. As such, even with the few of them surrounding Zhao Hai didn't feel much pressure. He didn't even take out his most common weapon, the bullhead drum, instead using the curved blade. When Zhao Hai reached the few of them, he cut down one of them with a single blow. Then, with a wave of his hand, a green light flashed in the sky, and Tao Xianwang's head was chopped off. This Tao family leader who had wanted to kill Zhao Hai just moments ago had died so mysteriously at Yua's hands. The most tragic thing was that the others hadn't even noticed, as Yua's speed was just too fast. With Yua's help, the few Tao family experts were quickly killed off by Zhao Hai's men. As for the rest of the Tao family members, most of them were also dead. After all, the devil-evolved plants that Zhao Hai had released were not to be trifled with. However, Zhao Hai did not stop, continuing to hunt down the Tao family members. The Tao family was just a medium-sized family, but they had quite a large number of people. However, Zhao Hai had already killed many of them, and there weren't many left. Unknowingly, it was already 2 in the morning. At this time, there wasn't a single living person left in the Tao family. No, to be honest, there wasn't a single living thing left. Zhao Hai carefully inspected the Tao family's situation. After confirming that there really wasn't anything left, he went to the Tao family's treasury and took all of the most valuable things. Everything that could be placed in the soul item space was placed there. As for the things that couldn't be placed in the soul item space, he took the most valuable, the lightest, and the least hindered by movement. Then he left the Tao family and went to the Zhou family. Dealing with the Zhou family was even easier. The Zhou family didn't have any experts, and those people were like children in front of Zhao Hai. It was too easy for Zhao Hai to deal with them. In less than 2 hours, Zhao Hai had already dealt with all of the Zhou family members. After dealing with the people of the Zhou family, he took away all the valuable things of the Zhou family. Then, he returned to the Tao family and found the secret passage in one of the rooms of the Tao family. The Tao family's secret passage was discovered by the insects. Humans might not be able to discover it, but the insects were able to. After Zhao Hai entered the secret passage, he chased after the insects. After walking for about an hour, he finally came out of the passage. The exit of the secret passage was a small village. It looked very ordinary, but this village was very close to Forest City. Moreover, it was located in a small valley, making it very hidden. When Zhao Hai came out of the secret passage, he was immediately discovered. The people in the village immediately panicked. Zhao Hai didn't hold back and killed everyone in the village. He also killed everything that was alive and breathing. Then he had the plants help him keep it a secret. After that, he left the village and didn't stop at all as he rushed towards the academy. The next morning, the residents of Forest City opened their doors early as if it was an ordinary day. Then they began their day's work. People simply didn't know what happened last night. Su Ming also came in. He was a clerk of Forest City. What he did every day was to record the various government decrees of Forest City. This position wasn't very conspicuous, but it was the position closest to the city lord. He was naturally very familiar with Tao Xianwang, but he wasn't a member of the Tao family. He wasn't a servant of the Tao family, nor was he a child of the Tao family. He was one of the few members of a small family who could work in the government office. In fact, the relationship between the Su family and the Tao family wasn't bad. Later on, the Tao family became rich while the Su family slowly declined. The reason Su Ming could become a clerk was because his father shamelessly begged Tao Xianwang. Tao Xianwang had always looked down on Su Ming. Su Ming also knew that Tao Xianwang looked down on him. In fact, he also looked down on Tao Xianwang. No one knew better than him how the Tao family became rich. The Tao family gave the most beautiful woman in the family to a secret envoy sent by the imperial family. Then, they relied on the imperial family. To be honest, Su Ming really looked down on a family like the Tao family. But there was nothing he could do. At this time, he couldn't eat bitterness. He was still a lowly clerk, and a clerk who got in through the back door. In his eyes, that shameless person was the mayor of a city. This was life. Every day, Su Ming would arrive at Lin City's government office before Tao Xianwang. Lin City's government office wasn't in the same place as the Tao family, so Tao Xianwang also had to come to the government office every day to work. After Su Ming arrived at the government office, he prepared according to his daily routine while waiting for Tao Xianwang's arrival. Although Su Ming couldn't see Tao Xianwang, he still agreed with Tao Xianwang on one thing, and that was that Tao Xianwang would come to the government office on time every day to work. This was pretty good. Although Tao Xianwang's process of working was also a process of him enjoying power, at the very least, he did a pretty good job when it came to handling some matters. For the commoners at the lowest level, he was pretty good. Although he increased the taxes, he didn't increase them by too much. This was already pretty good. Slowly, Su Ming felt that something wasn't right. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It was already late. Why hadn't Tao Xianwang come to the government office yet? He was never late. Soon, everyone in the government office arrived, but Tao Xianwang still hadn't arrived. Without Tao Xianwang, the government office was like a group of dragons without a leader. Naturally, there was no way for them to work. The entire government office was in chaos. Soon, people noticed that Tao Xianwang wasn't the only one who hadn't arrived. The few people from the Tao family who worked in the government office hadn't arrived either. This wasn't right. In the end, the people in the government office recommended 2 people to go to the Tao family to invite them. One of them was Su Ming, and the other was the captain of the city's security team. The 2 of them reluctantly went to the main street of the Tao Manor, but they found that it was very quiet. There wasn't any movement, which made Su Ming's hair stand on end. At this moment, the captain of the security team next to Su Ming, Chen Kong, suddenly said, "Something's wrong. There's the smell of blood here, and it's very strong. Something happened in the Tao family." Lin City was in an uproar as countless people fled the city. Most of these people were ordinary people because they were afraid. Including the servants of the Zhou and Tao clans, there were more than 2,000 people in total. But in just one night, they were completely wiped out. Oh, no, not all of them were wiped out. Among the 2 clans, only one person survived. It was a maid of the Zhou clan. Not only did she survive, but she was also left with a lot of money. And those who paid attention knew that this maid was called Zhou Xianxia. She had an older brother, Zhou Dongli, nicknamed Fat Cat. He was now a servant of the Hu clan's disciple, Tian Crane Grass. Everyone who knew about this matter was shocked. This was because everyone who knew about this matter knew what it meant. The Tao clan and the Zhou clan stole Tian Crane Grass's belongings and kicked Zhou Dongli out of the Zhou clan. This was tantamount to provoking Tian Crane Grass. It could even be said that they were provoking the Hu clan. Before this, some small and medium-sized clans were still rejoicing in the Hu clan's misfortune. They even wanted to know how the Hu clan would deal with this matter. One must know that the king was currently dealing with the great clans. In the eyes of these small and medium-sized clans, with the Hu clan's previous character and the current situation, the Hu clan could only endure this. If the Hu clan really endured this, then other provocations would come one after another. For example, the Yang clan wouldn't let go of this opportunity. They would ruthlessly trample on the Hu clan in order to avenge the humiliation they suffered from Zhao Hai. But when they heard that the Tao and Zhou families had been exterminated, and only Zhou Qianqian had survived, all the small and medium-sized families were stunned. At the same time, a chill ran from their tails to their heads. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end, and the hair on their heads stood up. They didn't think that the Hu clan would use such a fierce counterattack. It was not like the Hu clan's way of doing things, it was more like the crane grass way of doing things. And the Yang clan was the one who had the deepest feeling about this. In the eyes of the Yang family, this Crane Tian was a madman. Just because of a small matter, he wanted to go to war with the Yang family. He even killed the patriarch's son in front of him. If such a person wasn't a madman, then no one would be. The Yang clan was now rejoicing. They were glad that they didn't go to war with the Hu clan. They were glad that they didn't provoke the Hu clan. They were also glad that they didn't go to war with the Hu clan. Otherwise, they would have been another Tao clan. Madman, this was definitely something that only a madman would do. Especially when these people knew that Zhao Hai went into seclusion after Fat Cat was beaten. They were even more certain that this matter was done by Zhao Hai. However, when they tried to probe Zhao Hai with all kinds of excuses, Zhao Hai had already appeared at the academy. His seclusion was only 6.5 days, less than 7 days. And in these 7 days, he wrote a lot of things. Naturally, for the Hu clan, it was very easy to write things by a plant master. Because of this, Zhao Hai was still the most suspicious person. People didn't even need to doubt him, they were already certain that it was done by Zhao Hai. However, the things that happened behind the scenes made people feel inconceivable. The most inconceivable thing was the time, 6 days. The shortest time to go from the academy to Lin City was 10 days. 6 days wasn't enough for someone to go from the academy to Lin City. If this matter was really done by Zhao Hai, then how did Zhao Hai go back and forth from the academy to Lin City in 6 days? Moreover, he wanted to kill people. Those were 2 clans, he wanted to exterminate them, not leaving even a chicken or dog alive. This question lingered in the hearts of those who knew about this matter. They believed that if this matter was really done by Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai's strength was really formidable. Of course, some people also thought of another possibility. That was, this matter was done by the Hu clan, and the reason why Zhao Hai went into seclusion was to attract the attention of others. But then they discovered that the Hu clan didn't seem to have the time. This was because almost all of the core members of the Hu clan had appeared in these 6 days. It was really unreasonable that they didn't send out any core members to do such a big thing. Could it be that the Hu clan had other hidden forces? For a time, the entire Saber Spirit Nation was filled with all kinds of speculations about the Hu clan. But no matter what the results of these speculations were, everyone believed that the extermination of the Tao and Zhou clans must have something to do with the Hu clan and Zhao Hai. But at this time, no one said that this matter was done by the Hu clan or Zhao Hai. This was because even if they said it, no one would believe it. The Hu clan didn't have the time to do this, and Zhao Hai also had a lot of evidence. This was because people clearly saw that the Hu clan sent food to Zhao Hai every day, and those meals were all eaten clean. This was something that many people in the academy could prove. In other words, during those 6 days, there was indeed someone in Zhao Hai's room, and he was eating every day. This could be said to be proof that Zhao Hai wasn't at the scene of the murder. No one could find any evidence that could be used against him. To attack a big family clan, one had to have all the evidence. What's more, one had to contact more people to attack him together. This was the only way to deal a fatal blow to that big family clan. However, who were the people attacking the Hu clan now? They were some small and medium-sized family clans. They originally wanted to push the Hu clan from behind when the Tao clan took the lead to create trouble, making the Hu clan even more unlucky. However, after the Tao clan's incident, these small and medium-sized family clans all became well-behaved. No one dared to come out and make a fart. The big family clans, on the other hand, were supportive of the Hu clan's actions. Recently, the imperial family had been suppressing the big family clans. At this time, the Hu clan's strong counterattack represented their attitude. When the big family clans were being suppressed by the imperial family, they could choose to endure and give up some benefits. After all, the Dao clan was the biggest family clan in the Saber Spirit Nation. They were also the imperial family of the Saber Spirit Nation. If they didn't want the Saber Spirit Nation to be in chaos, they could make some concessions. Just like how people said that politics was about constant compromise. However, at the same time, the big family clans also had a bottom line. Recently, the imperial family had been suppressing the big family clans too much. They had almost reached the bottom line of the big family clans. This made the big family clans feel threatened. This time, even if the Hu clan didn't take action against the Tao clan, other big family clans would create trouble. When that time came, the Saber Spirit Nation would really be in chaos. Now, the Hu clan had made a move. Although they were only dealing with a small family clan, such drastic measures were rarely seen among the big family clans. The king also began to reflect. It was true that he wanted to suppress the big family clans, but the king also knew that it was impossible for the big family clans to completely disappear from the empire. If he suppressed some of the big family clans, there would only be other big family clans that would appear. The new big family clans might be even more greedy. In the past, he was indeed a little too anxious. He only thought about the disadvantages of these big family clans and didn't see the big family clan's support for the imperial family. Now, the big family clan's authority was being challenged. Even the Hu clan, which had always been very supportive of the imperial family and had a very good relationship with the imperial family, had made such a drastic counterattack. This made the imperial family have no choice but to carefully think about what they had done before. The final result of this matter was that the imperial family no longer suppressed the big families. However, if the big families wanted to expand, it would be impossible. At the same time, the imperial family also strengthened the management of the small and medium-sized families. In the past, the small and medium-sized families suddenly became rich in the name of the imperial family. Later on, there were some families who were abusing their power and oppressing the common people. These families were ruthlessly dealt with by the imperial family. However, some families who performed well were given more power. These families were even allowed to develop in a short time and have strength comparable to ordinary big families. The imperial family began to stop suppressing the old forces and began to play the balance. Although everyone knew this, no one thought that the imperial family shouldn't do this. After the continuous suppression by the imperial family, the big families also clearly knew that they had gone too far. They had touched the bottom line of the imperial family. Therefore, they were now much more restrained. Now, the command of the armies of the big cities was no longer in the hands of the big families, but in the hands of the imperial family. This was a kind of concession by the big families. The imperial family also knew about these concessions, so the imperial family also made a concession. It could be said that this was a decision that both sides were well aware of, but no one said it out loud. This was a kind of political tacit understanding that didn't need to be said at all. But at the same time, the Hu family didn't extend their hands into the army of Lingshan City. The army of Lingshan City had always been under the control of the imperial family. Moreover, the people of the Hu family didn't become the city lord of Lingshan City. Their control of Lingshan City was another form of control. It was very gentle and didn't affect the imperial family's authority. At the same time, it could also bring benefits to the family. This kind of silent control was not only acceptable to the imperial family, it was also an example for the other big families to learn from. Just look, when these big families were competing with the imperial family, the Hu family was the best ally of the imperial family. They were one of the most trusted families of the imperial family. This kind of contrast was really worth thinking about for the big families. And this time, even if everyone knew that the Zhou family was behind the incident between the Tao family and the Zhou family, no one said anything. The big families wouldn't say anything because the Hu family's actions were very beneficial to them. In addition, the Hu family was a big family and was on the same side as the big families. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything. As for the small and medium-sized families, they wouldn't dare to say anything. And under this kind of situation, the imperial family naturally wouldn't make a move against the Hu family. The imperial family even understood the Hu family's actions very well. In the eyes of the imperial family, the Tao family was also a fool. There were so many big families that didn't provoke them, but chose to provoke the Hu family. They deserved to be killed, and this matter was quietly passed over. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he stood in the academy. It seemed like the storm outside had nothing to do with him. In fact, when the Hu clan heard about what Zhao Hai did, they were very surprised. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless as to directly destroy two clans. This was too surprising. For this reason, Xianxia specifically looked for Zhao Hai to chat. She wanted to see if Zhao Hai had become a bloodthirsty person. However, Xianxia quickly discovered that she was thinking too much. Zhao Hai was still the same old Zhao Hai, he didn't change at all. When she was chatting with Zhao Hai was still cheerful and bright. Xianxia also completely relaxed. As long as Zhao Hai didn't have any problems, then everything would be fine. The Saber Spirit Nation wasn't peaceful these days. For Zhao Hai to be honest and stay in the academy was already very good. Moreover, the Hu clan didn't blame Zhao Hai. This time, Zhao Hai dealt with the Tao and Zhou clans ruthlessly. For the Hu clan, although it was a little troublesome, it wasn't a big deal. On the contrary, after Zhao Hai did this, the small and medium clans all became well-behaved. They didn't dare to make any provocative moves. For the Hu clan, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with the Hu clan during this time. He stayed in the academy and studied plants every day. Hu Yuan wasn't Zhao Hai's personal servant. After completing this matter, Hu Yuan returned to the pharmacy to help. However, Zhao Hai still had servants. Fat Cat had already recovered. Moreover, the Hu clan also sent someone to send Fat Cat's little sister to the academy, officially joining the Hu clan. Fat Cat didn't have any resentment towards the Zhou clan's destruction. His family members were all killed by the Zhou clan. Only his little sister was saved, but she was almost sold off by the Zhou clan. In this case, Fat Cat didn't treat the Zhou clan as his family. Fat Cat's little sister wasn't very beautiful, but she was very capable. After arriving at the pharmacy, she became Zhao Hai's servant. Naturally, most of the time, she could only stay with Fat Cat and not Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't go out recently. Moreover, he had Hu Zhong arrange for the beast spirit to be the teacher of Fat Cat and his little sister, teaching them cultivation. This incident was called the Forest City Storm by the people of the Saber Spirit Nation. It lasted for 2 months before it was completely over. The imperial family and the various clans had reached a consensus, and the Saber Spirit Nation returned to its peaceful state. In these 2 months, Zhao Hai's name had spread throughout the Soul Realm. His name as the giant demon had been established. Before, Zhao Hai's name was only spread in the prairie. Later on, it started to spread in the Saber Spirit Nation, then the Tiger Spirit Nation, and finally the entire Soul Realm. This time, Zhao Hai really became famous. In these 2 months, Zhao Hai had been staying in the academy. He didn't even go to see Wan Jun. Although the project that Wan Jun was researching was proposed by Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai had also contributed a lot in the beginning. However, he wasn't there during the most critical period of the research. If Zhao Hai went to see Wan Jun at this time, then it would be as if he wanted to share the credit with Wan Jun. Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai didn't lack that little bit of credit. In Zhao Hai's opinion, it was not worth it to make things unpleasant with Wan Jun just for that little bit of credit. Of course, in these 2 months, Zhao Hai didn't participate in any of the operations of the Saber Guard army. Moreover, the Hu clan had already told Zhao Hai that he was no longer a member of the Saber Guard army. But sometimes, the Saber Guard army might ask Zhao Hai for help. Zhao Hai understood the meaning of the Saber Guard army. The most important thing for the Saber Guard army was to keep their identity a secret. Now that the entire Soul Realm knew about Zhao Hai was no longer suitable to be a member of the Saber Guard army. However, Zhao Hai was a plant master. In the future, he would certainly travel around the continent. While he was doing his own training, he would be able to help the Saber Guard army a little bit. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't object. Now, the Saber Spirit country had completely calmed down. Moreover, they had also walked out from the shadow of war. Although the war with the Wolf Spirit country had caused the Saber Spirit country to lose a lot of strength, they were still the final victors. In this war, 2 people became famous because of this war. One of them was the giant demon Zhao Hai, and the other was the new war god of the imperial family, Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying really became famous because of this war. However, the reason for his fame wasn't because of his strength, but because of his ability to command. After Dao Mingtang died in battle, Dao Beiying took over the baton. Although he made some mistakes during the war, don't forget that this was his first time commanding a battle. In fact, this was his first time joining the army. In this case, he dared to command, which showed his potential. He might become the new war god of the imperial family. At this time, the entire Saber Spirit country understood the meaning of His Majesty. This time, His Majesty really wanted to train Dao Beiying as his successor. In addition to Dao Beiying, Zhao Hai's name as the giant demon had spread throughout the Soul World. This was also an unexpected gain for the Saber Spirit country. People didn't expect that a plant master would have such a strong fighting strength. In addition to his fighting prowess, Zhao's strongest point was his ability to supply the army. His baobao tree and Aquarius tree were all known by people. Anyone with a bit of military common sense would understand what such a plant master meant to an army. With such a plant master by your side, you would never have to worry about supplies. Zhao's baobao tree and Aquarius tree were all known to people. But then everyone found out that it wasn't an easy thing to let an ordinary plant master do what Zhao Hai did. To turn a mutated seed into a mutated plant, it also required natural energy. It was already very good for a plant master to release hundreds of mutated plants at once. It was almost impossible to supply the entire army with supplies like Zhao Hai did. But even so, Zhao Hai was tantamount to opening a military precedent. If a plant master couldn't supply the army with supplies, then bring more plant masters. Plant masters didn't have no fighting strength at all. They could fight normally, and when necessary, they could provide supplies to the army. This way, the army wouldn't have to worry about supplies. It was a great thing for the army's movement speed. And for the country's war consumption. It could be said that once this method came out, it completely changed the pattern of war. What was war fought for? It was supplies. Some small countries were often at a disadvantage when fighting a war. Even a war could cause the country's economy to regress for 10 years or even longer. Why? It was because of supplies. Transporting supplies to the army required manpower as well as material resources. Moreover, the consumption of the army during the war was very high. When transporting supplies from the rear to the front, the consumption on the road was also very high. 10 jin of food, by the time it reached the front, it would already be good if there were about 5 jin left. If the journey was a bit longer, the consumption would be even higher. Because of this, the problem of supplies had always been a major problem for the army. Countries like the Saber Spirit Nation and the Sword Spirit Nation focused on farming. The reason why they didn't have a good method to deal with grassland countries like the Wolf Spirit Nation was because of supplies. When the prairie invades the Saber Spirit Nation, they can fight all the way and eat jerky. If they invade the Saber Spirit Nation, then they can eat the Grass Spirit Nation's food. But if the Saber Spirit Nation wants to attack the prairie, then their supply line would be stretched infinitely. Moreover, the prairie's cavalry could also harass their supply line. In this way, the army would have difficulties in resupplying. But now, the problem of supplies could be solved by bringing more plant masters. With plant masters, there was no need to worry about supplies. Then the army could go further and fight. Moreover, supplies wouldn't cause too much trouble to the country's finances. This was simply a blessing for the army, a blessing for the country. Naturally, at the same time, this matter also greatly increased the status of plant masters. The various countries almost unanimously increased the treatment of plant masters. Even the Tiger Spirit Nation paid more attention to plant masters. In the past, plant masters had the lowest status among all professions. They couldn't be compared to the soldier spirit masters, the beast spirit masters, and the craftsman spirit masters. In their view, plant masters were only able to treat injuries. They didn't have much help to the army. Although they could fight, unless they obtained a good weapon, their fighting strength couldn't be compared to the other professions. Moreover, plant masters who were focused on fighting weren't good at treating injuries. This made the status of plant masters in the army more like chicken ribs. Unless it was jungle warfare, the army's definition of a plant master was that of a doctor. It can be said that what Zhao Hai did this time was a revolution, a military revolution. At the same time, it was also a revolution for plant masters. After this battle, no country dared to look down on plant masters. The status of plant masters skyrocketed. Naturally, the Hu clan wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Zhao Hai was a core disciple of the Hu clan. The Hu clan originally had a high status in the Plant Master Association. And now that Zhao Hai did such a beautiful thing, the Hu clan was naturally happy. This way, the Hu clan's status in the Plant Master Association would be even higher. However, all of this didn't affect Zhao Hai. He was currently staying in the academy every day because he had been in the limelight recently. He wanted to avoid the limelight. In fact, Zhao Hai's approach was correct. When Dao Mingyuan met Zhao Hai, although he gave him a noble title, Dao Mingyuan still wanted to give Zhao Hai a piece of land. This way, Zhao Hai would become a hereditary noble and he could establish his own clan. This was a reward for Zhao Hai, allowing him to leave the Hu clan and establish his own clan. But at this time, Zhao Hai suddenly made a move against the Tao family and the Zhou family. Moreover, he destroyed both of them. Although Zhao Hai had an alibi, Dao Mingyuan didn't need to look at the evidence. As long as he believed that Zhao Hai was the one who did it, then everything would be fine. Because of this, Dao Mingyuan didn't give Zhao Hai a piece of land. It was already good that he didn't take back Zhao Hai's title. If Zhao Hai were to jump up and down at this time, then he would really be looking for trouble. Fortunately, Zhao Hai kept a low profile during this time. In the past 2 months, he didn't come out of the academy. He didn't even enter Horizontal Blade City. He also cut off contact with Captain Feng and the others. It was as if he was really in seclusion. Zhao Hai's actions won Dao Mingyuan's favor. Although Dao Mingyuan was very angry when Zhao Hai destroyed the Tao clan and the Zhou clan, the matter was resolved perfectly. Now that the Saber Spirit country had returned to its peaceful state, Dao Mingyuan also saw the mistakes he made in dealing with the great clans. Now that he had corrected his previous mistakes, he began to play the balance game. This was very good for the future development of the Saber Spirit country. Because of this, Dao Mingyuan was very interested in Zhao Hai's honesty. He was now very curious about what kind of person Zhao Hai was. Because of this, he began to investigate Zhao Hai. He soon found out that Zhao Hai was a genius since he was young. He actually grew up in a small village and slowly reached his current position. In addition to this, Dao Mingyuan also learned about how Zhao Hai addressed Dao Beiying. Everyone addressed Dao Beiying as Your Highness and Prince. However, Zhao Hai actually addressed Dao Beiying as Brother Dao. Dao Beiying seemed to like this title very much. When Dao Mingyuan heard about this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he fell into contemplation. After some time, he laughed. He was happy for Dao Beiying. First, he was happy that Dao Beiying was able to make a friend. Second, he was happy for Dao Beiying's breadth of mind. An empire needs to have a breadth of mind in order to maintain the normal operations of the country. You need to be able to listen to the words of others, even those that criticize you. This was because if you don't listen to these words, then no one would talk to you. In the future, everyone would only report good news and not bad news. In this case, the country would reach its end. Dao Mingyuan was very clear that people would make mistakes, especially emperors. But for emperors, mistakes were the most terrible. This was because a wrong decision could affect millions of people. It could even affect the direction of an empire. An emperor needed friends, but those who were born in an emperor's family often couldn't make friends. In addition to their status, there was another reason. Those who were born in an emperor's family didn't want others to be on equal footing with them. It was only after he became an emperor that he slowly understood the principle of tolerance. It was also after he became an emperor that he understood how important and rare friends were for an emperor. Among all of Dao Mingyuan's children, only Dao Beiying became friends with Zhao Hai. Dao Beiying was the only one who didn't get angry when others called him Brother Dao. Instead, he was very happy. What was this? This was breadth of mind. Only someone with this kind of breadth of mind could inherit an empire and become an emperor. Zhao Hai was currently sitting in the Hu clan's pharmacy. Beside him were 2 people, one fat and one thin, one male and one female. These 2 were Fat Cat and his little sister, Xianxia. Although Fat Cat was kidnapped to the desert when he was young, the relationship between the 2 siblings was still very good. Because of this, when Xianxia saw Fat Cat, she didn't feel any unfamiliarity. On the contrary, the 2 hugged each other and cried. After crying, they easily accepted each other. Perhaps this was what it meant by blood is thicker than blood. Now, the two of them have become Zhao Hai's servants. Moreover, they only admitted that they were Zhao Hai's servants, not the Hu clan's. Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. Becoming his servants wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai looked at Fat Cat and said, "How are the things being handled? Even if we can't sell them, we still need to find a good place to store them." The things that Zhao Hai was talking about were the things that he took from the Tao family and the Zhou family. These things were his spoils of war. Naturally, they were the most valuable things in the world. Fat Cat respectfully replied, replying to the young master, "The things have already been handled. Young master doesn't need to worry. I've already found the largest bank in the Saber Spirit Nation and stored them there. They are absolutely safe." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "The things are safe in the bank, but wouldn't everyone know that they belong to me?" Fat Cat replied, "Young master doesn't need to worry. I had someone from the family pretend to be a merchant. Then I opened a large vault in the bank and stored the things there. Moreover, I've already paid for the vault for several years. When the time comes, the young master just needs to take the receipt and take the things out." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Fat Cat and said, "Good. You're becoming more and more reliable. Alright, have you exchanged the money? If you have, then what about the things that I asked you to prepare? Are you ready?" Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia quickly replied, "Young master, everything is ready." Zhao Hai nodded, stood up, and walked out. Fat Cat quickly picked up the wooden box that Zhao Hai had been carrying and followed Zhao Hai out. When the three arrived outside, Zhao Hai saw Hu Zhong standing at the side. Zhao Hai walked over and said to Hu Zhong, "Uncle Zhong, I've already prepared everything. I want to leave now. I've already informed my family, so you don't need to worry." Hu Zhong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young Master Cranegrass, must you go? Although the news outside has passed, it is still very dangerous for you to go to the desert at this time. Whether it is the 100,000 mountains or the grassland, there are enemies everywhere. If they find you, it will be too dangerous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, you don't need to worry about me. I'll be leaving." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned and walked out. Hu Zhong looked at this and knew that he couldn't stop Zhao Hai. He didn't say anything and just followed Zhao Hai out. It wasn't until Zhao Hai sent them out that Hu Zhong returned. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian followed Zhao Hai. Originally, Zhao Hai didn't want Zhou Qianqian to follow, but she insisted. In the end, Zhao Hai had no choice but to bring her along. The three of them were riding horses. Zhao was still riding mottled bamboo, while Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian were riding very docile horses that Hu Zhong had prepared for them. The speed of the three wasn't very fast. After they left the college mountain, they headed towards the grassland. Zhao Hai didn't want to go through the 100,000 mountains this time. It was too dangerous, it wasn't suitable for Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian. On the other hand, the grassland was different. Although the grassland was very dangerous, at least there weren't any poisonous valleys. They just needed to hide from the tribes on the grassland. For Zhao Hai, the grassland wasn't that dangerous. The speed of Zhao Hai's group wasn't very fast as they slowly made their way towards Yellow Wind City. Along the way, when they passed by villages, they would eat and sleep in inns. Their journey was very good. After walking for 2 days, Zhao Hai and the others didn't encounter any danger. Although Zhou Qianqian had just learned how to ride a horse, because the horse wasn't very fast, she was able to persevere. Zhao Hai and the others weren't just bored on the road. Sometimes, Zhao Hai would go into the forest on the side of the road to observe some plants or pick some seeds. Because of this, they didn't go very far in 2 days. According to their current speed, they wouldn't be able to reach Yellow Wind City in a month. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He observed the plants every day. At the same time, he also told Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian about his observations. The two didn't quite understand what Zhao Hai meant. The two of them were clearly beast souls. Moreover, they were cat souls that weren't very strong. Why did Zhao Hai tell them about plants? However, the two still listened very carefully. They understood that for them, Zhao Hai was their sky. Whatever Zhao Hai told them to do, they would do it. Zhao Hai only told them to observe and make notes. At the same time, Zhao Hai also told them to observe the various wild animals in the forest and record their habits. On this day, the three of them spent half a day in the forest, observing a small flower. This flower looked very ordinary. It was yellow in color and was very common. Zhao Hai observed the flower for a while. Then he turned to Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian and said, "Did you see anything? What's the difference between this flower and the flowers on the side of the road?" Fat Cat carefully looked at the flower. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this flower seems to be bigger than the flowers on the side of the road. However, it has a delicate feeling to it. Am I right?" Zhao turned to look at Zhou Qianqian. Zhou Qianqian was a very gentle and quiet girl. She lived the life of an ordinary servant in the Zhou mansion, so she was able to endure hardships. In just a month, she was able to learn how to ride a horse. This was evident from her ability to learn how to ride a horse. However, this didn't mean that she wasn't smart. With her status as a member of the Zhou family, being able to live the life of a servant in the Zhou mansion was an ability in itself. One must know that there were a lot of people like her in the Zhou mansion. There were a lot of people who lived worse than servants in the Zhou mansion. She was a girl without any backing. For her to live like a servant was already very good. Zhou Qianqian looked at the flower and after a while, she said, "Young master, this flower is indeed bigger than the flowers outside. However, it's more delicate. I think that in terms of disease resistance, this flower isn't as good as the flowers outside." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You're right, the flowers on the roadside are indeed stronger than this one. This has a lot to do with the environment. The roadside environment isn't as good as the forest, but because of this, the flowers on the roadside are much stronger. In addition to the environment, there's also another very important factor, and that is sunlight." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "You're right, the flowers on the roadside are indeed stronger than this one." Zhao turned to look at Zhou Qianqian and Fat Cat. The growth of all living things depends on the sun. Aside from some special plants, there are very few plants that don't need the sun to grow. The sun can provide energy to the plants, and the energy provided by the sun is also a type of natural energy. But all plants need energy. Although the living environment of the roadside flowers is not as good as the living environment of the forest, there is still plenty of sunlight, so the flowers are healthier. But because this flower grew in the forest, almost all of the sunlight is blocked by the trees, so it doesn't get any sunlight. But don't underestimate plants. After a few generations, this flower will slowly adapt to the environment here, and maybe it will mutate, becoming completely different from the roadside flowers. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian were recording Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at the two and gave the little flower some natural energy. Then he led the two out of the forest. Outside the forest, Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "It's almost noon. Let's find a place to eat." Fat Cat, how long is it until the next place to eat? Fat Cat looked at the sky, calculated the time, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, in less than 2 hours of walking, we will reach a small town called Thunderwood Town." According to legend, every summer, there would be thunder for no reason. Almost all of the tall trees in the town would be struck by lightning. But what's strange is that the trees struck by lightning would become even harder. The villagers would sell these trees every year, and a lot of merchants would like to use them to make furniture that is very sturdy. Fat Cat looked at the sky and calculated the time, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, in less than 2 hours, we will reach a small town called Thunderwood Town." When Zhao Hai heard Fat Cat, he stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "So it's Thunderwood Town. I've heard about this place before. It's recorded in the Hu family's botanical encyclopedia that the Hu family had researched the trees in Thunderwood Town. In the end, they discovered that the Thunderwood trees in Thunderwood Town contained a certain amount of iron. This was the reason why the Thunderwood trees were often struck by lightning. According to the Hu family's conjecture, the iron content in the soil of Thunderwood Town was higher compared to other places. After many generations of mutation, the trees here slowly transformed into Thunderwood trees. It's precisely because of the high iron content in the Thunderwood trees that they are so sturdy. The last time we went out, we also passed by the Thunderwood formation, but because we were in a hurry, we didn't take a good look at the Thunderwood trees. Now that we have the opportunity, let's go." Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian nodded, then they mounted their horses and followed Zhao Hai towards the direction of Thunderwood Town. The two now admired Zhao Hai to death. It seems like there was nothing that Zhao Hai didn't know. Just like Thunderwood Town, Fat Cat was prepared for this matter, so he did some research on all the villages and towns along the way. But Zhao Hai already knew about it. This was really surprising. From this point, it can be seen how wide Zhao Hai's knowledge was and how much he had read. The three rode their horses to Thunderwood Town. First, they found a small but very clean inn to stay in. Then they went to the restaurant outside the inn to have a meal. Of course, in a small town like this, it was impossible to have a big inn. The standard of the restaurant was also very limited. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't care about this. They just casually ordered a few dishes and ate. While the three of them were eating, a person carrying a sword on his back came in. This person was wearing a gray robe and had a large sword on his back. The sole object above his head was also a large sword. This was a bit strange. He didn't put his weapon in the soul space to be nourished, but instead carried it on his back. This was really strange. In the soul world, there weren't many people like this. After the person entered the restaurant, his eyes swept around the restaurant. Then his gaze stopped on Zhao Hai. Then the person suddenly shouted, "Crane Field, do you dare to fight with me?" When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He put down his bowl and turned his head to look at the entrance of the restaurant. When he saw the sword spirit, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare blankly. He looked at the person from top to bottom for a while and then asked in a puzzled tone, "Mister, do I know you?" The person coldly snorted and said, "You didn't know me before, but I believe that you will know me in the future. My name is Jin Jun, I'm a swordsman from the Bao Spirit country. I've heard of your giant demon name, but I don't believe that a plant master like you would have such a strong fighting strength. So today, I've come to challenge you. I want to see if you really have strength or just an undeserved reputation." Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun. He understood Jin Jun's idea. This Jin Jun wanted to use him to become famous. In this world, there were a lot of people like him. They all wanted to step on a famous expert to reach the sky. Of course, this was a normal thing in the soul world. Once you have fame, there would be countless people coming to challenge you. Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun. Then he nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Mister, don't be anxious. How about we talk about it after we eat?" Jin Jun didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this calm. This made him unable to react for a while. However, he quickly became angry. He thought that Zhao Hai was still looking down on him. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tian Cranegrass, are you afraid to fight?" Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun, then he shook his head and said, "Mr. Jin, you've misunderstood. You see, it's time for lunch. Moreover, I've been on the road all morning, so I'm hungry. Looking at you, it seems like you haven't eaten either. Then why don't we wait until after dinner, and have a little tea, and then fight? It's not like I'm going to run away, right?" When Jin Jun heard Zhao Hai, he didn't know what to say. After some time, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, I want to see what you're up to." Then he went to a nearby table and ordered 2 side dishes as well as some steamed buns. Then he began to eat. When Zhao Hai saw Jin Jun's appearance, he didn't care. He just turned his head and focused on eating. It seems like he had completely forgotten about Jin Jun's challenge. The other diners in the restaurant were also paying attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's reputation as a troll had already spread throughout the Saber Spirit country. Many people in the restaurant had heard of Zhao Hai. Today, when they saw Zhao Hai's figure, they immediately thought of his identity. However, they didn't dare to greet Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was very powerful. Moreover, he killed people like they were wheat. They didn't have the courage to provoke Zhao Hai. When Jin Jun entered the restaurant, they heard that someone wanted to challenge Zhao Hai. They were very happy. They thought that Zhao Hai would immediately accept the challenge. If that was the case, then they would be able to watch the show. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would just say a few words. This was a bit disappointing. But fortunately, Zhao Hai said that they would continue to fight after dinner. This gave them a glimmer of hope. It seems like today's battle was inevitable. Then they would just have to wait for a while to watch a good show. In the past 2 months, Zhao Hai's reputation as a troll had spread throughout the Saber Spirit country. Naturally, some people believed it while others didn't. Now that they were able to meet Zhao Hai here and even see Zhao Hai fight, they were naturally very happy. They also wanted to see if Zhao Hai was as strong as the legends said. Zhao Hai's body was very big. Naturally, he ate a lot. After he was full, he had the waiter bring him tea. After he drank 3 cups of tea, he slowly stood up. Then he turned his head to look at Jin Jun, who had been waiting impatiently. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Jin, right? Come, let's go outside." Jin Jun coldly snorted. Then he stood up and followed Zhao Hai outside. The other people in the restaurant also followed. When the two came out of the restaurant, they stood in front of the inn. Because the inn was right next to the main road, the two were now standing on the main road. Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun and smiled. "How does Mr. Jin want to compete with me? Which way do you want to compete?" When Jin Jun heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. In the past, he had challenged others. And when the other party heard his challenge, they would usually accept it. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. After eating and drinking tea, everything was finally settled. And now, Jin Jun was asking about the competition. Could it be that there were many ways to compete? Jin Jun was puzzled as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Jin Junxing, then he smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there are 2 kinds of competitions. One is to compare notes, where everyone stops and doesn't hurt each other. The other one is to go all out. This cannot be called a competition, but rather a duel. The loser will either die or be crippled. I don't have any enmity with Jin Junxing in the past, nor do I have any enmity with him. I don't know what Mr. Jin thinks about this." Jin Jun looked at the gentle smile on Zhao Hai's face. There was no way for him to associate this seemingly gentle big man with the legendary trolls. And now that Zhao Hai said this, he really couldn't oppose it. After all, he just wanted to use Zhao Hai to become famous, he didn't really want to kill Zhao Hai. Although Jin Jun wanted to use Zhao Hai to become famous, he wasn't a fool. If he defeated Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to him. But if he wanted to kill Zhao Hai, then the nature of the situation would completely change. Not only would Zhao Hai not let him off, but the Hu clan behind Zhao Hai wouldn't let him off either. When he thought of this, Jin Jun immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Since Mr. said so, then I have no reason to disagree. Mr. Jin Jun and I will have a duel today. Mr., please." Then Jin Jun took out the large sword on his back and drew a circle in front of his chest. This could be considered as a salute to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then his hand moved as a bullhead drum appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai raised the bullhead drum and said, "Mr. Jin, please." Then Zhao Hai's face slowly calmed down as he looked at Jin Jun. Jin Jun also discovered that after Zhao Hai said those words, his entire temperament changed. If Zhao Hai was a big man with a gentle temperament, then now Zhao Hai had turned into a warrior. His eyes were sharp, Zhao Hai looked like a warrior. Jin Jun was also alarmed by Zhao Hai's change. At the same time, his heart became heavy. He knew that he had met his match this time. Zhao Hai wasn't simple. Jin Jun slowly retracted his sword. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid that his movements would startle Zhao Hai. This was because Jin Jun was very clear that Zhao Hai had locked onto him. If he made a big move, then Zhao Hai's attack would immediately arrive. In fact, Jin Jun was also using his sword to store up his momentum. At the same time, he also wanted to use this action to disrupt Zhao Hai's momentum. Because his movements were very slow, he could change his moves at any time. Moreover, such slow movements wouldn't cause any reaction from Zhao Hai's momentum. In this case, Zhao Hai would fall into a situation where he couldn't attack, but he also couldn't attack. Jin Jun's momentum would become chaotic, and once his momentum was disrupted, Jin Jun would have no way to lock onto him. This would allow Jin Jun to gain the upper hand and even use this opportunity to attack with all his strength. Looking at Jin Jun's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about it. Jin Jun's grasp of qi was very accurate, which was very rare. Ordinary cultivators, once they are locked onto by their opponent's qi, they would immediately raise their own qi to resist. At the same time, they would also use their own qi to lock onto their opponent. However, Jin Jun didn't do that. Although he also raised his own qi to resist, he was also trying to find a way to break through Zhao Hai's qi. This was very rare, only people with rich combat experience would be able to do it. At this time, Jin Jun's sword was already retracted. At the same time, his momentum was also formed. Jin Jun's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to attack, Jin Jun roared, "Kill!" Then his figure moved as he attacked Zhao Hai with all his strength. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to Jin Jun's changes. When he saw Jin Jun attacking, Zhao Hai immediately moved. The bullhead in his hand met Jin Jun's attack head-on. Dang! Since Jin Jun couldn't change his move, he could only slash at the left wing of Zhao Hai's bullhead. Jin Jun knew that Zhao Hai's weapon must be a plant. Since he could put away his weapon, then Zhao Hai's weapon must be a plant. Although Jin Jun's saber was on his back, he was constantly tempering it with his fighting strength. His saber was very sharp, much sharper than ordinary weapons. With his strength and the sharpness of his battle qi, Jin Jun believed that his saber would be able to cut off Zhao Hai's bullhead. However, this confrontation was out of Jin Jun's expectation. Although his saber slashed at the wing, Zhao Hai's bullhead was completely fine, not to mention the wing was cut off. Jin Jun was stunned. Then he looked at the bullhead in Zhao Hai's hand in disbelief. He didn't expect that a plant master's life weapon could actually block his all-out attack. This was almost impossible, but it actually happened in front of him. This made Jin Jun absent-minded for a moment. Jin Jun couldn't be blamed for being absent-minded. He had fought with plant masters before, but it was his first time encountering such a hard plant master's weapon. The reason why plant masters were considered to be the weakest among all professions was because of their weapons. Plant masters' weapons were all plant masters. Although it can be said that mutated plants and natural energy were very powerful, one shouldn't forget that soul soldiers, soul beasts, and craftsmen all had energy inside their bodies. And their energy was more aggressive than natural energy. Therefore, when plant masters used their weapons to fight against other professions, they would often suffer losses. Most of the time, their weapons would be destroyed by other professions. It was also because of this reason that most of the plant masters' weapons were vine-type weapons. Vine-type weapons could only be used as whips. People who used whips as weapons would rarely let their weapons clash head-on with the enemy's weapons. Plant masters could only use this method to make up for the shortcomings of their weapons. Because of the shortcomings of plant masters, very few plant masters would use hard weapons. And Zhao Hai's bullhead drum happened to be a hard weapon. Jin Jun naturally wanted to use this method to destroy Zhao Hai's bullhead drum in one fell swoop. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai's bullhead drum to be so hard that it was able to block his attack. And while he was in a daze, Zhao Hai's attack had already arrived. When two people fought, the most important thing was to be distracted. But Jin Jun was distracted by Zhao Hai's bullhead drum. This distraction was very fatal. Zhao Hai's bullhead drum swept over. Jin Jun hurriedly blocked the bullhead drum. However, he still underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai didn't even use the strength of the Yeti. The bullhead drum swept Jin Jun away, causing him to lose his sword. Jin Jun's figure flew for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. He lost. Jin Jun was lying on the ground, his body seemed to have fallen apart. However, he was very clear that Zhao Hai had held back his strength. If Zhao Hai really attacked him with all his strength, then he might have been swept to death by Zhao Hai's bullhead drum. Zhao Hai held back his strength at the last moment. Although Jin Jun was swept away, he didn't suffer any substantial injuries. Zhao Hai took back the bullhead drum and looked at Jin Jun, who was lying on the ground. He didn't say anything. Jin Jun laid on the ground for a while before he slowly got up. Then he looked deeply at Zhao Hai before he cupped his fist and said, "I lost. Thank you, mister, for being lenient. Goodbye." Then Jin Jun picked up his sword and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai looked at Jin Jun's back and smiled faintly. He didn't stop Jin Jun. Although he appreciated Jin Jun's character, Zhao Hai liked it. However, he didn't want to make friends with Jin Jun. Zhao Hai took back the bullhead drum and returned to the hotel. The people in the hotel looked at Zhao Hai with awe. Many of them were merchants, so they were quite knowledgeable. They could see that Jin Jun's strength wasn't bad. However, in front of Zhao Hai, he was defeated by Zhao Hai in one move. Just how strong was Zhao Hai? This was the reason why they were surprised. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. After entering the hotel, Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian quickly greeted him. Zhao Hai nodded to the two and said, "Let's go back to the room and tidy up. Then we'll go take a look at the Thunderwood." The two nodded and followed Zhao Hai back to the room. After tidying up, Fat Cat carried the wooden box and followed Zhao Hai outside. Thunderwood Town had a lot of thunderwood. Thunderwood was one of the main sources of income for the town's residents. Therefore, the people of the town attached great importance to thunderwood. Not only would they cut down thunderwood to sell, they would also plant thunderwood and protect it. However, all of the thunderwood in Thunderwood Town wasn't in the town itself. Instead, it was in the mountains behind the town. This was because thunderwood was too easy to be struck by lightning. In order to ensure the safety of the town's residents, the people of Thunderwood Town cut down all of the thunderwood in the town and planted them in the mountains. The growth rate of thunderwood wasn't very fast. Generally, it would take 5 to 10 years for it to mature. Therefore, after the people of the village cut down a piece of thunderwood, they would immediately plant more. Moreover, they would have a plan to cut down and plant more thunderwood. When Zhao Hai's group of 3 walked towards the back of the town, they saw a lot of villagers sizing them up. However, when the villagers saw the grass-type soul above Zhao Hai's head, they didn't stop Zhao Hai. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the back of the town. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai immediately discovered the difference in the thunderwood here. Although the thunderwood here didn't have any problems communicating with him, it was still too neat. It was obvious that someone had deliberately planted it. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Then he sighed. He didn't like the thunderwood here because it made it impossible for him to understand the origin of the thunderwood. However, Zhao Hai still slowly walked up the mountain. He wanted to see if there were any thunderwood here. If there were, then he would carefully communicate with the thunderwood. While walking up the mountain, a voice was suddenly heard. Where did this plant master friend come from? Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice. The person who spoke was a soul soldier. He was standing next to a thunderwood. He looked to be around 40 years old and wore coarse clothing. If one didn't look at his soul, then one would think that he was just an ordinary farmer and not a soul soldier. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate this person. He could feel a kind of temperament from this person. It was a kind of tall and straight temperament. This person's strength was still there. Although he couldn't compare to Zhao Hai, if he went out to explore, then he would still be able to make a name for himself. Zhao Hai quickly cupped his fist towards the soul soldier and said, "Mister, I came from Horizontal Blade City. I came here to train. Today, I passed by the Thunderwood Town and heard about the magical properties of the Thunderwood. Therefore, I came here to take a look. Sorry to disturb Mister." When the soul soldier heard Zhao Hai, he waved his hand and said, "Mister doesn't need to be polite. You didn't disturb me. I'm a person from the town. I'm here to guard the forest to prevent people from stealing thunderwood. Mister is a plant master, so it's natural for you to come here and take a look. Mister, please come with me to rest." Then he made a gesture towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew what the soul soldier meant. There was a small courtyard on the mountain. It seems like this was where the soul soldier lived. Zhao Hai already knew about this when he was at the foot of the mountain. He asked the thunderwood, so it was impossible for the thunderwood to not tell him about it. Zhao Hai and the others followed the soul soldier as they slowly walked up the mountain. But as they walked, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a very special energy fluctuation coming from the courtyard. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to feel this energy fluctuation, but Zhao Hai could clearly feel it. This energy fluctuation seemed to be the energy fluctuation of a magical plant master. This made Zhao Hai curious about the courtyard. After he followed the soul soldier into the courtyard, he immediately sized it up. The courtyard wasn't very big, it was about 100 square meters. It was really small. There were stone slabs in the courtyard as well as a stone table and stone stools. Besides these things, there was nothing else. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't looking at these things, he was looking for the source of the energy fluctuation. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai knew where the energy fluctuation came from. Next to the stone table was a wooden stake. The wooden stake looked very big, it was as thick as two people. The stump wasn't very tall, it was only about half a meter high. However, its shape was very strange. For some unknown reason, the stump seemed to have been pressed down by someone. There was a circular shape on the stump, it looked like a small drum. The energy that Zhao Hai felt came from the stump. However, this energy was very weak. It looked like it was about to become a magical plant, but it wasn't. It felt like it was just a step away from becoming a magical plant. Zhao Hai looked at the stump and didn't look at it again. However, Zhao Hai made up his mind that if possible, he would take the stump to the space. The soul soldier politely invited Zhao Hai to sit. Zhao Hai didn't refuse and directly sat down. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian didn't sit, they stood on Zhao Hai's left and right. When the soul soldier saw Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian, he immediately understood that they were Zhao Hai's servants. This made the soul soldier curious. Zhao Hai was a plant master, yet he had two soul beasts as servants. This wasn't something that an ordinary plant master could do. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's clothes weren't very good, he didn't have the arrogant aura of someone from a great clan. So why did the two soul beasts become his servants? Zhao Hai looked at the soul soldier and smiled faintly. Where does Mr. come from? Why are you guarding this forest? When the soul soldier heard Zhao Hai's question, he quickly recovered and said, Mr. doesn't need to be so polite. You can just call me Lei Shen. I'm from Thunderwood Town. My family members are all ordinary soul beasts. However, I don't know why I'm a soul soldier. Later on, I went out to study. After that, I returned to my hometown and have been guarding the Thunderwood forest. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but feel deep respect for the soul soldier. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Lei Shen and said, so that's how it is. Mr. being able to do this for your hometown is truly admirable. Lei Shen smiled and said, it's nothing. No matter what, this is my hometown. I like it very much. Being able to do something for my fellow villagers is always good. At that time, I was the only soul soldier in the town. The villagers had high hopes for me, so they treated me very well. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to repay them. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Shen, he laughed. Lei Shen stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion, not knowing what Zhao Hai was laughing about. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Shen and smiled faintly. I didn't expect Mr. Lei's experience to be so similar to mine. I also came from a small village at the foot of Jade Mountain. I'm also the only plant master in the village. The villagers treated me very well. Now that I have the ability to repay them, it's a pity that I can't be like Mr. Lei, staying by the side of the villagers and doing things for them. When Lei Shen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Then he laughed and said, so that's how it is. I didn't think that there would be such similarities between us. Good, very good. Lei Shen nodded and said, good. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Shen, he stared for a moment before he said, Mr. Lei, do you have something to say? If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. If I can help you, I'll definitely do so. When Lei Shen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this smart. Lei Shen didn't hold back and directly said, since Mr. can see, then I'll be frank. I'll tell Mr. the truth. Recently, our Thunderwood town has encountered some problems. The hardness of the Thunderwood grown by the town is much worse than before. Therefore, I want to ask Mr. Lei Shen's help to see if there's any way to restore the hardness of the Thunderwood back to its original state. If the Thunderwood can't be restored, then it would be a huge blow to our town. So that's how it is. Alright, I'll go with Mr. Lei to take a look. I'll have to ask Mr. Lei to lead the way. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Shen, he immediately agreed. He was looking for a way to get his hands on the wooden stake. Now that Lei Shen owes him a favor, after Zhao Hai helps him solve his problem, Lei Shen shouldn't object to him asking for the wooden stake. When Zhao Hai looked at the wooden stake, he saw that Lei Shen didn't seem to care much about it. It might just be used to store something. If Zhao Hai wants it, then Lei Shen should give it to him. When Lei Shen heard Zhao Hai's agreement, he was very happy. He immediately stood up and thanked Zhao Hai before leading him out of the courtyard and into the Thunderwood forest. The group of four arrived at a forest that wasn't very tall. Lei Shan pointed at the forest that looked about 3 years old and said, "Mister, please take a look at this forest. We've tested it, the thunderwood in this forest is much softer compared to other forests of the same age. Mister, please take a look at it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately communicated with the Leylans in the forest. Actually, when Zhao Hai heard Lei Shan's words, he already guessed where the problem was. He only came here to confirm it. After talking with the thunderwood, Zhao Hai carefully looked at the soil in the forest. He even grabbed a handful of soil and placed it under his nose to smell it. Then he nodded and stood up. Lei Shan was seriously looking at Zhao Hai. In fact, the problem with the forest had been discovered for almost a year. They had also found some plant masters to take a look at it, but none of them were able to find any problems. The thunder trees here were very lush, they didn't seem to be sick at all. This made the people in the Thunderwood formation worried. This was because thunder trees were the main source of income for their town. If they didn't have thunder trees, then their town's income would be greatly affected. Now that he saw Zhao Hai nodding, Lei Shan's heart couldn't help but beat faster. There was a faint trace of excitement in his nervousness. He really hoped that Zhao Hai could cure the problem, but he was also afraid that he would be happy for nothing. Zhao Hai turned to Lei Shan and smiled, "Mr. Lei, I've already found the problem with the thunderwood. Mr. Lei, please come over and talk." When Lei Shan heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately went to Zhao Hai's side and stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Shan's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "It must be said that the problem with the Thunderwood forest will be the same in the future. Today, I'll tell Mr. Lei the method so that Mr. Lei can solve the problem by himself." When Lei Shan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I ask Mr. to explain, why would the same problem occur in the other forests?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Thunderwood Town's topography is very special, it's easy to produce lightning. The Thunderwood in Thunderwood Town was originally a very ordinary tree, but because of the iron element in the soil, the Thunderwood absorbed the iron element and became very hard. Iron is very attractive to lightning, so lightning struck the Thunderwood. Now we can see that the iron element in the soil has decreased a lot, so the Thunderwood here isn't as hard as the Thunderwood in other places. If Mr. Lei really believes me, then you can break some of the iron ore and bury it underground. Maybe after a period of time, the Thunderwood will recover its hardness. After all, after many generations of evolution, the Thunderwood is now completely able to absorb iron element." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "It's because of this that the Thunderwood here isn't as hard as the Thunderwood in other places. If Mr. Lei really believes me, then you can break some of the iron ore and bury them underground." When Lei Shan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Mr. said true? As long as the iron ore is buried underground, the Thunderwood trees will be able to recover their original state?" Zhao smiled and said, "This is the best method I can think of right now. But when processing the iron ore, you have to pay attention. The more broken the iron ore, the better. It would be best if there is iron ore under each tree, so that the Thunderwood can recover. Of course, there can't be too much iron ore. My suggestion is to have a specialized person watch over the iron ore bit by bit, and then observe the iron ore every once in a while to see if there are any changes in the iron ore. If the iron in the iron ore completely disappears, then the iron ore will have to be added again." When Lei Shan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "But iron ore is also very valuable. If we add iron ore, then the cost of growing the Thunderwood trees would increase. It's hard to say if we can recover the cost in the end." Zhao Hai didn't think that Lei Shan would be able to think of this. He now had a whole new level of respect for Lei Shan. Zhao Hai said, "This is the most economical method that I can think of. If you don't use iron ore, then you can bury some metal in the ground. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the iron in the trees around Thunderwood Town will slowly decrease, affecting the quality of the Thunderwood trees." Lei Shan nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mr. Mister, please come with me. Our town has prepared a reward for you. Please come with me to receive it." Zhao Hai didn't decline, this was the rule of a plant master. Therefore, he just nodded and followed Lei Shan back to his residence. After arriving at Lei Shan's residence, Lei Shan went to collect the reward for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly turned to Lei Shen and said, Mr. Lei, please wait. I really like the big tree stump in your courtyard. I want to buy it. How much would it cost? While speaking, Zhao Hai pointed towards the tree stump that was emitting special energy fluctuations. Lei Shen followed the direction of Zhao Hai's finger and couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, so Mr. likes this tree stump. Then it's simple, I'll give it to Mr. for free. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Shen, he didn't decline. He was also afraid that Lei Shen would notice something wrong, so he nodded and said, then I'll have to thank Mr. Lei Shen. Right, I just remembered something. Mr. Lei, if your village still has thunderwood piles, you can dig them out and then crush them. Then you can sprinkle them into the ground. This way, you can save a lot of iron ore. Lei Shen nodded and said, then I'll have to thank Mr. Lei Shen. When Lei Shen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, Mister, thank you for your advice. Mister, please wait for a moment. After he said that, Lei Shen went inside the house. Before long, he took out a bag of money and placed it on the table. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, this is your reward, 500 gold coins. Please accept it. I'll go to the town and call people to help Mister dig this tree stump. Mister, please take a seat. Zhao Hai quickly said, then I'll have to thank Mister. Lei Shen waved his hand and then quickly left the courtyard and headed towards the town. Zhao Hai looked at the bag on the table, then he turned to Fat Cat and said, Fat Cat, put it away. Fat Cat nodded, then he took the bag and put it into the wooden box on his back. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young master, what do you want this tree stump for? It's so big, its roots should be even bigger. What do you want it for? Zhao Hai smiled and said, don't worry, its roots won't be too big. After he said that, Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. This made Zhou Qianqian and Fat Cat confused, but they didn't ask anything else. Before long, Lei Shen came back. Along with him were a lot of the town's residents. There was an old man who looked to be around 60 years old, he was following Lei Shen. Lei Shen was very respectful towards this old man. When Zhao Hai saw that so many people had arrived, he naturally stood up. At this time, Lei Shen arrived in front of Zhao Hai and said, Mister, this is the mayor of Thunderwood Town. He's also my father, Lei Ming. Father, this is the plant master that I told you about. When Lei Ming saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, this one has seen the Lord Baron. This one didn't know that the Lord Baron was here, so I didn't come out to meet you. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai quickly replied, Elder, you're too polite. What Baron, it's just a title. I'm also a plant master. This time, I was just passing by and was very curious about the Thunderwood. Therefore, I came to take a look. Lei Shen was puzzled as he looked at his father. He had always stayed on the mountain and rarely went down. He also didn't have much contact with the outside world. Therefore, he didn't know Zhao Hai. But now that he saw his father's appearance, it seems like Zhao Hai was really a famous person. However, Lei Shen couldn't ask anything at this time. He could only look at his father's response to Zhao Hai. Lei Ming knew about Zhao Hai's identity. His name was the giant demon crane grass that was known throughout the Saber Spirit country. Lei Ming also saw the battle between Zhao Hai and Jin Jun, so he knew how powerful Zhao Hai was. However, he didn't expect that besides fighting, Zhao Hai was also very good at treating plants. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, for Mister to help our village, you are our great benefactor. I heard that Mister likes this wooden stake, so I'll immediately dig it out for you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble the elder. Lei Ming happily nodded, then he immediately commanded the people to dig the wooden stake. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Lei Shen didn't do anything. With their status, even if they wanted to do something, Lei Ming wouldn't agree. However, Lei Shen was now even more curious about Zhao Hai's identity. The residents of Thunderwood Town were very confident in digging the wooden stake. They thought that for such a big wooden stake, its roots would certainly be very developed. Therefore, they cleared out a large area and then slowly dug down. However, when they started digging, they discovered a problem. They discovered that the wooden stake's roots were a little special. The wooden stake's roots weren't as big as they thought. It only had a straight main root, there were very few small roots. This made the residents of the town stare. Then when they started to dig down, they discovered that the main root of the wooden stake wasn't very long. After digging for about 2 meters, they felt that there was no root. This made them even more surprised. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about it. He already knew that the main root of the wooden stake wouldn't be too long, and it wouldn't be too complicated. This was because this was a tree stump that was going to become a magic plant. All magic plants that were going to become magic plants had a characteristic: their roots were very simple. This was because after becoming a magic plant, they would be able to directly absorb natural energy from the air. Their roots would become small, and most magic plants could move by themselves. If they wanted to make it easier for themselves to move, then their roots wouldn't be too long. Otherwise, the magic plant wouldn't be able to move by itself. At this time, everyone had already lifted up the wooden stake. After the wooden stake was lifted up, everyone discovered the strangeness of the wooden stake. This wooden stake looked like a strangely shaped sledgehammer. The top of the stump was the hammer's head while the bottom was the hammer's handle. Between the hammer's head and the handle, there was a ring of tassels. This ring of tassels was actually formed by the small roots of the tree. No matter how you look at it, this wooden stake looked like a weapon and not a wooden stake. When Lei Shan saw the wooden stake's appearance, he also felt strange. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, did you already know that this wooden stake would look like this? Are you going to use it as a weapon?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already discovered it. However, this weapon isn't something that anyone can use." "Mr. Lei, I'm sorry that I hid this matter from you." Lei Shan waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. Even if I have this weapon in my hands, I wouldn't be able to use it. It's best that you can use it. To be honest, 500 gold coins isn't enough to treat Lei Mulan. Now that you have this weapon, the guilt in my heart will lessen." After Zhao Hai expressed his thanks to Lei Shan, he reached out and picked up the wooden stake. This wooden stake was very heavy. Zhao Hai estimated that it weighed a few hundred pounds. However, this weight was nothing to Zhao Hai. He easily picked up the wooden stake with one hand. Zhao Hai's action made the villagers in the town exclaim. Even Lei Shan's eyes shrunk when he saw Zhao Hai's action. He finally discovered that Zhao Hai was extraordinary. Formidable strength. For a professional, strength didn't mean everything, but when one's strength reached a certain level, it was a very terrifying thing. Lei Shan also saw the wooden stake. He roughly estimated that the wooden stake weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. It took a few people from the town to pull the wooden stake up. However, Zhao Hai was able to pick up the wooden stake with just one hand. Moreover, looking at the way he lifted it, it was as if he didn't feel the weight at all. This strength made Lei Shan think highly of Zhao Hai. Lei Shan didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity, nor did he know what Zhao Hai did. He had been cultivating on the mountain for the past few years while also looking after Lei Mulan. Therefore, he wasn't very clear about the outside world. But looking at his father's expression, it seems like he knew about Zhao Hai's identity. Lei Shan decided to wait for Zhao Hai to leave before asking his father about it. Zhao Hai took the wooden stake and carefully looked at it. Then he nodded and said, "Good, this wooden stake still has a trace of vitality. Only a plant master's nature energy is useful to it. Everyone, I'll be taking this wooden stake." "Thank you." Lei Ming quickly said, "Mister, you're too polite. Only you can use a weapon like this. You can have it. Does Mister have any other orders?" Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Mayor, you're too polite. I don't have any other orders. Us three will be resting here today. We'll be leaving tomorrow. You don't need to be too busy, we'll be going back to rest." Lei Ming naturally didn't dare to stop Zhao Hai. He respectfully sent Zhao Hai down the mountain. After Zhao Hai returned to the inn, Lei Shan finally got the chance to talk to Lei Ming. Lei Shan looked at his father and said, "Father, do you know Mr. Cranegrass? What giant demon is his nickname?" Lei Ming nodded and said, "I do know him. He's currently in the Saber Spirit Nation. My name is Cranegrass, I'm a heavenly plant master. I've been taken in by the Hu clan since I was a child. Later on, I even caught the eye of an elder of the Hu clan and became a foster relative of the Hu clan. A long time ago, the Wolf Spirit Nation invaded our Saber Spirit Nation. In Yellow Wind City, the Saber Spirit Nation's army fell into the Wolf Spirit Nation's trap. The imperial war god, Dao Mingtang, was killed. The seventh prince, Dao Beiying, led the army to resist the Wolf Spirit Nation's army. But because it was his first time commanding an army, he didn't have any experience. He wasn't careful and the Wolf Spirit Nation's provisions were burned. At this point, Lei Ming's eyes lit up as he continued, I heard that he killed his way through the Wolf Spirit country's army to Yellow Wind City. Then he took out a large number of mutated plants. Not only can these plants help defend the city, they can also provide food for the people in the city. At the same time, this crane grasses repelled the experts of the Wolf Spirit country several times. He even cut down the Wolf Spirit country's golden wolf flag, causing the Wolf Spirit country to retreat. Because of his huge body, the people of the prairie called him the giant demon. Slowly, this name spread back to the country, so everyone called him the giant demon. When Lei Shen heard thunder, he was very surprised. He didn't think that Zhao Hai, who didn't look very old, would actually be able to do something so earth-shattering. This was really unexpected. Lei Shen didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to do something so earth-shattering. Lei Ming looked at Lei Shen, then he lowered his voice and said, I heard that he went to the prairie and robbed several tribes, bringing back a lot of good things. His fat servant was rescued by him from the prairie. After he returned to the Saber Spirit country, he had his fat servant deal with the things that he robbed from the prairie. At the same time, he had his fat servant go home and take a look. However, the fat servant's family got greedy and said that the fat servant was a bandit. They beat the fat servant up and stole the things that he stole. But a few days later, the fat servant's family was exterminated. This matter has been very big for a while. After all, Lei Ming was only a mayor. What he knew was limited. If he didn't rely on Lu Lian, then he wouldn't have known about these things. What he said wasn't entirely correct, but it was enough to let Lei Shen know what kind of person Zhao Hai was. After hearing Lei Ming's words, Lei Shen was startled. He looked at Lei Ming and said, he's that ruthless? Then why didn't the nation deal with him? Is he still free and unfettered? Lei Ming shook his head and said, I don't know. This kind of thing isn't something that we can know. But look at him right now, does he look like he's in trouble? Lei Shen took a deep breath and muttered, I didn't think that this seemingly gentle young man would have such methods. Amazing, really amazing. Lei Ming looked at Lei Shen's expression and said, not only that, there was a person from the Gonghun nation who came to challenge him. His words were very rude, but he didn't take his opponent's life. This person is really strange. Right, do you think that his method will work? If it doesn't work and the tree dies, then we'll suffer a big loss. Lei Shen replied, Father, you don't have to worry about that. He's a member of the Hu clan. I don't need to tell you what kind of status the Hu clan's plant masters have in the Saber Spirit Nation. Even if he doesn't care about his reputation, he still has to take care of the Hu clan. Therefore, this matter must be true. Moreover, there's nothing strange about him, because all the people he killed were his allies and enemies. The person who challenged him just wanted to use his name to climb up the social ladder. He didn't deserve death, so he didn't take the other party's life. Father, you should go back and take a look. When Lei Ming heard Lei Shen, he immediately said, all right, then I'll go back immediately. Right, when do you think we should start with the iron ore? Lei Shen thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Father, how about this, I'll go to the city tomorrow and take a look at the Craftsman Guild. Every year, the Craftsman Guild will have a lot of scrap iron. These things are useless to the Craftsman Guild, they can only treat them as garbage. If we can help them deal with it, then they'll be very happy. This way, our problem will be solved and we won't need to spend any money, we just need to spend some time. Lei Ming nodded and said, all right, that would be the best. Then you can go and take a look tomorrow. Then we'll do a small experiment. If it's feasible, then we'll use this method. Lei Shen nodded, then Lei Ming turned around and walked towards the town. He was really afraid that the town would offend Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really got angry, then their town would be finished. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to his hotel. He looked at the wooden stake in his hand and then with an intention, he stored it back into the soul object space. As soon as the wooden stake entered the soul object space, it suddenly emitted a lightning-like energy. Along with this lightning-like energy, it directly flew into the sky of the soul object space. A black cloud appeared in the sky of the soul object space. The lightning directly entered the black cloud. Inside the black cloud, electric snakes danced wildly, looking very frightening. At this time, the iron ring tree suddenly flew towards the wooden stake. Then the wooden stake and the iron ring tree fused together. Then a mass of natural energy surrounded the iron ring tree. Zhao Hai didn't expect this to happen. While Zhao Hai was paying attention to the iron ring tree, the black cloud in the sky suddenly released lightning. These lightning bolts directly went towards the animals and plants inside the space. As long as they were inside the space, then they would be attacked by the lightning. This change made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't know what was going on, but Zhao Hai had a strange feeling. These lightning bolts didn't have much power, so he didn't need to worry about the things inside the space. Sure enough, everything inside the space was baptized by lightning. However, after the baptism of lightning, not only did they not receive any damage, they even seemed to be more spirited than before. Zhao Hai knew that this was just an illusion. However, he could feel that these things had a lightning attribute. In other words, if these things were able to make good use of this attribute, then their attacks would also contain lightning. All of his items now had the lightning attribute in their attack attributes. This was a very good thing. Among all the attack attributes, if one were to say that the lightning attribute was the second strongest, then there wouldn't be any attribute that would dare to say that it was the strongest. The lightning attribute's attack power was really too strong. At this time, the iron ring tree and the wooden stake that was wrapped in natural energy suddenly changed. The wooden stake disappeared, but the bullhead drum also changed. The head of the bullhead drum was still there, but below the head of the bullhead drum was a hammer. The head of the bullhead drum was directly connected to the hammer. Below the hammer was a long tassel, and below the tassel was the handle. This strange-looking weapon made Zhao Hai feel dizzy. He didn't think that this weapon would become this strange. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the black cloud and lightning inside the space didn't disappear. On the contrary, Zhao Hai discovered that the natural energy was connected to the cloud and lightning, just like how it was connected to other things. Could it be that the cloud was also formed by natural energy? Was the lightning also formed by natural energy? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. Lightning was also a type of natural energy, so it wasn't a big deal that these two things could be connected together. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. No matter what, this was a good thing. Now that his space had lightning energy, it wasn't just the animals, even Yua's body had lightning energy. In other words, Yua's attack power would be even stronger in the future. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a feeling that the lightning energy wasn't just a small help to the things inside the space. He was afraid that it would be even more helpful in the future, but he couldn't see it right now. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai no longer cared about the black cloud. He retrieved his spiritual force from the space. Then with a thought, the transformed bullhead drum appeared in his hand. Then with another thought, Zhao Hai put on the bullhead drum. After putting on the bullhead drum, Zhao Hai discovered that the bullhead drum had also undergone a mutation. His helmet was a plate armor. It looked very awe-inspiring. It didn't look any different from before except for a small round shield on his left arm. This small shield wasn't very big, it was only about half a meter in diameter. It was round and looked very cute. There was a lightning symbol on the shield, it was very beautiful. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that the ox head armor had indeed changed. In the past, when he wore the helmet, not only did his speed not increase, it actually decreased a lot. This was because the iron bark tree's movement speed was very slow. When he wore the iron bark tree armor, it was as if he had fused with the iron bark tree. Naturally, his speed would also decrease. Of course, at the same time, his defense and strength would also increase. But now, it was different. When Zhao Hai wore the armor, he felt that the armor didn't have any strength. It wasn't only the armor, but also the weapon. At the same time, he also felt that his speed had increased a lot. He became more agile, it was as if his speed had been enhanced. Zhao Hai tried moving a few times to confirm his thoughts. Not only did his movement speed increase, but his attack speed also increased. Then Zhao Hai tried again to see if the armor had any other abilities. Needless to say, this time, the armor really did have another ability, and that was the ability to change weapons. In the past, when Zhao Hai wore the armor, he could only use the ox head drum. Of course, he could also use other weapons, but it wasn't that easy to change weapons. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai actually found something that looked like a hilt behind the round shield. Zhao Hai wanted to take it out to see what it was, but he found that he couldn't move it. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, Zhao Hai believed that this wasn't something useless. Zhao Hai immediately communicated with the iron bark tree and asked him what the handle was. The iron bark tree told him that because of the lightning, the armor had undergone a mutation. The weapons that were absorbed by the iron bark tree had already fused with the armor. The weapons that were absorbed by the iron bark tree had become his offshoots. Now, they were completely fused with the armor. There were actually two handles, one at the top and one at the bottom. The iron bark tree could store the bullhead drum. As long as the weapons were absorbed by the iron bark tree, they could be taken out by the handle. When Zhao Hai heard the iron bark tree, he immediately understood. He retracted his spiritual force and stored the ox head drum back into the space. Then he carefully looked at the round shield. Sure enough, there were two handles. Then he grabbed one of the handles while thinking about the scimitar. Then he pulled the handle and a scimitar appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. Then he wanted to put away the scimitar, but he discovered that the scimitar had already disappeared from his hand. Instead, the handle appeared once again. Zhao Hai let out a breath of relief. At the same time, he was also happy about the armor's transformation. But at the same time, he also thought that his armor should have the lightning attribute. He didn't know if the weapons would have the lightning attribute when attacking. Zhao Hai took out the scimitar and swung it forward. However, the scimitar was still a scimitar, there was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he poured a trace of natural energy into the scimitar. When the natural energy entered the scimitar immediately changed. The scimitar actually lit up in an instant. Then small electric snakes appeared on the scimitar. Seeing this, Zhao Hai finally felt relieved. He understood that natural energy was the source of everything. If he wanted to use the lightning attribute to attack, then he must first pour natural energy into the scimitar. Zhao Hai calmed down and kept his armor. Once again, he put on the stone hammer tree armor. The stone hammer tree armor did not change at all, but Zhao Hai's stone hammer tree armor had also changed. Its speed was much faster, and the stone hammers had the lightning attribute as well. To Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. Zhao Hai then put on the iron thread grass scale armor. As soon as he put on the scale armor, Zhao Hai finally understood what it meant to be as fast as lightning. Although Zhao Hai had been experimenting in the house and did not go out, he found that the speed of the scale armor was definitely several times faster than before. In the past, the scale armor was known for its speed, but now it was as fast as lightning, moving like a ghost. If he put on the scale armor and ran at full speed, perhaps others would only see a black shadow. Zhao Hai heaved a long sigh of relief. His combat prowess had increased once again, and he had not reached the consolidating equipment stage yet. Now, he could kill consolidating equipment stage powerhouses without Juwa's help. Zhao Hai did not continue experimenting with other plants or animals, as the current place was not suitable for that. However, Zhao Hai thought of Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia. Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia were indeed not suited for cultivation. Although they had been training seriously, their strength had increased very slowly, and even Zhao Hai could not do anything to them. However, Zhao Hai did not want them to always be at this level of combat prowess. Such combat prowess might be fine for others, but for him, it was definitely not possible. Zhao Hai was very clear that in the future, the enemies he would meet would only get stronger and stronger, and the dangers he would face would also increase. Under such circumstances, if Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia were still at this level of combat prowess, they would not be able to live for long. Zhao Hai did not want them to die so early, so he had to think of a way to increase their combat prowess. However, how could he increase their combat prowess? This was a problem that Zhao Hai had always had a headache about. Speaking of talent, it was really hard to say. Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxian were not suited for cultivation, and he could not do anything about it. If it was before he had entered the soul world, there were countless ways to make Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxian become masters in the shortest time possible. However, it was not possible now, as he did not have the magical space. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to increase Fat Cat's combat prowess. Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of the manplant unity method that he had used. This method was also suitable for the beasts. If he could let Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian learn this method, wouldn't they be able to increase their combat prowess even faster? However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai shook his head. This method could increase their combat prowess, but their spiritual energy was not enough to communicate with the animals. Since they could not communicate with the animals, he could not use this method. It seemed like he had to think of another way. However, Zhao Hai really did not have any good ideas now. He could only think about it in the future. Nothing happened on this day. Although the people of Thunderwood Town were very grateful to Zhao Hai, no one came to disturb Zhao Hai's peace. After staying in Thunderwood Town for a day, Zhao Hai left with Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian on the second day. When they left, the people of the town came to send them off. This made Zhao Hai feel a little apologetic. For the next period of time, Zhao Hai still maintained the same speed of moving forward. Walking and stopping, he had been observing all kinds of plants along the way. The result of his observation was still very good. Naturally, the road was not so peaceful. Zhao Hai encountered several challenges along the way. However, those challengers were still well behaved. They all challenged Zhao Hai directly. During the battle, they didn't want to fight to the death with Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't want to take their lives, he just defeated them and ended the matter. However, what Zhao Hai didn't expect was that his way of doing things would increase his reputation once again. Those people knew about Zhao Hai's strength, and when they challenged Zhao Hai, they were convinced by his bearing. Although those people were defeated by Zhao Hai, they still appreciated Zhao Hai's character. After their publicity, Zhao Hai's reputation once again increased. However, when Zhao Hai heard about this matter, he didn't have a happy expression. He was even a little worried. After being disturbed by those people, almost everyone knew about their route. No one was a fool, they certainly knew that Zhao Hai was going to enter the prairie. If this news spread, then as long as Zhao Hai enters the prairie, then he would immediately be chased by the entire prairie. This would make him very dangerous. However, there was no other way. Going through the prairie was safer than going through the 100,000 mountains. If the prairie didn't work, then Zhao Hai could lead Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian to run. At worst, he could just provide their horses with natural energy. The prairie was very big, and he had the eagle for reconnaissance. He could also communicate with the grass. If the prairie wanted to chase him down, then it would be very difficult. But if he entered the 100,000 mountains, then it would be really hard to say. The mountains were not suitable for horses. In this case, going into the mountains was not the best choice, so he decided to go through the prairie. After traveling for nearly a month, they finally arrived at Yellow Wind City. Now, the highest military officer in Yellow Wind City, who was also the commander of the city's garrison, was still Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying had just made a great contribution, and his reputation was very high. Naturally, Dao Mingyuan couldn't immediately call him back. At the same time, Dao Mingyuan wanted to use this matter to test Dao Beiying and see if Dao Beiying was disloyal. If Dao Beiying was disloyal, then Dao Mingyuan would deal with him while he was still able to. However, Dao Beiying was already warned by Zhao Hai. Because of this, he was very well behaved. Although he became a commander, he didn't have much contact with his subordinates outside of military affairs. Although these generals still trusted him, Dao Beiying was deliberately alienating them. These generals weren't fools, they understood Dao Beiying's intentions. Therefore, they didn't deliberately try to curry favor with Dao Beiying. Because of this, on the surface, Dao Beiying's relationship with these generals was very ordinary. However, only Dao Beiying and the others knew the truth. When Zhao Hai arrived at Yellow Wind City, he directly entered the city. Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping were waiting at the gate to welcome Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping, he immediately jumped down from his horse. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Dao, Brother Lang, why are you standing here? You're too polite. If you have the time, why don't you roast 2 lambs for me? Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian stared blankly at Zhao Hai. The two of them knew Dao Beiying's identity, he was a prince. Zhao Hai actually dared to talk to a prince like this. Did he not want to live anymore? While the two were still in shock, they discovered that Dao Beiying wasn't angry. On the contrary, he seemed to be very happy. He went forward and hammered Zhao Hai's chest before he said, "Don't worry, the lambs have already been roasted." "Kid, you're really slow. It took you more than a month to travel such a long distance. You're really good, I really don't know what to say about you." "Ha ha ha, I don't have any mission this time, so there's no need to walk so fast. Don't forget, I'm a plant master. Of course, my main task is to observe the plants. Everything else is secondary," Zhao Hai said as he greeted Lang Shiping. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards the city. When the veterans of Yellow Wind City saw Zhao Hai, they immediately stood there respectfully. Their eyes were filled with gratitude when they looked at Zhao Hai. This situation was something that Fat Cat didn't notice when he came to Yellow Wind City. This made Fat Cat even more excited. He wanted to know what Zhao Hai did in Yellow Wind City to make the soldiers so grateful to him. Although he heard about what Zhao Hai did in Yellow Wind City, he didn't see it with his own eyes. He always felt that it was unreal. It was like Zhao Hai charging alone and providing food for the army. Fat Cat didn't believe these things. He thought that people were exaggerating. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Could it be that these things were true? When he thought of this, Fat Cat couldn't help but become excited. He was now Zhao Hai's servant. Naturally, he would think of Zhao Hai in everything. The stronger Zhao Hai was, the more glorious he would be as a servant. Now, Zhao Hai was calling a prince brother. Although he knew that Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying had a good relationship, he didn't expect their relationship to be this good. This made him feel proud. Moreover, if the matter of Zhao Hai charging alone and providing food for the army was true, then it meant that Zhao Hai's strength had increased. For Fat Cat, this was definitely a good thing. Following such a master, no matter where he goes in the future, he would have limitless glory. Zhao Hai didn't know what Fat Cat was thinking. He followed Dao Beiying and Lang Shiping into the general's residence. They didn't enter the living room but went directly to the dining room. Then they dismissed all the servants, leaving only the three of them in the dining room. After everyone left, Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, did you really do what happened to Lin City's Tao family and the Zhou family?" When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but stare. However, he didn't hide it from Dao Beiying. Instead, he nodded and said, "Right, I did it." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai admit it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he said, "Kid, why don't you know how to restrain yourself? Is this something you can do? Do you know that if it weren't for the fact that you handled the matter well as the fact that you made a great contribution this time, Imperial Father would have already dealt with you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, if it weren't for this matter, then His Majesty wouldn't have discovered the hidden crisis in the country. His Majesty promoted some small clans to deal with the great clans, didn't he? However, His Majesty was wrong. Once these small clans have enough strength, they would become a great clan. In the end, they would still turn against His Majesty. This is the law. This is because the most important factor in this matter is none other than benefits. As long as there are enough benefits, then the great clans wouldn't care about feelings." Dao Beiying nodded, he also understood this point. However, he still felt that Zhao Hai was too radical. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, you should know that the Hu clan has been very close to the imperial family in recent years. It can be said that they are the closest to the imperial family. Moreover, the Hu clan has been very restrained. They didn't do anything that would embarrass the imperial family. Am I right?" Dao Beiying nodded and said, "You're right. The Hu clan is indeed the closest to the imperial family. I don't disagree with this." Zhao Hai said, "The Hu clan has been very low-key and patient. Moreover, because of their close relationship with the imperial family, the great clans didn't exclude the Hu clan. However, there aren't many who have a good relationship with the Hu clan. This caused the Hu clan to be isolated. The great clans and His Majesty are aware of this, but the small clans aren't necessarily aware of this. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, those fellows from the small clans, after gaining a bit of strength, they immediately inflated themselves. They think that they should have a higher status." How do they get a higher status? Of course, it's to challenge a big family. It's best if they can trample that big family under their feet. That way, they will become famous, others will recognize their strength, and they will get more benefits. This is the mentality of a nouveau riche. They want to make themselves richer, and they want those big families to recognize their status, so they have to do this. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, "Therefore, they chose the great clans to bully." Because of this, the Hu clan entered their eyes. The Hu clan is low-key and kind. If other great clans dare to provoke them, then they would immediately receive a crazy retaliation. This is the law. However, the Hu clan generally doesn't. Even if they encounter a little provocation, the Hu clan wouldn't care too much about it. Therefore, they chose the Hu clan. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and said, "But they misjudged the Hu clan. It's not that the Hu clan isn't strong enough. They just don't want to make things difficult for the imperial family." At this time, His Majesty should have come to protect the Hu clan. However, His Majesty didn't. If the Hu clan doesn't fight back, then what will happen? The Hu clan will be attacked by the small and medium-sized clans. At that time, the situation will get out of hand. Let's not talk about whether or not the Hu clan can deal with the small and medium-sized clans, just the consequences of this matter will make the great clans know that the Hu clan is close to the imperial family. As for the small and medium-sized clans, most of them were promoted by His Majesty. Now that these small and medium-sized clans are working together to deal with the Hu clan, whether or not His Majesty was the one who ordered it, this debt will be placed on His Majesty's head. In this case, what will the other great clans think? They will think that the Hu clan, who is close to the imperial family, will be dealt with by the imperial family. Then what will happen to the other great clans that aren't close to the imperial family? At that time, I'm afraid that the entire Saber Spirit country will be in chaos. When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he broke out in cold sweat. He finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's ruthlessness, the small and medium-sized clans would have attacked the Hu clan. The great clan's reaction would be the same as what Zhao Hai said. If the great clans thought that the imperial family would deal with them, would they just sit and wait for their deaths? Of course not. When the time came, even if they didn't cause a ruckus, the entire Blade Spirit Nation would be in chaos. When Zhao Hai saw Dao Beiying's expression, he knew that Dao Beiying had also thought of this point. Then Zhao Hai continued, "The Hu clan didn't deal with those fellows just for the sake of the imperial family. The Hu clan is a great clan, they wouldn't allow the small clans to ride on their heads. Therefore, the Hu clan will fight back. However, they won't be as fierce as me." At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Actually, His Majesty's method of suppressing the great clans was wrong from the very beginning. The great clans can take advantage of the country for their own benefit, but their roots are still in the Saber Spirit country. They still support the imperial family. His Majesty wanted the imperial family to be able to steadily suppress the great clans and rule the Saber Spirit country. His Majesty wanted the imperial family to be able to suppress the great clans and rule the Saber Spirit country. His Majesty wanted the imperial family to be able to steadily suppress the great clans and rule the Saber Spirit country. His Majesty wanted the imperial family to be able to suppress the great clans and rule the Saber Spirit country. His Majesty wanted the imperial family to be able to suppress the great clans and rule the Saber Spirit country. Zhao Hai looked at the pensive Dao Beiying and said, "Brother Dao, if you find out that an official in charge of a city has embezzled a lot of money, but he's also very capable and loyal to the imperial family, what would you do?" Dao Beiying stared, then he immediately said, "What else can I do? Remove him from his position." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I know that all those in power hate their subordinates for embezzlement. But have you thought about it? Do honest officials really have the ability? You dismissed a capable but corrupt official from his post. Do you think the person you sent to replace him must be an honest and upright official? Even if he's an honest official, what if he doesn't have the ability? If you want to find someone who's loyal, capable, and honest, is there such a person? Even if there is, how many can there be? If the person you send is an honest official, but he doesn't have the ability, then the city's annual income of 1 million gold coins would be reduced to 500,000 gold coins, or even less. Not only would the imperial family suffer a loss, even the common people wouldn't have a good time. If the person you send is still a corrupt official, then even if he has the ability, the common people wouldn't have a good time. This is because the previous corrupt official had already embezzled a lot, so he would restrain himself. But this new one hasn't, so he would be even more greedy, and the common people would still suffer. So Brother Dao, the right thing to do is to use the corrupt official, but you need to give him a beating. You need to send people to watch over him, you need to divide his power, you need to make him work hard, you need to give him some benefits, but these benefits should be within your scope of approval. Speaking up to this point, Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and said, dealing with the great clans is the same. Right now, the cities of the Saber Spirit country have all been plundered by the great clans. If they want to obtain benefits from the cities, then they can't treat the people too badly. They will do everything in their power to make the people in the cities richer. This is just like how the imperial family wants the Saber Spirit country to become stronger. If the imperial family destroys the great clans, then wouldn't new clans appear in the cities? These new clans don't have the background of the great clans. In order to get more money, they will do their best to plunder. In the end, the unlucky ones would be the people in the cities. At that time, I'm afraid that the Saber Spirit country would be even more chaotic. Dao Beiying quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. This was the first time that someone said something like this to him. These words were different from what he had learned in the past. But strangely, Dao Beiying felt that Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying, then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Dao, if you become the king of the Blade Spirit country in the future, please remember that in any country, there will always be struggles. Just like His Majesty used the imperial family's strength to fight against the great clans, isolating the imperial family. But now, His Majesty has changed his method, playing a balance. His Majesty pulled a group of people and then used them to deal with another group. This way, the imperial family wouldn't be isolated, the imperial family would always be a high existence. People from both sides would try to curry favor with the imperial family, because whichever side the imperial family favors, that side would win. What the imperial family needs to do is to not favor any side, maintaining a high position in order to rule the Blade Spirit country. Dao Beiying smiled faintly and said, Dao Beiying didn't say anything, he just drank the wine in his cup. Then he put down his cup and let out a long breath, Crane grass, I understand what you're saying. I also want to thank you for telling me this. But aren't you afraid that I'll use this method to deal with the Hu clan? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't be afraid, the Hu clan doesn't want to replace the imperial family. The relationship between the Hu clan and the imperial family is good. Moreover, the Hu clan is now a privileged class. Even if they want to fight, they don't lack the strength to do so. What's there to be afraid of? In this world, if you want to develop and become a privileged class, then you have to choose a side. Those who don't choose a side can only stand at the top. Dao Beiying poured himself a cup of wine, then he raised his cup towards Zhao Hai and said, Crane grass, I can't guarantee anything about the others, but if one day I really do sit on the throne, then the Hu clan and the Lang clan will be my most loyal allies. As long as I, Dao Beiying, am here, then the Hu clan and the Lang clan won't be in any danger. You two remember my words, I, Dao Beiying, will do what I say. Then he drank the wine in his cup. Zhao Hai calmly sat on his horse. He didn't stay in Yellow Wind City for long. He only rested for 2 days and brought some necessary things with him. Then he left Yellow Wind City and went directly to the prairie. What Dao Beiying said before, he didn't intend to tell the Hu clan. He told Dao Beiying these things because they were friends. He didn't intend to help the Hu clan. Zhao Hai didn't want to care about the Hu clan's development, nor did he have the ability to. Although his status in the Hu clan was very high, he couldn't say much about the clan's development. Although he was a foster relative of the Hu clan had a lot of clansmen. If he took himself too seriously, then he wouldn't have a good time in the Hu clan. Zhao Hai can see that Dao Beiying really listened to what he said. However, it was hard to say how far Dao Beiying could go. But from what Zhao Hai can see, Dao Beiying had done a good job. He didn't have too much interaction with the generals, nor did he show any arrogance. This was good, he had won a lot of good impressions. However, these things weren't within Zhao Hai's scope of consideration. Right now, Zhao Hai was living his own life. He had already done his best with Dao Beiying's matter. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the Hu clan didn't participate in the struggle for the throne. For Dao Beiying to be able to do this much was already very good. After entering the prairie, Zhao was careful. He sent out a falcon to scout their surroundings. He wanted to see if there were other falcons scouting them. If there were, then they could be dealt with as soon as possible. Zhao was a bit more careful. He sent out a falcon to scout their surroundings. He wanted to see if there were other falcons around them. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that there weren't any falcons scouting him. This made Zhao Hai very curious. Could it be that the Wolf Spirit Country didn't know that he had entered the prairie? In fact, the Wolf Spirit Country was now afraid that the Blade Spirit Country would attack them. This was especially true after Zhao Hai's bread tree seed appeared. The Wolf Spirit Country was now paying attention to the Blade Spirit Country. After all, in the past, it was always them who attacked the Blade Spirit Nation. However, the Blade Spirit Nation was unable to attack them due to the lack of supplies. What about now? If the Blade Spirit Nation did not have to worry about supplies anymore, then they could attack them. They had to be careful. Because of this, the news of Zhao Hai coming to the prairie was naturally known to the tribes. But what was strange was that these tribes didn't think about dealing with Zhao Hai. On the contrary, they were afraid of meeting Zhao Hai. The prairie wasn't calm at this time. The Golden Wolf tribe couldn't summon hundreds of troops like before, so the prairie was in turmoil. There were constant friction between the tribes, and Zhao Hai was a super expert. In this case, no tribe wanted to meet Zhao Hai. If they lost too many troops while dealing with Zhao Hai, then they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't take the initiative to look for trouble with these small tribes. When he meets a tribe in front of him, he would directly go around them, not making any contact with them. Of course, when it came to observing the grass in the prairie, Zhao Hai didn't relax for a moment. Because of this, his speed of progress wasn't very fast. In the prairie, they walked for more than a month before they entered the desert. When they entered the desert, Zhou Qianxian was really shocked. The desert scenery was really beautiful. After entering the desert, Zhao Hai and Fat Cat felt a sense of familiarity. However, the two still decided to quickly go to Sand Tiger Camp and take a look before doing anything else. After the three entered the desert, they really did encounter some small thieves. However, when these thieves saw Zhao Hai's figure, they immediately knew who Zhao Hai was. They were so scared that they knelt on the side of the road and kept kowtowing. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't want to do anything to them, so he directly let them go. After walking for more than 10 days in the desert, they finally arrived at the main camp of the Sand Tiger Stockade. The main camp of the Sand Tiger Stockade was still in the same place. The huge camp looked extraordinary. Zhao Hai and Fat Cat went straight to the front of the camp. From afar, they could see the Sand Tiger flag. The two of them felt like they were returning home. In any case, the two of them had lived here for a long time. It was impossible for them to let go of this place so quickly. When the two were a few hundred meters away from the camp, a bugle call was heard. Then the camp's gate opened and a group of people rushed out. What made Zhao Hai and Fat Cat puzzled was that this group of people was in a charging formation. When Zhao Hai saw this formation, he was stunned. One must know that he put a lot of effort into the construction of Sand Tiger Camp. Although he handed it over to the Fire Phoenix didn't seem like a ruthless person. Why would they charge now? What was going on? Zhao Hai didn't move, he just stood there with a gloomy face. He didn't even take out his weapon. He wanted to see what the other party wanted to do. If they really wanted to fight, then he wouldn't be polite. Before long, the charging Sand Tiger Camp slowed down. Then the leader of the group gave a shout, causing the formation to slow down. Before long, the group arrived in front of Zhao Hai. Upon seeing the leader, Fat Cat immediately shouted, "Bald Eagle, what are you doing? You want to charge when you see crane grass?" Do you want to die? The bandit called Vulture by Fat Cat was a beast soul bearer. His beast soul was an eagle, but he didn't have any hair on his head. Because of this, everyone called him Vulture. He was also a captain of Sand Tiger Camp. I don't know what's going on, but the people from Spirit Snake Village aren't on good terms with our desert tiger bandits. They always send people to harass us. They have already sent people several times, once to ask for a marriage, and another time to ask us why our desert tiger bandits were monopolizing the spoils of war. They always send 3 people each time, so when I saw the 3 of you, I thought that you were from Spirit Snake Village, so I wanted to teach them a lesson. Crane Grass, please forgive me. Xiaohai nodded and said, it's alright. Get up. Is Hui Camp's chief here? What did he say about this? Vulture bowed to Xiaohai and then stood up. When he heard Xiaohai's question, he quickly replied, Hui Camp's chief is here. He's also worried about this. If the 10 camps really do attack us together, we won't be able to stop them. So he's trying to think of a way. Hui Camp's chief is preparing to contact the other camps to see if Spirit Snake Camp is telling the truth. At the same time, we'll try to gain their support. Xiaohai nodded and waved his hand, saying, lead the way. Bring me to see Hui Camp's chief. Vulture nodded and led Xiaohai into the camp. In the entire Sand Tiger Camp, the one with the highest prestige was not the former chief Feng Tianbao, nor was it the current chief Fire Phoenix. Although Fire Phoenix was a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse, but in terms of prestige, she was far from Xiaohai. In fact, Xiaohai was the one with the highest prestige in the entire Sand Tiger Camp. As the group entered the camp, everyone who saw Xiaohai ran over to greet Xiaohai. After that, cheers rang out from the camp. Xiaohai followed Vulture to the camp's main tent. Fire Phoenix and He Tianhu had already heard that Xiaohai was back, and they were waiting at the entrance to welcome Xiaohai. As soon as Xiaohai saw the 2 of them, he jumped down from his horse and cupped his fists towards them, saying, Hui Camp leader, brother Hu, why have you come out? Are you here to welcome me? Haha, you're too polite. He Tianhu walked quickly to Xiaohai's side, sizing him up. Finally, he thumped him on the chest and said, good lad, why aren't you enjoying your life in the Blade Spirit Nation? Why have you come back to the desert to eat sand? What's going on? Xiaohai smiled and said, it's nothing. I've always wanted to do some research on the plants here in the desert. This time, after I went back, I didn't have much to do in the Blade Spirit Nation, so I came back. He Tianhu turned his head to look at Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix nodded and said, let's talk inside the tent. Then she turned around and walked into the tent. He Tianhu led Xiaohai inside as well. Xiaohai waved his hand towards Fat Cat. Fat Cat understood Xiaohai's intention, so he led Zhou Qianqian away. After the 3 entered the tent and sat down, Xiaohai looked at Fire Phoenix and said, Camp leader, I heard from Vulture that the Spirit Snake Camp is looking for trouble with us. What's going on? What do they want to do? Fire Phoenix turned her head to look at He Tianhu. He Tianhu looked at Fire Phoenix and then turned to Xiaohai and said, indeed, ever since we came back from the prairie, the Spirit Snake Camp hasn't stopped. The first thing they did was to send a messenger saying that they wanted to discuss the distribution of the spoils of war. But the distribution of the spoils of war had already been discussed before we attacked the prairie, so there's nothing to discuss. But we still asked them what they said about the spoils of war. This time, they said that they were representing the 10 great strongholds to discuss the distribution of the spoils. If we don't share the spoils with them, the 10 great strongholds will attack us. Of course, we didn't agree to that, so we chased them away. But then, the Spirit Snake stronghold sent someone again. This time, they said that they were representing the 10 great strongholds to discuss the distribution of the spoils. If we don't share the spoils with them, the 10 great strongholds will attack us. Of course, we didn't agree to that, so we chased them away. In the past 2 days, we have sent someone to contact the 10 great strongholds to see what they mean. Do they really want to share our spoils equally, or are the people from the Spirit Snake stronghold trying to sow discord among them? When Xiaohai heard He Tianhu, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, the Spirit Snake stronghold is too much. I think that if the other strongholds want to deal with us, they would certainly have something to do with the Spirit Snake stronghold. It seems like we need to find a way to deal with them. Fire Phoenix frowned and said, "It won't be that easy. The Spirit Snake stronghold should have already contacted the other strongholds. If we want to deal with the Spirit Snake stronghold, we need to know how the other strongholds will react." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Let's do this. Tomorrow, I'll have someone lead me to the Spirit Snake stronghold. I want to see what they want to do." When Fire Phoenix and He Tianhu heard Zhao Hai, they stared. He Tianhu immediately said, "Crane Grass, you can't act recklessly. The Spirit Snake stronghold is one of the top 5 strongholds in the 10 great strongholds. If you act recklessly, then the consequences would be unimaginable." Zhao Hai said, "Rest assured, I'll pay attention. Right, after I go, our stronghold needs to prepare for battle." "Alright, I've been on the road all day, I'm tired. I'll be going to rest." "You should rest early as well." After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards the two. Then he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai left, Fire Phoenix immediately turned to He Tianhu and said, "Tianhu, how do you think Crane Grass will deal with the Spirit Snake stronghold? The Spirit Snake stronghold lord isn't weak. If Crane Grass acts recklessly, then it would be disastrous. Moreover, I'm afraid that our 2 strongholds would have to fight." He Tianhu frowned, then he said, "Let's not worry about that for now. No matter what, the matter of the Spirit Snake stronghold must be resolved. From what I can see, the Spirit Snake stronghold's intention is to swallow us whole, so we can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to let Crane Grass deal with them. I'm confident in Crane Grass's strength. Even if he can't kill that old fogey, it shouldn't be difficult for him to retreat. In the Great Desert, words are useless, only a knife can be used. We should prepare ourselves. Tomorrow, Crane Grass will go to the Spirit Snake stronghold and prepare for battle. Actually, it's also good to let Crane Grass go and cause trouble. The reason why I didn't send people to cause trouble in the Spirit Snake stronghold is because we don't have experts like you in Crane Grass. You are the stronghold's master, so you can't act rashly. But in our stronghold, besides you, we don't have any other experts, so this plan can't be carried out. Now that Crane Grass has returned, with his strength, it's just right for him to do this." When Fire Phoenix heard He Tianhu, she couldn't help but stare. Then she nodded and said, "Alright, that's the only thing we can do. You should go back and rest." "Right, who are you going to send to lead Crane Grass tomorrow?" "The person leading him will be in danger." He Tianhu said, "Rest assured, our stronghold doesn't lack death warriors. I'll take my leave first." Then he stood up and gave Fire Phoenix a salute before he turned around and left. After He Tianhu left, Fire Tiger came out from the tent. Fire Phoenix looked at Fire Tiger and said, "Little Tiger, do you think that Crane Grass will make a move against the Spirit Snake stronghold? Do you think that he came back this time to observe the plants or to monitor us?" Fire Tiger replied, looking at Crane Grass's appearance, "I'm afraid that he will really make a move against the Spirit Snake stronghold. As for whether Crane Grass came back for the plants or to monitor us, we can't tell right now. Let's observe for a while before we decide. But regardless of whether he came to monitor us or to observe the plants, one thing is for sure, he doesn't want anything to happen to the stronghold. Therefore, it's certain that he will deal with the Spirit Snake stronghold. We should prepare for battle." When she heard Fire Tiger, Fire Phoenix let out a long breath. Her face was slightly tired as she said, "I didn't think that managing the stronghold would be this difficult. If it wasn't for revenge, I wouldn't want to manage the stronghold." Fire Tiger looked at Fire Phoenix's appearance and felt a burst of heartache. He also understood Fire Phoenix's pain. For a woman to manage a stronghold with hundreds of thousands of people, this was indeed a bit difficult. Fire Phoenix wasn't a strong person, she didn't have much experience in management before. Now that everything was on her shoulders, it was really difficult for her. But all of this was for revenge. If they didn't rely on the strength of the mountain stronghold, they wouldn't be able to take revenge in their lifetime. Even if they relied on the strength of the mountain stronghold, it would still be very difficult to take revenge. After all, their enemy was too powerful. It was the entire Tiger Soul country. The Tiger Soul country was able to stand tall in the Soul world for so many years, it wasn't just a matter of words. Their strength was there for all to see. It really wasn't that easy for the people in the mountain stronghold to deal with the Tiger Soul country. but no matter what, they now had a stronghold with hundreds of thousands of people. This gave them hope. Moreover, with these people, they didn't need to worry about the Tiger Soul country coming to deal with them. Although not many people in the Tiger Soul country knew that they were in the Great Desert, and even if they knew, they wouldn't necessarily care. However, the two siblings were still very worried. They were afraid that one day, the Tiger Soul country would come looking for them. It was precisely because of this reason that when Captain Feng said that he wanted to hand over the stronghold to Fire Phoenix didn't hesitate to agree. The next morning, after eating, Zhao Hai went to the tent. This time, Zhao Hai was prepared to go to the Spirit Snake stronghold by himself. He didn't want to bring Zhou Qianxian and Fat Cat. This was because he was very clear about why he was going to the stronghold. If he brought the two of them, then they might not be able to come back. When Zhao Hai arrived at the tent, Fire Phoenix, Fire Tiger, and Black Sky Tiger were all there. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai, Fire Phoenix immediately said, "He Chao, tell me, why are you going to the Spirit Snake stronghold this time? What are you going to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Nothing much, just to see if we can take care of the Spirit Snake stronghold. Even if we can't, we have to let them know that our Sand Tiger stronghold is not to be trifled with. Even if all 10 of their strongholds come together to deal with us, so what? The grasslands are in a mess. Today, they can fight me, tomorrow I will fight them back. The Golden Wolf tribe is no longer able to control the entire grasslands. At most, we can just go to the grasslands. With our current strength, we can establish our own territory anywhere in the grasslands. Why should we be afraid of them? As such, we have to teach those Spirit Snake stronghold fellows a lesson." "Oh right, the stronghold leader of the Spirit Snake stronghold is called Ling Shi, right? I heard that he is also a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. I was just thinking of meeting him." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Fire Phoenix and the other two revealed looks of understanding. However, when they heard Zhao Hai say that at most, they could just go to the grasslands, all three of them revealed looks of contemplation. In truth, the living conditions in the desert were just too harsh. Although the living conditions in the grasslands were not too good, it was still much better than the desert. If they really wanted to live in the grasslands, it would not be a bad choice. Black Sky Tiger looked at Zhao Hai and said solemnly, "I have already arranged for the person to lead the way for you. He is one of the death warriors in the stronghold. Just go ahead, he is waiting for you outside. Your horse has also been prepared for you." Zhao Hai nodded, then smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to send a death warrior, there is no need for that. He just needs to bring me to the Spirit Snake stronghold. As long as he can tell me where the Spirit Snake stronghold is, he can come back. Nothing will happen. Alright, I'm leaving." After saying that, Zhao Hai cupped his fists towards the others and turned to leave. This was somewhat out of the others' expectations, but they did not say anything and came out to send Zhao Hai off. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the tent, he indeed saw an ordinary-looking desert bandit standing there. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that he was actually a soul possessor. His sole object was actually a pair of chopsticks. The man stood there with a horse beside him. Zhao Hai's model bamboo was also there. When he saw Zhao Hai come over, he immediately cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I have seen crane grass." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the bandit and said, "Alright, let's go." Then he jumped on model bamboo and followed the bandit out of the stronghold. Before long, the two left the stronghold. As they walked, Zhao Hai looked at the bandit and said, "What is your name? Why did you accept this mission? Don't you know that this mission is extremely dangerous?" The bandit replied, "I know. Crane Grass Village's lord, I used to be a member of the Spirit Snake stronghold. Originally, I was just a small member of the Spirit Snake stronghold. Moreover, I also married and had children. Although I lived in the stronghold, because the Spirit Snake stronghold is a large stronghold, there were always people who needed to farm to support the other combatants. I was one of those farmers. Although my life was poor, it was still acceptable. But I didn't expect that one day, a squad leader of the stronghold would take a fancy to my wife. Claiming that he was drunk, he ruined my wife and even killed the squad leader. At that time, I wasn't home, but when I heard the news, I knew that if I stayed in the stronghold, I wouldn't be able to escape his evil hands. Therefore, I directly ran away and joined the Sand Tiger stronghold. I know that you want to deal with the Spirit Snake stronghold this time. Zhao Hai looked at his appearance and muttered, lead me to a place not far from Spirit Snake camp, then you can go back. Today's matter isn't something you can participate in. Remember, keep your little life. Later on, you will have the opportunity to take revenge. Zhao Hai looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't worry. When the bandit heard Zhao Hai, he just nodded and didn't say anything else. The two silently moved forward. At noon, they casually found a place to rest and eat. Then they gave the horses some water and food before continuing on their journey. The desert was very big. From Sand Tiger stronghold to the Spirit Snake stronghold, it would take about 3 days to travel. The two didn't move quickly, so they only arrived at the Spirit Snake stronghold's territory on the 3rd day. It must be said that the Spirit Snake stronghold's territory was very big. After all, it was an old stronghold. Their territory wasn't small. Zhao Hai had the bandit point him in the direction of the Spirit Snake stronghold. Although the bandit wanted to take revenge, he was only a soul and had never cultivated. If he followed, he would only die. Zhao Hai didn't want him to make such a meaningless sacrifice, so he sent the bandit back. After the bandit went back, Zhao Hai rode his horse towards the Spirit Snake stronghold. Along the way, he met some herders and farmers. The Spirit Snake stronghold's territory was the most fertile area in the desert. This made Zhao Hai somewhat envious. Naturally, when Zhao Hai entered the Spirit Snake stronghold's territory, the people of the Spirit Snake stronghold noticed him. Not long after he entered the Spirit Snake stronghold's territory, a group of 100 people appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Everyone in this 100-man squad was wearing leather armor, and each of them had a scimitar, which made them look very awe-inspiring. But Zhao could see that their leather armor was looted from various tribes in the prairie, and some of them were probably taken from dead people. The leather armor still had wounds on it, which made it look a bit awkward. When Zhao Hai saw the group, he stopped and waited for them to arrive. Before long, the group stopped in front of Zhao Hai. The leader of the group was a Spirit Snake village captain. When he saw Zhao Hai's figure, his expression changed as he said, "Are you the leader of the giant demon clan, Crane Field?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Are you the leader of the giant demon clan?" Zhao Hai looked at this person and smiled faintly. "I didn't think that my nickname Crane Field would spread to the great desert." "Ha ha ha, I'm very honored." "That's right, I'm Crane Field. Today, I came to visit the Spirit Snake stronghold's lord." When the captain heard Zhao Hai, he didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Lord Tian. Our stronghold's lord is at home. Lord Tian, please." Then he turned his horse and made an inviting gesture towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He squeezed his horse's belly and had mottled bamboo trot forward. As for the captain, he followed Zhao Hai's side. However, there were a few horsemen in their group. They urged their horses to gallop towards the Spirit Snake stronghold's main gate. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived at the Spirit Snake stronghold's gate. At the gate, there was a person standing there. This person was very tall, about 2 meters in height. He was very strong. He was sitting on a sturdy black horse. With his black helmet and black armor, he looked like a black demon god. He gave off an invisible pressure. Zhao Hai looked at the man and saw a weapon spirit above his head. His weapon spirit was somewhat strange. It was actually a golden melon, a sledgehammer with a long handle. The sledgehammer looked very big and very awe-inspiring. At first glance, one could tell that it couldn't be used by people who weren't very strong. When the captain saw this person, he immediately cupped his fist and said, "I've seen the 3rd stronghold lord." That person waved his hand, and the captain immediately moved to the side. His attitude was very respectful. When Zhao Hai heard the captain's words, he knew who this person was. The Spirit Snake stronghold had a total of 10 stronghold lords. The 1st stronghold lord Xianxia, the 2nd stronghold lord Lei Gong, the 3rd stronghold lord Tai Ta, the 4th stronghold lord Scholar, the 5th stronghold lord Go Hun, the 6th stronghold lord Guaying, the 7th stronghold lord Ju Xiang, the 8th stronghold lord Tainyo, the 9th stronghold lord Tan Lang, and the 10th stronghold lord Craftsman. The 10 stronghold lords of the Spirit Snake stronghold were not to be trifled with. Among them, Xianxia, Lei Gong, Tai Ta, and the scholar were all consolidating equipment stage powerhouses. Although the rest were not consolidating equipment stage powerhouses, their strength was still very strong. They were all half a step into the consolidating equipment stage. The third stronghold Lord Tai Ta was famous for his strength. His golden melon was rare in the Great Desert. Iron Tower stood in front of the camp and looked at Zhao Hai. He was wearing a full set of iron armor. Although it was black, it looked heavy. Iron Tower was 30 years old. He had a square face that looked sharp. Sitting on his horse, he really looked like a black iron tower. Zhao Hai was wearing gray clothes as he sat on mottled bamboo's back. He looked very ordinary. However, no one in the desert dared to look down on him. This was because his nickname wasn't given to him by himself. There was a very strange situation in the desert. A lot of people's nicknames were given to themselves. Moreover, very few people used their real names in the desert. For example, Spirit Snake wasn't his real name, nobody knew what his real name was. Even Iron Tower wasn't his real name. Spirit Snake, Iron Tower, they were all nicknames that they came up with themselves. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's nickname wasn't given to him by himself. It was given to him by his enemies. Compared to other people's nicknames, this nickname was worth a lot more money. Naturally, the most important thing was that everyone knew Zhao Hai's real name. This was very rare in the Grand Desert. This also showed that Zhao Hai's group didn't have any experience. When people asked them, they immediately reported their real names. This was a sign of inexperience. Iron Tower saw that Zhao Hai didn't speak for a long time. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Crane Field, why did you come today?" Zhao Hai looked at Tower, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Today, I just wanted to discuss with Spirit Snake Village's chief about the distribution of our spoils of war. I don't know why Third Chief stopped me." Iron Tower looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "Master Tian, do you really mean that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, Third Fort Master should know that I returned to the Blade Spirit Nation after the previous matter. The Blade Spirit Nation doesn't want to intervene in the Grand Desert anymore. This time, I didn't come to the Grand Desert for the Sand Tiger camp, I came here to study the plants. My time in the Grand Desert was too short, I still haven't finished my research. Therefore, I came here to study the plants of the Grand Desert. I heard about this matter as soon as I arrived. I was also entrusted by Fire Fort Master to discuss the distribution of the spoils of war with Fort Master Ling." Iron Tower looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. However, he still said, "If that's the case, Master Tian, please." Then he turned his horse and gestured to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and cupped his fist towards Iron Tower. Then he walked towards Spirit Snake Fort. Iron Tower followed Zhao Hai. The two quickly arrived at the main tent of the fort. When they arrived at the entrance, Iron Tower turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Master Tian, please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report for you." Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Third Chief." Then the two jumped off their horses. Zhao Hai stood beside Banju while Iron Tower strode into the tent. Not long after he entered the tent, a voice was heard, "Master Tian, please come in." When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he smiled faintly and walked towards the tent. Upon entering the tent, Zhao Hai saw a person sitting on a large chair. The chair was very big and had a large snake carved on it. Sitting on the chair was an ordinary old man. This old man wasn't very tall and was very thin. He had a pair of triangular eyes and a goatee. He looked like an ugly farmer. However, his sole object was a long spear. Moreover, his ferocious reputation in the desert wasn't any less than that of the Blood Skull. This guy was also a master of killing. Moreover, he wasn't like the Blood Skull. The Blood Skull killed a lot of people, but he rarely tortured people. Under normal circumstances, he would directly kill his enemies, and the number of people who were tortured to death by him wasn't a lot. However, the Spirit Snake was different. This Spirit Snake liked to torture his enemies. He liked to watch his enemies die while screaming. This was the happiest thing for him. Therefore, in the desert, many desert bandits were more afraid of the Spirit Snake than the Blood Skull. At this moment, the spirit snake was staring at Zhao Hai with his triangular eyes. His eyes were cold and had a trace of ridicule. It was like a cat looking at a mouse. Zhao Hai didn't seem to feel the spirit snake's gaze. Instead, he cupped his fist and said, "Tian Crane Grass greets the spirit snake stronghold's lord." The spirit snake looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything. He didn't return Zhao Hai's greeting, nor did he tell Zhao Hai not to be polite. He just looked at Zhao Hai with a face full of ridicule. When Zhao Hai saw the spirit snake's expression, his face couldn't help but sink. Then he withdrew his hand and stood there, staring at the spirit snake. The two of them silently looked at each other. Neither of them moved, neither of them blinked. It was as if they were competing in a game where whoever blinked first would lose. At first, the rest of the people in the tent were waiting to watch the show. However, slowly, their expressions changed. Staring at each other for so long was not as simple as not blinking. At the same time, it was also a test of one's mental fortitude. After all, mental fortitude often had a lot to do with one's power, especially when one's power had reached their level. Currently, there were no weaklings in the large tent. Most of them were at the consolidating equipment stage, and the rest were definitely half a step into that realm. Their mental fortitude was extremely strong, and this exchange of glances was like a silent exchange of blows. It was not as simple as a mere exchange of glances, but a clash of auras. None of the people in the tent had expected things to develop to such a stage, and it was truly a surprise to them. Everyone in the spiritual snake stronghold knew of the spirit snake's power, but they did not know much about Zhao Hai's power. Although they had heard some things about Zhao Hai, in truth, they did not really believe it. As such, they had thought that Zhao Hai would quickly be defeated by the spirit snake's stare. However, they had not expected that Zhao Hai would actually be able to hold on, and not give in at all, with no signs of being defeated. That was the real reason for their surprise. As for the other members of the spiritual snake stronghold, they would never have guessed that the spirit snake's current situation was far worse than they had imagined. Not only was he unable to gain the upper hand in the staring contest with Zhao Hai, he had even been forced into a disadvantageous position by Zhao Hai. Originally, he had thought that he was a bloodthirsty person, with his eyes filled with killing intent, and any ordinary person would tremble in fear under his gaze. That way, when he met Zhao Hai's stare, he would definitely have the upper hand. At that time, he would be able to easily overwhelm Zhao Hai with his aura. However, when he met Zhao Hai's eyes and wanted to use his killing intent to overwhelm Zhao Hai, he discovered that he was wrong. He discovered that the killing intent in Zhao Hai's eyes was far beyond his imagination. He felt that Zhao Hai's eyes were glowing red, as if he had been sucked into a strange world. In that world, there was blood everywhere, corpses were everywhere, and countless souls were wailing. That was not hell, but a grim reaper standing in that hell, coldly looking at him. Compared to the grim reaper, the spirit snake was as pure as a little loli wearing a princess dress. What made the spirit snake even more afraid was that he couldn't withdraw his gaze even if he wanted to. It was as if his gaze was being sucked in by the other party. No, it wasn't just his gaze, even his soul was being sucked in by the other party. It was as if he was about to sink into that hell, never to be reincarnated. In addition to the spirit snake, there were also several other fort lords of the spirit snake stronghold. On the left and right of spirit snake were two strong men. One was Tai Ta, who was wearing black armor. The other was a man wearing leather armor. He wasn't very tall, but he looked very strong. This man looked to be around 40 years old. He had a big beard on his face and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. The soul above his head was a pair of hammers. He was the second boss of the spirit snake stronghold, Lei Gong. Under Lei Gong was a scholar wearing a robe and holding a fan in his hand. He looked very gentle and his skin was white. He looked like a scholar who had read a lot. The soul above his head was an iron fan. He was the fourth boss of the spirit snake stronghold, the scholar. His soul was also the most special one. This was because a normal fan could only be considered a soul, but the iron fan was different. The iron fan was a weapon, and a very powerful one at that. Not to mention, he was a spirit condensation realm expert. The four of them were all spirit condensation realm experts. They were also the mainstays of the spirit snake stronghold. The four of them had different personalities. The spirit snake was sinister and murderous. The Lei Gong was gloomy and didn't speak much. No one knew what he was thinking. Tai Ta was a good person, but he had a bad temper and was very murderous. The scholar was resourceful and could be considered the stronghold's military advisor. The spirit snake's situation might not have been noticed by others, but the scholar did. He noticed that the spirit snake's eyes were slowly losing focus. It didn't look like he was looking at Zhao Hai. On the contrary, his soul seemed to have flown from his eyes to an unknown place. Moreover, he was experiencing boundless fear. The scholar was stunned. Then his face changed as he shouted, "Jianzi, you dare!" Then he pointed the fan in his hand at Zhao Hai. "Ha ha ha ha!" Zhao Hai laughed out loud. At the same time, a green light flashed in his hand. In the next moment, the spirit snake's soul hadn't completely returned to his body yet. Then Zhao Hai grabbed the scholar's fan and looked at him with disdain. With a wave of his hand, the scholar's body was thrown away by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't throw the scholar for nothing. With this throw, the scholar's body involuntarily flew towards the Lei Gong. The Lei Gong, who had just stood up and was about to attack Zhao Hai, had no choice but to dodge the scholar's body and miss the opportunity to attack Zhao Hai with Tai Ta. At this time, Tai Ta, who saw the spirit snake's head being cut off, held the golden melon in his hand and threw it at Zhao Hai. At the same time, he roared. Combined with his tall stature, he indeed had an intimidating aura. Unfortunately, his opponent today was Zhao Hai, a giant who was even taller than him. Just as his golden melon was about to hit Zhao Hai didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. His body moved and directly appeared in front of Tai Ta. His hands moved and grabbed at Tai Ta. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Then, Zhao Hai exerted force with both hands, and Tai Ta's huge body was lifted up by Zhao Hai. He then threw Tai Ta towards the other stronghold masters of the spirit snake stronghold. Although the stronghold masters were not consolidated equipment stage powerhouses, they were still extremely powerful. By this time, they had also reacted, and they immediately pounced towards Zhao Hai. Right at that moment, Tai Ta's huge body was thrown over by Zhao Hai. The stronghold masters all reached out to catch Tai Ta's body. However, they did not expect a huge force to be transmitted from Tai Ta's body. They were caught off guard, and it was as if they had been struck by lightning. All of them convulsed inwards, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Zhao Hai's body moved, and he pounced towards the Thunder Lord. At that moment, two large hammers appeared in Zhao Hai's hands. The Thunder Lord also dodged the scholar's body. The two hammers clashed, and with a loud bang, the four hammers collided. Zhao Hai's arm swayed, but the Thunder Lord's body trembled, and he was sent flying backwards. At that moment, the scholar was already entangled by a vine. The vine's leaves were like a sword against the scholar's neck. The scholar did not dare to act rashly. After the Thunder Lord was sent flying, he was also entangled by a vine. Even after being entangled by the vine, his body trembled non-stop, as if he had been electrocuted. After dealing with the two of them, Zhao Hai turned to look at the remaining stronghold masters of the spirit snake stronghold. At that moment, Tai Ta had also stopped, his face ashen as he looked at Zhao Hai. Although he was not injured, the other stronghold masters were either injured or restrained. There was no one who could help him, and he was no match for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't immediately attack Iron Tower. He looked at Iron Tower, Thunder God, and Scholar, then he calmly said, "I'll give you two choices. First, from today onwards, Spirit Snake Camp will be integrated into my Sand Tiger Camp. Second, I'll kill all of you. I want to see if Spirit Snake Camp can still exist without you." Iron Tower looked at Zhao Hai, Thunder God, and Scholar. "You're delusional. I, Tai Ta, have received great kindness from the Great Master. My life was saved by the Great Master. You want to take over the Spirit Snake Stronghold? Dream on. Crane Field, today, either you die or I die." After telling Tai Ta not to attack, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Now that the two of them are under my command, you don't care if they live or die?" "Ha ha ha, I don't care if they live or die. If you want to kill them, then kill them. Crane Field, I will make sure you die." Then Tai Ta waved his golden melon and threw it towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Ta's appearance and coldly snorted. Then he raised his hammers. Clang! With a loud sound, Tai Ta's golden melon was sent flying. Then Zhao Hai took advantage of the situation and attacked Tai Ta with his hammers. Wait! Master Tian, please be merciful. A voice was heard. Zhao Hai's hammers also stopped steadily on Tai Ta's head. Then he turned to look at the person who spoke. It was the scholar. Although the scholar was restrained by the iron thread grass, he could still speak. It was him who opened his mouth earlier. Otherwise, Tai Ta would be a dead man right now. It wasn't that Tai Ta didn't want to move, but he couldn't. The moment his golden melon and Zhao Hai's hammers collided, he felt an electric current rush from Zhao Hai's hammers into his body. His body trembled, then he stood there numbly, unable to move. This was also the reason why his golden melon was sent flying by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hands and the hammers in his hands disappeared. At the same time, a scimitar appeared in his hand. Then he placed the scimitar on Tai Ta's neck and turned to look at the scholar. The scholar looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, Master Tian, this matter is our spirit snake stronghold's fault. I represent the spirit snake stronghold to apologize to Master Tian. As long as Master Tian lets us go, we will treat today's matter as if it never happened. In the future, our spirit snake stronghold and sand tiger stronghold will mind our own business. Master Tian, it's impossible for you to swallow our spirit snake stronghold. The other strongholds of the top 10 strongholds won't let you swallow our spirit snake stronghold. You have to think carefully. Zhao Hai looked at the scholar, a smile appeared on his face as he said, you're stalling for time so that your stronghold can surround this place, right? Moreover, you want me to retreat. That way, your spirit snake stronghold won't suffer too many losses other than the death of one spirit snake. In this situation, as long as you recover, you can immediately contact the other strongholds and flatten our sand tiger stronghold. Am I right? Ha ha ha, you're really too naive. Things have already reached this point, do you think that I'll let you go? If you don't surrender, only death awaits you. Master Tian, you have to think carefully. If you kill us today, then the other strongholds of the top 10 strongholds might not let you go. Wrong answer. Zhao Hai looked at the scholar calmly. Then the scimitar in his hand slit Tai Ta's throat, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Master Tian, you're a madman. Now that the tent has been surrounded, you won't be able to escape. If you kill us, then you'll be buried with us. The scholar shouted, but there was fear in his eyes. He was really afraid of someone like Zhao, who didn't play by the rules. He was really afraid of Zhao. Zhao Hai looked at the scholar. Then he waved his hand as a green light flashed. A stronghold lord who was about to run out of the tent had his head chopped off. Zhao Hai turned his head and coldly looked at the stronghold. Lords. Then he said, if you dare to run out, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At this time, there was a commotion outside the tent. It was clear that the commotion inside the tent had alerted the people outside. The people from the spirit snake stronghold had already surrounded the tent. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the scholar, then he looked at the thunder god and said, I'm actually a very easy person to talk to. In my opinion, people can be divided into 3 types, friends, enemies, and passers-by. You could have been my friends, but our 11 strongholds had joined forces to cause havoc in the prairie. Now that the prairie is in chaos, the tribes simply don't have the time to take care of us. As long as we wait for the prairie to become more chaotic, we won't be able to send troops to the prairie and occupy a piece of land, then we can leave the desert forever. Unfortunately, you were too greedy, you actually wanted to divide my sand tiger stronghold. Therefore, you became my enemy. I never show mercy to my enemies. Zhao Hai's words were very calm. However, it was because of this calmness that the scholar and the thunder god were afraid. This was because they felt that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. He wouldn't be polite. If he said that he would kill, then he would kill. The scholar had never seen such a person before. He would not be threatened at all, as if he would never consider the consequences. This caused him to break out in cold sweat. Facing such a person, he truly felt the pressure. Zhao Hai looked at the scholar and the thunder god, saying solemnly, our sand tiger stockade does not have many powerhouses. Currently, the only consolidated equipment stage master is the Fire Phoenix Stockade Chief. Although I have not reached that level yet, I can still deal with consolidated equipment stage powerhouses. As such, there are two of us. However, I am not a person who can stay in the desert as a bandit forever. As such, I want the Sand Tiger Stockade to have enough power to protect themselves. This is also one of the reasons why I am wasting so much time talking to you. Now, you can make your choice, surrender to our Sand Tiger Stockade, or die. Do not worry, I have never thought of swallowing the entire spiritual snake stockade. From today onwards, the spiritual snake stockade is gone, and I will place them here. I believe that a leaderless spiritual snake stockade will definitely be more attractive than our Sand Tiger Stockade, right? As soon as the scholar heard Zhao Hai's words, his face paled. He knew that they were finished. Zhao Hai had not lost his mind. On the contrary, he was extremely calm. If he did not swallow the spiritual snake stockade, he would not become the target of all. At the same time, just as Zhao Hai had said, a leaderless spiritual snake stockade would definitely be more attractive to the other 9 stockades than the Sand Tiger Stockade. At the same time, this was also a warning to the others, telling them that the Sand Tiger Stockade was not so easy to bully. If they wanted to swallow the Sand Tiger Stockade, they would have to be prepared to lose all their teeth. The scholar turned to look at the Thunder God beside him, who had already recovered, but did not dare to move. The Thunder God ignored the scholar, turning to look at Zhao Hai and saying, "I surrender." The scholar didn't think that the Thunder God would surrender so quickly. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and then said, "I also surrender." Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he nodded and said, "Right, it's good that you're willing to surrender. Since you're willing to surrender, it means that you're on our side. Gentlemen, although I said that I wanted to merge the spiritual snake stockade with the Sand Tiger Stockade, that was just to provoke you. I just wanted to see how many of you are loyal to the spiritual snake stockade. Now that I know, we can't swallow the spiritual snake stockade, but we will stay here for a few days. At the same time, we will send people to inform the other 9 stockades as well as the Sand Tiger Stockade. Tell them to send people to discuss how to divide the spiritual snake stockade." While speaking, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the iron thread grass that was entangling the 2 men disappeared after releasing them. After the Thunder God and the scholar regained their freedom, they looked deeply at Zhao Hai. This time, they really saw Zhao Hai's means. Turning his hand over could create clouds and turning his hand over could create rain. Such means, not to mention the masters of the 10 great strongholds in the Great Desert, even the kings of the 10 great empires of the Soul World wouldn't necessarily have such means. Amazing, truly amazing. Now, the 2 of them really admired Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the 2, then he said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, let's move. Let the stockade quiet down first, then send people to the 10 great strongholds to send a letter. Remember, if anyone dares to cause trouble in the stockade, kill them." As Zhao Hai said the word kill, the scholar and the Thunder God both felt the smell of blood that soared to the sky. Both of them knew that this situation could no longer be reversed. Now that Zhao Hai dared to let them go, he must have something up his sleeve. Not to mention, the vines that entangled them and the green light that could kill people, these 2 things, no matter which one it was, could take their lives at any time. If they dared to act recklessly, they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw a trace of impatience and loneliness in each other's eyes. They both knew that the spirit snake stockade was finished. Fire Phoenix was sitting inside the tent with a worried expression on her face. Zhao Hai and the others had been gone for several days, so she didn't know what happened. According to the time, they should be back by now. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then it would be even more troublesome. At this time, an uproar suddenly came from the gate of the stronghold. Fire Phoenix's complexion changed, she suddenly stood up and quickly walked outside. She was really afraid that bad news would come, then it would be troublesome. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, the tent's curtain was pulled open by someone. He Tianhu ran in with a face full of joy. Fire Phoenix looked at He Tianhu and asked in confusion, "Tianhu, what's going on outside?" He Tianhu laughed and said, "Camp Lord, it's great news. Crane Grass brought back news that the Spirit Snake Camp's first Camp Lord, Spirit Snake, and third Camp Lord, Iron Tower, have been killed by Crane Grass. now, the spirit snake camp is officially disbanded. Their second camp lord and fourth camp lord, as well as the other camp lords, have already submitted to our sand tiger camp. However, our sand tiger camp cannot swallow the spirit snake camp. Therefore, Crane Grass invited us and the other 9 camps to discuss how to divide the spirit snake camp. He Tianhu's words made Fire Phoenix stare blankly. After some time, she looked at He Tianhu and said, Tianhu, is what you said true? Is this a trick of the spirit snake camp? He Tianhu shook his head and said, absolutely not. Aside from the people from the spirit snake stronghold, the person who led Crane Grass also came back. He even saw Crane Grass. Spirit snake stronghold is now under Crane Grass control. Good. Very good. Fire Phoenix excitedly shouted, pass the order to the captains. We're going to attack the spirit snake camp. He Tianhu nodded and immediately went to pass the order. Before long, all the captains and above of the sand tiger camp had arrived. Speaking of which, these people were feeling very sullen. They had just won a great battle in the prairie, crippling the Abahai tribe and obtaining countless spoils of war. They didn't expect to be bullied by the spirit snake stronghold in the desert. How could they be calm, now that they received this news? It was natural for them to be very excited. Everyone sat inside the tent with excited expressions. Fire Phoenix looked at everyone and said, all right, I think everyone already knows about the spirit snake stronghold. Let's discuss what we should do next. Fire Phoenix nodded and said, all right, I think everyone already knows about the spirit snake stronghold. Everyone slowly calmed down and looked at Fire Phoenix. After all, Fire Phoenix was now the chief of the stronghold, so she had to make all the decisions. Fire Phoenix looked at the group and said, the spirit snake stronghold is one of the top 10 strongholds in the Great Desert. They have a lot of good things, but those things aren't what I want. What I want is the spirit snake stronghold's territory. Our stronghold has already reached its limit. If we want to develop in the future, we'll be restricted by our territory. It'll be very difficult for us to develop in the future. Therefore, if we want to develop in the future, we'll need a bigger territory. The spirit snake stronghold is very suitable, so I want their territory. Everyone nodded. They were very clear about how difficult it was to find a place with abundant water and grass in the desert. Although their current territory was good, it was still too small. Just like what Fire Phoenix said, it would be very difficult to develop in this place. However, the spirit snake stronghold was different. The spirit snake stronghold was one of the 10 strongholds in the desert. Their territory had abundant water and grass. They could raise cattle, horses, sheep, and even farm. It was more than enough to support them. Moreover, even if their stronghold develops in the future, they wouldn't need to worry about their territory. Seeing that no one had any objections, Fire Phoenix continued, however, the other strongholds might not agree. After all, this time, we are the ones dealing with the spirit snake stronghold. The other strongholds might not be happy with our methods, but we still have to fight for it. After all, that territory is what we need the most. He Tianhu said solemnly, from the looks of it, we can take that territory. Even if we don't want anything else, we can give up the people, but we definitely want the territory. In the desert, it is too easy to find people, but territory is not so easy to find. Fire Phoenix nodded and said, the news that Crane Grass sent back said that the 2nd and 4th chieftains of the spiritual snake stronghold have both agreed to join our sand tiger stronghold. These two cannot be let go of. They are both consolidating equipment stage experts, and if they join our stronghold, it will greatly increase our strength. As such, we cannot let these two go. He Tianhu nodded, then he turned his head to Fire Phoenix and said, Fort Lord, there's no point in discussing this right now. I think we should hurry up and organize people to go to the Spirit Snake Fort. Speaking of which, there's only Crane Grass there. We should hurry up and go there. Fire Phoenix started, then nodded and said, all right, let's do that. Tianhu, this time, you and Fire Tiger will stay behind, and 30,000 men will remain in the stronghold. The rest will follow me to the Spirit Snake stronghold. He Tianhu thought for a moment, then said solemnly, Chieftain, I think it would be best if we don't send so many people. How about this, you take 20,000 men, and the rest stay behind. If too many people go, it might cause the Spirit Snake stronghold to feel uneasy. However, our stronghold can be prepared to support them at any time. Fire Phoenix thought for a moment, then said solemnly, "All right, let's do that. Now, let's call out the generals." After saying that, she called out the names one by one, and everyone who was called out immediately accepted the order. Fire Phoenix's method was something she learned from her father. If she was a real bandit, then she wouldn't have said such things. However, the bandits didn't object to Fire Phoenix's method. On the contrary, they were very happy. This was because they felt that they weren't bandits. Fire Phoenix quickly called out the generals, and the army was also prepared in the shortest time possible. Soon after, the 20,000-strong army marched towards the spirit snake stronghold. At the same time, the entire desert was boiling. Originally, the 10 great strongholds had already discussed how to deal with the Sand Tiger stronghold. But suddenly, news spread that the spirit snake stronghold had been killed, and that the spirit snake stronghold would be disbanded. Zhao Hai had invited them to divide the stronghold. When they heard this news, the other 9 chieftains of the 10 great strongholds were stunned. They were also old foxes in the underworld, so they immediately understood why Zhao Hai did this. This was to make an example out of them. However, the people of the 9 great strongholds were also stunned. They knew that Zhao Hai did this not to tell them how strong the Sand Tiger stronghold was, but to tell them how strong Zhao Hai was. Even if they destroyed the Sand Tiger stronghold, as long as Zhao Hai was there, they would not be able to live peacefully. To be honest, this was what the bandits were most afraid of. If they really destroyed the Sand Tiger stronghold, then Zhao Hai would be completely unrestrained. In this case, Zhao Hai would not have any scruples and would go all out to deal with them. This was definitely a nightmare for the bandits. If an expert had no scruples and no restrictions, then he would only think about dealing with you and killing you. Then you would be in real danger. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. This saying was very reasonable. After the discussion, the people of the 9 great strongholds immediately responded. They would go and get the benefits first. Sand Tiger stronghold had destroyed the spirit snake stronghold, so they wanted to divide the spoils with them. This meant that the Sand Tiger stronghold didn't want to have a bad relationship with them. No matter how much they got, they would still be giving face to the Sand Tiger stronghold. In the future, there would be no conflicts between them for a long time. In any case, the Great Desert was originally one of the 10 great strongholds. Now that the Spirit Snake stronghold had been replaced by the Sand Tiger stronghold, it wouldn't affect the bandits too much. The rise of Sand Tiger Village was already unstoppable. Naturally, they wouldn't stop it. Moreover, the 10 great strongholds weren't peaceful. They had many enemies, and they were afraid of being stabbed in the back by their enemies. Sand Tiger Village was a new force, and they didn't have any enmity with any of the other strongholds. Similarly, they didn't have a deep friendship with any of the other strongholds. In this case, if they could make friends with Sand Tiger Village and become allies, it would be tantamount to gaining a powerful ally. In the future, when they face other strongholds, their backs would be stronger. After making this decision, the people of the 9 great strongholds immediately led their army towards the Spirit Snake stronghold. They didn't bring too many people this time. They were afraid that bringing too many people would cause a misunderstanding with the Sand Tiger stronghold. Therefore, each stronghold sent 10,000 people. The first to arrive at the Spirit Snake stronghold were Fire Phoenix and the others. They were the closest to the stronghold. This was also the reason why the Spirit Snake stronghold wanted to destroy the Sand Tiger stronghold. How could they allow others to sleep next to them, when Fire Phoenix and the others arrived at the Spirit Snake stronghold? Zhao Hai personally came out to welcome them. At this time, the Spirit Snake stronghold was under Zhao Hai's management. The stronghold didn't look like it had just undergone a great change. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai was in charge of a lot more people in the past. Naturally, he would be able to manage these people well. Zhao Hai welcomed Fire Phoenix and the others into the Spirit Snake stronghold's tent. After letting Fire Phoenix sit in the main seat, Zhao Hai turned to Fire Phoenix and said, "Stronghold Lord, let me introduce you. This is Thunder God and this is Scholar. They have already submitted to our Sand Tiger stronghold. These people are Ghost Shadow, Soul Seizing, Elephant, Iron Bull, and Blacksmith. They are also the stronghold lords of the Spirit Snake stronghold. The other 3 stronghold lords, Spirit Snake, Iron Tower, and Greedy Wolf, were all killed by me. They are now in charge of the stronghold. Stronghold Lord, if you have anything to say, just tell them. Fire Phoenix nodded. She looked at Thunder God and Scholar, then at the other stronghold lords. Then she said, do you really want to submit to my Sand Tiger stronghold? Thunder God and the others naturally nodded. At this time, unless one was a fool, nobody would say no. Fire Phoenix nodded and said, all right, then I will officially appoint you. Thunder God will be the 4th chief of Sand Tiger Camp, Scholar will be the 5th chief, Hooking Soul will be the 6th chief, Ghost Shadow will be the 7th chief, Giant Elephant will be the 8th chief, Iron Bull will be the 9th chief, Craftsman will be the 10th chief, and I will be the 1st chief of Sand Tiger Camp. Tian Crane Grass will be the 2nd chief, and Hei Tianhu will be the 3rd chief. Everyone shook their heads and said, we'll follow the Stronghold Lord's orders. Naturally, they wouldn't object. Although they weren't the Stronghold Lords of the Spirit Snake Stronghold, they were about to become the Stronghold Lords of the Sand Tiger Stronghold. Seeing that they didn't object, Fire Phoenix nodded and said, all right, it's good that you agree. This time, the Spirit Snake Stronghold will be disbanded. It's impossible for our Sand Tiger Stronghold to swallow everything in the stronghold. My goal this time is very clear. We don't need anything else, but the Spirit Snake Stronghold's territory, we must have it. When everyone heard Fire Phoenix, they understood what she meant. They also knew what the Sand Tiger Stronghold's territory was like. They could understand the Sand Tiger Stronghold's desire for territory. Therefore, no one objected. Fire Phoenix waved her hand and had Thunder God and the others sit down. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Field, what do you think? Do you have any ideas? If you do, don't hesitate to tell me. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, I don't have a lot of ideas. I just want Thunder God and the others to leave some of their people behind. However, they shouldn't leave too many people behind. Otherwise, the people from the 9 great strongholds wouldn't agree. To be honest, there are a lot of good things in the Spirit Snake Stronghold. I think we should keep at least half of them and give the rest to them. As for the supplies, we should give them at most a third. They didn't do anything in this operation, yet they were able to obtain so many good things. This should be enough for them to be happy. I think they would also agree, but if they don't, then we can still talk about it. If they don't agree, then they should agree. When Fire Phoenix heard Zhao Hai, she frowned and said, is this okay? Will the 9 great strongholds agree? Before, they were working together to deal with us. If we only give them these benefits, then I'm afraid that they won't agree. Fire Phoenix was really afraid that the 9 great strongholds would work together to deal with them. If that happened, then they would be finished. Even if Zhao Hai was strong, it would be impossible for him to block the 9 great strongholds. At this time, the 9 great strongholds were already on guard against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to directly kill the 9 great strongholds and kill their chieftains, but that was already impossible. In this case, it would be better for the 9 great strongholds to submit to them. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, especially at this time, we can't admit defeat. What we should take, we can't take less. Village Lord, we are now one of the 10 great strongholds. We have the qualifications to be on an equal footing with them. They wouldn't dare to fall out with us. Otherwise, with the current strength of our Sand Tiger Camp, if we attack their strongholds with all of our strength, they wouldn't have a good time. When the time comes, even if we lose, I'm afraid that some of the 9 strongholds would be buried with us. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, that's right. Fire Phoenix didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, but the others did. They unconsciously nodded. Sand Tiger Camp's strength wasn't weak, it can even be said that they were very strong. If the 9 strongholds really wanted to deal with Sand Tiger Camp, then that stronghold would certainly be crippled. And if that stronghold was crippled, then the other strongholds wouldn't let them off. Therefore, Zhao Hai was right when he said that Sand Tiger Camp couldn't give in. If Sand Tiger Camp gave in this time, then the other 9 strongholds would think that Sand Tiger Camp was afraid of them. When that time comes, they would certainly join forces to deal with Sand Tiger Camp. However, if Sand Tiger Camp didn't give in, then the situation would be completely different. If Sand Tiger Camp didn't give in, then the situation would be completely different. If Sand Tiger Camp didn't give in, then the other 9 strongholds wouldn't dare to make a move. They were afraid that Sand Tiger Camp would go all out against them. Fire Phoenix looked at the others and nodded. She knew that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable, so she didn't say anything else. She just nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. I think it wouldn't take long for the other mountain strongholds to arrive. You should make sure that when they leave, they can't take anything with them. Otherwise, when they arrive at the new mountain stronghold, I'm afraid that they would only be bullied." Zhao Hai nodded. Regarding this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already told them about this." They didn't have much of a reaction. After all, they are all people of the desert, so they are very clear about the situation here. Now that the spirit snake camp has disappeared, it doesn't matter if they go to the other camps. Once they arrive at the other camps, they can just work and eat. Lord can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've already told them about this." This was something that Zhao Hai had discovered recently. He discovered that the people of the desert had a very strong ability to accept things. Whether it was Spirit Snake being killed or being told that they might be sent to another mountain camp, the final result was the same. They calmly accepted the arrangements, nobody complained too much. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the arrangement. He didn't say anything. Zhao understood that this was a culture of the desert. In the desert, almost everyone lived a life of their own. They didn't know when it happened, but they changed from a mountain village to another mountain village. The only thing they could do was to accept their fate and adapt to their new life as soon as possible. Naturally, the mountain strongholds in the Great Desert also took care of the ordinary people. If these people wanted to survive, they couldn't just rely on robbing. They needed the ordinary people to work in order to ensure their livelihood. It can be said that in the Great Desert, any small mountain stronghold was equivalent to an independent kingdom. The leader of the mountain stronghold was the king, and the people who followed the leader of the mountain stronghold were like the army of a nation. They needed to protect the ordinary people in the mountain stronghold. No matter where they went, ordinary people were still ordinary people. They needed to work in order to feed themselves and their families. In fact, compared to the leaders of the mountain strongholds, these ordinary people were actually safer. In the Great Desert, the battles between the mountain strongholds rarely hurt ordinary people. Generally, they would only attack the bandits or the leaders with fighting strength. As for ordinary people, they would be deliberately protected by both sides. For the bandits, ordinary people were not only used as labor for production, but also as supplies for the backup troops. If all the ordinary people were killed, no matter how powerful the mountain stronghold was, it would be engulfed by the desert sand sooner or later. Because of this situation, the ordinary people in the desert could easily accept the matter of changing strongholds. This was because no matter which stronghold they went to, they would do the same thing. When Fire Phoenix heard that Zhao Hai had already arranged everything, she didn't say anything. Instead, she turned to Thunderlord and the others and said, "Thunderlord, you should have some people in your stronghold. You should pick them out as soon as possible to avoid future troubles." Thunderlord and the others nodded. Fort masters like Lei Gong didn't just need to be strong. They also needed to have a group of people under their control. This was the only way for them to keep their position. Take Thunderlord for example. In fact, Thunderlord's strength was about the same as Iron Tower's. However, Thunderlord entered the stronghold early, so he had more subordinates. On the other hand, Iron Tower didn't have as many subordinates as Thunderlord. Because of this, Iron Tower was the third lord while Thunderlord was the second lord. Naturally, Thunderlord and the others weren't polite. Now that they had joined the Sand Tiger stronghold, if they didn't have any subordinates, then they wouldn't be worthy of being lords. Fire Phoenix didn't give any other orders. After all, it was useless to think too much. They needed to wait for the other strongholds to arrive at the Spirit Snake stronghold before making a final decision. In the next few days, the other strongholds arrived one after another. When Fire Phoenix saw that each stronghold only had 10,000 people, she was completely relieved. She knew that if the 9 strongholds were prepared to fight, then they wouldn't just send 10,000 people. After the 9 strongholds arrived, Fire Phoenix invited them to the tent. Among them, the Blood Skull had the best relationship with Zhao Hai. Naturally, the Blood Skull's relationship with Fire Phoenix was average. On the contrary, their relationship with Zhao Hai was very good. When the Blood Skull arrived at the stronghold, Zhao Hai invited the Blood Skull for a drink. It must be said that besides killing, the Blood Skull was also a good friend. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to have a deep relationship with him. He had seen a lot of people who killed. When it came to killing, the Blood Skull couldn't compare to Zhao Hai. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't dislike the Blood Skull. As long as you pay the tariff, they don't care where the things come from. But at this time, the Spirit Snake Stockade tried to force our Sand Tiger Stockade many times and even used the name of the other stockades. This is really unforgivable. This time, we had no choice but to kill the Spirit Snake Stockade. In the Great Desert, our 10 stockades can be said to be the largest stockades. We rule the entire Great Desert and can be said to be of the same breath and branch. In this case, our Sand Tiger Stockade naturally can't eat alone. So now, we officially disband the Spirit Snake Stockade and distribute the things of the Spirit Snake Stockade to everyone. Everyone nodded. Blood Skull looked at Fire Phoenix and said in a deep voice, "Chief Hua, you don't have to make it sound so nice. You, I, and everyone knows what's going on here. We're bandits, so there's no need for us to pretend. We're here to show our attitude. We admit that your Sand Tiger Stockade has replaced the Spirit Snake Stockade as one of the top 10 stockades. Why don't you tell us how we're going to divide the loot? How about we divide the Sand Tiger Stronghold?" When the other strongholds heard Blood Skull's words, they laughed loudly. However, no one objected to Blood Skull's words. Just like what Blood Skull said, they were bandits, not politicians. There was no need to make it sound so nice. It was better to be honest. Fire Phoenix wasn't used to Blood Skull's way of speaking. In the past, she didn't have much contact with these bandits. After joining Sand Tiger Stockade, these things were naturally left to Captain Foam. She didn't do anything either, so she wasn't used to hearing Blood Skull's words. Zhao Hai also saw Fire Phoenix's expression. He coughed lightly and said, "Fellow strongholds, I think that Blood Skull's words are reasonable. We are bandits, so we don't need to play around. Let's do something practical. But before we talk about how to divide the Spirit Snake Stronghold, I still need to tell everyone about the prairie." After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I think everyone knows about the situation in the prairie. After all, we played a big game in the prairie. Everyone is worried about the Golden Wolf tribe's retaliation. But now, it seems like the Golden Wolf tribe won't have the time to retaliate." As soon as Zhao said this, everyone laughed. Everyone had a proud look on their faces. Of course, they had reason to be happy. As a bandit, they had forced an empire to break apart. This was definitely something worth writing about, so of course they would be happy. After everyone stopped laughing, Zhao Hai said, "Actually, what I want to say is that the prairie is now in chaos. The Golden Wolf tribe has lost control of the prairie. In the future, the prairie will only get more chaotic. But before the prairie falls into chaos, I suggest that we don't attack it." When Zhao Hai said this, it caused an uproar among the other 9 strongholds. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai did this. This was especially true for Blood Skull. He had a good relationship with Zhao Hai. Therefore, he directly said, "Crane Grass, although you and I have a good relationship, this is related to the development of our strongholds. If we don't rob the prairie, what are we going to eat? You should at least give me a reason for saying this." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The reason why the prairie is in chaos is because of our attack. Our attack shouldn't have caused such heavy losses to the prairie, but the Golden Wolf tribe concealed this matter, allowing us to succeed. If we rob the prairie at this time, it would only arouse the hatred of the prairie. When the time comes, the prairie tribes would unite once again. For us, this is definitely not a good thing." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's why the prairie is in chaos. With our current strength, even if we can't become the king of the prairie, we can definitely become the great tribes of the prairie. The living environment of the prairie is much better than the desert. For this plan, we can't rob the prairie at this time. We can't let the prairie have the opportunity to reunite." Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "We can't just rob the prairie, we can't let the prairie have a chance to reunite." Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "Because of this plan, we can't just rob the prairie." The 9 fort masters all nodded. To be honest, even those who had lived in the desert for a generation wouldn't like to eat sand in the desert after entering the grasslands and seeing the endless green grasslands. But just like what Zhao Hai said, if they dared to rush to the prairie and cause trouble, then there would only be one result. The wolf spirit kingdom would do everything in their power to deal with them. They might even chase them to the desert. Therefore, this wasn't the time to deal with the wolf spirit kingdom. It wasn't even the best time to rob the prairie. But if they don't rob the prairie, then what would they eat? Relying on the desert's production alone wouldn't be enough to satisfy them. If they don't rob the prairie, then they would starve to death. The blood skull looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, you should be clear. You should know that the desert doesn't produce a lot of things. If we don't rob the prairie, then we would all starve to death. Looking at your current appearance, you must have some ideas, right? Just say it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The prairie is in chaos. This is a good thing for us. If we go in now, then it would only make the people there have a common goal. Therefore, we can't go in. However, it's not like we don't have anything to rob. We can still enter the 100,000 mountains. If we can enter the 100,000 mountains, then we wouldn't have to worry about not having anything to rob." When Zhao Hai said this, everyone couldn't help but stare. Fire Phoenix's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhao Hai. She finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai was still thinking of ways to avenge her. On the other hand, when the 9 leaders heard Zhao Hai's words, they were startled. One must know that they can enter the 100,000 mountains from the desert. However, the terrain of the 100,000 mountains gave them a headache. Additionally, the army in the 100,000 mountains was very suitable for war. If they were to fight with the army in the 100,000 mountains, then they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. These people were already used to robbing on horseback. If they were to enter the 100,000 mountains, then they wouldn't be able to get used to it. Moreover, the Tiger Hun country had built a strong fortress in the mountain range where the 100,000 mountains converged with the desert. If they wanted to attack the 100,000 mountains, it wouldn't be that easy. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I know that it will be very difficult for us to enter the 100,000 mountains, but have you thought about it? It's precisely because we haven't attacked the Tiger Spirit Kingdom for so many years that it would be easier for us to do so. Moreover, compared to the Wolf Spirit Kingdom, the Tiger Spirit Kingdom would be less of a threat to us." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he continued, "The reason why the Wolf Spirit Kingdom hasn't been able to do anything to us for so many years is because they can't attack us with all their strength. If they do, then they would suffer heavy losses. If things go wrong, then they might even fall into a state of internal strife. This doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to deal with us. It's true that the desert's terrain is our natural barrier, but have you thought about it? Is it really impossible for the people of the prairie to enter the desert? Moreover, we won't be able to gain any advantage if we fight them. We are cavalry, and so are they. Because we have adapted to the desert environment, we were able to make them suffer several times. After suffering losses, they didn't want to fight us to the death, so they let us go. But what we did to the prairie gave them a wake-up call. If the tribes of the prairie were to unite in the future, would they attack us with all their might until we were completely wiped out? Because of this, they didn't want to fight us to the death. Because of this, they didn't want to fight us to the death. Isn't that possible? If that's the case, then what should we do? However, if we deal with the Tiger Spirit Kingdom, then this situation wouldn't happen. Because the Tiger Spirit Kingdom has a lot of mountain soldiers and few horses, they don't have any cavalry. After we enter the 100,000 mountains and rob their things, then we would immediately return to the desert. They simply wouldn't be able to chase us because they don't have the ability. If they chase us to the desert, then with our cavalry, it would be very easy for us to eliminate their infantry." Everyone nodded. Then suddenly, a fort lord opened his mouth and said, "But if we wait for the people of the prairie to recover, then wouldn't they join forces with the Tiger Spirit Kingdom to deal with us? If they really attack us, then wouldn't we be dead?" When he said this, it attracted the attention of the other fort lords. Everyone turned their heads to look at Zhao Hai, wanting to see what Zhao Hai would say. When Zhao Hai heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Don't forget, whether it is the Tiger Spirit Kingdom or the Wolf Spirit Kingdom, they both have an enemy, and that is the Saber Spirit Kingdom. This time, we helped the Saber Spirit Kingdom defeat the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. If we defeat the Tiger Spirit Kingdom, then the Saber Spirit Kingdom would certainly be happy. They would think that they are more suitable for us, so they wouldn't just watch us be destroyed by the two empires. If the two empires really want to deal with us, then the Saber Spirit Kingdom would certainly come to help. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they suddenly understood. This was because Zhao Hai was a person from the Saber Spirit Kingdom. Was he doing all of this for the Saber Spirit Kingdom? Zhao Hai also knew what they were thinking. He looked at them and smiled faintly. Do you think that because I'm from the Saber Spirit Kingdom, I would think for the Saber Spirit Kingdom? Actually, this is also true, but it's also not completely true. I'm from the Saber Spirit Kingdom, but I already have my own status here. Moreover, don't you think that having an ally is better than having enemies everywhere? After hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared for a moment before they unconsciously nodded. This was indeed the case. Having an ally was always better than having no ally at all. They didn't have any conflict of interest with the Saber Spirit realm. Even if they wanted to rob, it would be impossible for them to bypass the Tiger and Wolf Spirit nations and rob the Saber Spirit nation. This way, they can become allies with the Saber Spirit nation. They can help the Saber Spirit nation deal with their enemies. At the same time, they can also sell their things to the Saber Spirit nation. When the Saber Spirit nation is in trouble, the Saber Spirit nation would be able to support them. No matter how you look at it, becoming an ally with the Saber Spirit nation was a good thing. The good thing is that we don't have to worry about the Wolf Spirit Kingdom dealing with us. But the bad thing is that it would be difficult for us to rob the prairie. Therefore, we need to unite even more. If the forces of the desert don't unite, then we won't be able to pose any threat to any country. Therefore, I hope that our 10 strongholds can form an alliance. Usually, small operations don't matter, but if there's a big operation, I hope that everyone can cooperate with each other. Only in this way can the desert really become a force of the Soul Realm, and be noticed by those countries. Zhao Hai nodded, then said, "Alright, let's go to the Wolf Spirit Kingdom and have them cooperate with each other. Only in this way can the desert really become a force of the Soul Realm and be noticed by those countries." Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. The other 9 strongholds also didn't object. This time, they had already enjoyed the benefits of the operation in the prairie. It can be said that if they acted alone, then any bandit group that entered the prairie wouldn't be able to achieve such great results. When they attack a tribe, they would face the encirclement and suppression of all the tribes in the prairie. But if 11 bandit groups were to act together, then the situation would be very different. They were like 11 swords cutting people at the same time. You can block one sword, but you can't block another sword. This was the key point. This was the advantage of acting together. Because of this, when Zhao Hai proposed this proposal, the 9 strongholds didn't oppose it. Instead, they felt that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew that they were somewhat moved. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I've said everything that needs to be said. Now, let's talk about the situation of the Spirit Snake Stronghold. Since the stronghold is going to be disbanded, how will the things inside be divided? I think everyone is very concerned about this right now." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone chuckled. Just like Zhao Hai said, what they were concerned about was how to divide the Spirit Snake Camp's resources. Alliances and whatnot can be put aside for now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The Spirit Snake Stronghold has a lot of good things. I think we should talk about them one by one. Let's talk about the Spirit Snake Stronghold's territory first. Everyone should know that although our Sand Tiger Stronghold has our own stronghold, our territory is too small. Now that the Spirit Snake Stronghold is about to be disbanded, our Sand Tiger Stronghold must obtain the Spirit Snake Stronghold's territory. What do you think?" The 9 strongholds looked at each other. They could see the understanding in each other's eyes. Then they nodded. It was clear that they agreed to give the Spirit Snake Stronghold's territory to the Sand Tiger Stronghold. Seeing everyone nod, Zhao Hai continued, "It seems like everyone agrees. Then I'll be relieved. Now, let's talk about the second thing, the people of Spirit Snake Village. What we mean is that Thunder God and the other village leaders have already surrendered to our Sand Tiger Village. As for the other people, we don't intend to keep them. If you don't want them, then we'll keep them. If you want them, then you can take them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and the others. If you want them, then you can take them. Zhao Hai's words caused an uproar. One must know that in the Great Desert, population was a very important resource. If you have people, then you have soldiers. If you have people, then you can grow more food. Because of this, population was very important. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so generous. He directly allowed them to take their people. This was very generous. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, besides the population, there's also the treasures of the Spirit Snake Stronghold. The Spirit Snake Stronghold has been robbing for many years, so there's a lot of good things. Naturally, our Sand Tiger Stronghold can't take everything for ourselves. Because of this, we've made a list of how many treasures the Spirit Snake Stronghold has. The list is here for everyone to take a look. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a piece of paper and gave it to Fat Cat. Fat Cat took the paper and handed it over to one of the strongholds. Zhao Hai looked at the Fort Lord and said, everyone doesn't need to doubt the authenticity of this list. I can swear to the heavens that the things on this list are all the treasures that we can find in the Spirit Snake Camp. If I lie, then I will be punished by the heavens. Zhao Hai looked at the Fort Lord and said, everyone, please don't doubt the authenticity of this list. Everyone had their doubts, but when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't say anything. Although they were bandits, it was precisely because they were bandits that they believed in the words of the heavens. Now that Zhao Hai said it, they naturally believed it. Then the others looked at the items on the list. When they saw the list, they didn't say anything. This was because there were a lot of things on the list. After they looked at the list, Zhao Hai took it and said, of the things on this list, we'll keep 1/3. The remaining 2/3 will be divided equally among you. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, of the things on this list, we'll keep 1/3. This distribution might seem unreasonable, but the Blood Skull and the others were very clear that they didn't do anything to deal with the Spirit Snake Stronghold. Zhao Hai giving them a share of the loot was already very good. Keeping 1/3 of the loot was very normal. In their opinion, Zhao Hai and the others would be very normal if they kept half of the loot. The Blood Skull and the others didn't object, they all nodded. After seeing everyone nod, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, the rest are the supplies of the Spirit Snake Stronghold. Food, salt, iron, and other things. I'm going to divide these things into 5 parts. Sand Tiger Stronghold will keep 1 part, everyone will divide 3 parts equally, and the last part will be left to me. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in confusion. The Spirit Snake Stronghold could be said to have been destroyed by Zhao Hai alone. It was natural for him to get some benefits, but why didn't he want the treasures? Instead, he wanted the supplies. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, everyone, I've already discussed this with Fire Phoenix Village's chief. After we divide the things, the people of Sand Tiger Village will move here. I will also take the old and weak to Sand Tiger Village's current location. I will establish a village there. You can send the old and weak to that place. I will conduct research there. I want to research a plant that can grow in the desert. If my research is successful, then the desert will become a different place. But if my research is unsuccessful, then the old and weak can be gathered together. With that place, the burden on your villages will be reduced. What do you think about this proposal? What do you think? When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone went into an uproar. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a proposal, and Fire Phoenix actually agreed to it. Actually, this proposal was made by Zhao Hai. At first, Fire Phoenix didn't agree. However, Zhao Hai persuaded her to agree. Zhao Hai came to the desert this time to research a drought-resistant plant. If he stayed in Sand Tiger Stronghold every day, then he wouldn't be able to finish his work. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to slowly fade away from everyone's sight and concentrate on his research. Sand Tiger Stronghold's original location was a very suitable place. There was a river there, and the water plants were abundant. However, there was also the desert, and there were many drought-resistant plants there. This place was very suitable for research. Research also required people. Generally, young people, aside from plant masters, didn't have the patience to do research. This was especially true for young people in the desert. They needed to practice martial arts as well as prepare for robberies. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that the living conditions of the old and weak in the strongholds were very bad. Some old people, because they were too old, couldn't ride horses or wield swords. They could only do some farming work, and some of them couldn't even farm. They could only rely on their children to raise them. Since their children weren't rich, their lives naturally weren't good, and they also added a burden to their families. Because of this, there were a lot of old people in the desert who were too old to do anything. They would bring along some dry food and directly walk into the desert, and then die in some unknown corner. Zhao Hai couldn't bear to see them like this. It just so happened that he wanted to research drought-resistant plants, so he needed some helpers. The patience of the old people was much better than the young people. Although they were old and couldn't do anything, they could still help Zhao Hai observe the plants. Moreover, if they were gathered together, they would be able to do some work and take care of each other. This way, their lives would be better. Naturally, there was another important reason, and that was that Zhao Hai gathered the old people there. This way, the 10 strongholds would be connected. After all, who didn't have parents or relatives? With the old people gathered together, the 10 strongholds would have more connections. Slowly, the 10 strongholds would be able to form an alliance. Naturally, this was only an idea. However, Zhao Hai had already thought of the first step. Sand Tiger Stronghold would move to the Spirit Snake Stronghold's territory, leaving the original Sand Tiger Stronghold empty. If Sand Tiger Stronghold didn't let go, then it would cause the 9 strongholds to be dissatisfied. But if Zhao Hai did this, then it wouldn't cause the 9 strongholds to be dissatisfied. Moreover, the Spirit Snake Stronghold would be given a fifth of their resources, so they wouldn't have to worry about food. This allowed Zhao Hai to concentrate on his research. Blood Skull looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Cranegrass, why are you doing this? Doing this won't benefit you at all." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I said before that I came to the desert to study plants. The reason why I want Sand Tiger Camp's territory is for the convenience of my research, as well as for the elders of the tribes. They are old and can't do much. Some of them would go to the desert to lighten the burden on their families, but who knows where they might die. After Sand Tiger Camp moved to Spirit Snake Camp, their original territory would be empty. If no one takes care of it, then it would be occupied by others. Perhaps a bandit group would emerge there. Rather than that, it would be better to give the old and weak a place to settle down. This would lessen the burden on the tribes, and they wouldn't have to worry about an enemy appearing there." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since Sand Tiger Camp has moved to Spirit Snake Camp, then their original territory would be empty. If no one takes care of it, then it would be occupied by others." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they understood what he meant. Zhao Hai was afraid that an enemy would appear. He didn't want Sand Tiger Camp to control the territory and cause dissatisfaction among the tribes. However, this method wasn't bad. At this time, there were a lot of old and weak people in the various tribes. The old and weak here weren't just the old, there were also some desert bandits who were disabled from fighting. These bandits' lives were saved, but they became disabled. They couldn't fight anymore, and even farming was very difficult. In this case, these people could only rely on the tribes to support them. The tribes couldn't give up on them. If they did, then the tribes would lose their morale. Therefore, the tribes could only support them, and this placed a huge burden on the tribes. If they could all gather in Zhao Hai's territory, then it would be good. Although this would give Zhao Hai a piece of land, it would make the tribes more powerful. Blood Skull thought for a moment, then he said, "All right, I'll support your proposal. But I have to say that we can give you that place, but you have to take in all the old and weak tribes." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "Of course. I'll take in all the old and weak tribes. That's why I asked for so many supplies." The Blood Skull glanced at the others and said in a deep voice, "What do you think, everyone? Do you agree? If you agree, then this matter will be settled. At the same time, we can divide the place into a city. We can do some transactions there, but we can't use force in the vicinity. What do you think?" Everyone nodded. In the Great Desert, all the tribes were the same. They also faced the same problems. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to gather all the old and weak tribes. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. Moreover, they believed that the people in their tribes wouldn't oppose it either. Seeing that everyone agreed, the Blood Skull turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, now that everyone has agreed, I'm afraid that there are a lot of crane grass in Spirit Snake Fort. Let's divide it according to what you said. After that, we'll return to the fort and make some preparations. Even if we really want to rob the 100,000 mountains, we'll still need to explore the place first." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's discuss it. Let's assign the people first. Thunder God and the others have already gathered their subordinates. As for the rest, you can choose." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Blood Skull waved his hand and said, "There's no need to pick. It's fine as long as the number of people is about the same. Nobody would care about a few hundred people. Adding a few hundred people wouldn't necessarily make a difference. Let's just divide it." The others nodded as well. It was the same for all the villages. Not only did they have to divide the soldiers, but they also had to divide the families of the soldiers as well as the ordinary people who were involved in production. Therefore, the distribution of the population was more or less the same. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Since you said so, then it's easy to handle. Alright, I'll have Thunder God and Scholar divide the people. Each village will send one person to go with them. After the division is done, have those people prepare to go back with you. As for the treasures and supplies, that's easy to handle. There are only a lot of treasures, so we can divide them according to the list. As for the supplies, you can just let those people take them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Everyone laughed. Indeed, dividing things was very fast. Of course, there was a precondition to this. The precondition was that they wouldn't plan too much. Moreover, they would divide things very clearly. Otherwise, fighting would be inevitable. Dividing things was very fast. It took less than 2 days for everyone to divide everything clearly. Moreover, in these 2 days, Sand Tiger Camp had almost finished moving. Their barracks and other things were still there, they were left for Zhao Hai. After the people of each stronghold took their things, Zhao Hai immediately organized some of the old and disabled people in the stronghold to move their things to Sand Tiger Camp. At the same time, the old and disabled people would live there. Naturally, if the disabled people had wives, their wives would also follow them. At the same time, Zhao Hai officially renamed the place as Old Man's Stronghold. The people of Sand Tiger Camp didn't get angry because Zhao Hai brought the old people of their stronghold to Old Man's Stronghold. On the contrary, they were very happy. Desert bandits, when they were young, might have a good time. But once they got old, they would only have one fate. That was to take some food, walk into the desert, and finally die in an unknown place. They didn't want to see their loved ones suffer such a fate, nor did they want to see themselves suffer such a fate. However, they couldn't do anything about it. This was the law of the desert, cruel but true. The law of the desert was as cold and ruthless as the desert itself. If you can't adapt to this law, then you would only end up dead. This was the desert, it wouldn't change for anyone unless one day, the desert was no longer the desert. It took nearly a month for Old Man's Stronghold to be officially established. At the same time, the old people of each stronghold came one after another. These old people were very happy. For them to be able to come to such a place was something they didn't dare to imagine before. Because of this, the old people were very happy. Old Man's Stronghold was officially established. At the same time, the 10 great strongholds jointly announced to all the strongholds in the desert that Old Man's Stronghold had officially become the second poisonous wolf city. The people of the nearby strongholds could send their old people to Old Man's Stronghold, and they could also trade with the old people. However, they couldn't use their weapons near Old Man's Stronghold. Otherwise, the 10 great strongholds would join forces to deal with them. Needless to say, the status of the 10 great strongholds in the desert was very high. As long as it was an order from the 10 great strongholds, nobody would dare to disobey. Moreover, the situation of Old Man's Stronghold was already known to the other strongholds in the desert. They would also send their old and weak to Old Man's Stronghold. Naturally, if they wanted to raise their own people, they wouldn't send them to Old Man's Stronghold. Because of this, Old Man's Stronghold only received 60 to 70,000 people. 60 to 70,000 people might seem like a lot, but compared to the entire Great Desert, this number wasn't much. However, Zhao Hai didn't insist on it, he had already started his research on plants. The old people in Old Man's stronghold simply didn't need to be managed. They were already very old, and their way of thinking was different from the young people. They didn't want to fight, they didn't need anyone to watch them work, and they didn't want to cause trouble. Although the entire stronghold was gloomy, it was also very stable. Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia were also by Zhao Hai's side. At this time, Zhao Hai had already started his research on the plants in the Great Desert. The most important ones were the poisonous wolf flower, the weeds, the shrubs, and the desert poplar. Because the Old Man's stronghold had supplies from the spirit snake stronghold, they didn't need to worry about food. The old people couldn't stay idle either. Although they didn't have much strength, they were very serious in their work. Every day, as soon as the sun rose, they would go to work. They couldn't stay idle, and the Old Man's stronghold slowly got on the right track. Zhao Hai quietly stood at the edge of the desert. He has been in the desert for 2 months now. In the first month, he was dealing with the matters of the old people's stronghold. The stronghold was now on the right track. The things that the old people planted were slowly growing. Even if they didn't get the supplies from the spirit snake stronghold, the old people wouldn't starve to death. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to research drought-resistant plants in the second month. After experimenting with natural energy for more than a month, he finally managed to produce a drought-resistant plant. These were the seeds in front of him. These seeds weren't any special plants, they were just grass seeds. This grass was the most common weed in the desert. Don't underestimate this weed. Zhao Hai has already experimented with it. This weed's drought resistance was 2 to 3 times stronger than the grass in the prairie. However, it was clear that this weed couldn't adapt to the extreme drought of the desert. They can only grow near water sources. If they were far away from water sources, they wouldn't be able to grow at all. Besides grass, Zhao Hai also discovered that the most suitable plant to grow in the desert was cacti. However, cacti weren't very useful to Zhao Hai. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't choose cacti to experiment with. These grass seeds were something that Zhao Hai had experimented with many times in his space. After being modified by natural energy, Zhao Hai wanted to see if these grass seeds could grow in a natural environment. Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia were standing behind Zhao Hai. Fat Cat looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, I've already asked the old people. They're very sure that in 3 days, there will be rain. Moreover, this rain will be very heavy. Right now, it's just before the desert enters the rainy season. What do you think, young master?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Plant these seeds underground and see how they grow. In a few days, I'll prepare more bottle tree seeds. When it rains, I'll plant them. Since the sand can't hold water, I'll store them inside the bottle tree." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." After Zhao Hai said that, he handed the seeds to Fat Cat. Fat Cat nodded and immediately planted the seeds. In the desert, planting these seeds was very simple. It didn't take long for Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia to finish planting the seeds. Just as the two were done, several old people came over. These old people were people from the Old Man's stronghold. They weren't young anymore, their hair was already white. Originally, they had prepared food and were ready to die in the desert. However, they didn't expect that the Old Man's stronghold would suddenly be established. They were sent to the Old Man's stronghold and didn't need to worry about implicating others. This made them feel grateful towards Zhao Hai. Additionally, when they were young, they were small officials in various bandit groups. Because of this, Zhao Hai allowed them to help him manage the Old Man's stronghold. It must be said that the Old Man's stronghold didn't have much to manage. However, the teachers were old, so it was inevitable that there would be problems with their status. At this time, they needed to be taken care of. Because of this, the officials in the Old Man's stronghold weren't in charge of managing the Old Man's stronghold. It was better to say that they were taking care of the Old Man's stronghold. Moreover, besides the old people, the Old Man's stronghold also had a lot of disabled people. These disabled people were the same as the old people, they had lost hope in life. But now that they were in the Old Man's stronghold, they had hope to live again. Everyone was willing to do what they could as long as they could support themselves. There was no need to ask for too much. This environment gave them the courage to live. Because of this, the old man's stronghold was very peaceful. At the same time, everyone in the old man's stronghold knew what Zhao Hai was doing. To be honest, most of them didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be able to do it. However, they hoped that he would succeed. If Zhao Hai was able to grow plants that were suitable for the desert, then it would be a great thing for them. Today, they heard that Zhao Hai was going to try to grow grass seeds for the first time. Because of this, the old man came here to see if they could help Zhao Hai. When the group saw that Zhou Qianxian and the fat cat were done, they couldn't help but sigh. One of the old men turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Fort Lord, there will be a rainstorm in 3 days. If the grass can germinate during that time, then it might be possible for them to survive. However, the rainy season in the desert is very short, only about 2 months. Moreover, the amount of rain that falls is very little. If the grass leaves too far away from the water source, then they would die. Fort Lord shouldn't have too much hope." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai understood what the old man meant. The old man wasn't trying to pour cold water on him, he was trying to give him a heads up. Even if the grass died in the future, he wouldn't be too sad. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Thank you, old man Chen. Now that the seeds have been planted, we'll see the results in 3 days. Alright, let's go back." The old man nodded and then walked towards the stronghold. Upon entering the stronghold, Zhao Hai stared. The people in the stronghold were now taking precautions against the rain. Although they were old and had disabilities, it can be seen that they were already used to this. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what was going on. At this time, Fat Cat, who was by Zhao Hai's side, said, "Young master, in the desert, you must take precautions against the rain during the rainy season. This is because the rain in the desert is different from other places. Either it doesn't rain in the desert, or it's raining heavily. Moreover, it's accompanied by strong winds that won't stop for a while. If you don't take precautions against the rain, then the consequences will be unimaginable." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I have a lot of things to do in these 3 days. Don't bother me, just help the people in the village. The most important thing is to take precautions against the rain. If you're too busy, send someone to Sand Tiger Village and ask them to send someone to help." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'll be busy for the next 3 days." Fat Cat nodded, then Zhao Hai returned to his tent. Since Zhao Hai entered the stronghold, he had been sitting in a small tent. Although there were some houses in the stronghold, Zhao Hai had already given them to the elders. Because of this, Zhao Hai's prestige in the stronghold was incomparable. The elders were very grateful to him. After Zhao Hai returned to his tent, he immediately began to make a large number of bottle tree seeds in his soul space. Moreover, he also had an idea, which was to turn the bottle tree into a small pond. This way, the bottle tree could slowly change the desert. If what Fat Cat said was true, then in these 2 months of rainy season, there was a lot of rainfall in the desert. However, when the water fell to the ground, it would directly seep into the sand. It couldn't be preserved and couldn't be used for plant growth. Except for a very small part of the water that formed the riverbed and became the monsoon river that appeared in the desert, the rest of the water was simply wasted. However, the bottle tree was different. The bottle tree could absorb a lot of water, and this water could be stored inside its body. If there were a lot of bottle trees in the desert, then how much water would they be able to store every day? Could it be that the water that was wasted in the desert could be used? If this could be done, then it wouldn't be impossible to turn the desert into an oasis. However, there were some prerequisites. The water inside the bottle tree had to be used by other plants. One must know that the water inside the bottle tree was for its own use, other plants wouldn't be able to use it. Even if a person wanted to use the water inside the bottle tree, they would need to pierce through the tree and release the water. This method wasn't suitable for the desert. Because of this, if one wanted to change the desert's environment, then ordinary bottle trees wouldn't be enough. One would need a special kind of bottle tree. However, Zhao Hai didn't have time to improve the bottle tree right now. What he needed to do now was to make as many bottle tree seeds as possible. Then when the rain comes, the seeds would grow as soon as possible. This would allow the seeds to absorb as much rain as possible in order to prepare for the next step of his research. In the next 3 days, the entire old people's village was busy. Whether it was the elderly or the children, whether it was the women or the disabled, everyone was very diligent. They strengthened the houses and tents, waterproofed the food and other materials that were afraid of water. At the same time, they also paid attention to the situation of the river. It could be said that every rainy season was the happiest and busiest time for the people in the desert. After 3 days, Zhao Hai came out of his tent. He looked at the sky and saw that it was still very good. It was a cloudless day. However, Zhao Hai didn't think so. He trusted the judgment of the people who lived in the desert for their entire lives. If they said that the desert would rain today, then it would definitely rain. When Fat Cat saw Zhao Hai come out, it immediately ran over and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, how are the preparations?" Fat Cat immediately replying to the young master, "Everything is ready. Everything has been prepared for the rain. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the village. Then he went into his tent and took out his wooden box. Then he began to walk around the village. Every 10 meters, he would throw a seed on the ground. Then the seed would grow into a tree in the shortest time possible. Before long, the entire village was filled with trees. This made the people in the village very curious. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Fat Cat followed behind Zhao Hai. As Zhao Hai walked forward, Old Chen, who was talking to Zhao Hai, found an opportunity to grab Fat Cat. Then he whispered, "Fat Cat, what is the village lord doing? Why did he plant so many strange trees in the desert?" The bottle tree's appearance was indeed strange. Although it grew in arid areas, it wasn't as dry as the desert. It was very difficult for bottle trees to grow in the desert. Because of this, the people in the desert hadn't seen it before. Fat Cat smiled and said, "Old Master Chen, it's normal that you haven't seen it before. This strange tree is called a bottle tree. Doesn't it look like a big bottle? Let me tell you, the center of the tree is hollow, and it can store water. As long as it rains, it can absorb the water into its stomach. When there is no water, it can live on the water in its stomach. The young master is using mutated seeds. Once the trees are full of water, they can turn them into mutated seeds and store them. When there is no water in the future, they can turn the seeds into trees. The trees will have water, and people will have water to drink. Ah, there's such a good thing? Then if we plant more in the desert, won't the trees be able to store more water when it rains? Then no matter where we go, we won't have to worry about water." Exactly. What do you think the young master has been doing in the tent for the past 3 days? He's getting the seeds of the bottled tree. I'm sure young master has a lot of bottled tree seeds now. Young master wants to plant some in the village first before going to the desert. When the rain comes, the bottled tree will be able to absorb more water. Great, this is great. I didn't expect the village leader to have this kind of ability. Great. Elder Chen, don't be so agitated. This is nothing. Do you know that the last time we went to the grassland to rob, the grassland army was attacking the Blade Spirit Nation's Yellow Wind City? The food in the Yellow Wind City was burned, and the tens of thousands of soldiers had no food. Young Master single-handedly broke through the Wolf Spirit Nation's army and killed his way into the Yellow Wind City. Then, he released a large number of baobab trees. Everyone in the city had something to eat, and everyone fought bravely. In the end, they repelled the Wolf Spirit Nation's attack. Now that the Wolf Spirit Nation has become so chaotic, at least half of the credit is due to Young Master. Really? Don't tell me the baobab tree can produce bread? Ha ha ha, that's about right. The fruits of the baobab tree can be eaten raw or roasted. If you eat them raw, they are like dried fruits. But if you eat them roasted, they taste very good. It tastes like toast. It's very delicious. Aya, this is great. If we plant those fruits here, we won't have to worry about food in the future. Old Master, if it's really possible, do you think Young Master won't plant it here? Young Master doesn't have the guts, so there must be a reason why he doesn't have the guts. Alright, Young Master is going out of the village, so I have to follow. I say, Old Master, let me ask you one more time, is it really going to rain today? Young Master has been preparing for a few days for today. If it doesn't rain, it will be troublesome. Don't worry, Fat Cat. How could this old man joke about this kind of thing? Don't you know? Every year when it rains, the people of the desert would celebrate as if it were a festival. Don't worry, it's guaranteed to rain today. However, the time of the rain should be in the afternoon or evening. That's good, no matter what time it is. Alright, old master, I'm leaving. After Fat Cat said that, he quickly walked forward. Before long, he was beside Zhao Hai. Zhou Qianqian followed Zhao Hai as the three rode their horses and left the village. At the same time, news about the bottle tree had already spread to the village. For the people of the desert, water was the most precious thing. Now that they heard that this tree could store water, they were all very happy. They surrounded the bottle tree as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Fat Cat also told Zhao Hai about old Master Chen's words. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and calculated the time. Then he nodded and said, "Good, good. Let's go. We'll go towards Sand Tiger Village and plant as we go. We'll plant as many as we can. Once the rain stops, we'll harvest all the bottle trees we can." Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian naturally didn't object. The three of them headed towards Sand Tiger Village. Actually, Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian couldn't help much. The two of them were only accompanying Zhao Hai. The matter of planting the trees was left to Zhao Hai. Because of this, as the three of them ran, bottle trees suddenly appeared behind them. It was a very spectacular sight. Of course, Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian weren't doing nothing. The two of them placed flags around the bottle trees. On the flags was a tiger. This was the flag of Sand Tiger Village. It meant that these trees belonged to Sand Tiger Village. If anyone were to touch them, then they would be robbing Sand Tiger Village. If the people of Sand Tiger Village were to find out, then they wouldn't be polite. The three of them continued to move forward. Before they knew it, the sky had already turned dark. At the same time, a cold wind started to blow. Zhao Hai looked up and saw that the sky was already covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds were very low, as if you could reach out and touch them. At the same time, the wind in the desert started to get stronger. Then, huge raindrops started to fall from the sky. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and the others were already prepared. The three of them were wearing rainproof clothes. Actually, rainproof clothes were just specially made clothes. Although it was raining, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stop. They continued to move forward, but their speed had slowed down a lot. In this kind of weather, moving forward without stopping was a huge test for Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian's physical strength. Zhao Hai didn't want the two to follow him, but he didn't expect them to disagree. In the end, they still followed him. Zhao Hai also prepared thick clothes for the two, rainproof clothes, and dried meat. Along the way, Zhao Hai was busy running to the bottle tree. The two followed Zhao Hai. When they were hungry, they would eat. When they drank, they would drink 2 bottles of milk wine. This was so that their bodies could only store heat. They didn't know how long the rain lasted. When the rain stopped, Zhao Hai discovered that they were about to reach Sand Tiger Camp. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian. The two's situation wasn't very good. Their faces were pale, and they had dark circles under their eyes. Moreover, the two tied themselves to their horses with ropes. This was why they didn't fall off their horses. Looking at the two's situation, Zhao Hai knew that it wouldn't be good for them to go back. Therefore, he took the two directly to Sand Tiger Camp. If it weren't for Zhao Hai transferring natural energy to the 2 horses, then the 2 horses would have died of exhaustion. Fortunately, they were able to persevere. When the 3 arrived at Sand Tiger Camp, the people there couldn't help but be startled. This was because they knew that the 3 arrived in the rain. This made the people of Sand Tiger Camp startled. They didn't know why the 3 were in such a hurry to arrive in the middle of the rain. After Zhao Hai had Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian settle down, he went to Sand Tiger Camp's tent. Fire Phoenix and the others were inside. When they saw Zhao Hai, Fire Phoenix immediately said, "Crane Grass, what's going on? Did something happen in the old man's camp? Why did you come here at this time?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's all right, don't worry. The old man's camp is very safe. We've already made preparations to prevent the rain. You don't need to worry about anything." The reason why I came here is because I want to use this time to grow some plants and collect some water. I want to do some experiments. When Fire Phoenix heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. After a while, she felt relieved. However, she still looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What kind of plants are you growing? Can they grow?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, I'm growing mutant seeds. They're called bottle trees." Bottle trees? Bottle trees can be made into mutant seeds? Fire Phoenix knew about bottle trees. After all, she was born in the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains was known as a paradise for plants. Almost all kinds of plants could be found there. However, in Fire Phoenix's memory, it seems like no one has ever used a bottle tree's seed to make mutant seeds. This made her very curious. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I did it myself. You might have heard that I helped Yellow Wind City. The reason why I was able to help Yellow Wind City was because I took the seed of a baobab tree and turned it into a baobab tree. When needed, I can turn this seed into a baobab tree and grow it into a baobab tree, which can provide people with food. The bottle tree is the same. The bottle tree can store water, so when it rains, I can plant the seed and grow it into a bottle tree. The bottle tree can collect rainwater, and when necessary, I can release the bottle tree with water inside to provide people with drinking water." When they heard Zhao Hai, Fire Phoenix, and the others were surprised. After some time, Fire Phoenix stood up and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, are you telling the truth? Do you really have these two seeds on your body? They can provide food and water for the army?" When Zhao Hai saw Fire Phoenix's expression, he knew that something was up. However, he still nodded and said, "Yes, I wanted to use the bottle trees to collect water for experiments. That's why I came all the way here from the old man's village. However, I don't have a lot of baobab trees and bottle trees. I can provide enough for an army of 10,000, but I can't provide them for a long time. At most, I can only provide them for a few days." Fire Phoenix looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What if it's in a place with abundant natural energy? For example, the 100,000 Mountains? If it's in the 100,000 Mountains, how long can you provide food for an army of 10,000? When Zhao Hai heard Fire Phoenix, he knew what she wanted to do. It seems like she was preparing to send troops to the Tiger Soul country. Although Zhao Hai thought that this wasn't the best time to send troops to the Tiger Soul country, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he said, "If we are in the 100,000 Mountains, then we can provide them for a few more days. But every time I release the baobab and bottle tree, it will destroy the growth of other plants. Therefore, this method can't be used for a long time. So if we really enter the 100,000 Mountains, then we can look for food on the spot. There are a lot of things to eat in the 100,000 Mountains. As long as we bring some dry food and some salt, then we won't be hungry in the 100,000 Mountains. If we really send troops to the 100,000 Mountains, then we can also rob some small villages." Fire Phoenix nodded, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm preparing to send troops to the 100,000 Mountains. What do you think?" Zhao Hai looked at Fire Phoenix and said, "Village Lord, sending troops to the 100,000 Mountains at this time isn't a good thing. First of all, the 10-village alliance hasn't been formally established. Although I have a proposal, it's clear that this proposal hasn't been implemented yet. So if we send troops now, we will become the vanguard of the other 9 tribes. They will see what we can do in the 100,000 Mountains. Moreover, if we do this, not only will we not be able to harm the Tiger Soul country, we will also alert the enemy. I think that we should first join forces with the other villages and then send troops to the 100,000 Mountains together." When Fire Phoenix heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but frown. She couldn't wait any longer, especially after her strength increased and she gained control of 100,000 troops. She couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Hai looked at Fire Phoenix and said, "Village Lord, you're still young. You can wait for the Sand Tiger village to grow stronger before sending troops to the Tiger Soul country. But if you send troops to the Tiger Soul country now, have you thought about the consequences? Sand Tiger village is your family's foundation. If you lose everything, then you'll have nothing left." Fire Phoenix quietly listened to Zhao Hai. She knew that she was being impatient, so she let out a long breath and said, "All right, then I'll do as you say. I'll wait." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, Village Lord, I'll take a rest first. Then I'll head back. My experiment still needs to be done. If it succeeds, then the desert wouldn't be as terrible as it is now. Then Jiao Hai stood up and cupped his fist towards Fire Phoenix before he turned around and left. After Jiao Hai left, Fire Phoenix turned to the scholar and said, Scholar, go and see what Crane Grass said about the bottle tree. Also, bring the flag of the Sand Tiger village. Don't let anyone touch Crane Grass's things. The scholar nodded, then he stood up and turned around to leave. He was also very curious about the bottle tree that Jiao Hai mentioned. He wanted to see what was so special about it. Jiao Hai didn't care too much about this, he just went to find a tent and went to sleep. Although he has natural energy, it was very slow to replenish it in the desert. However, he was using a lot of it. This time, he was really tired. After resting for a day, his fatigue was swept away. At the same time, his natural energy was also restored. Jiao Hai went out of his tent. When he arrived outside his tent, Jiao Hai saw a Sand Tiger soldier standing outside. When the soldier saw that Jiao Hai had woken up, he immediately greeted him and said, Second Master, the village lord is waiting for you. She wants you to see her immediately after you wake up. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Second Master, the village lord is waiting for you. Jiao Hai nodded and said, All right, I'll go. Then he followed the minion towards the tent. When Jiao Hai arrived at the tent, he discovered that only Fire Phoenix was inside. Jiao Hai cupped his fist towards Fire Phoenix and said, Village Lord, you were looking for me? The Fire Phoenix's eyes flashed as she looked at Jiao Hai and said, Crane Grass, you're awake. I'll have the scholar take a look at the bottle trees that you planted tomorrow. Those trees are already filled with water. Moreover, there are at least 20,000 of them. Did you plant them in the past 2 days? Jiao Hai nodded and said, You're awake. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Yes, these trees were planted in the past 2 days. Since it's the thunder season, I planted them to absorb the water. Then I put them away, I want to do some experiments on them. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Yes, these trees were planted in the past 2 days. Fire Phoenix looked at Jiao Hai and said, Experiments? What kind of experiments? Jiao Hai replied, I want to do some experiments in the desert. I planted some bottle trees in the desert. This way, when the rainy season arrives, the bottle trees would be able to store a lot of water. Once the rainy season passes, the bottle trees would be filled with water. This water would allow the desert to grow grass. This way, the desert wouldn't be a desert anymore. Fire Phoenix's eyes flashed as she said, Can he do it? Jiao Hai replied, It's hard to say right now, we'll have to do it to know. My previous idea was wrong, I just wanted to improve the desert's plants and make them more resistant to drought. However, I forgot that there are no drought-resistant plants that can withstand the rain for several months. Jiao Hai nodded and said, It's hard to say right now. At this point, Jiao Hai let out a long breath, then he continued, The bottle tree is a good thing for storing water. However, it has a weakness. The bottle tree can't give its water to other plants. This way, the other plants wouldn't be able to get any benefits. I want to improve it and see if the bottle tree can give its water to other plants. This way, all the plants in the desert would be able to benefit. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, The bottle tree is a good thing for storing water. Jiao Hai let out a long breath and said, The annual rainfall of the desert isn't very low. From yesterday's rain, you can see that it rained for several days. Moreover, the rain wasn't small. However, the desert soil has already turned into sand, and sand can't hold water. Because of this, even if it rains in the desert, the water would still seep into the sand. People and plants wouldn't be able to use it. At most, it would form a seasonal river in some riverbeds. Once the dry season arrives, the seasonal river would quickly dry up. This is the biggest problem in the desert. Jiao Hai nodded and said, That's because the desert soil has already turned into sand. Fire Phoenix nodded. Although she didn't live in the desert for a long time, she was still aware of the desert's situation. Jiao Hai was right, the biggest problem with the desert was that water couldn't be stored, all of it seeped into the sand. There might be an underground river in the desert, but the water from that river couldn't be used. This was the reason why the desert was so barren. Zhao Hai looked at the fire phoenix and said, "The reason why I want to plant a bottle tree is because I want to store the water that has seeped into the ground. This way, whether it's people or plants, they can use it. But it's obvious that this isn't an easy task. I still need to do a lot of experiments." Fire Phoenix thought about it and said in a low voice, "Crane Grass, how about this? I'll tell the other 9 villages about your idea and ask them to send some plant masters to support you. I think they'll be very willing to do so. After all, improving the desert's environment is also beneficial to them. Besides, we can also use this opportunity to communicate more. Who knows, maybe we can slowly form an alliance." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everything will be decided by the village lord. I'm only responsible for the research. After all, the results are the most important. Today's weather is very good, so I'll be leaving. If I don't go back, the elders in the village will be worried." Fire Phoenix nodded and said, "All right, then you can go. Remember, if the elders in the village need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. After all, the elders of Sand Tiger Village are also living there. I can't just watch them starve." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Fire Phoenix. Then he turned around and walked outside. When he was outside, Zhao Hai immediately had someone call Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia. They needed to go back. Before long, Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia returned. Although they still looked tired, their spirits were much better. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Give me your hand." Fat Cat and Zhou Xianxia didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do, but they still obediently gave him their hand. Zhao Hai took their hand and checked their pulse. Then he nodded and said, "Fortunately, the cold didn't enter your body. You've almost recovered. Once we return to the village, you'll be fine after resting for a while. Let's go." The two nodded, then they rode their horses and followed Zhao Hai out of Sand Tiger Village. After leaving Sand Tiger Camp, they headed towards the old man's camp. It didn't take long for them to see the tall bottle trees. These bottle trees were already full of water. Each one of them looked very sturdy, just like a giant bottle. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived in front of the bottle tree. But when they arrived, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he saw a person from Sand Tiger Village standing under the bottle tree. He looked very nervous. Zhao Hai arrived under the bottle tree, then he looked at the person and said, "Hey, kid, why are you standing here?" When the man saw Zhao Hai, he immediately gave him a salute and said, replying to Second Chief, "The head ordered us not to let anyone destroy these trees. We're here to keep an eye on them. Along the way, there are people keeping an eye on them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, you don't need to keep watch. You can go back." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the bottle tree turned into a small seed and flew back to Zhao Hai's hand. When the sand tiger saw Zhao Hai put away the bottle tree, his expression relaxed. But at the same time, a fanatical look appeared on his face. He gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Yes, second master. I'll return immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll return immediately." Then he didn't wait for Zhao Hai to finish speaking. He got on his horse and galloped towards Sand Tiger Village. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Zhao Hai was confused as he looked at the person running away. He really didn't know why the person ran away. Zhao Hai still couldn't understand the desire of these people who were born and raised in the desert for water. For the people of the desert, water was very precious. Now that Zhao Hai could use the bottle tree to store water, he could also turn the bottle tree into seeds. This was a very good thing. How could the person not be excited? In the person's eyes, Zhao Hai was like a god. Moreover, he wanted to tell this news to the people of Sand Tiger Village. Zhao Hai didn't know what the person was thinking. He kept moving forward and turning the bottle tree into seeds. At the same time, he also let the people who were watching the bottle tree go back to Sand Tiger Village. Halfway through his journey, Zhao Hai saw the scholar. The scholar was sitting under a bottle tree with a book in his hand. However, he wasn't reading. It was clear that he already knew that Zhao Hai was coming. He was now standing there waiting for Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the scholar, he smiled faintly and cupped his fist as he said, "Scholar, you're here. All right, I'll immediately take the bottle tree. You should go back." You've been guarding the village for more than a day. It must be hard on you. The scholar smiled and said, not at all. To be honest, I'm really happy to be able to see these bottle trees. This is the hope of Great Desert. Second leader, please accept my bow. I hope that in the future, there will be more bottle trees in Great Desert and that the desert will change. When Zhao Hai heard the scholar, he smiled faintly and said, don't worry, I will. I'll do my best. Go back, there are still a lot of things to do in the village. The scholar nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai. Then he turned around and mounted his horse before heading back to Sand Tiger village. Zhao Hai looked at the scholar's back and smiled. Then he went back. Although they were still in a hurry, they were a lot more relaxed. If they were thirsty, they could find a place to drink. If they were hungry, they could rest under the bottle tree and eat. They weren't in as much of a hurry as they were before. It took a few days for the three of them to return to the old man's village. Before they even entered the village, Zhao Hai saw a lot of people standing in front of the village. This made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai quickly rode his horse and rushed over. When he saw that the people standing in front of the village were none other than the elders of the village. These elders looked at Zhao Hai with worried expressions. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, their expressions relaxed. Then Old Chen cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, Village Lord, you're back. We were all very worried about you. The rain in the desert is too frightening. Every year, people die in the rain. You shouldn't take such risks in the future. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I've made you worry. You don't need to worry, I know what I'm doing. This time, I just wanted to collect some rainwater. There won't be any problems. Alright, everyone, go back and rest. I'll go collect the bottle tree. After saying that, Zhao Hai jumped off his horse and followed the elders back to the village. While walking, Zhao Hai turned to Old Chen and said, Old Chen, is the village alright? The rain this time wasn't small. Did anything happen to the village? Old Chen shook his head and said, Village Lord, you can rest assured. Every year, we would encounter this kind of storm several times. We're already used to it. Also, we're close to the river, so the rainwater would flow into the river. There won't be any problems, you don't need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, It's good that you're fine. You can go back and rest. I'll take the bottle tree back, then I'll take a look at the grasses that I planted. I don't know if they've grown yet. If they do, then that would be great. When Old Chen heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, Village Lord, you can rest assured. The grass has grown. Although it hasn't fully grown yet, it's growing very well. We've been watching it for the past few days. When Zhao Hai heard Old Chen, he was very happy. He immediately said, Alright, it's good that it's grown. I'll go take a look. After saying that, Zhao Hai collected the bottle tree in the village. Then he went outside the village and headed towards the edge of the desert. When he arrived at the edge of the desert, Zhao Hai could see a layer of green in the distance. This green was very light, and the grass wasn't very tall. However, Zhao Hai was still very happy. This was because this meant that the grass that he cultivated had finally come back to life. Now, he wanted to see how long the grass could last after the rainy season. The longer the grass could last, the more resistant it would be to drought resistance. This also meant that his research would be more successful. Xianxia sat in her room in the academy, looking outside with a calm expression. The outside was still blooming with flowers and it was very beautiful. However, Xianxia was not happy at all. She was worried about Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had left the Saber Spirit Country for more than 2 months. She knew that Zhao Hai had gone to the desert. However, it was precisely because she knew that Zhao Hai had gone to the desert that she was even more worried. What kind of place was the desert? That was a bandit's nest. What if something happened to crane grass there? This was what Xianxia was most worried about. Just as Xianxia was thinking about this, an eagle's cry came from the sky. Then, a black shadow fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow had turned into an eagle. This eagle's body was not the largest among the eagles. However, it was covered in golden feathers and looked very handsome. The eagle landed on Xianxia's window. Xianxia looked at the eagle in a daze. Of course, she had seen eagles before. However, it was very rare in the Saber Spirit country. In the Saber Spirit country, very few people used eagles to send letters. This was because the people of the Saber Spirit country were not as good at training eagles as the people of the prairie. The birds that were used to send letters in the Saber Spirit country were usually blue birds. Then, what was going on with this eagle? If it was a wild eagle, it would not be able to land directly on the window. Why did this eagle land on her window? Just as Xianxia was puzzled, the eagle called out to her. Then, it raised one of its claws. Xianxia looked at the eagle's claw. There was a small bamboo tube tied to it. There was a small piece of paper in the bamboo tube. At this moment, Xianxia completely understood. This eagle was really here to send her a letter. However, who would use an eagle to send her a letter? Xianxia's face was full of suspicion, but she still reached out and took the note from the eagle's claws. Xianxia opened the note with a puzzled look. She found that the note was written in the Hu clan's secret language. After reading the contents, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. She kept the note and turned to look at the eagle. Then, she waved at the eagle. The eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, flying away. Watching the eagle fly away, Xianxia opened her mouth and said, "This kid is really troublesome." After saying that, Xianxia turned around and walked to the desk. She began to write a letter. After writing the letter, she took out a blue bird and put the letter into the bamboo tube on the blue bird's leg. Then, she released the blue bird. A day later, Hu Chao received Xianxia's blue bird message. After reading the contents of the letter, he immediately took the letter to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was still living alone in the valley. When Hu Chao arrived at the valley, he went to Hu Yuan's courtyard and said, "Third uncle, Crane Grass sent a letter." When Hu Yuan heard Hu Chao, he stopped what he was doing. He looked at Hu Chao and said, "Oh? That kid also sent a letter? What did the letter say?" Hu Chao smiled and said, "The letter was sent through Xianxia. Crane Grass has already settled down in the desert. He's currently thinking of a way to solve the desert's problem. He wants the family to send some people to help him." When Hu Yuan heard Hu Chao, he said, "From what you said, he already thought of a way to solve the problem. What method?" Hu Chao smiled and said, "Third uncle, you guessed right. This kid has already thought of a way. It's the bottle tree. He's using the bottle tree to absorb rainwater during the rainy season. Then he's thinking of a way to improve the bottle tree so that the water in the bottle tree can be released and help other plants grow. Right now, he's just taking the first step to have the bottle tree collect rainwater. Moreover, he has a lot of research to do in the future, so he wants the family to send some people to help him." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "This kid is doing something right. The desert's climate is dry, so we can use this time to study drought-resistant plants. This is also a good thing for us. I think we can send some people over, but we must send some people who can fight. The desert isn't peaceful. If we send people who can't fight, then it would be very troublesome." Hu Chao nodded and said, "Third uncle, don't worry, I'll arrange it." "Third uncle, do you think that our Hu clan can establish a force in the desert? Wouldn't that be better?" When Hu Yuan heard Hu Chao, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said, "We need to pay attention to the reaction of the imperial family. Now that the imperial family has started to balance the powers of the great clans, it's possible that they wouldn't favor us like before. If that's the case, then it would have a huge impact on the Hu clan's future development. Establishing a force in the desert is possible, but if the imperial family knows about this, then I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to explain it." Hu Chao nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "I think we can use this opportunity to send more people to the desert. We can say that we're going there to do research. Then we can slowly establish our own force. This way, even if the imperial family knows about it, they would only think that we're going there to do research and not to establish a force." Hu Yuan thought for a moment, then he said, "You can deal with this matter yourself. Actually, the great clans have some backup plans, it's just that they haven't revealed them yet. This time, we're going to the desert to do research. This is also reasonable, but we need to be careful of being used by others." Hu Chao said, "Third uncle, don't worry. I know what to do." Then Hu Chao cupped his fist towards Hu Yuan before he turned around and left. When Hu Yuan saw Hu Chao leave, he continued to sort out the fruit trees. However, a smile could be seen on his face. To be honest, he was very satisfied with Zhao Hai's performance. After Hu Chao returned to the Hu clan, he immediately gathered the Hu clan and discussed the matter of sending people to the desert. He didn't expect that no one from the Hu clan would oppose this. On the contrary, everyone wanted to go. In the end, Hu Chao had no choice but to let Hu Ding, who was familiar with Zhao Hai, lead some of the Hu clan's elite disciples to the desert. Of course, they were going in secret this time, and they didn't want anyone to know about it. Therefore, when they left, no one knew about it. They had been sneaking around the whole time. At this time, a group of plant masters arrived at Zhao Hai's old man's stronghold. These plant masters came from the 9 great tribes. When Fire Phoenix told the 9 great tribes about the bottle tree and Zhao Hai's research, the people from the 9 great tribes went crazy. They wanted to change the desert's appearance. Therefore, they didn't think too much about it as they sent their own plant masters to help Zhao Hai. Naturally, they also wanted to see if Zhao Hai was sincere about changing the desert's environment. After these people arrived at the old man's stronghold, Zhao Hai immediately began to assign tasks to them. He had already begun to improve the bottle tree and the baobab tree. When the plant masters saw this, they knew that Zhao Hai was serious. They immediately informed the 9 great tribes about this. The 9 great tribes didn't say anything and immediately divided the old man's stronghold into a restricted area. In the past, they allowed the nearby villages to do business in the old man's stronghold. But now, the old man's stronghold was completely protected. With the addition of these plant masters, Zhao Hai felt a lot more relaxed. He can now hand over the work to the plant masters. Naturally, he wasn't idle either. Every day, he would have a lot of information to sort out. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that these plant masters were a lot worse than the Hu clan's plant masters. However, they still had some specializations. For example, their ability to communicate with plant masters, as well as their research on drought-resistant plants. They were much better than the Hu clan's plant masters. Time passed by little. Zhao Hai's research was progressing smoothly. The second generation of the bottle tree and the baobab tree had already been developed. However, in general, they didn't achieve the results that Zhao Hai wanted. Therefore, they could only proceed with the third generation. Just as Zhao Hai and the others began to develop the third generation of the bottle tree and the baobab tree, Hu Ding led the Hu clan into the desert. They were very careful along the way. Fortunately, Hu Xian'er had Hu Ding go to the academy and take the hawk that Zhao Hai left behind. Hu Ding and the others entered the desert from the prairie. Therefore, the hawk was responsible for guarding the path. This allowed them to bypass the tribes in the prairie and smoothly enter the desert. This was the first time that Hu Ding and the others entered the desert. They stood at the intersection of the prairie and the desert. They were absent-minded for a while. They were fascinated by the scenery in front of them. But in the end, they still entered the desert. However, it was a pity that these people weren't used to living in the desert. They didn't know much about the desert. Their preparations weren't very sufficient. At the very least, they didn't bring a lot of water. On the third day after Hu Ding and the others entered the desert, they discovered that their water supply was cut off. Upon seeing this situation, Hu Ding and the others became anxious. Fortunately, they had the hawk to guide them, so they didn't get lost. Moreover, they were able to encounter oases along the way. On the 4th day after they entered the desert, they saw a small oasis. Upon seeing this oasis, Hu Ding and the others were very happy. They immediately rode their horses and ran towards it. But just as they were about to approach the oasis, a group of people suddenly flew out of the oasis. There weren't a lot of people in this group, only about 200 people. However, there were also a few soul soldiers and soul beasts. Moreover, all of them were holding weapons and looked very strong. One could tell at a glance that they weren't people to be trifled with. When Hu Ding saw this, he immediately waved his hand and loudly said, "Stop. Prepare for battle." The people from the Hu clan who came this time were all elites of the clan. When they heard Hu Ding's order, they immediately stopped and took out their weapons. They stood there quietly, but didn't make the first move. Before long, the 200 desert bandits stopped in front of Hu Ding and the others. The spirit soldier in the lead looked at Hu Ding and the others with a trace of suspicion on his face. He didn't immediately give the order to attack. Instead, he cupped his fist towards Hu Ding and said, "You don't look like people from the desert? Where did you come from? Why did you come to the desert?" Hu Ding didn't think that the other party would be so polite. He knew that there were no good people in the Great Desert, everyone was a bandit. Now that he saw a bandit being so polite, he couldn't help but wonder what the other party's intentions were. However, Hu Ding was also a person who had seen the world. He could hear the other party's fear. This was very normal. Although they were all plant masters, it was precisely because they were all plant masters that the other party would be afraid of them. This was because ordinary bandit groups wouldn't be able to send such a lineup. Hu Ding also knew that Zhao Hai had some reputation in the Great Desert. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai's reputation would work. Even if it didn't, they wouldn't be afraid of the other party. Although the other party had more than 200 people while they only had 30 people, and all of them were plant masters, the Hu family's plant masters weren't to be trifled with. In the Soul Realm, whenever the Hu family's plant masters were mentioned, everyone would say that they could fight. This wasn't something that could be said with words, it was something that could be said through fighting. Hu Ding cupped his fist to the leader and said, "Friend, we came to the prairie because we were invited by someone to do research. Because of this, we were invited to come here. His name is Tian Cranegrass. Do you know him? Giant Demon Crane Field? So you're from the Saber Spirit country?" When the person heard Hu Ding mention Zhao Hai's name, he immediately asked. At the same time, his face showed a trace of respect and fear, but it was more respect than fear. Hu Ding didn't think that Zhao Hai's reputation would work in the Great Desert. Looking at the expression on the person's face, Hu Ding didn't know if the other party would make a move. However, he still said, "Correct, it's Crane Field. We're from the Saber Spirit country. Crane Field asked us to come and help him. We heard that he was researching drought-resistant plants, so we came." When the person heard Hu Ding, his face showed a joyful expression. He laughed as he jumped down from his horse and gave Hu Ding a salute. "So you were invited by Stockade Lord Tian. You're an honored guest. Everyone, please come with me to our stronghold. Although our stronghold is small, we can still treat everyone to a mouthful of water and a meal of mutton. Everyone, please come with me." Then he made an inviting gesture. When Hu Ding saw the other party jump down from their horses, he quickly followed suit. When the person saw Hu Ding's actions, he quickly said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. You really don't need to be so polite. Please get on your horse. Wolf Hair, your legs are really fast. Let's go back to the stronghold and prepare some mutton soup." A small thief nodded, then he turned his horse around and ran towards the oasis. Hu Ding couldn't stand the person's enthusiasm. He immediately said to the person, "Friend, I still don't know your name. If we meet Crane Field in the future and he asks, what should I tell him?" The person laughed and said, "Look at me, I'm so excited that I forgot to tell him my name. My name is Lang Dingshan, our stronghold is called Wolf Army Stronghold." Hee, in the Great Desert, the names of strongholds are similar. If we can let Stockade Lord Tian know our names, then I, Lang Dingshan, wouldn't have lived in vain. Then he jumped on his horse and led Hu Ding and the others towards the oasis. Hu Ding looked at the person following him and said, "Friend, from what I've heard, you seem to be very respectful towards crane grasses? Can I know why?" Lang Dingshan replied, "In the Great Desert, there aren't many people who don't respect Stockade Lord Tian. After Stockade Lord Tian entered the Great Desert, he established a stronghold for the elderly. His stronghold specifically took in the elderly and those who didn't have any fighting strength. He gathered these people in his stronghold and provided them with food and shelter. To the people of the Great Desert, this is a great kindness. Mister, you aren't from the Great Desert, so you don't know. In the Great Desert, the elderly and the weak are often the first to be abandoned. Some of the elderly, when they get old and can't work anymore, they would bring their own rations and enter the Great Desert. Who knows where they will die? This has become a tradition in the Great Desert." Speaking up to here, Lang Dingshan's tone became gloomy. Hu Ding and the others were stunned, they didn't think that the Great Desert would have such a tradition. Lang Dingshan turned his head to look at Hu Ding and the others, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Does it sound inconceivable? However, this is indeed a tradition in the Great Desert. The resources in the Great Desert are too scarce, people aren't willing to waste anything. In order to let the children live, the elderly are willing to carry their rations into the Great Desert. And the reason why they carry rations on their backs is so that they can walk further and longer, so that their loved ones won't be able to find them. This is the Great Desert, the most ruthless place, but also the most emotional place. This tradition has been passed down for many years, nobody likes it, but it has always existed. But because of Stockade Lord Tian's appearance, this tradition changed. He established a stronghold for the elderly, and I heard that he is now gathering the plant masters of the various tribes in order to improve the environment of the Great Desert. The various tribes have already sent their best plant masters over to support Stockade Lord Tian. Hu Ding didn't think that it would be like this. Zhao Hai's popularity in the Great Desert had greatly exceeded his imagination. While Hu Ding's thoughts were running wild, Lang Dingshan turned to Hu Ding and said, "Mister, I still haven't asked for your name." Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lang is too polite. My surname is Hu Ding." "Surname Hu? Then you are from the Hu clan." "I heard that Stockade Lord Tian is from the Hu clan, it seems like it's true?" "This is really great, I'm actually fortunate enough to receive the Hu clan's people. If this were to spread out, then I would have a lot of face." "Right, Mr. Hu, how did you end up here?" When Hu Ding heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "I'm ashamed, this is my first time entering the Great Desert, so I didn't prepare enough. I brought enough rations, but I ran out of water yesterday. If I didn't accidentally come here today, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to drink any water. I've let Brother Lang see a joke." Lang Dingshan laughed and said, "Don't blame Mr. Hu, in the Great Desert, water is the most precious thing. It's normal that you can't find any water, but you didn't go the wrong way. From here, you can directly reach the old man's stronghold. Moreover, it's the shortest path, but there's a problem with this path, it's difficult to supply water. If you take another path, then you'll be able to find a water source in about 2 days. Of course, this is when there's no war. If someone comes to the Great Desert, then a small oasis like ours would immediately be buried, not leaving a single drop of water for the enemy." At this time, the group entered the small oasis. This small oasis wasn't very big. Inside the oasis, one could see some grasslands with some sheep. But there were also some places where plants were planted. Hu Ding and the others recognized these plants, they were plants that were introduced in the continent a long time ago. These plants didn't taste good, but they had several advantages. First, they were drought-resistant. Second, they were edible as a whole. Third, they had a high yield. It can be said that this plant was very common, or even more common. It can be said that this plant had the worst taste. In places like the Saber Spirit country, there were very few people who planted these plants. Even if they did, they would at most be used to feed pigs. But in the Great Desert, these plants were planted in large areas. Moreover, with just a glance, one could tell that they were edible. Before, Lang Dingshan said that the environment in the Great Desert was very harsh, and that the resources were very poor. Hu Ding and the others didn't feel it directly. But now, they felt it. After all, they were plant masters. Nothing could explain the problem more than plants. However, Lang Dingshan was very polite. He really prepared a lamb and had already cooked it. From afar, one could smell the fragrance of the goat meat. If one wasn't used to eating it, then one would frown upon smelling it. The Hu clan weren't used to this smell, but when they saw the children in the oasis smelling the fragrance and drooling, they couldn't help but frown. Lang Dingshan invited Hu Ding and the others to a large tent. After asking them to sit down, he gave everyone a cup of water. For the people of the Great Desert, a cup of water was the best thing to receive people. Hu Ding and the others were indeed thirsty. However, they were all members of the Hu clan. The Hu clan's upbringing was very successful. Although they were thirsty, they were still very polite. Moreover, when they drank the water, they didn't take too big a gulp. Lang Dingshan waited for Hu Ding and the others to drink a cup of water before he opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Hu, I heard that Stockade Master Tian is currently researching ways to change the Great Desert's environment. Is that true? Although Hu Ding didn't know what the other party meant, he still nodded and said, that is indeed the case. We came here this time to help him. If this research is successful, then we can change the desert's environment. However, I'm afraid that this method won't be successful in a short period of time. Moreover, the Great Desert is very big. Wanting to completely change the desert's environment isn't an easy matter. Of course. To be honest, for Stockade Master Tian to have such intentions, we are already very grateful. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, we are still very grateful. He isn't a person of the Great Desert, yet he has done so many things for the Great Desert. We, the people of the Great Desert, are very grateful to him. Hu Ding smiled bitterly. This wasn't the first time Lang Dingshan said these words. It seems like he was very grateful to Zhao Hai. Hu Ding didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to achieve this in just a short period of time. This made Hu Ding feel very proud. Everyone chatted for a while before the mutton soup was ready. Lang Dingshan immediately had someone bring the mutton soup and warmly invited the Hu clan to drink it. Although Hu Ding and the others weren't used to the taste, they still drank a bowl of mutton soup. Then came the main dish, the meat in hand. One has to say that the mutton in the Great Desert was very good. Hu Ding and the others ate happily. After resting for a day in the Wolf Army camp, Hu Ding and the others continued on their journey. Hu Ding looked at the desert bandit in his group, he didn't know what to say. He didn't think that the Wolf Army would be this enthusiastic. They even sent someone to follow them and escort them to Zhao Hai. However, Hu Ding had to admit that having someone who was familiar with the terrain allowed them to save a lot of energy. They also didn't need to worry about supplies along the way. The Wolf Army didn't send Hu Ding's group all the way. They sent them to the second mountain village and then went back. However, they told the second mountain village about Hu Ding's status, so Hu Ding's group received the best treatment. This was also the first time that Hu Ding and the others heard about Zhao Hai's status in the desert. Every mountain village along the way rushed to receive them. Moreover, each village was more enthusiastic than the other. This made Hu Ding feel that his secret mission wasn't that difficult to complete. After 10 days of traveling, Hu Ding's group finally arrived at the old man's stronghold. Upon entering the stronghold, Hu Ding was stunned. These days, Hu Ding had been resting in the small stronghold. What he saw were only small oases. To be honest, those small oases weren't anything special. However, the old man's stronghold was different. This place used to be the stronghold of the Sand Tiger Stronghold, a stronghold with nearly 100,000 soldiers. Naturally, their stronghold wasn't small. Moreover, there were bottle trees, baobab trees, as well as all kinds of crops and grasses. It was just like the Saber Spirit Nation. Not long after they entered the old man's village, a group of people came running over. This group of people quickly arrived in front of Hu Ding and the others. The person who came gave Hu Ding a salute and said, "Are you 18th Master? I'm Fat Cat, the young master sent me to receive you." Hu Ding and Fat Cat hadn't met before. However, Zhao Hai knew that Hu Mei was the one who led the group into the desert. Because of this, after receiving the message from the hawk, Zhao Hai directly sent Fat Cat to receive Hu Ding. Zhao Hai was a member of the Hu family, and the Fat Cat was Zhao Hai's servant. Strictly speaking, he was also a member of the Hu family, so when he spoke, Hu Ding called him Master 18. Hu Ding had also heard about Fat Cat. Because of Fat Cat, Zhao Hai destroyed the Zhou and Tao clans in a fit of rage. Fat Cat was originally a member of the Zhou clan, but he wasn't sad about the destruction of the Zhou clan. On the contrary, he was even more loyal to Zhao Hai, which was an anomaly. Hu Ding nodded at the Fat Cat and said, "It's me." "Where's the crane grass?" The Fat Cat hurriedly said, "The young master is doing an experiment." "Master 18, the young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please, this is?" The Fat Cat looked at the person beside Hu Ding, puzzled. This person was a soul soldier, and he clearly wasn't on the same side as Hu Ding and the others. This was because this person had the characteristics of the Great Desert. Hu Ding smiled and said, "Oh, this is a brother from the giant village. He was the one who sent us here. Let's invite him in." Fat Cat nodded and then led the group into the room. After the group entered the village, Fat Cat immediately arranged a place for them to live. Naturally, Hu Ding and the others could only live in tents. However, Hu Ding didn't mind. After putting their belongings in the tent, they followed Fat Cat to look for Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai wasn't in his tent. He was currently in the desert outside the old man's village, observing an Aquarius tree with the other plant masters. This Aquarius tree was cultivated by them. It was the third-generation Aquarius tree. However, this Aquarius tree didn't meet their requirements. Xiao Hai and the others were currently studying it. When Fat Cat led Hu Ding and the others to Xiao Hai's side, Xiao Hai immediately felt someone behind him. He turned his head and saw Hu Ding and the others. Xiao Hai couldn't help but have a big smile on his face as he quickly walked towards Hu Ding and gave him a hug. Then he let Hu Ding go and said, "18th uncle, you're finally here. Great, I can relax a bit." Hu Ding looked at Xiao Hai and laughed. Then he patted Xiao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good, good. Kid, you look stronger than before. Good, very good. What are you busy with?" After greeting the Hu clan, Xiao Hai led the group to the Aquarius tree and said, "We are currently studying the Aquarius tree. 18th uncle, you should know that the desert is short of water. I want to store the rain in the Aquarius tree so that when the outside world needs water, it will automatically release some water. When the outside world doesn't need water, it will store it. Unfortunately, it isn't that easy to do this." Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, "You should know that the Aquarius tree is very short of water." Hu Ding rolled his eyes and said, "Kid, you're taking it for granted. Are you talking about a tree? Why do I feel like it's a human? You have to remember that a tree is a tree after all, not a human. If you want to do this, it won't be that easy. I don't deny that trees have wisdom, but at the same time, you can't be a human. Without the support of a human's natural energy, a tree's ability to control its own body under normal circumstances is very poor." Xiao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, "This is the most difficult thing for me. 18th uncle, do you know if there are any plants that can automatically adjust to their surroundings?" Hu Ding shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. I only know that plants generally adapt to their surroundings. If you ask them to take the initiative to adjust their environment, I don't think there are any plants that can do that." Xiao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "I think that we can do some experiments. If our experiment is successful, then not only can this method be used in the desert, it can also be used in any place in the soul realm." Xiao Hai nodded. Hu Ding looked at Xiao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head, "Forget it, we'll do as you say. We came this time to cooperate with you. Let's assign the task." Xiao Hai smiled and said, "Don't be anxious. This time everything you do is different from the past. Moreover, the desert is also different from the past. In the past, you had a very good environment for your research, but the desert isn't. Do you see those grasses? These are the drought-resistant grasses that I researched before. These grasses can only be studied in tents and then tested in the desert. Not only do they need to be drought-resistant, they also need to adapt to the desert's environment. The Saber Spirit Nation also has drought-resistant plants, but 80% of them are not suitable for the desert because the desert's sun is too strong. You came at the right time. This is the rainy season of the desert. It can be said that it is the coolest time in the desert. You will know after a while, when the sun shines, the desert will be filled with waves of heat. In this case, it is very difficult for ordinary plants to survive." Hu Ding nodded, then he said, "All right, then let's familiarize ourselves with the desert's environment." "Right, how's your experiment going? Do you need us to help?" Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I've already seen it. Although this bottle tree can release the water stored in its body, it can't be cut. It will keep releasing water until all the water is released. Although its releasing water is very fast, with the amount of water stored in its body, and the speed at which it releases water, it would only take about 2 months for it to release all the water. When that time comes, I'm afraid that not only will the grass around it dry up, but it will also dry up. Let's go." Xiao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right. Let's go." Xiao Hai waved his hand, then the people who were surrounding the aquarium tree all gathered around Xiao Hai. These people were all plant masters, they were sent by the various villages. Most importantly, they were all native to the desert. They grew up in the desert, so they were very attached to the desert. Most of them were plant masters in the Blade Spirit Nation or some other countries in the Central Plains. Because the Tiger Spirit Nation didn't place much importance on plant masters and even suppressed them, they wouldn't be able to learn anything there. As for the Wolf Spirit Nation, if they knew their identities, they would immediately kill them, so they could only go to places like the Blade Spirit Nation to learn. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to learn anything useful. Most of them learned how to become a plant master, then they would return to the desert and do their own research on the desert's plants. Because of this, even if these people didn't do much research on other plants, they were still experts on the desert's plants. Zhao Hai wanted to have more exchanges with them. Among these plant masters, the leader was a 50-year-old plant master called Xianxia. He was a plant master from the Saber Spirit Nation. Because of this, when Xianxia saw Hu Ding and heard his name, he immediately became excited. After chatting with Hu Ding, he found out that Xiaoxia's teacher was also a member of the Hu clan. Moreover, he was Hu Ding's father. The two of them became closer. When Zhao Hai saw this, he was naturally very happy. He hoped that the plant masters in the desert would be able to get along with Hu Ding and the others. This way, it would be more helpful for his research. After returning to the village, Zhao Hai invited some of the elders and Xiaoxia to have a meal with Hu Ding and the others. After eating, the others were allowed to rest. After that, Zhao Hai brought Hu Ding to his tent. At this time, Zhao Hai's tent was filled with a lot of information. However, Zhao Hai was able to organize it properly. These were all information about the bottle tree that he had been working on. Hu Ding looked at the information in the tent, then he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled, "You're really hardworking. Tell me, why do you want to come to the desert? What benefits do you have to improve the desert's environment? Why do you want to work so hard?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Uncle 18, what good would that do for me? I can't stay in the desert forever. Recently, the atmosphere in the country has been a bit strange. Moreover, I've been shining too brightly in the country. I don't want that to happen, so I decided to come here. Isn't this good? No one cares about me, no one asks me, I'm free. I can also study those plants, this is a good thing." Hu Ding nodded, then he said, "It's good to leave the country for a while. Recently, the emperor has been playing the game of balance, and he's playing it very well. I think that it won't take long before the country calms down. However, the friction won't stop. This time, the friction won't be between the great clans and the imperial family, but between the great clans. I have to say that His Majesty has some skills. He's very familiar with these methods. It didn't take long for a large number of great clans to side with him. Then he took action to suppress some great clans, and these great clans actually started to cause trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't this good? In the country, the great clans don't dare to go too far. At the same time, the imperial family's ruling position is maintained. Moreover, His Majesty doesn't suppress the great clans too much. He always wants to maintain a balance, so this isn't strange. However, this is also the reason why I want to leave the country. Right now, the Hu family needs to be low-key. However, there are a lot of people who don't want to see the Hu family being low-key. My status in the country is quite sensitive. If someone takes advantage of this, then it wouldn't be good. Therefore, it's good for me to hide here. The great clans can't stretch their hands here. If the great clans can't, then they can't." Hu Ding let out a long breath and said, "It's good that we came out. The patriarch said that we want to establish a force in the desert. Do you think this is feasible?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Actually, we don't need to worry about establishing a force in the desert. With my current prestige in the desert, establishing a force is very easy. However, we don't need to do that. Establishing a force in the desert is nothing more than leaving a way out for the Hu family. Sand Tiger Village is now one of the top 10 villages in the desert. As long as the Hu family can maintain a good relationship with Sand Tiger Village, then we'll be able to maintain this path of retreat. There's no need to establish another force in the desert. If we do, then it would arouse His Majesty's suspicion, which wouldn't be good for the Hu family." When Hu Ding heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "All right, then let's do it this way." Actually, regarding establishing a force in the desert, the family is also divided. If we do, then we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. Since you're more familiar with the desert situation, then we'll do as you say. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, as long as we can research the bottle tree and improve the desert's environment, then we would be the greatest contributors to the desert. Moreover, it's not just you and me, but also the entire Hu clan. Because I'm a member of the Hu clan and you're also a member of the Hu clan, we represent the Hu clan in the desert. The people of the desert would forever remember the Hu clan's kindness. When the time comes for the Hu clan to enter the desert, the people of the desert would welcome us. This would be much better than us establishing our own influence here. If we establish our influence now, then it would only attract the attention of the strongholds, which wouldn't be good for us. After Zhao Hai had a long talk with Hu Ding and the others were fully immersed in their research. Research wasn't an independent matter. Just like how Zhao Hai wanted to change the desert's environment, it wasn't as simple as the bottle tree. There were many other things involved as well, such as other plants. The bottle tree could release water, but the other plants couldn't store the water and use it to their fullest potential. This was the key point. If the bottle tree released water but the other plants didn't use it well, then the water would quickly seep into the ground while the grass was still dry. This way, the bottle tree would continue to release water. It wouldn't take long before the water in the bottle tree disappeared. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others needed to research the plants that were compatible with the bottle tree. The entire research project was huge. After all, the desert's land was already severely desertified. Although it wasn't as good as a real desert, it wasn't too far off. In this case, how to improve the soil was very important. Changing the quality of the soil wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It would take a long time to do this. The best and fastest way that Zhao Hai could think of to improve the soil was to use plants to improve it. Once the grass withered, new grass would grow. Then the grass would wither, and new grass would grow. Slowly, the soil would be improved. Naturally, they would need to plant some plants to fertilize the soil. But now wasn't the time. Because of these reasons, Hu Ding and the others immediately started to get busy. They wanted to help Zhao Hai with this project as soon as possible. While Zhao Hai and the others were busy with these matters, the strongholds of the Grand Desert also began to move. Fire Phoenix was a smart person, she used this opportunity to get in touch with the 9 strongholds. At the same time, she was also discussing the matter of forming an alliance. 2 months after Hu Ding and the others entered the desert, the 10 Strongholds Alliance was finally established. The 10 Strongholds Alliance didn't have a leader, only 10 elders. Moreover, they didn't need to discuss everything, only important matters. And this so-called important matter was actually the matter of robbery. The environment in the Grand Desert was too bad. If they relied on the Grand Desert's own resources, they wouldn't be able to sustain themselves. Therefore, the people in the Grand Desert had to go out and rob. Only by robbing would they be able to survive. Therefore, robbing was definitely a big thing for the people of the Great Desert. Of course, they still had one more thing to do, and that was to open up a trade route with the Saber Spirit Nation. The Saber Spirit Nation has already recognized their identities. However, the trade route between the Saber Spirit Nation and the Grand Desert hasn't been opened. The Grand Desert also hasn't started to do business with the Saber Spirit Nation. This created a situation where the things that the Grand Desert robbed couldn't be sold in the Saber Spirit Nation. For the strongholds of the Grand Desert, this wasn't a good thing. At this time, the strongholds of the Grand Desert didn't lack good things. However, they lacked all kinds of daily necessities. Because of this, after the 10 Strongholds Alliance was established, the first thing they did was to open up a trade route with the Saber Spirit Nation. For this matter, the people of the 10 Strongholds Alliance would certainly ask Zhao Hai for help. After all, Zhao Hai was someone from the Saber Spirit Nation. Moreover, when he entered the Grand Desert from the Saber Spirit Nation, it was as if he was entering an uninhabited area. The people of the prairie knew that Zhao Hai had entered the prairie, but they didn't know where he was. While the people of the prairie were still wondering if Zhao Hai had entered the prairie, he was already in the Grand Desert. Because of this, the people of the Grand Desert wanted to ask Zhao Hai to help them open up a trade route. However, Zhao Hai was currently busy with his research, so he didn't have time to take care of them. Therefore, he sent a person from the Hu clan to help the 10 Strongholds Alliance. This person from the Hu clan was an acquaintance of Zhao Hai. He was a core disciple of the Hu clan that Zhao Hai met when he first entered the Hu clan. His name was Hu Xian. But now, Hu Xian had become an independent figure of the Hu clan. This time, he also followed Hu Ding into the Grand Desert. However, Hu Xian's talent in studying plants wasn't very high. Therefore, Zhao Hai sent him to cooperate with the 10 Strongholds Alliance. This allowed the Hu clan and the 10 Strongholds to officially establish contact. Hu Xian was very happy about this mission. His temperament was a bit jumpy, so he couldn't stand to stay in one place for too long. However, Zhao Hai's research required him to stay in one place for a long time. Therefore, he was very bored in the past 2 months. Now, he could finally return to the Saber Spirit country. Although he had a mission, he was still very happy. The 10 Strongholds were very nervous about this matter. Not only did they send out their elite troops, but they also took a lot of good things and loaded them into carriages. Then they went to the Saber Spirit country. Zhao Hai gave the eagles to Hu Xian so that Hu Xian could use the eagles to rescue them when they were attacked. Of course, the chances of this happening weren't very high. The prairie was currently in chaos. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, after the Golden Wolf tribe lost control of the prairie, the entire prairie fell into an era of chaos. The prairie was so chaotic that it was actually even more unsafe. This was because some small tribes would try to avoid this kind of war. Some larger tribes would take this opportunity to expand so that when the Golden Wolf tribe recovered in the future, they would have the strength to fight back. Therefore, in the prairie, from time to time, one could see the cavalry of the various tribes. The eagles in the prairie were flying all over the place. If the people of the prairie were to discover the army of the desert, they wouldn't hesitate to rob them. Fortunately, the eagles that Hu Xian sent weren't ordinary eagles, they were falcons. Falcons were able to fly higher and farther than ordinary eagles. They were also more intelligent. Because of this, Hu Xian's army didn't encounter any attacks from the falcons. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about them. He was now spending his time on research. Their research had already made great progress. The most important thing was the research on the bottle tree and the baobab tree. The bottle tree and the baobab tree were plants that were more resistant to drought. Zhao Hai wanted the baobab tree to be more resistant to drought, while the bottle tree could store more water. At the same time, it could also automatically release water. Now, the bottle tree didn't meet Zhao Hai's requirements. However, the baobab tree was more resistant to drought than before. At the same time, the problem with the baobab tree had also appeared, and that was its output. Originally, the output of the baobab tree was good, but now, the output of the baobab tree had decreased a lot. After Zhao Hai learned about this situation, he thought that it was normal. After all, in an environment like the desert, the nutrients that the baobab tree could absorb were much less than other places. Moreover, it could absorb very little water. In this case, the output of the baobab tree had decreased. In addition to the bottle tree and the baobab tree, Zhao Hai's research on drought-resistant grasses and other fertilizers had also achieved some results. Zhao Hai had always attached great importance to the grasses' drought resistance research. The grasses were indeed a plant that grew everywhere in the Soul Realm. Their vitality was really tenacious. Most importantly, their ability to adapt to the environment was really strong to the extreme. Zhao Hai calculated that a bowl of water could make 1 grass germinate and grow normally. But now, a bowl of water could make 10 grass germinate and grow normally. It could be said that the progress was huge. During these 2 months, Zhao Hai was the busiest. This was because these 2 months were the rainy season in the desert. Whenever it was about to rain, Zhao Hai would leave the village and enter the desert. He would constantly plant seeds and collect rainwater from the desert in preparation for future experiments. Now, the people in the desert knew that Zhao Hai was doing research, so they were very cooperative. From time to time, they would send people to the old people's village to see if there was anything that the old people needed. If Zhao Hai was too busy to take care of the old people, they would help to take care of him. They would also send some supplies to the old people's village from time to time to avoid Zhao Hai's worries. The reason why the 10 great strongholds were so attentive was because they had obtained a lot of benefits from Zhao Hai's research. Take the army that went to the Blade Spirit country as an example. The army was accompanied by a lot of plant masters. And these plant masters were carrying the seeds of the bottle tree and the baobab tree. This almost solved the problem of drinking water and eating. This made the people of the 10 great strongholds support Zhao Hai's research even more. Naturally, this wasn't the only thing that the 10 great strongholds did. They had already begun to send spies to the Tiger Soul country in order to investigate the situation there. Attacking the Tiger Soul country was completely different from attacking the Wolf Soul country. The Wolf Soul country was a prairie, and in the prairie, the strongest army was cavalry. Cavalry was invading like fire, coming and going like the wind. They were the kings of the prairie. But in the Tiger Soul country, it was very difficult to find a piece of flat land. All the flat land had been planted with grain by the people of the Tiger Soul country. In the Tiger Soul country, cavalry was almost useless. The main fighting force in the country was infantry, and it was mountain infantry. Of course, the most important thing was that the desert bandits had robbed the Tiger Spirit country in the past. Although they didn't manage to steal much, they still made the Tiger Spirit country more vigilant. Because of this, the Tiger Spirit country built a fortified city near the desert, blocking the entrance of the desert into the Tiger Spirit country. This made it even more difficult for the desert bandits to attack the Tiger Spirit country. Additionally, the desert bandits had been robbing the prairie all these years. They simply didn't have any hidden posts in the Tiger Spirit country. This was unlike the prairie, where they could get news of any movement. However, they couldn't do this in the Tiger Spirit country. Because of this, they needed to investigate the Tiger Spirit country and understand the situation there. Only in this way could they enter the Tiger Spirit country and rob it. Otherwise, if they entered the country, they would be destroyed by the Tiger Spirit country in the 100,000 mountains. Zhao Hai nervously looked at the bottle tree in front of him. This bottle tree was already the 7th generation. Zhao Hai wanted to communicate with it so that he could understand the bottle tree better. Fortunately, this bottle tree was stimulated by natural energy. Therefore, it was very smart and was able to communicate with Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't find it difficult to communicate with it. This bottle tree was the best one that Zhao Hai and the others could cultivate. Not only could it absorb water very quickly, but the amount of water it absorbed was also a lot more than before. Naturally, the most important thing was that the bottle tree could release water to change the surrounding soil. While Zhao Hai was chatting with the bottle tree, he wanted to know more about its functions. Now that he had a basic understanding of it, the bottle tree had already met his requirements. After communicating with the bottle tree for a while, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, "Everyone, I have good news for you. We succeeded." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone cheered. This news was very good for them. Their hard work in the past few months wasn't in vain. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't be too happy. Although this tree is the most qualified tree that we have cultivated so far, its drought resistance still doesn't meet our requirements. At the same time, it needs to keep up with the other trees." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and chuckled. "Everyone, what kind of environment is the desert? I think everyone has seen it. What we want to do is for the present and for the future. Therefore, we must do it well. If we can really turn the desert into a grassland, then our children will benefit from it. Today, in order to celebrate the success of our research, we must eat a big meal. Let's go back." Everyone cheered again. To be honest, they couldn't eat or drink well in the desert. They also couldn't sleep well. Moreover, everyone was busy with their research. Because of this, a lot of people became thinner than before. Each and every one of them looked like they were tanned. This was especially true for the Hu family. They have been in the desert for a year now. During this time, the amount of vegetables that they could eat was limited. At most, they could only eat sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes were similar to the sweet potatoes on Earth. They didn't taste very good, but they were the only vegetables that they could eat. In the desert, every inch of land was very precious. People wouldn't waste even a little bit of land. Except for some land that wasn't suitable for farming and was left as pastures, the rest of the land was almost all planted with grains. There was very little land used for growing vegetables. It could be said that there was almost no land. This was something that couldn't be helped. In the Great Desert, there was definitely less land and more people. In that limited land, it wasn't easy to feed so many people. Naturally, in this year, a lot of things happened. The trade caravan between the desert and the Saber Spirit country was finally opened. This trade caravan was moving along the edge of the grassland. There were very few prairie tribes there. Moreover, the grassland was very chaotic, making it even more deserted. Opening this trade route was very difficult. The first time they went to the Saber Spirit country, it went very smoothly. But when they came back, they were attacked by the prairie tribes. They were almost completely wiped out. Later on, they explored other trade routes and chose a lot of places before finally choosing this one. Now that this trade route had been settled, all kinds of good things from the desert flowed into the Saber Spirit country, and from there, they flowed to the entire soul world. All kinds of living materials from the Saber Spirit country also flowed into the desert, improving the living standards of the villages in the desert. However, there was still a problem: the vegetables in the desert were still very little. There was no other way. The vegetables from the Saber Spirit country couldn't be transported to the desert, and the desert itself almost didn't grow vegetables. But now, the people in the desert could eat vegetables. For the people in the desert, this was definitely good news. This also reduced the chances of the people in the desert getting sick. In this year, the people of the 10 great strongholds didn't stop their reconnaissance of the Tiger Spirit country. This was because the trade route was opened. Otherwise, the people of the 10 great strongholds would have already attacked the Tiger Spirit country. They wouldn't have waited until now. Using a year's time to conduct reconnaissance was almost unimaginable for the desert bandits. But this time, they really did it. The people of the 10 Great Strongholds Alliance not only carried out reconnaissance of the Tiger Spirit country, they also trained the desert bandits to fight in the mountains. It can be said that this year was a very busy year for the 10 Great Strongholds. This year, Zhao and the others didn't do anything else. Everyone was immersed in crazy experiments. Every day, they only slept for about 3 hours. Those who had long beards didn't have time to take care of their hair. In their eyes, there was only data, only experiments. This crazy behavior even scared the old people in the old man's village. Zhao and the others didn't have time to take care of their hair. But this time, the results were really good. First, the improvement of the bottle tree was successful. Then, the improvement of the baobab tree was also very successful. The baobab tree was now very different from the one that Zhao Hai had seen before. The baobab tree now had less branches and leaves, but it had more baobab fruits. However, the size of the baobab fruits was also smaller. Next was the pasture grass. The pasture grass in the desert was different from the pasture grass in the prairie. The pasture grass in the prairie was very tall, some of them could even grow up to a meter tall. However, the pasture grass in the desert wasn't that tall. At most, it was 30 to 40 centimeters tall. Moreover, the growth rate of these grasses was very fast. During the rainy season, these grasses would grow in the shortest time possible. After the rainy season, these grasses would be green for a few months, and they would even bear seeds. It can be said that the results of Zhao Hai's research were very gratifying. At this time, all the strongholds in the desert treated the old man's strongholds as a treasure. There was no need for the 10 great strongholds to give an order. Nobody would attack the old man's strongholds. They were all consciously protecting the old man's strongholds. At this time, the old man's strongholds didn't lack supplies. But even so, it wasn't easy to eat a good meal. And the so-called good food here was at most the mutton. Grass sheep was already a good thing in the desert. There weren't a lot of grasslands in the desert, so there weren't many places to raise sheep. Therefore, eating fresh mutton wasn't an easy thing to do. Naturally, there were times when people in the desert could eat meat, and that was when they went to the prairie to rob. When these people went to the prairie to rob, they would look for food in the prairie. Not to mention other things, the cattle and sheep that came back would be brought to the desert. Then they would be slaughtered and made into jerky. This would be enough for them to eat for a long time. The food that Zhao Hai and the others ate today was mutton. In the desert, this was already a good thing. Although the taste of the mutton was still the same, everyone was very happy to eat it. After eating, everyone immediately went to rest. This year had been very tiring for them. Everyone slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Naturally, this didn't include Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai woke up the next day. He knew that this wasn't the time to completely relax, but he didn't object to it. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone was sleeping soundly, he didn't wake them up. Instead, he began to organize the information. This time, they had a lot of things to experiment with. There was a lot of information that needed to be organized. Moreover, this information would be sent to the Hu clan in the future. This information wasn't easy to organize. Only Zhao Hai, who was in charge of the situation, was able to organize this information. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. In the past 2 days, the stronghold had been very quiet. Hu Ding and the others were sleeping soundly. Therefore, only a few people were active in the stronghold. The elders couldn't help Zhao Hai and the others, so they consciously did what they could. They were still farming, and most of it was food. There was no other way. The memory of the lack of food and clothing was deeply engraved in their minds. Therefore, even if they didn't lack food, they still planted a lot of food. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. The desert's environment was like this. In the desert, aside from the rainy season, no matter how much food you store, you don't need to worry about it going bad. This was because the desert was too dry. There was no harm in storing food. During the day, Zhao Hai organized the information. Yesterday, Zhao Hai planned to rest. These days, he was very tired. However, his natural energy was much more profound than others. Moreover, his body was also much better than others. Therefore, after sleeping for a day, he was completely recovered. But now, he wasn't as busy as before. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to work as hard as before. He planned to have a good sleep. It didn't take long for Zhao to open his eyes. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He just felt that a small team had sneaked into the old man's stronghold. This group of people was dressed differently. They were all wearing black clothes, and their cooperation was very tacit. Of course, the most important thing was that they didn't have any soul objects on their heads. Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai immediately thought that these people might be the Tiger Soul Country's hunting team. When Zhao Hai was ambushed by the Tiger Soul Country, he saw these people without any soul objects. They used artifacts to hide their souls. Now that these people appeared again, Zhao Hai naturally thought of the Tiger Soul Country. However, after confirming their identity, Zhao Hai was puzzled. He didn't know why the other party came here. Wasn't this too strange? If the Wolf Soul Country came to deal with him, then he wouldn't be surprised. The Wolf Soul Country's people wanted him dead. But why did the Tiger Soul Country send people? Zhao Hai knew that the people of the Tiger Soul Country hated him very much. However, in the past 2 years, the Tiger Soul Country didn't make any moves. Zhao Hai thought that the Tiger Soul Country had already let him go. After all, although he did some things to the Tiger Soul Country, a country shouldn't hold a grudge. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. The people of the Tiger Soul Country didn't seem to want to let him go. This made Zhao Hai feel surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood why the people of the Tiger Soul Country sent their troops at this time. It was very likely that they took advantage of this opportunity. The enmity between Zhao Hai and the Wolf Soul Country was much greater than the enmity between him and the Tiger Soul Country. The Tiger Soul Country sent their troops to deal with Zhao Hai in order to make the people of the Blade Soul Country think that it was the Wolf Soul Country that wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. If the Blade Soul Country and the Wolf Soul Country were dragged into the quagmire of war, then the people of the Tiger Soul Country would benefit the most. Although Zhao Hai didn't know if his guess was right or not, he thought that it was at least possible. However, the people of the Tiger Soul Country didn't have a good understanding of his strength. Zhao Hai's face was calm. He slowly walked out of his tent and looked around. The old man's stronghold was very different from before. There were a lot of bottle trees and baobab trees in the stronghold. In addition to the tents and houses, there were a lot of places to hide people. At this time, the Tiger Soul country's hunting team had just entered the old man's stronghold. They haven't officially entered the stronghold. Zhao Hai didn't plan to deal with them outside the stronghold. He planned to put them inside the stronghold first before dealing with them. Zhao Hai's figure moved. His whole body was covered in iron thread grass armor. Then his body moved and disappeared from the stronghold. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't disappear. He was just hiding in the shadows of the stronghold. His whole body was like a tree standing there. It was impossible for others to detect his presence. If it was an ordinary person, even if they had the same equipment as Zhao Hai, they wouldn't be able to do what Zhao Hai did. This was because it was impossible for them to completely hide their aura. However, Zhao Hai was able to do so. Not long after Zhao Hai's figure disappeared, several shadows entered the stronghold. Because most of the people in the old man's stronghold were elderly and disabled people, there were no people guarding the stronghold walls. In any case, the old man's stronghold wouldn't be attacked in the desert. So it didn't matter if they guarded it or not. After these people entered the old man's stronghold, they looked around and then sneaked into the stronghold. Zhao Hai looked at them quietly. Then he found a target. This person was a guard who was at the back of the team. He was ready to support the team at any time. Therefore, he was quite a distance away from the others. This person was Zhao Hai's target. Zhao Hai's figure flashed a few times and was already not far from the person. Then when the person was looking in another direction, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and silently appeared in the person's blind spot. Then Zhao Hai grabbed the person's neck and exerted force. The person's neck was broken by Zhao Hai. He didn't even make a sound. However, this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai gently put the person on the ground without making a sound. Then he went to the next target. After a few times, Zhao Hai killed 5 people. This team had a total of 10 people. After Zhao Hai killed 5 people, the remaining people reacted and immediately gathered together. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he knew that sneak attacks were useless. However, the strength of these people was still beyond his expectations. They were able to notice his movements after 5 people died. This showed that they were very strong. Zhao Hai slowly walked out of the shadows. He looked at the people and said, "Why did you come to the old man's stronghold?" When the people saw Zhao Hai's figure, they knew that the main character had come out. They didn't say anything. Instead, they held their weapons and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Unexpectedly, the weapons in their hands were all scimitars. The scimitars in their hands weren't the same as the scimitars in the prairie. The scimitars in their hands looked like the scimitars of the Wolf Fang army. They were thinner, longer, and less curved than the average scimitar. It seems like the other party was prepared to impersonate the Wolf Fang army. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. His figure moved and rushed towards the people. At the same time, 2 black swords appeared in his hands. When the 2 sides passed by each other, 2 black-clothed people fell to the ground. Zhao Hai turned around and attacked them. The 3 black-clothed people didn't have any intention of surrendering. They continued to attack Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He only used 10 moves to kill the 3 people on the spot. Then Zhao Hai brought the people outside of the stronghold. Then he carefully searched their bodies. He didn't find anything that could prove their identity. There was also nothing special about their appearance. The only thing that could prove their identity was the scimitars in their hands. They also had a concealment artifact that could hide their souls. Zhao Hai thought that the other party's impersonation of the Wolf Fang army was quite good. The only thing that they didn't have was a concealment artifact. Zhao Hai rarely saw concealment artifacts in the continent. Even in the Saber Spirit Nation, very few people used them. He only saw hunting teams using them. But if the Tiger Soul people wanted to pretend to be a hunting team, how could they make such an obvious mistake? Could it be that these people were from the Wolf Fang army? Were they pretending to be a hunting team? Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled, but he didn't take it to heart. He turned around and returned to the stronghold. He went into his tent. He planned to wait until he woke up tomorrow and let the people in the stronghold take a look at the identity of these people. The next morning, after Zhao Hai woke up, he met with the elders in the stronghold. He greeted them and then told the elders about the situation. Then he led them to the place where he threw the corpses last night. The corpses were still there. Zhao Hai asked the elders to take a look at the corpses. They came to the conclusion that these people weren't from the prairie. This was because the prairie people used scimitars for generations. They rarely used other weapons. And no matter what kind of weapon you used, after a long time, there would always be some calluses on your hands. And from the shape of the calluses, one could tell what kind of weapon you used. Although the corpses didn't have any obvious characteristics, the calluses on their hands betrayed them. The calluses on their hands weren't from scimitars. In other words, they weren't prairie people. Since they weren't prairie people, and they also had a concealment artifact on their bodies, it was clear that they were from the Tiger Soul country. Zhao Hai was even more certain of his guess. He was afraid that the Tiger Soul country wanted the Blade Soul country and the Wolf Soul country to fight again. A day later, Hu Ding and the others woke up. But at this time, Zhao Hai had already disposed of the corpses. After Hu Ding and the others woke up, Zhao Hai invited Hu Ding to his tent. After Hu Ding sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, 18th uncle, yesterday, the Tiger Soul country's hunting team came to the stronghold. They wanted to assassinate me, but they were already killed by me. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Ding couldn't help but be surprised. Tiger Soul country? Why did the hunting team find you again? What's going on? Zhao Hai replied, I don't know yet, but it's possible that they're targeting me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted us. If they kill us, then they can shift the blame to the Wolf Soul country. If this goes wrong, then the Blade Soul country and the Wolf Soul country might go to war. The Grand Desert might also participate in this war. This way, the Wolf Soul country would benefit the most. Hu Ding nodded, then he said in a deep voice, it's possible. Right, do you think it's possible that they discovered the 10 Great Strongholds movements and wanted to sabotage their reconnaissance? Therefore, they sent people to the desert and found you here, so they wanted to assassinate you? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's not impossible. But what we can be sure of is that the other party is from the Tiger Soul country. Although they use scimitars, the old people in the stronghold confirmed that they don't use scimitars for a long time. They just picked up scimitars temporarily. I only have enmity with the Tiger Soul country and the Wolf Soul country. There's no need to talk about the Wolf Soul country. The Wolf Soul country can't even take care of themselves right now, so they don't have the time to deal with me. Hu Ding nodded and said, no matter what, the Tiger Soul nation has already made a move on you. You have to be careful. Those fellows from the hunting squad are like maggots attached to bones. Once you get entangled with them, it's very difficult to escape. The hunting squad tried to deal with you once before, but they failed. Later on, there was no news of them. And with the pressure from the Saber Spirit Nation, they didn't try to deal with you. Now that the rumors have died down, it's very likely that they will try to deal with you again. You have to be careful. So you have to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, I'll be careful. The Tiger Soul country is seeking their own death. Originally, the strongholds in the Grand Desert were prepared to deal with them. Now that they dared to come to the Grand Desert, they must be afraid of dying too slowly. This is also good, we can spread the news and let the 10 Great Strongholds deal with them. Hu Ding smiled faintly and said, with your current reputation in the desert, the people from the 10 Great Strongholds will certainly deal with you once they find out that you were attacked. This is certain. However, the people from the 10 Great Strongholds are bandits, it's hard to say how much damage they can do to the Tiger Soul country. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't want to do anything to the Tiger Soul country. It's good to retaliate against them. The Tiger Soul country has been in the Soul Realm for so many years, it's impossible to deal with them so easily. Let's take it slow. Hu Ding nodded, then he looked outside the tent and said, to be honest, I've gained a lot this year. Plant masters are the most popular profession in the Soul Realm, but I've never seen anyone who needs a plant master more than the people in the Grand Desert. To be honest, after coming to the Grand Desert, I understood what a plant master should do. What a plant master means to the people in the Grand Desert. And what we're doing now means to the people in the Grand Desert. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Ding, then he smiled faintly and said, 18th uncle, you're feeling a lot of emotions today. Hee, to be honest, when I wanted to change the environment in the Grand Desert, it was just a spur of the moment. But when I started to do it, I understood what it meant to the Grand Desert. We're changing the fate of the people in the Grand Desert. There's nothing more meaningful than this. Therefore, I decided to do this well and leave after I'm done. Because of this, I asked for help from my family because I knew that it would take me several generations to get a result. Hu Ding nodded, then he said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Now is not the time to sigh. We should finish the experiment first. When we can really use our experiment to change the environment in the Grand Desert, then we'll sigh again. Let's go, we still have to do today's experiment." Zhao Hai laughed and stood up, then he followed Hu Ding out. Zhao Hai and the others returned to their original state. Every day, they kept on experimenting, looking at the data, experimenting, and doing boring work. However, the matter of Zhao Hai being assassinated by the hunting squad quickly spread throughout the Grand Desert. The people from the 10 great strongholds even sent people to confirm with Zhao Hai. They wanted to know if this matter was true, if Zhao Hai was really assassinated. After getting a definite answer, the entire Grand Desert went into an uproar. What Zhao Hai and the others were doing right now was very important to the people of the desert. Zhao Hai and the others had suffered a lot. This was something that the people of the desert were very clear about. Zhao Hai's efforts had moved the people of the desert. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others had also achieved good results. This gave the people of the desert a lot of hope. But now, someone actually wanted to assassinate Zhao Hai. For the people of the Grand Desert, this was unforgivable. Someone wanted to destroy their hope. How could they not be angry? The entire Grand Desert was now filled with hostility towards the Tiger Soul country. If it weren't for the 10 great strongholds, then the small and medium strongholds would have already entered the Tiger Soul country and started to wreak havoc. The people of the 10 great strongholds didn't let the small strongholds take action. Naturally, it wasn't because they didn't want to make a move against the people of the Tiger Soul country. It was just that they couldn't make a move against the people of the Tiger Soul country. At this time, the people of the 10 great strongholds understood that before taking action, they needed to have a thorough plan. If they didn't have a thorough plan, then the chances of success would be very low. At this time, the people of the 10 great strongholds weren't ready. If the small strongholds directly went to the Tiger Soul country to cause trouble, then they would undoubtedly alert the enemy. If the people of the Tiger Soul country were prepared, then it would be very troublesome for the 10 great strongholds to take action in the future. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things at this time. He was still carrying out his experiment. He didn't want to think about the Tiger Soul country's matter. For him, completing the experiment and improving the environment of the Grand Desert was the most important thing. When a person is wholeheartedly doing something, they would feel that time passes very quickly. At the same time, they would also forget about everything around them. Zhao Hai knew that his current strength wasn't at the top of the soul realm. However, he didn't care about it. With his current condition, it wasn't difficult for him to improve his strength. But he felt that he should temper his state of mind. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about it. He didn't need to worry about it. Instead, he needed to temper his state of mind. There were many ways to temper one's state of mind. For example, going into seclusion to comprehend one's state of mind in the midst of endless loneliness. For example, going through hardships to improve one's state of mind. Or like Zhao Hai, wholeheartedly doing something, and it was a good thing. This process was also a tempering of one's state of mind. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai wholeheartedly devoted himself to this task. He had never been like this before, working hard to improve the environment of a place. Even when Zhao Hai had just crossed over, although the environment was very bad, he had the space at that time. As long as he took out the soil and water from the space, he could easily change the surrounding environment. Unlike now, where everything had to be done through his own efforts. Suddenly, Zhao Hai had a trace of understanding. No matter what he did before, he relied on the space. But this time, he entered the soul world. Although his soul space was much stronger than the soul space of the people in the soul world, but in general, it wasn't as heaven-defying as his own space. If he wanted to improve the plants in the soul world, he still needed to go through a lot of experiments. Maybe this was what God wanted him to do before. This feeling was very novel. But when Zhao Hai looked at the plants that were getting better and better under his own efforts, he felt a trace of satisfaction in his heart. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about the 10 great strongholds. He just wanted to separate himself from the 10 great strongholds. He didn't even care about the Sand Tiger stronghold. In any case, the Sand Tiger stronghold had Fire Phoenix, Thunder God, and Scholar. Their strength wasn't the weakest among the 10 great strongholds. They were enough to settle down in the desert. Because of this, he didn't need to worry about anything. Zhao Hai was very clear that the 10 great strongholds could move against the Tiger Soul country. They might even be able to take advantage of it. However, it was impossible for them to cause any harm to the Tiger Soul country. The Tiger Soul country wasn't a vegetarian. In the past, the allied forces of the 3 countries attacked the Tiger Soul country. In the end, they were defeated by the Tiger Soul country. Even if the desert's bandits wanted to do something to the Tiger Soul country, it would be a joke. However, Zhao Hai was also very clear that the desert's bandits were different from the 3 countries. The 3 countries attacked the Tiger Soul country in order to destroy the Tiger Soul country. This way, the Tiger Soul country could use time to exchange for space. First, they would lure the 3 countries into the 100,000 mountains. Then they would use their own army's familiarity with the terrain and their advantage in mountainous warfare to defeat the invaders bit by bit. However, the situation between the 10 great strongholds and the 3 countries was different. The 10 great strongholds were bandits. What bandits did was naturally destruction. They wanted to rob things, not for territory. Therefore, after they robbed something, they would withdraw from the Tiger Soul country, leaving the Tiger Soul country with no opportunity to fight back. Naturally, this way, the 10 great strongholds couldn't really do anything to the Tiger Soul country. However, this was tantamount to adding a wound to the Tiger Soul country. This would cause the Tiger Soul country to constantly bleed. It would be very difficult for the Tiger Soul country to develop in the future. 2 months after Zhao Hai's assassination, the 10 great strongholds and the other strongholds dispatched their troops. They first sent experts to infiltrate the Tiger Soul country's stronghold in the desert. The Tiger Soul country's stronghold had a very interesting name. It was called the Tiger Head Stronghold. It sounded like the name of a stronghold in the desert. However, the Tiger Soul stronghold was built in the middle of 2 mountains. This valley was the only flat road that led to the Tiger Soul country. If one wanted to go to any other place, they would have to climb over the mountains. It simply wasn't suitable for a large army to move forward. But as long as the Tiger Head stronghold guarded this road, it would be impossible for the desert bandits to enter the Tiger Soul country in large numbers. However, the Tiger Head stronghold hadn't been attacked by the desert bandits for many years. Therefore, its defense was very lax. Moreover, the desert bandits led by the 10 great strongholds had been carefully preparing for a long time. If they were unprepared, it would be very difficult for the Tiger Head stronghold to block the attack of the desert bandits. After the 10 great strongholds discussed this matter, they decided to send some experts to infiltrate the Tiger Head stronghold when it was dark. Then, they would take down the guards of the stronghold and open the gate. Then, a large group of people would enter the Tiger Head stronghold. When the time comes, the Tiger Head stronghold would naturally be taken down by them. Although the Tiger Head stronghold's defense was lax, it was still a stronghold after all. Moreover, the stronghold's area was very large. Moreover, the Tiger Soul country was very interested in the Tiger Head stronghold. There were a lot of military supplies inside the stronghold. It can be said that even if the 10 great strongholds couldn't steal anything from the Tiger Soul country, they wouldn't lose anything if they took away the things inside the stronghold. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The alliance of the 10 great strongholds was already 30 li away from the Tiger Head stronghold. The stronghold was now pitch black, there was no light at all. It was as if a tiger was lurking there. The Blood Skull, Fire Phoenix, and the other leaders of the 10 strongholds stood there and looked at the Tiger Head stronghold from afar. Suddenly, the Blood Skull chuckled and said, "This Tiger Head stronghold really has a good name. Ha 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 ha, interesting. It seems like this stronghold really has the meaning of a tiger's head." When the others heard his words, they also chuckled. The Blood Skull looked at them and said in a deep voice, "It's getting late. Everyone, let's move out." The others nodded and waved their hands. One by one, figures passed through them. These people were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the vast night. There weren't many people in this group. There were only 10 of them, one from each stronghold. However, these people were very strong. They were all consolidated equipment stage experts. In order to ensure that this operation would go smoothly, the 10 great strongholds had put in a lot of effort. This time, the Sand Tiger stronghold had sent Lei Gong. Lei Gong's speed wasn't very fast, but his attack power was extremely strong. After they opened the stronghold's gate, they would raise a fire as a signal. If the people in the stronghold discovered them, they would definitely attack them with all their strength. At this time, they needed someone with strong combat power to hold the fort. Therefore, Lei Gong went with them. Lei Gong and the others quickly sneaked to the bottom of the Tiger Head stronghold's walls. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This was a military stronghold. Even at night, the stronghold would usually have a brazier lit. If they didn't discover anyone sneaking to the bottom of the walls, this military stronghold would be a failure. At first, Lei Gong and the others saw that the Tiger Head stronghold didn't have any light. They thought that the Tiger Head stronghold had used some special method to know if anyone had sneaked in. Now, it seemed like the Tiger Head stronghold really didn't know they were coming. The defense here was too lax. Lei Gong and the others looked at each other and made a hand gesture. They nodded and went straight to the top of the city wall. They didn't use any tools. Every time they ran out of energy, they would use their hands to poke into the city wall. It felt like they were poking into tofu. With the strength in their hands, they arrived at the top of the Tiger Head stronghold's walls. When they arrived, Lei Gong and the others couldn't help but stare. There were no sentries on the walls, not even a single person. When they saw this, not only did they not feel happy, they also felt their hearts tremble. They felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for the enemy to not send anyone to the walls. This was too strange. They looked at each other and decided not to enter the city or open the city gate. They wanted to find out why there was no one on the city wall. The group circled around the walls and finally found a room on the gatehouse. The room was very big and was filled with people. Moreover, as soon as they entered the room, they could smell the smell of alcohol. Upon seeing this, Lei Gong and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Looking at these people, they knew that they were on duty tonight. They didn't think that they would all run into this room and drink too much. This was too strange. One must know that even for desert bandits, they weren't allowed to drink when they were on duty. Moreover, these desert bandits would have someone on duty every night. When they were on duty, they weren't allowed to sleep, nor were they allowed to drink. But these Tiger Soul Country's army were actually on duty, drinking, and sleeping. This didn't look like a regular army at all. Lei Gong and the others looked at each other and were dumbfounded. Finally, one of them looked at Lei Gong and pointed his finger at these people. It was obvious that he wanted to ask Lei Gong what to do with these people. Lei Gong looked at the others and then clenched his teeth. He used his hand to cut his neck. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to tell everyone that he was going to kill these people. As soon as they saw Lei Gong's gesture, everyone nodded. They were desert bandits. Killing and robbing were normal for them. Moreover, it was normal for them to use drugs to kill people. Therefore, when they saw Lei Gong's gesture, they didn't have any reaction. They just nodded and then began to move. Lei Gong's expression changed. Lei Gong's expression changed. In this kind of operation, silence was the most important. Therefore, people like Lei Gong who used a sledgehammer as a weapon weren't suitable to participate. The 3 people who used swords directly went out and slit the throats of the people in the room one by one. Silently, the drunkards in the room were dealt with. After the people in the room were dealt with, Lei Gong and the others waved their hands. Then they slowly went down the wall. When they arrived at the top of the wall, they carefully observed their surroundings. Finally, they discovered that there was no one in the camp. Then they sneaked towards the gate. There should be guards at the gate, but when Lei Gong and the others sneaked in, they didn't find anyone. However, the gate was still locked. The group looked at each other, they didn't know what to say. It was the first time that they saw such a relaxed fortress. At this time, the others were on guard outside. The matter of opening the gate depended on Lei Gong. One must know that the bolts of the gate were very heavy. Ordinary people simply couldn't move them. Lei Gong lifted the bolt and then put it aside. Then he carefully opened the gate. However, he didn't expect that the axle of the gate hadn't been oiled for a long time. When the gate was opened, it issued an ear-piercing sound. This made the group nervous. The group carefully looked around but didn't find any movement. This made them sigh in relief, but at the same time, they were disappointed with the stronghold. After Lei Gong opened the gate, they lit up their torches and waved them around. In the distance, the Blood Skull and the others also saw the torches. The Blood Skull happily said, "Good, we got it. Everyone, let's go." Then he patted his horse and rushed forward. Along with the Blood Skull's movement, the others also moved. The army was like a tide rushing towards the Tiger Head stronghold. As they got closer and closer to the Tiger Head stronghold, the people in the stronghold finally reacted. They had no choice but to react. With hundreds of thousands of cavalry charging from behind, the vibration caused by this was enough to make people think that it was an earthquake, not to mention the muffled sound of thunder. While the Tiger Head stronghold was in an uproar, people were running out of their rooms in panic. At the same time, the cavalry of the 10 great strongholds had already entered the stronghold. When the cavalry of the 10 great strongholds entered the Tiger Head stronghold, the stronghold was completely finished. The people in the stronghold were in a panic. How could they block these ferocious cavalry? The battle cries of the entire Tiger Head village continued until dawn. During this time, the people of the Tiger Head village wanted to escape, but unfortunately, they didn't have the opportunity to do so. Fire Phoenix had some understanding of the Tiger Head village, so she naturally wouldn't allow the people of the village to do such a thing. The Tiger Head village was completely destroyed, not a single person managed to escape. Most importantly, they didn't even light a fire beacon. In other words, the people of the Tiger Soul country didn't know that the Tiger Head village had been captured. After taking down the Tiger Head stronghold, the people from the 10 great strongholds didn't rush into the Tiger Soul country. They first took everything from the stronghold. Then they sent people back to the desert so that they could destroy the stronghold. That's right, they wanted to demolish the Tiger Head stronghold. The stronghold was made of stone and wood, and these things were good for the desert. The desert had a lot of wind and sand, but there weren't a lot of stones and wood. Because of this, when people wanted to build a city in the desert, they would build an earthen city. However, the lifespan of an earthen city couldn't be compared to a stone city. Because of this, even stones were good for the desert. Naturally, the most important thing was that after demolishing the stronghold, it wouldn't be easy for the Tiger Soul country to rebuild it. If the people of the Tiger Soul country didn't build a city here, then it would be much easier for them to rob the Tiger Soul country in the future. However, the people of the 10 great strongholds didn't stop. They ordered people to demolish the Tiger Head stronghold while they led a large group of people to attack the Tiger Soul country. This time, the Desert Bandit Alliance that invaded the Tiger Soul country had a total of 500,000 people. Among them, 400,000 were from the 10 great strongholds while the rest were from the smaller strongholds. An army of nearly 500,000 wasn't a small number. Moreover, they were different from the Blade Spirit Nation and the other countries. Even if the other countries' armies were to invade the Tiger Spirit Nation, they would rarely touch the civilians. This was because the civilians didn't have much fighting strength, so there wasn't any benefit to be gained from touching them. However, the situation of the strongholds in the desert was different. They were bandits who specialized in robbing. They didn't care if you were a commoner or a noble. As long as it was something that they could rob, they would rob it first and talk later. Therefore, after the people of the 10 great strongholds entered the desert, they were like locusts passing through. All the villages in the Tiger Soul country were plundered by them. Not only did they rob things, they also robbed food, they also robbed women. While the people of the 10 great strongholds were carrying out a large-scale operation, the people of the Tiger Soul country also knew that the desert bandits had arrived. For a moment, the entire Tiger Soul country was shocked. Then, the large army started to move and rushed towards the people of the 10 great strongholds. Unfortunately, they were a bit late. The people of the 10 great strongholds had a plan this time. They had already planned their route of advance and retreat. When they advanced, they could rob once, and when they retreated, they could rob again. When the Tiger Soul country's army arrived at the Tiger Head stronghold, the people of the 10 great strongholds had already retreated to the desert. What was left for the Tiger Soul country were hundreds of thousands of civilians who had been robbed until they were only left with a set of clothes, as well as the strongholds that were in a mess. The people of the Tiger Soul country were furious. They didn't think that something like this would happen. The Tiger Head stronghold was silently broken through. Moreover, the country was robbed of a lot of things. This time, the Tiger Soul country's losses were huge. The Tiger Head stronghold was broken through and the entire stronghold was demolished. One must know that the Tiger Soul country spent a lot of time and resources to build this stronghold. They didn't think that it would be demolished like this. The Tiger Soul country began to arrange for the refugees who were robbed. At the same time, they began to rebuild the Tiger Head stronghold. At the same time, they began to prepare their army to enter the desert and retaliate against the people of the 10 great strongholds. Zhao also heard about the actions of the 10 strongholds, but he didn't care. Not to mention the Tiger Soul country, which was made up of infantry, even the Wolf Soul country, which was made up of cavalry, wouldn't be able to get any benefits if they entered the desert. The Tiger Soul country wouldn't be able to get any benefits, so Zhao wasn't nervous at all. During this time, Zhao Hai and the others' research had entered a very important stage. They can basically improve the desert's environment. They can use bottle trees and pasture to improve the desert's environment. Although they can't make the desert's land suitable for farming, they can make the land suitable for grazing. However, there was a condition: the number of bottle trees needed to be enough. The bottle trees in the desert were equivalent to small ponds. They can store rainwater and then release it when needed to support the growth of the grass in the desert. Naturally, the bottle trees couldn't support the growth of the grass for a year. The water in the bottle trees would stop being released after a certain amount. The water would be kept for the bottle trees' own use. This way, the bottle trees would be able to survive until the rainy season. At the same time, the seeds of the bottle trees would be left behind. When the rainy season comes, the bottle trees would be able to absorb more water. At the same time, the grass would also grow during the rainy season. Slowly, the desert would become like a grassland. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were researching the pasture. The pasture's drought resistance must be strong and lush. This way, the pasture wouldn't be eaten by the livestock. After the old pasture dies, it would become nutrients for the new pasture. At the same time, it would also be able to fertilize the land. At this time, the bottle tree had already met the requirements, but the forage grass didn't. The forage grass still needed to be cultivated several times. However, it was possible for the forage grass to meet the requirements before the rainy season arrived. This way, they would be able to carry out a large-scale improvement of the desert's environment during the rainy season. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were currently cultivating the seeds of the bottle trees and the pasture. This way, they could be used during the rainy season. Time passed little by little. A month before the rainy season, the people of the old man's stronghold began to cheer. The pasture seeds that met Zhao Hai's requirements were finally cultivated. In other words, they could use this month to cultivate the new pasture seeds. Then when the rainy season comes, they would be able to improve the desert's environment. In order to celebrate the arrival of this day, Zhao Hai and the others sent letters to the people of the 10 great strongholds. They wanted them to come to the old man's stronghold to celebrate the success of the pasture seeds. When the people of the 10 great strongholds received this news, they immediately came to the old man's stronghold. After they arrived, Zhao Hai led them to the desert outside the stronghold. There were a lot of bottle trees planted in the desert outside the stronghold. These bottle trees were planted every 100 meters or so. The pasture that grew next to the bottle trees were very healthy and lush. Zhao Hai pointed at the bottle trees and said, "These bottle trees were originally mutated plants. But after being planted here for a long time, they have turned into ordinary plants. Although the bottle trees have turned into ordinary plants, their functions haven't changed. When the rainy season comes, the bottle trees can absorb a lot of rain. Because of this, their roots are very developed. After the rainy season, the bottle trees would discover that the soil outside is too dry. They would then release the water that they stored in the bottles little by little. This water would nourish the grass, allowing them to grow normally." Zhao Hai nodded. After speaking up to this point, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he bent down and pulled out a strand of pasture. Then he pointed at the roots and said, "Can you see the roots of this pasture? This pasture has also been improved. Their roots are very developed. The pasture on the ground is at most half a meter long. However, their roots can reach 2 to 3 meters. Moreover, the roots of the pasture are connected together, just like a large net. They can transmit water to each other. This is the most qualified pasture that we've improved so far. Not only can they absorb the water in the bottle trees, they can also absorb the residual water in the sand." Zhao Hai pointed at the top of the grass and said, "Can you see that? The most important thing about these grasses is that they rely on seeds to reproduce. They can produce seeds 4 to 5 times a year, and each time, they can produce 20 to 20 seeds. As for the dead grasses, their roots will remain in the grasses. When it rains the next year, their old roots will rot, and new grasses will grow. This way, their old roots can slowly improve the desert's soil, making the desert a suitable environment for plants to grow. I believe that it won't take long before the desert becomes better than the prairie." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. I'm sure that it won't take long before the desert becomes better than the prairie." Fire Phoenix and the others were quietly listening to Zhao Hai's words. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's research would reach this level. This was too amazing. Zhao Hai's group had already reached this level of success. This was too astonishing. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Let's look at the bottle tree. Although it's a good thing, to be honest, it isn't the most suitable plant for the prairie. If the desert becomes a prairie in the future, then these bottle trees might become an obstacle to the prairie. But this doesn't matter. When the time comes, we can remove some of these bottle trees. The bark can be made into hemp, rope, and even linen clothes. Moreover, the bottle trees can also be used to make fires. If the bottle trees are big enough, then you can make them into small houses or feed them to your horses. In any case, I hope that the desert can maintain a certain number of bottle trees in the future. This would be very good for the development of the desert." Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "The bottle trees can also be used to make firewood." Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the distant desert, his eyes shined as he said, "Everyone, think about it. In the future, there will be pastures and fields. The people of the desert won't have to worry about the wind and sand. In the future, the children won't have to worry about food. For this Zhao Hai to be able to accomplish this, even if I die, I can rest in peace." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, the blood skull arrived in front of Zhao Hai and gave him a salute. Then he loudly said, "Mister, please accept my salute." At this time, the others also reacted. They all gave a salute to Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Mister, please accept my salute." Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled, then he helped them up and said, "All right, you don't need to be polite. I know what you want to say, you want to thank me for everything I've done for the desert. Actually, there's no need for that. I'm a plant master, but at the same time, I'm also a person from the desert. Although I came here later, I still like this place and want to do something for it. Therefore, you don't need to thank me, this is what I should do, it's what I like to do, it's not something that I have to do." The blood skull looked at Zhao Hai, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Alright, Crane Field is truly worthy of being called Crane Field. I underestimated you. Crane Field, from today onwards, you're my brother. I'll always remember what your Hu family did for the desert. I can guarantee that as long as the Blood Skull Stronghold exists, no matter what your Hu family wants us to do, as long as you say the word, we'll do anything. If I frown, then I won't be called the Blood Skull Stronghold." The others nodded and said loudly, "That's right. As long as we're still here, as long as the people of the desert are still here, you, Crane Field, will always be a person of the desert. Your Hu clan will always be the benefactor of the desert." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Alright, I'll remember everyone's words. Alright, I won't talk nonsense. Now that the rainy season is about to arrive, I didn't call all of you here just to show you the results of our research. I also want to tell you that after a month, you must send people to the old man's stronghold to get the seeds. At the same time, you must bring your plant masters back. Then under the guidance of those plant masters, you must expand your oasis. The desert is too big, it's impossible to turn the desert into a grassland by ourselves. We need to work together. The Blood Skull nodded and said, "All right, that won't be a problem. After a month, we'll certainly send people over. Under their guidance, we'll expand our oasis. We must turn the desert into a grassland as soon as possible." The Blood Skull nodded. The others nodded as well. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, then it's settled. This month will be our busiest month. We will be cultivating a large amount of bottle tree seeds as well as crane field seeds. Therefore, during this month, we must not be disturbed." Everyone nodded. The Blood Skull thought for a moment before he said, "How about this? The 10 strongholds will send a message to the smaller strongholds. During this month, they must send people to guard the old man's stronghold. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. This matter is related to the future of the desert." The others nodded as well. If someone were to disturb Zhao Hai and the others, then they wouldn't even have a place to cry in the future. After that, everyone returned to the old man's stronghold. Zhao Hai wanted them to eat something, but the Blood Skull and the others weren't in the mood. They went back to prepare for the next month. At the same time, they also needed to pay attention to the situation in the Tiger Soul country. After they left, Zhao Hai and the others began to get busy again. This time, Zhao Hai divided everyone into 2 groups. One group was made up of the plant masters sent by the other strongholds. They were in charge of cultivating crane field seeds. Crane field seeds were relatively easy to cultivate, they just needed to mature the grass. As for the Hu family, they were in charge of making bottle tree seeds. The bottle tree must be made into a mutated seed. This didn't mean that the mutated bottle tree would have any special abilities. It was just that the mutated bottle tree could grow in the shortest amount of time. This was the most important point. When the bottle tree grows up, it can provide water for the crane field. This was the most important point. When it comes to making variant seeds, the plant masters in the desert couldn't compare to the Hu family. As long as the Hu family's plant masters were men, they would be able to make variant seeds very quickly. Because of this, Zhao Hai had the Hu family focus on making variant seeds. During this month, outsiders might not know, but the people in the desert were very clear. The atmosphere in the desert was tense to the extreme. Whether it was the 10 great strongholds or the smaller strongholds, all of them had their eyes wide open. As long as someone dared to enter the old man's stronghold, they would immediately be attacked. Not to mention people, even if a bird flew past, they would still need to see if it was a male or a female. Time passed little by little. A month slowly passed while everyone was nervous. Although it wasn't raining in the desert, as long as one was in the desert, they would know that the rainy season had arrived. At the same time, the people of the 10 great desert strongholds sent people to the old man's stronghold. Not only did they bring back the plant masters sent by their strongholds, but they also brought back a large number of seeds. These plant masters and seeds were all tightly protected by the strongholds, and there were also guards around them. But at this time, news came that the Tiger Soul Nation's army had entered the desert. The Tiger Soul Nation's actions were like pouring gasoline on a raging fire. With a boom, the fire was set to explode. All of the strongholds in the desert were immediately angered. At this time, the desert was about to turn into a grassland. At this time, the Tiger Soul country's army dared to cause trouble. This was too infuriating, they must die. In a short time, the strongholds of the Grand Desert formed an alliance and rushed towards the Tiger Soul country's army. This time, the Tiger Soul country had sent 100,000 soldiers to the Grand Desert. These 100,000 soldiers were all elites. They wanted to come to the Grand Desert in order to retaliate against the strongholds. They also knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to annihilate the strongholds of the Grand Desert. They just wanted to teach the strongholds a lesson and make them understand that the Tiger Soul country wasn't easy to bully. If it was before, the strongholds in the desert wouldn't have such a big reaction. However, it was different now. The strongholds in the desert were all thinking of changing the desert's environment. At this time, the Tiger Soul country's army entered the desert. Wasn't this clearly showing that they were here to cause trouble? How could the strongholds let them go? The alliance of the strongholds sent their most elite troops and gave the Tiger Soul country's army a head-on blow. They had the advantage in numbers and equipment. One side was cavalry while the other side was infantry. One side was familiar with the environment while the other side was unfamiliar with it. In this case, the Tiger Soul country's army wanting to gain an advantage in the desert was simply a pipe dream. Of course, the strongholds didn't rashly attack the Tiger Soul country's army. The Tiger Soul country's chariots weren't to be trifled with. These chariots were absolutely a sharp weapon against cavalry. However, the Tiger Soul country chose the wrong time. These chariots had a big weakness, and that was that they were afraid of water. On rainy days, these chariots were tantamount to decorations. Unfortunately, the Tiger Soul country's army entered the desert during the rainy season. It was impossible for them to know the desert's weather better than the desert bandits. Therefore, on a rainy day, the Desert Bandit Alliance launched a surprise attack on the Tiger Soul country's army. They rode against the rain and attacked the Tiger Soul country's army. The Tiger Soul country's army was scattered in an instant. Although the Tiger Soul country's army was made up of elites, the desert bandits weren't to be trifled with. Moreover, the cavalry's charge wasn't something that ordinary infantry could resist. After a few charges, the Tiger Soul country's army was divided. Then, it became a one-sided massacre. After the rain stopped, the Tiger Soul country's army was almost completely slaughtered. Even if there were some who fled, they couldn't escape the desert. The desert was a place where people were eaten. A few people, without any supplies, and without being familiar with the desert, wanted to escape? That was simply a dream. There was no need for people to chase them, they would be eaten by the desert. It can be said that this war came quickly and ended even faster. 100,000 troops entered the desert. It was like a drop of water entering the sand. There was no reaction at all as they directly disappeared. While the battle was going on, the villages in the desert weren't idle either. The bottle tree and the pasture were planted before the first rain came. The pasture didn't need to be taken care of by the plant masters, but the bottle tree was different. There was only one bottle tree, and it needed a plant master to activate it. Therefore, the villages were very busy. Finally, before the first rain of the day arrived in the desert, all the villages in the desert planted the vase trees and grass that they needed to plant. After the first rain, the villages realized that the grass that they planted had already sprouted. Looking at the green grass sprouts, the entire desert cheered. The bottle trees also absorbed a lot of water during the rain. However, they weren't full yet. This was something that couldn't be helped. The current bottle trees were a lot bigger than the first batch that Zhao Hai used. The amount of water that they could store was 5 times more than the first batch. The thickest part of the bottle trees had a diameter of 20 to 30 meters. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai said that if the bottle trees were cut down, they could be used to make houses. After 2 months of the rainy season, the newly planted pasture had already grown to the size of half a mango. At the same time, the pasture started to produce seeds. The bottle trees were also filled with water. The people of the desert were also in ecstasy. This was because the area of their oasis was much bigger than before. Even the strongholds that didn't have plant masters were able to obtain some pasture seeds. Since they didn't have plant masters to activate the bottle trees, they could only plant pasture. Although the pasture couldn't live as long as the strongholds with the bottle trees, it still gave the strongholds hope. This was because even without the bottle trees, the pasture could still live for 4 to 5 months. The people of the strongholds could cut down the pasture before it completely withered. They could store the pasture and use it to raise livestock. They also didn't have to worry about the pasture's reproduction. This was because the pasture could produce seeds 2 to 3 times in these 4 to 5 months. Therefore, when they cut down the pasture, a lot of the seeds had already fallen to the ground. When the next rainy season comes, the seeds would still be able to grow. Even without the bottle trees, they could still change their living environment. After 2 months, the rainy season passed. The people of the desert slowly calmed down from their ecstasy. They began to worry about the pasture that they had planted. They didn't know how long the pasture could last. It can be said that after the rainy season, Zhao Hai's plan to change the environment of the desert would be tested. When the people in the desert had nothing to do, they would stare at the newly grown grass. Once they found out that the grass had seeds, other than the first batch of seeds that fell to the ground, they would collect the other seeds and carefully preserve them. They even valued them more than food because these small seeds were their hope, the hope of the entire desert. Although the seeds were small, they could turn the desert into an oasis, and turn a land of death into a paradise. The sun was like a fireball hanging in the sky while the heat waves wreaked havoc in the desert. This was the most difficult time for the people in the desert. This was because the weather was too hot. Unless it was necessary, nobody would want to go out. Every year at this time, the people in the desert would hide in their tents. The tents often only had one roof, and the surrounding fur would be removed in order to make them feel cooler. However, this year was different. The people in the desert today were very different compared to the previous years. This year, the people in the desert were wearing robes that covered their entire body. Only their eyes were exposed as they stood at the gates of their villages and looked into the distance. Those who didn't know would think that they were sick. Only the people in the desert knew that they were looking at the grass and the bottle tree outside. The bottle tree had been planted for a long time. It had turned from a mutated plant to an ordinary plant. However, its functions were still there. It can be said that this was the driest time in the desert. Even in the oasis, a lot of the grass would be roasted alive, not to mention the areas outside the oasis. At this time, they were worried about the pasture that they planted. The situation of the pasture made them nervous. If the pasture couldn't survive this period of time, then it would mean that Zhao Hai's plan to transform the desert had failed. For the people of the desert, this would be a huge blow to their morale. Because of this, since the arrival of the dry season, the people in the villages didn't do anything else. What they liked to do the most was to look at the grass that they planted. Zhao Hai had already calculated that the grass would be able to survive the driest time in the desert. It would only be 2 months before the next rainy season that the grass would naturally die. Naturally, before the grass died, the people in the desert could cut it down and store it. However, after the dry season, the next rainy season would take about 6 months. If the grass couldn't survive the dry season, then there was no need to talk about transforming the desert. But fortunately, Zhao's research was really successful. After repeated experiments, they came to this conclusion. So even in the driest times, although the pasture looked a bit dispirited, it was still alive and very green. Time passed little by little, and the hottest season of the desert slowly passed. The weather was also much cooler than before. This was also the time when the people in the desert became more active. But today, the people in the desert had something else to do, and that was to herd sheep. Zhao Hai had already said that the pasture that he researched wouldn't be eaten by sheep. Sheep can eat the pasture, and the pasture would continue to grow. Moreover, the growth rate would be very fast. Basically, it wouldn't affect the pasture's lifespan. Now, the people in the desert were carrying out the second step, which was to let sheep graze on the pasture to see if it would affect the pasture. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed since the people planted the grass. At this time, the grass was slowly showing signs of turning yellow. It was time to harvest the grass. The people in the desert immediately moved and began to harvest the grass. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. Although it hadn't been 10 months, the grass had already achieved the effect that Zhao Hai said before. They didn't care about those few days. Also, it would take some time to harvest the grass. They couldn't wait until the 10th month to do it. Because of this, after the grass was harvested, it would be cut into pieces and then stored. It would be convenient to use them to feed livestock in the future. Everyone's face was filled with smiles, they were filled with hope for their new life. Besides the grass, they were also very concerned about the bottle tree. When harvesting the grass, some people would climb the bottle tree to see if there was any water left. If there was no water left, then it meant that the bottle tree was still alive. In the next 2 months, they would have to think of a way. They would either add water to the bottle tree or sprinkle some water on its roots. This way, the bottle tree would be able to survive until the rainy season. But when they went to check the situation of the bottle tree, they were relieved. There was still a lot of water left. After the dry season, the bottle tree still had 1/5 of its water left. This was enough for the bottle tree to use until the rainy season. It can be said that this was a good thing. This meant that Zhao Hai's experiment with the bottle tree was a success. The entire desert was filled with ecstasy. The people from the strongholds in the desert sent people to the old man's stronghold to deliver the lambs to Zhao Hai. These lambs were all lambs that were less than a year old. These lambs grew up eating the grass that Zhao Hai and the others researched. Now that Zhao Hai's research was successful, the bottle tree was also a success. From today onwards, the desert only needed to expand its oasis every year in order to change the desert's environment. Therefore, the people from the 10 great strongholds decided to send some lambs to Zhao Hai and the others. They wanted to let Zhao Hai and the others have a taste of the lambs that were raised with their pasture. Zhao Hai and the others were very busy this year, especially during the rainy season. They would go to the other strongholds and plant some bottle trees there. After the rainy season, they would observe the data of the bottle trees and the pasture to see if they had achieved their desired results. In addition to the bottle tree and the forage grass, they were also studying the baobab tree. In fact, Zhao had been very diligent in his research on the baobab tree. The baobab tree that grew in the desert was very different from the original baobab tree that Zhao had seen before. If they could plant baobab trees in a large area in the desert, then they would be able to solve a large part of the food problem. This was because the baobab tree's need for water was greater than the pasture. However, the improvement of the desert's environment wasn't as good as the pasture. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others didn't plant baobab trees when they were improving the desert's environment. This would only slow down the process. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't do this. Because of this, baobab trees were still being planted in the old man's stronghold in order to solve the food problem. The elders in the old man's stronghold were getting older and older. More and more of them had lost their ability to work. Although there were new elders coming in, with the speed of the desert's development, it wouldn't be long before the elders stopped coming to the old man's stronghold. When the elders in the stronghold were unable to work, the baobab trees would become their source of food. Zhao Hai and the others had been in the desert for more than 2 years. In these 2 years, they didn't return to the Saber Spirit country. However, their contact with the Saber Spirit country hadn't been cut off. In these 2 years, the Saber Spirit country was very peaceful. Dao Beiying had already been transferred back to Horizontal Blade City. The struggle between the clans in the Saber Spirit country had also become more intense. Naturally, the driving force behind this was the imperial family. The imperial family was no longer suppressing the great clans, but they still maintained a balance. Because of this, other than the great clans, very few clans could become great clans. This was because there was no need for the imperial family to make peace with them. The development of the Saber Spirit country was actually very normal. The imperial family was suppressing the great clans while the great clans were controlling the smaller clans. The entire Saber Spirit country was much more stable than before. Aside from these important matters, there was also Xianxia. Xianxia had already graduated from the Saber Spirit Nation and returned home. Of course, it wasn't that no one from the Hu clan had entered the Saber Sovereign Pavilion. Now, there were a total of 5 disciples from the Hu clan in the Saber Sovereign Pavilion, 3 men and 2 women. The Hu clan's development was still the same as before. The Hu clan was the only great clan that wasn't suppressed by the imperial family. Naturally, this was also related to the Hu clan's development. In these 2 years, the Hu clan didn't develop much. They just guarded their previous businesses. They didn't increase or decrease their businesses. They didn't clash with the great clans and didn't get too close to the imperial family. It was as if the Hu clan had been forgotten. Naturally, the great clans were aware of the Hu clan's strength. They wouldn't provoke the Hu clan. The imperial family had a good impression of the Hu clan. The Hu clan had always been loyal to the imperial family. Therefore, the imperial family had always taken care of the Hu clan. The fact that the Hu clan didn't develop in these 2 years was already a great thing. Naturally, there weren't any small or medium-sized clans that dared to provoke the Hu clan. In the past, these small and medium-sized clans wanted to provoke the great clans and take the opportunity to rise because they had the support of the imperial family. But now, it was different. If they dared to provoke the great clans, then the great clans would deal with them first. Unless you had a great clan behind you, and if you provoked the great clan's enemy, then no one would care. On the other hand, the Hu clan didn't have any enmity with anyone. Those who did had been dealt with by Zhao Hai 2 years ago. Because of this, there weren't any small or medium-sized clans that dared to provoke the Hu clan in the Saber Spirit country. Although Zhao Hai wasn't in the saber spirit country in these 2 years, their prestige was still there. Everyone knew that the crazy giant demon was still alive. If you provoke the Hu clan today, then when the crazy giant demon comes back, who knows what he would do. Because of this, no one would dare to provoke the Hu clan. The development of the saber spirit country was good, but the situation in the wolf spirit country wasn't so good. In the past 2 years, the tribes of the prairie had begun a new round of annexation. Now, there were some large tribes that could compete with the Golden Wolf tribe. When these large tribes appeared, they officially announced that the Golden Wolf tribe's era of unifying the prairie was over. The prairie might enter a new round of slaughter. It was just like a group of young and strong male wolves appearing in a wolf pack. They would always bite each other, and the winner would be the Wolf King. Zhao Hai stood outside Old Man's stronghold, looking at the green scenery outside. It was the rainy season of the year. Now, the oasis of Old Man's stronghold was much bigger than before. Moreover, the people of the Great Desert were working on the expansion of the oasis. Now, the people of the Great Desert didn't even think about going out to rob. Because of the increase in the oasis, they could rely on raising sheep and horses to support themselves. Who would want to rob when they have nothing better to do? That would be risking their lives. However, in these 2 years, the people from the 10 great strongholds weren't idle. From time to time, they would go to the Tiger Soul country to cause trouble. The enmity between them and the Tiger Soul country had already been formed. The people of the Tiger Soul country didn't think that if they didn't send troops to the desert during the rainy season and almost destroyed the desert's transformation plan, then the people of the 10 great strongholds wouldn't have sent troops to attack them. Because of that incident, the people of the 10 great strongholds held a grudge against the Tiger Soul country. Therefore, they have been thinking of ways to retaliate. It can be said that Zhao Hai's improvement plan was much faster than he expected. Even if the desert didn't have a lot of bottle tree seeds, the improved pasture was enough to change the desert's environment. Although the pasture could only grow for about 5 months, including the rainy season, it was enough for the people in the desert. After the first batch of seeds, they would collect the remaining seeds. Then when the pasture was about to die, they would cut it down and store it to feed their livestock. In the next year, they would plant more pasture. Although the pasture didn't have much time to grow, it was still able to improve the desert's environment. Now, the soil in the desert had changed. For the people in the desert, this was definitely good news. As the quality of the soil improved, there were many places where even if there were no bottle trees, the growth time of the grass would change. At the same time, there would also be some rainy season rivers. These rainy season rivers did not appear for long. They would appear for a short period of time, and when the dry season came, the river would disappear. However, this situation was already very good. One must know that in the past, besides some ancient riverbeds, there were almost no places that could form rainy season rivers. In other words, the desert's environment had been improved. Zhao Hai's improvement plan had been successful. In the past 2 years, Zhao Hai had been collecting data on the bottle tree and the baobab tree. Now that the data had been collected, Zhao Hai was ready to leave. At this time, Hu Ding arrived at Zhao Hai's side. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? You can't bear to leave?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I can't bear to leave. But whether I'm willing or not, we have to go back. When we get home, we'll tell our family about what we did this time. This way, our family's status in the field of plant masters will be higher. Moreover, we can have some plant masters come to the desert to take a look. This way, we can help the villages." Hu Ding let out a long breath and said, "Right, I can't bear to leave. Everything in the desert was created by us. Now that we have to leave, how can I bear to leave? But you're right, it's time to go home." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm afraid that the people from the other villages will arrive soon. Let's go and prepare. After we explain everything to them, we can leave. After we leave, we'll have to ask them to take care of the old folks' village." Hu Ding nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "They should be here soon. We've already done what we need to do. We've also told them how to mutate the bottle tree seeds, as well as how to harvest them. The rest is up to them. After all, our roots are in the saber spirit country, we can't stay here forever." The desert's matters will have to be dealt with by the desert's people. Zhao Hai nodded, then he saw some black dots in the distance. He smiled faintly and said, "They're here. Let's go back to the village and wait for them." Hu Ding nodded, then the two walked towards the old folks' village. Not long after the two returned to the old folks' village, there was a commotion outside. Then the Blood Skull and the other leaders of the 10 great villages arrived. They also received Zhao Hai's message. Zhao Hai told them that he would be leaving the desert soon. He also invited the people of the 10 great villages to come to the old folks' village to discuss some matters. Before long, the Blood Skull and the others arrived at Zhao Hai's tent. Upon entering the tent, the Blood Skull didn't wait for Zhao Hai to sit down before he loudly said, "Brother, why are you suddenly leaving? Is there something wrong? If there's anything, just tell me. Did someone offend you? Don't worry, I'll deal with him right now." When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly said, "You're my brother. In this desert, who would dare to offend me? It would be difficult for me to find someone who would offend me. Save your breath, let's talk. Everyone, sit down." The others also understood that Zhao Hai was right. In the desert, no one would dare to offend Zhao Hai. Everyone in the desert wanted to worship Zhao Hai. Who would be so blind as to offend him? Wasn't that just courting death? After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "I called everyone here this time because I want to tell you that I'll be returning to the Saber Spirit Nation. I've been gone for several years, so it's time for me to return. I've already taken care of the desert's matters. As long as the Great Love Nation does what it needs to do, then there won't be any problems in the desert in the future." Everyone nodded. They had seen the development of the desert with their own eyes. They also knew that if this continues, the desert would become a grassland. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, we return to the Blade Spirit Country for 2 reasons. First, we want to return home. Second, we want to have the results of our research in the desert confirmed by the Plant Master Association. This way, in the future, there would be a large number of plant masters coming to the desert to conduct research. You should be polite to those plant masters. As long as you give them some benefits, they would certainly help you. When the time comes, the transformation of the desert would be much faster. This is an opportunity for everyone. This is an opportunity for you." When the Blood Skull and the others heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. If a large number of plant masters came to the desert to help them improve the desert, then the transformation of the desert would be much faster in the future. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The transformation of the desert is good for the desert, but at the same time, there are also some risks. The Wolf Soul Country has become a place where warlords compete for hegemony. If someone manages to unify the Wolf Soul Country in the future, then the Wolf Soul Country's army would certainly invade the desert. If the desert is transformed, then it would be equivalent to having one less barrier. When the time comes, I'm afraid that everyone's days wouldn't be easy. Therefore, I think that everyone should make plans early on." Everyone frowned. Actually, they had already considered this problem. However, they didn't know how to do it. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they immediately had a headache. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, if you don't mind, then I'll have a few words with you and give you some ideas." When the Blood Skull and the others heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they became happy. They knew that Zhao Hai was famous for his resourcefulness. Sand Tiger Village's success was mostly due to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai said that he wanted to give them some ideas, they were naturally happy. The group looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to see what Zhao Hai would say. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions, then he smiled faintly and said, "Actually, it's very simple to solve this problem. First, we need to unite. Second, we need to go out." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Fire Phoenix frowned and said, "Crane Grass, I understand what you're talking about. You want all the villages in the desert to unite. This way, the total strength of the Wolf Soul Country wouldn't be small. Even if the Wolf Soul Country was at its peak, it would still be difficult for them to deal with us. However, I don't quite understand what you're talking about." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. Going out means going to the prairie. At this time, the prairie is still in chaos. You can form an alliance and go to the prairie to seize territory. you can subdue the small tribes that haven't been conquered yet. As long as you have a lot of prairie people in your village, then you will slowly become a part of the Wolf Soul country. Later on, even if the Wolf Soul country is unified and officially established, you would be completely separated from the Wolf Soul country. Naturally, the Wolf Soul country wouldn't come to the desert to deal with you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. The Blood Skull looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, we have a great enmity with the Wolf Soul country. If we go to the prairie at this time, wouldn't the people of the prairie unite to deal with us?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Now that the prairie is under the control of several major forces, it has fallen into chaos. If you kill your way out of the prairie, then you can find a major force to rely on. Now that the prairie's forces have become mortal enemies, you can join any of them and play an important role. Naturally, your status would rise as well. Moreover, the prairie's chaotic situation wouldn't be resolved in a few decades. By the time the prairie's situation stabilizes, I'm afraid that the prairie's people would have already died, and the people of the prairie would have already forgotten about their enmity with you. At that time, the prairie would have become a part of the prairie, and nobody would remember that this place used to be a bandit den." Everyone looked at each other, they didn't know what to say. They felt that Zhao Hai's idea was a bit whimsical. This was because they didn't know if this method would work or not. Moreover, if they really went to the prairie, then their fate would be hard to control. Because of this, they were worried. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and smiled faintly. "Actually, you don't need to be so worried. Compared to the Central Plains, the prairie is a tribal alliance. The people of the prairie don't care much about their country. If you take advantage of this opportunity to join them, then you would be part of the prairie. But the Central Plains wouldn't easily accept you." Everyone nodded, they felt that Zhao Hai's words were very reasonable. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I shouldn't have said these words to you. If you join the Wolf Soul Nation, then you would become the enemy of the Blade Soul Nation. This is equal to the Wolf Soul Nation gaining several 100,000 troops. If others were to hear about this, then it wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled faintly. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "You can join the Wolf Spirit country, but you must remember to preserve your strength. No matter who becomes the Wolf Spirit country's king in the future, you will still have your own status. But if you don't have strength, then everything will be hard to say. Actually, there is a very good condition for you to join the Wolf Spirit country. Brother Sky Tiger is the first successor of the virtuous prince of the Wolf Spirit country. The current virtuous prince of the left isn't as legitimate as him. As long as you concentrate your forces and deal with the current virtuous prince of the left, then you can support Brother Sky Tiger as the virtuous prince of the left. Naturally, this doesn't mean that you will submit to him, you will still be independent. However, you can hang your name on the virtuous prince of the left, so you can smoothly become a citizen of the Wolf Spirit country." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You can join the Wolf Spirit country, but you must remember to preserve your strength. If you have strength, then no matter who becomes the Wolf Spirit country's king, you will still have your own status." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they suddenly understood, even Fire Phoenix was reminded of this matter. The people who came to the old man's stronghold today were all stronghold lords. Hei Tianhu was in Sand Tiger stronghold, so he didn't come along. Because of this, she didn't think of Hei Tianhu's identity. Now that they were reminded by Zhao Hai, they remembered that they did have Hei Tianhu as a chess piece. For them, this was good news. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "I've already given you the idea. As for what you want to do in the future, that's up to me. Alright, I'll discuss one last thing with you, the matter of the old man's stronghold. What do you think we should do in the future?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Now that the living conditions of the strongholds have improved, you don't need to send the elderly here anymore. In the past 2 years, very few elderly people have come here. Because of this, the old man's stronghold will slowly disappear. While I'm here, I can take care of them. But if I leave, what will happen to them? They are getting older and older. Some of them can't even get out of bed and need people to take care of them. Right now, there are very few people in the old man's stronghold, only those with disabilities are taking care of the elderly. If the elderly can't work and need people to take care of them, then the old man's stronghold would be in trouble. Actually, in the old man's stronghold, you don't need to worry about food because there are baobab trees here. Moreover, there are grasslands where you can raise some sheep. This place is also close to the river, so you can plant some vegetables. You don't need to worry about food. But as time goes by, the old man's stronghold will become a problem. I just want to ask everyone, if I leave, what will happen to the old man's stronghold? To be honest, they really hadn't thought about this problem. Although there were elders from their tribe who had come here, in the past 2 years, these elders had been living a good life. Although they would occasionally send some supplies, they didn't know much about the elders' living conditions. Now that Zhao said this, they knew the seriousness of the matter. Bloodskull looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, tell us what to do. We'll listen to you." The others nodded as well. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The old man's stronghold is in a good location. Moreover, I have baobab trees and bottle trees here. You don't need to worry about food and water. As long as there are people, the stronghold will continue to exist. I know that the living conditions of the old man's stronghold have improved, but there will always be some who have difficulties. They might be disabled after fighting, making them unable to work. What I mean is, in the future, if the old man's stronghold wants to come, then they can come. If the old man's stronghold wants to continue, then they can come. If the old man's stronghold wants to continue to exist, then the old man's stronghold can continue to exist." Bloodskull and the others nodded and said, "That's not a problem. In fact, having the old man's stronghold will only bring benefits. If you agree to maintain the old man's stronghold, then there will be no benefits. The old man's stronghold doesn't lack anything. Every year, we will send them a certain amount of supplies. I guarantee that it will be enough for them to use." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Although this old man's stronghold was built on a whim, it can still be considered a good thing. In the future, if there are any unforeseen events in the desert, the old man's stronghold can still provide a place for the elderly to retire. This is very good. Alright, let's not talk about this. This time, I might leave the desert for a long time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will return. If there's a chance, then I'll come back." Bloodskull laughed and said, "It's good to hear your words. I was really afraid that you wouldn't come back. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Today, we brought a lot of meat and wine to send you off. We also know that we can't persuade you to stay, so we can only send you off happily. Brother, remember this, no matter what happens, you, Crane Field, will always be the benefactor of the Great Desert. The men of the Great Desert will remember your kindness for generations to come." Zhao Hai laughed, then he looked at everyone and said, "We've been in the desert for a few years now, but we haven't had a good drink. Today, we'll drink to our heart's content." Everyone laughed as they stood up and walked out. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We've been in the desert for a few years now, but we haven't had a good drink." On this day, a lot of people were drunk. The leaders of the villages had already forgotten about their schemes. They just drank and drank. The entire camp was filled with laughter, but there was also a trace of sadness in this laughter. The next morning, Zhao Hai left the old man's village under the gaze of Bloodskull and the others. They slowly walked towards the outside of the Great Desert. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to come back for a long time. Even if he comes back, it would be impossible for him to stay in the Great Desert for a few years like this. Zhao Hai and the others took a few days to get out of the Great Desert. Then they went towards the direction of the Saber Spirit country. After walking for more than 10 days, they arrived at Yellow Wind City. At this time, there was a market in Yellow Wind City. There were also a lot of prairie people doing business there. However, the scale of the market was much smaller. After all, the situation in the prairie wasn't very good. There were constant conflicts between the big tribes. Naturally, the unlucky ones were the small herdsmen. The people of Yellow Wind City couldn't enter, they could only set up stalls outside the city. There were also people from the Saber Spirit country doing business there. They weren't allowed to enter the city either. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the market. When the prairie people saw Zhao Hai's height, they couldn't help but be frightened. It was clear that Zhao Hai's reputation as a giant demon hadn't dissipated yet. the prairie people were still very afraid of him. Zhao Hai didn't care too much. They didn't want to enter Yellow Wind City. Now that the city lord of Yellow Wind City was no longer Dao Beiying, Zhao Hai didn't want to enter the city. He wanted to take a detour around the city. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect that just as they arrived at Yellow Wind City, the city gates would suddenly open. Then a group of people rushed out from the city. When the group saw Zhao Hai and the others, they immediately stopped. The knight on the horse cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Tian, the city lord invites Mr. Tian to enter the city." Zhao Hai looked at the knight and recognized him. This person was also a veteran of Yellow Wind City. When he was defending the city, he was injured and was treated by this person. Because of this, Zhao Hai remembered him. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Pan Lin, I didn't think that you would still be here. How did you become a captain?" When Pan Lin saw that Zhao Hai still remembered him, his face couldn't help but become excited. He quickly said, "So Mr. still remembers me. I was afraid that Mr. would forget me." Ha ha ha. Good. Boys, this is our great benefactor, the great benefactor of Yellow Wind City, giant demon Tian Cranegrass. Salute. The people behind him quickly saluted Zhao Hai and said, "We have seen Mr. Tian." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Pan Lin, who is the city lord of Yellow Wind City now? Why? Do you want to see me? I know that Brother Dao has returned, so I didn't want to disturb you. But it seems like this won't do." Pan Lin smiled and said, "So Mr. Tian didn't know. The current city lord of Yellow Wind City is General Lang Shiping." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Brother Lang. Good, now that he's the city lord, let's have a good meal. Quick, lead the way." Pan Lin laughed as he led Zhao Hai into the city. He knew about the relationship between Zhao Hai, Dao Beiying, and Lang Shiping. In the entire Saber Spirit country, there weren't many people who dared to talk about Lang Shiping like this, and this included Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai entered the city, he followed Pan Lin to the city lord's mansion. The current city lord's mansion in Yellow Wind City was very different from before. The current city lord's mansion looked very imposing. However, baobab trees could still be seen everywhere in Yellow Wind City. These baobab trees had already become a part of the city. Zhao Hai was very happy to see this situation. These baobab trees were planted by him, so he was very happy to see them. When the group arrived at the city lord's mansion, they saw Lang Shiping standing there with a smile on his face. Zhao Hai jumped down from his horse and laughed as he said, "Brother Lang, I didn't think that you would become Yellow Wind City's city lord. But your city lord's attitude is quite big, you didn't even go out of the city to welcome me. It's true that people change when they become officials." Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Brother Lang, I didn't expect you to become Yellow Wind City's city lord." Lang Shiping laughed as he gave Zhao Hai a big hug. The two patted each other's back. Then Lang Shiping turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, you ran away for so many years and you still want me to go out of the city to welcome you. Alright, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go in and drink. If I don't make you drunk today, I won't let you go." After he said that, Lang Shiping gave Hu Ding and the others a salute. Hu Ding and the others also politely returned the salute. However, their hearts were filled with shock. Hu Ding and the others knew about Lang Shiping's status. Dao Beiying had already been recognized as the crown prince of the Saber Spirit Nation. Moreover, he had officially gone to the palace to discuss matters with Dao Mingyuan. Who was Lang Shiping? Lang Shiping had followed Dao Beiying since he was young. He was Dao Beiying's trusted aide. But now, looking at Lang Shiping's appearance, it seems like he was very familiar with Lang Shiping. Although Hu Ding and the others heard that Zhao Hai was very close to Lang Shiping and Dao Beiying, they didn't think that they would be this close. This was beyond their expectations. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, Lang Shiping took Zhao Hai and the others to wash up before heading straight to the dining hall. There were already several large tables in the dining hall. On the tables were food and wine. However, these dishes were somewhat special, they weren't very good, they were all home-cooked dishes from the Blade Spirit Nation. However, when Hu Ding and the others saw these dishes, their eyes lit up. They hadn't eaten these dishes for several years. Now that they saw these dishes, they couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Lang Shiping looked at the group and smiled. I know that everyone has suffered in the desert for 2 years. I won't say anything more. Everyone, eat as much as you want. Today, there's enough wine and food. Come, Crane Grass, let's go first. Then Lang Shiping picked up his wine glass and raised it towards Zhao Hai. The two clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Zhao Hai put down his wine glass and let out a long breath. Then he said, finally, I don't need to drink milk wine anymore. Ha ha ha. In the past few years, I've been treating myself as a desert person. But to be honest, I'm very happy. The desert is about to turn into a grassland, and all of this is because of me. I'm very happy, very happy. Brother Lang, I think that this is the life that I want to live. Ha ha ha. Lang Shiping looked at Zhao Hai. He could feel that what Zhao Hai said was true. He was very happy. However, Lang Shiping also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to live this kind of life forever. This was because of his status. Zhao Hai poured himself another glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then he turned his head to Lang Shiping and said, Brother Lang, how is Brother Dao? I heard that he became the crown prince. If we go back and drink with him, do we need to inform him in advance? That would be very boring. Lang Shiping laughed and said, others need to be informed, but you don't. His Highness has already given the order that the two of us can enter the crown prince's residence without being informed. We can even enter the back of the residence. Nobody can stop us. In the entire Saber Spirit Nation, only you and I can enjoy this kind of treatment. How about it? Bulsh *T, why would I be surprised? Do you think I don't know what Brother Knife is thinking? Did he marry an extremely beautiful wife and was afraid that I would scare sister-in-law? Is that why he asked you to say that? Ha ha ha, I knew that you would be able to guess it, but His Highness said that you weren't married, so you wouldn't think of it. Ha ha ha, this is great, His Highness owes us another round of wine. When I return to Horizontal Blade City, I will definitely ask His Highness to treat us. That's right, His Highness is married, and I heard that sister-in-law is very beautiful. Of course, I didn't see her, but His Highness said that the two of us are not allowed to go to the back residence, saying that he doesn't want to disturb her. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, I knew that Brother Dao wouldn't be so kind. Just wait, when we return, I will definitely give him a good beating. Right, which family does sister-in-law belong to? I heard that she belongs to the Liu family. That craftsman family is very famous in the Craftsman Guild. The Liu family is as famous as your Hu family, and their style is very similar to your Hu family. They have always been very low-key, and even outsiders rarely hear of their name. I heard that His Majesty wanted His Highness to marry Miss Xianxia from your Hu family, but the Hu family didn't agree. Is that so? I really didn't know, I just returned from the Great Desert, so I don't know anything. Forget it, I don't care too much about it. It seems like I have to ask Brother Dao to tell sister-in-law to help me get some special weapons. Come on, sister-in-law comes from the Liu family, but she doesn't know how to forge. What weapons do you want her to make for you? I heard that His Highness dotes on sister-in-law a lot. If you mess around, His Highness will punish you. What do you mean mess around with weapons? Alright, let's talk about it when we return to His Highness. Come, let's drink. After the two drank, they didn't care about the others anymore. They talked about Dao Beiying, Lang Shiping's matters in Yellow Wind City, and finally Zhao Hai's matters in the Grand Desert. Although Hu Ding and the others were drinking, Hu Ding was paying attention to Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping. After meeting Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping, Hu Ding wanted to know how close the relationship between Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying was. Now that he heard Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping's conversation, Hu Ding was completely shocked. He felt that this matter needed to be reported to his family. From the two's conversation, he could hear that Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying weren't just ordinary friends, they were very familiar with each other. They had already reached the level of brothers who would live and die together. Dao Beiying would certainly become the emperor of the Saber Soul Nation in the future. This was something that everyone was well aware of. Moreover, Dao Beiying handled things very well. Dao Mingyuan praised him a lot. However, Dao Beiying had one thing in mind, that was that he didn't have any contact with any of the great clans. The only ones who could talk to him were the Lu family, the Hu family, and the Lang family. Needless to say, the Lu family's daughter had already become his wife, so naturally the Lu family could talk to him. The Hu family could talk to him because of Zhao Hai, and the Lang family. The same was true for the Lang family, they were able to talk to him because of Lang Shiping. In the past, people didn't know the extent of the relationship between Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying. After all, Zhao Hai had been in the desert for several years. Although Zhao Hai had some contact with Dao Beiying, it was only in the academy. After that, they met in Yellow Wind City. However, nobody knew the extent of the relationship between Dao Beiying and Zhao Hai. Now, Hu Ding knew that the relationship between Zhao Hai and Dao Beiying seemed to be on par with Lang Shiping. One must know that Lang Shiping was recognized as Dao Beiying's most trusted aide. One could see how much Dao Beiying trusted Lang Shiping when Dao Beiying handed over Yellow Wind City to him. At this time, Dao Beiying's biggest bargaining chip was the army of Yellow Wind City. The army of Yellow Wind City was the elite of the entire Saber Spirit country. With such a bargaining chip in hand, Dao Beiying was in an invincible position. Additionally, he didn't get close to any of the great clans. He didn't try to rope in the ministers, he was very low-key. Moreover, he was very filial to the old emperor. All of this meant that Dao Beiying was destined to become the next emperor of the Saber Spirit country. Because of this, the army of Yellow Wind City was very important to Dao Beiying. Because of this, when Lang Shiping took over the army of Yellow Wind City, the entire Saber Spirit country knew that Lang Shiping was Dao Beiying's most trusted aide. Although the Lang clan was very low-key, everyone knew that as long as Dao Beiying ascended to the throne, the Lang clan would certainly prosper. Now, a person whose position in Dao Beiying's heart wasn't any worse than Lang Shiping had appeared. Moreover, this person was a member of the Hu clan. For Hu Ding, this was definitely good news. On this day, Zhao Hai and Lang Shiping drank a lot of wine. In the end, both of them got drunk. The next morning, after the two woke up, Lang Shiping invited Zhao Hai to his room. The two sat in the room before a servant immediately brought them breakfast. Lang Shiping pointed at the breakfast and said, "Eat some. I drank too much yesterday, my head still hurts." Zhao Hai was much better. After all, his strength was there for all to see. Moreover, his body was much stronger than Lang Shiping. Therefore, he didn't have any special reactions. Breakfast was very simple, there were a few steamed buns as well as a bowl of porridge. Zhao Hai took a sip of the porridge and said, "Tell me, how is Brother Dao right now?" Lang Shiping rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, "What else can he do? He's trying to keep a low profile. Every day, other than dealing with official business, he just stays in the mansion and doesn't go out. He doesn't have any contact with anyone, even the Lu family. This is quite good. His Majesty is very satisfied with him." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good." It's not easy for Brother Dao to understand this point. Now that he's the crown prince, there are countless eyes on him. Him not coming in contact with anyone is a good thing. This is because he gave all the great clans hope. Everyone will try to curry favor with him. This way, when he ascends to the throne, it will be easier for him to do things. However, you're very important because you're the most important card in Brother Dao's hand. Lang Shiping nodded and said, "I know, you know me. I can't do other things, but if you want me to protect what I have, I can do it well. Crane Grass, you should go back and see His Highness. His Highness certainly has a lot of things to say to you. Right now, there's no one around His Highness that he can trust. If it weren't for the fact that this place is very important to His Highness, I would have already resigned and returned to His Highness' side." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, after I return to Horizontal Blade City, I'll go see him. However, I won't stay by his side. In the future, he will become an emperor. How many people can be trusted by an emperor's side? He needs to adapt to this situation." Lang Shiping let out a long sigh, then turned to look at Zhao and said, "You haven't been in the country for a few years, but your reputation isn't small. This reputation came from the prairie. I heard that your name can stop children from crying in the night. In addition to the prairie, there is also the Tiger Soul country. I heard that the people in the Tiger Soul country hate to eat your meat and drink your blood. This is because the desert bandits have never stopped attacking the Tiger Soul country in the past few years. Although this attack won't hurt the Tiger Soul country, it can still make the Tiger Soul country bleed non-stop. The people in the Tiger Soul country think that all of this is because of you, and even a lot of people in our country think the same. The more they think about you, the more famous you become, and the more they are afraid of you, so you must be careful. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Haha, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Isn't it good to be famous? Besides, no matter what, I'm still a baron of the empire. My title is still there. Shouldn't I do something for the country?" Lang Shiping smiled bitterly and said, "That's true. You're from the Hu family, those people really don't dare to do anything to you. However, you really came back at the right time. Recently, there's an event about plant masters that you may participate in." Zhao Hai looked at Lang Shiping in puzzlement and asked, "What's the matter? Is it related to plant masters?" Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Have you heard of the decennial 10 Nations Plant Master Assembly?" Zhao Hai was stunned, then nodded and said, "I've heard of it, of course I've heard of it. The 10 Nations Plant Master Assembly is a very important exchange event for plant masters of the 10 nations. It takes turns to be held in the 10 nations. This time, it should be held in the Wolf Soul Nation, right?" Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Yes, it's going to be held in the Wolf Soul Nation this time. However, the Wolf Soul Nation is in chaos now, so the other 9 nations have unanimously agreed to hold the Plant Master Assembly in the Sword Soul Nation. In about a month, the Plant Master Assembly will be held. Don't you know about this? Didn't you come back for this?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I've long forgotten about this matter. I've been busy in the grassland every day. Now that I'm finally done, I immediately ran back. How would I have the time to care about the Plant Master Assembly? Hey, right, I don't know about this matter either. Why do you think that I might participate in this Plant Master Assembly?" Lang Shiping looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Do you think anyone can participate in the Plant Master Assembly?" To participate in the Plant Master Assembly, there are conditions. First, each nation has 100 spots. Second, each nation is allowed to have 10 adult plant masters, but adult plant masters are not allowed to participate. Third, all participants of the assembly must not be older than 25 years old. Fourth, one must be an official and recognized plant master of the Plant Master Assembly. Tell me, which one of these conditions do you not meet? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, they all meet the requirements, but why must I participate? Can't I not participate?" Lang Shiping said in a deep voice, "The Plant Master Assembly is a stage for the plant masters of each nation to compete. Although all the plant masters are under the management of the Plant Master Assembly, they still need to rely on their nation to support them. If it comes to a time of war, the plant masters will also represent their nation on the battlefield. Just like your Hu clan. Although the Hu clan has a high status in the Plant Master Assembly, because the Hu clan is in the Saber Soul Nation, the Hu clan has been branded with the Saber Soul Nation. When other nations mention the Hu clan, the first thing that comes to mind is the plant masters of the Saber Soul Nation. When your Hu clan goes to other nations, you won't only represent your clan, but the entire Saber Soul Nation. This Plant Master Assembly is also an opportunity for plant masters of each nation to display their strength." Now that Lang Shiping said this, Zhao Hai immediately understood. Although the plant masters had the protection of the Plant Master Association, and the Plant Master Association could fight for the benefits of the plant master when necessary, once it was time for war, the plant masters would still participate. After all, plant masters had their own countries, their families, and their homes. Where their homes were, they naturally belonged to that country. During war, they would naturally contribute to that country. Therefore, although the Plant Master Association was in charge of all the plant masters, that was only relative to normal times. During war, the Plant Master Association wouldn't be able to control anyone. In this way, the Plant Master Association would probably be divided into many factions. The plant master of each country would probably form a faction. The reason why the Hu clan had such a huge say in the Plant Master Association was not only because they were powerful, but most importantly, the Hu clan probably represented the Blade Spirit Nation's faction. that was why they had such a huge say. Zhao Hai was sure that there were strong and weak plant master factions in each country. Not to mention others, the Tiger Spirit Nation's plant masters couldn't be too strong. This was because the Tiger Spirit Nation had been suppressing the plant masters, so how could their plant masters be strong? On the other hand, the Saber Spirit Nation had always supported the plant masters, so the plant masters wouldn't be very strong. Therefore, they had a lot of say in the Plant Master Association. The country supported the plant masters, and the plant masters in turn helped the country. This was a virtuous cycle. The Plant Master Association would be a place for the plant masters of each country to compete. This place wouldn't only compare the research results of the plant masters, the combat strength of the plant masters would also be a part of the competition. And now, in the Saber Spirit Nation, aside from the older generation, among the younger generation of plant masters, who would be a match for Zhao Hai under the age of 25? Zhao Hai wouldn't be modest to say that there wasn't a single one. Before, when he was doing research in the desert, nothing was more important than research. Now that he was back, how could the Plant Master Association be without him? Therefore, Lang Shiping was certain that Zhao Hai would participate in this Plant Master Association. Zhao Hai looked at Lang Shiping and said, "So you're saying that our Hu clan will also send someone to participate?" "Well, I wanted to rest here for a few days, but it seems that I can't. I have to hurry back." Lang Shiping nodded and said, "That's right. Let's hurry back. There isn't enough time to travel from our Saber Spirit Nation to the Sword Spirit Nation in a month. Moreover, after you return, you still have to make some preparations. Time is tight." Nodding his head, Zhao Hai glanced at Lang Shiping and asked, "Do you have any words for Big Brother Dao?" Lang Shiping stared blankly for a moment, then he thought for a moment before replying, "Tell His Highness that I'll take care of this place for him. There's no need to say anything else." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "All right, then let's get ready. We'll head back immediately. I'm afraid that we'll really be in a hurry this time." Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared. You don't need to prepare anything else. You can head out after breakfast." Zhao Hai looked at Lang Shiping and said, "I thought that we brothers would be able to stay together for a few more days. But it seems that we can't." "Then forget it, I'll be leaving." Lang Shiping nodded and said, "Be careful on the way." Zhao Hai stood up, then he turned around and walked out. As he walked, he said to Lang Shiping, "Go and inform them. I'll set off immediately." Lang Shiping casually summoned someone and had him inform Hu Ding and the others. Before long, Hu Ding and the others were ready. Everyone rode their horses and left Yellow Wind City. Lang Shiping sent Zhao Hai and the others out of Yellow Wind City before returning. When they returned, because they knew that they would be participating in the Planter Master Conference, everyone was very anxious. Moreover, they didn't need to go to Horizontal Blade City this time. They directly returned to the Hu clan's fort. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to see Dao Beiying. Unfortunately, they didn't have much time left. After Zhao Hai and the others returned to the fort and handed over the information to their family, Zhao Hai went to see Hu Yuan. Then he followed the Hu clan's people and headed straight to Horizontal Blade City. They would be staying in Horizontal Blade City for a few days. Because the people participating in the Planter Master Conference weren't limited to the Hu clan, there were also other Planter Masters from the Saber Spirit Nation. Therefore, they had to stay in Horizontal Blade City and wait for those people to arrive. The people that the Hu clan sent this time were all elites of the Hu clan's younger generation. Moreover, there were 6 adult Planter Masters in the Hu clan. From this point, one could see the Hu clan's status in the Saber Spirit Nation's Planter Master Conference. After the Hu clan's people arrived in Horizontal Blade City, Zhao Hai left the Hu clan's army and went directly to the Crown Prince's residence. This Crown Prince's residence was the Ing King's residence that Dao Beiying used to live in. The place didn't change, it just underwent some expansion. It looked much more imposing than before. Zhao Hai looked at the soldiers in front of the Crown Prince's residence and smiled. Then he slowly walked towards the residence. He asked around and found out that Dao Beiying had already left the court. Just as Zhao Hai arrived in front of the Crown Prince's residence, the guard immediately saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Are you Mr. Cranegrass?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Correct, it is indeed Cranegrass." His Highness has ordered that Mr. Tian doesn't need to report his arrival. Mister, please come in. The two guards were very polite as they directly allowed Zhao Hai to enter. Zhao Hai just nodded to the two guards before he walked into the residence. The two guards didn't even look at his identity card. This couldn't be blamed on them. Zhao Hai's body was still very big. People with his size were very rare in the continent. Naturally, they didn't need to look at his identity card. When Zhao Hai entered the residence, a servant immediately greeted him. The servant bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Tian, please follow me. Zhao Hai nodded and followed the servant into the residence. When the two entered the second gate, Dao Beiying was already there to greet them. When Dao Beiying saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Crane Grass, you're finally willing to come back. Come, let's go have a drink. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's no need to be in a hurry to drink. Let's go in and have a seat first. I heard that you got married? Good, since you didn't tell me about this, I won't let you off easily. Dao Beiying shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, it's useless even if you don't let me off. My wedding was very low-key. This was Imperial Father's idea. When I went to the Hu clan to ask, they said that your experiment was very important. How could I let people disturb you? Zhao Hai took a sip of the tea and let out a long breath before he said, when I came back, I went to Yellow Wind City. I didn't think that the current city lord would be Brother Lang. I had a drink with him before I ran over. But because of the Plant Master Conference, I had to return home first. I just came back and waited for a few people before I went to the Sword Spirit country. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Brother Lang, you're right. I didn't think that the current city lord would be Brother Lang. Naturally, Dao Beiying knew about this matter, so when he heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, I know about this matter. This time I'll be depending on you. I heard that the Wolf Soul country also sent some plant masters to participate. On the surface, these plant masters have nothing to do with the Golden Wolf tribe. However, I received news that the Golden Wolf tribe has trained some assassins in order to assassinate you during the conference. You need to be careful. Dao Beiying nodded and said, don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll be careful, you don't have to worry about it. Right, I heard from Brother Lang that sister-in-law is from the Lu clan. Hee, then I'll have to congratulate you. Dao Beiying smiled and said, looking at the entire Sword Spirit country, I can only choose from your Hu clan, the Lu clan, or the Lang clan. When I was about to get married, Imperial Father and I had a long talk. He wanted to ask about my relationship with you and Shiping. If our relationship is ordinary, then he would propose to Miss Xianxia on my behalf. I told him that our relationship is very good and that he is my younger brother. Therefore, Imperial Father proposed to the Lu clan. When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but smile and said, Brother Lang also told me that the reason you married the Lu clan's young miss was because Sister Xianxia didn't agree to this marriage. Hee, it seems like this isn't the case. Dao Beiying smiled and said, the imperial family has always been close to the Hu clan. Miss Xian and I are about the same age. If I didn't propose to Miss Xianxia, then it would cause a lot of discussion. Therefore, Imperial Father asked the Hu clan to release this news. This is better than me saying that I don't want to marry Miss Xianxia. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, when I came back, Brother Lang told me to tell you that you can rest assured that he will protect Yellow Wind City for you. Dao Beiying let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, the luckiest thing in my life is having you and Shiping by my side. Although you haven't been in the Saber Spirit Nation for a while, I know that if I run into any trouble, you will definitely rush back immediately. So I'm really happy. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, let's not talk about these useless things. How about the food and wine? Today, I want to have a good drink with you. If you drink too much, sister-in-law wouldn't be sad, right? Right, Brother Lang told me that you owe us a drink. You said that you don't want us to barge into the residence, but you also said that Brother Lang and I can enter the residence without any notice. I've never seen you so worried about your wife. Just wait, when Brother Lang comes back, the two of us will definitely have a good drink with you. Dao Beiying laughed and said, I didn't expect you to guess this. You're really good. Right, tell me, how did you guess? You haven't married yet, so why are you so curious about this matter? Tell me, you brat, do you have a lover already? Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, don't try to change the topic. I haven't eaten pork, but how could I not have seen a pig run? I've heard about this matter more than once. Quickly prepare the food and wine. Today, I'll have a good drink with you. After a few days, I'll be leaving. Dao Beiying laughed and said, all right, the food and wine have already been prepared. Let's go. Then the two walked towards the dining hall. Not long after the two left the living room, two women came out from the back. One of them was dressed like a married woman. Her entire person looked noble and elegant. She stood there, slender and elegant, charming and noble. The other one was dressed like a maid. The noble woman looked around, then she turned to the maid and said, Little Sword, didn't you say that the two of them were in the living room? Where are they? The maidservant called Xiaojian looked around and said, Miss, I don't know either. They were indeed in the living room just now. You don't know, but this is the first time I've seen His Highness treat someone so warmly. That feeling was even more intimate than seeing his own brother. The noble woman was naturally Dao Beiying's wife, the young miss of the Lu family. Her name was Lu Ying, and she was famous in the Lu family. She was a talented and beautiful woman. Ever since she married Dao Beiying, her heart had been set on Dao Beiying. She had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. Dao Beiying told her more than once. This made Lu Ying know that Zhao Hai had a special place in Dao Beiying's heart. Because of this, she wanted to see Zhao Hai. She wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was. So when she heard that Zhao Hai was coming, she dressed up in the backyard before coming out. She wanted to see Zhao Hai. Although etiquette was very strict in the Saber Spirit Nation, it depended on who the person was. Dao Beiying had told Lu Ying more than once that Zhao Hai was his brother, closer than a real brother. When Zhao Hai comes, she must come out and meet him. Zhao Hai's face was pale, but he didn't say anything. She didn't expect that after dressing up, she would find that the two of them were gone. So she asked Little Sword. Little Sword was Lu Ying's maid, so she was the closest to Lu Ying. Lu Ying glanced around and said in a deep voice, Men. Following her voice, a maid came in. The maid bowed to Lu Ying and said, What orders does the princess have? Lu Ying said, Where did His Highness go? The maid immediately replied, replying to the princess, His Highness and Mr. Tian went to the dining room. The two of them are drinking. When Lu Ying heard the maid's words, she couldn't help but frown. Why are they drinking at this time? Let's go to the dining hall and take a look. After saying that, she led Little Sword to the dining hall. When the two arrived at the entrance of the dining hall, they heard a voice inside, Brother Dao, I heard from Brother Lang about your recent performance. It's amazing, you didn't come in contact with any of the great clans, you just stayed in your residence every day. Ha ha ha, not bad, Brother Dao, you did a good job. This way, no one would be able to find fault with you. Of course. It was your idea back then. Besides, I'm not that ambitious. I'm already the crown prince. As long as I don't make any mistakes, the throne will be mine sooner or later. What's the hurry? So, just like what you said back then, I won't fight. I won't fight with anyone. I'll do my best to do what my father wants me to do. I'll definitely not do what he doesn't want me to do. When Lu Ying heard Dao Beiying's words, she couldn't help but be surprised. This was because there was a lot of information in these words. It turned out that Zhao Hai had already given Dao Beiying an idea. It seems like the position of the crane field grass in Dao Beiying's heart wasn't ordinary. Lu Ying didn't continue listening. She knew that if she eavesdropped for a long time, it wouldn't be good if she was discovered by Dao Beiying. So, she walked to the dining hall's entrance and gently knocked on the door. Dao Beiying's voice was heard, Who is it? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to approach the dining hall without my order? Lu Ying opened her mouth and said, Your Highness, it's me. I heard that Mr. Tian came, so I came to see him. Dao Beiying's voice was heard, Ying Ying, come in. Lu Ying nodded and pushed the door into the dining hall. As soon as she entered the dining hall, Lu Ying was stunned. This was because she saw a giant as soon as she entered the dining hall. Although Lu Ying had heard that Zhao Hai's nickname was Giant Demon, she was still surprised when she saw Zhao Hai's figure. Zhao Hai also saw Lu Ying at this time. Although Lu Ying was a beautiful woman, Zhao Hai had seen too many beautiful women. He had long been immune to them. Therefore, he just glanced at Luing and stood up. He bowed to Luing and said, "Crane Field Grass greets sister-in-law." Luing recovered and quickly returned the greeting, "Mr. Tian is too polite. Please take a seat." "What, Mr. Tian?" "Ing, Crane Field Grass, you have to call him brother," Dao Beiying said. Luing quickly changed her words and said, "All right, brother, please take a seat. Tell sister-in-law what you want to eat and sister-in-law will immediately arrange it." After all, Luing came from a large family. There was nothing to say about how she treated people. She was very clear about what kind of person she should face and what kind of attitude she should have. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Sister-in-law is too polite. You are a dignified princess. You don't need to be polite," Zhao Hai said as he sat down. Dao Beiying smiled at Luing and said, "Yes, Ing. You don't have to worry about us. Just get someone to prepare the hangover soup. I will drink it with crane field grass." Luing smiled and said, "All right, I will prepare the hangover soup for you. Brother, you drink it. I will go back first." Zhao Hai kept his fist to Luing. Only then did Luing turn around and leave. Luing walked out of the dining hall and got someone to prepare the hangover soup. Then she walked towards the backyard. As she walked, she said to little Jian, "I heard that Crane Field Grass was nicknamed the Giant Demon. He is tall and big. I didn't expect him to be this tall. This is too scary." Little Jian nodded and said with a surprised expression, "Yes, young Mississippi. I really didn't expect this person to be this tall. However, I think there's something wrong with this nickname. Look at Mr. Tian. He has a smile on his face and doesn't look fierce at all. How could he be nicknamed the Giant Demon? It's too strange." Luing smiled faintly and said, "Little Jian, there are a lot of things that you don't know. There are some people who are kind to those close to them, but they won't be polite to their enemies. It seems like he's someone worth befriending. All right, let's go back." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." At this time, Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying and laughed, "No wonder Brother Dao was afraid that I would break into the backyard. It turns out that sister-in-law is very beautiful. She doesn't lose to Sister Xianxia. Come, let's drink. I wish you a beautiful and virtuous wife." Dao Beiying also laughed. The two clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After putting down the glasses, Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Field, tell me the truth. What did you do in the desert? Why do the people of the Tiger Soul Nation hate you more than the people of the Wolf Soul Nation?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, I didn't do anything. When I went this time, I made the people of the desert unite. Then I told them not to send troops to the prairie. At that time, the prairie was in chaos. If they were to send troops to the prairie, then the people of the prairie would join forces with their enemy. They wouldn't be able to withstand it. But at that time, the prairie wasn't self-sufficient, so what could they do? They could only rob. If they couldn't rob the prairie, then they could only rob the Tiger Soul Nation. Therefore, when the people of the Tiger Soul Nation said that the prairie was attacked by me, they weren't wrong." When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, "Crane Grass, your move is really ruthless. The Wolf Soul country is now in chaos, divided into several large tribes. I'm afraid that it would take at least a few decades for the Wolf Soul country to unify. On the other hand, the Tiger Soul country is constantly being attacked by the Great Desert, weakening its strength. I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long before the Tiger Soul country and the Blade Soul country would be on a different level." "Kid, good job." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you can't blame me for this. The people in the desert robbed the Tiger Soul Nation and obtained a lot of good things. Moreover, the trade route with the Saber Soul Nation was opened, so they didn't need to rob for a long time. However, they made a mistake. At that time, my experiment had just succeeded, and I was preparing to conduct a large-scale experiment in the desert to see the effects of improving the desert. And this experiment had to start during the rainy season of the desert. But I didn't expect that the Tiger Soul Nation would suddenly send an army to the desert to retaliate. When the tribes in the desert heard this news, they became angry. It wasn't easy to improve the desert's environment, but the Tiger Soul Nation actually came to cause trouble. So even if the desert is now self-sufficient, the tribes in the desert would still go to the Tiger Soul Nation to cause trouble. Therefore, this matter really can't be blamed on me. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, this matter can't be blamed on me. It wasn't easy to get an opportunity to improve the desert's environment, but the Tiger Soul Nation actually came to cause trouble. When Dao Beiying heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, good crane grass, you can still say that this isn't your fault. Alright, let's not talk about this. Right, did you really change the prairie's environment? Can the people of the prairie really be self-sufficient? Tell me, what's going on? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, the prairie is now self-sufficient. I'm afraid that in 20 years, the prairie will be the same as the prairie. It might even be better than the prairie. Brother Dao, to be honest, I really like to do my research in the prairie. At that time, the people of the prairie were very simple, there were no hooks in their hearts. They only thought of one thing, to complete the experiment as soon as possible and turn the prairie into a prairie. Dao Beiying let out a long breath, then he turned his head to look outside the window and said, I also like that kind of environment. Unfortunately, since I was born, I haven't had a single day of that kind of life. I really envy you. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Beiying's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, you envy me? If other people heard this, they would laugh their heads off. You're the crown prince. Aside from the emperor and the empress, you're the most powerful person in the empire. You don't know how many people envy you, including your brothers. But you still envy me. Right, Crane Grass, I have something to tell you. The last time you were conferred a title, Imperial Father wanted to give you a piece of land. However, due to the opposition of the other nobles, the land wasn't given. After you destroyed the Tao family and the Zhou family, Imperial Father became angry. Naturally, it was impossible for him to give you a piece of land. But after knowing what you did in the desert, Imperial Father suddenly had an idea. He wanted to give you the Demon Mountain as your fief. I don't know if you would dare to accept it or not. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Crane Grass, I have something to tell you. When you were conferred a title, Imperial Father wanted to give you a piece of land. However, due to the opposition of the other nobles, he didn't give you a piece of land. Later on, you destroyed the Tao family and the Zhou family. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he heard Dao Beiying. Then his eyes lit up as he said, the Demon Mountain? Does that place belong to the Saber Spirit country? Didn't the information I read say that it's an ownerless land? Moreover, it's still far away from the Saber Spirit country. I always thought that the Demon Mountain was the territory of the Lion Spirit country. Later on, I gave up. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, the Demon Mountain was indeed the territory of the Lion Spirit country. However, there was a huge natural disaster in the Lion Spirit country. Many plants in the Lion Spirit country contracted a strange disease. The plant masters of the Lion Spirit country couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the Lion Spirit country offered a reward to anyone who could cure the plants in their country. The plant masters of the Lion Spirit country went crazy. In the end, the Hu clan joined forces with many plant masters and cured the plants in the Lion Spirit country. However, they didn't expect the Lion Spirit country to give the Demon Mountain to them. This caused a huge uproar in the Great Soul Realm. Everyone said that the Lion Spirit country didn't keep their word. A large number of plant masters left the Lion Spirit country. In the end, the Lion Spirit country's national strength was greatly affected. From a country comparable to the Saber Spirit country, it became one of the poorest countries in the Great Desert. Speaking up to here, Dao Beiying stopped, then he continued, after the Hu clan and the other people who participated in the research got the Demon Mountain, they sent people up. Moreover, they were all elites. However, they didn't expect that the people who went up didn't come back. In the end, no one went there. Later on, in order to commend the Hu clan's contribution, our Dao clan transferred your land to the current Ling Mountain. The Ling Mountain became your Hu clan's permanent fief. Naturally, the Demon Mountain also became our Imperial clan's property. However, no one was able to go up there. Slowly, no one mentioned it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. In that case, His Majesty wants to give the Demon Mountain to me to see if I can subdue it. If I can, that would be the best. If I can't, with my strength, I can still retreat safely without any danger. The most important thing is that no one will object to giving the demon mountain to me, right? Dao Beiying smiled and said, indeed, the reason why I'm giving the demon mountain to you is to see if you can subdue it. Previously, there were some consolidated equipment stage experts who went to explore the demon mountain, even some consolidated equipment plant masters. However, they could only guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. No one was able to subdue the demon mountain, not even plant masters. In fact, there were even some consolidated equipment stage experts who went to the demon mountain and never returned. That is why Father wants to give the demon mountain to you, to see if you can do anything about it. Your power is not bad, and your plant master skills are not bad either. Giving the demon mountain to you is the most suitable choice. When Zhao Hai heard Dao Beiying, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, I like this arrangement. Brother Dao, if you can really give me the demon mountain, then that would be great. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, you need to think about it. I think you've heard about the situation in the Devil Mountain. There are demonic plants everywhere, even animals have been demonized. Some people even suspect that the destroyer had placed something in the Devil Mountain that caused the animals and plants to mutate. Although you aren't weak and your level as a plant master is very high, I'm afraid that the Devil Mountain isn't a place that you can easily conquer. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and said, Don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Of course I know this. But isn't this more interesting? Not only can I find a way to subdue the demonic plants in the Demon Mountain, I can also figure out if the destroyer's base is in the Demon Mountain. Isn't this a good thing? Brother Dao, I've thought about it. If you really give me the Demon Mountain, then I must take it. Dao Beiying looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but sigh, alright, then you have to perform well this time. If you perform well, then Imperial Father will have an excuse to give you the Demon Mountain. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, I've also inquired about the situation of the Plant Master Conference. The Wolf Soul Country and the Tiger Soul Country should want my life. Even the people from other countries are the same. But this is better. If they want my life, then they will have to pay a price. I just don't know if they can afford it. Dao Beiying had seen Zhao Hai's might before. He knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't as gentle as he looked. Dao Beiying knew that Zhao Hai was like a devil on the battlefield. He thought that the people of the prairie calling Zhao Hai a giant demon was very reasonable. After that, the two chatted casually while drinking. In the end, the two drank a lot and got drunk. Only then did they stop. When Luing heard the report that Dao Beiying and Zhao Hai were drunk, she was surprised. One must know that Dao Beiying was the crown prince of a country. In this world, there weren't many people who could drink with him. There were even fewer people who could drink with him. Moreover, even if Dao Beiying drank a lot with someone, he wouldn't let himself drink too much. He would usually pretend to be drunk. But this time was different. In the past, Dao Beiying would pretend to be drunk in other people's homes. In his own residence, he had never drunk too much, let alone pretending to be drunk. This time, Dao Beiying was really drunk. Luing had to re-evaluate Zhao Hai's position in Dao Beiying's heart. After Luing directed the maids in the residence to give the two a hangover soup, the two became obedient. Luing carried Dao Beiying back to the bedroom and then carried Zhao Hai back to the guest room. She arranged for people to take care of them before returning to the bedroom to take care of Dao Beiying. Dao Beiying was really drunk this time. It was as if he was dead asleep. However, after drinking the hangover soup, he should be better tomorrow. At the very least, he wouldn't have a headache. Luing looked at Dao Beiying, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. She couldn't help but sigh and say, I really didn't expect His Highness to take such a fancy to crane field grass. Moreover, crane field grass didn't seem to address His Highness respectfully from the beginning to the end. At most, he only called His Highness Brother Dao. This isn't wrong, right? Lil Jian, go ask the elders in the mansion and see how His Highness treated crane field grass. Xiao Jian responded and turned to leave. Not long after, Xiao Jian ran back and said to Luing, Young miss, the elders in the residence have said that the moment crane grasses hurt His Highness, they would address His Highness as Brother Saber. From the day they met until now, it has always been so. Lu Ying sighed and said, "It's rare for His Highness to find such a friend. It's really rare. Alright, let the servants prepare hot tea at any time. Also, let the servants take care of the crane field grass. Arrange for the elders in the mansion to take care of it. Those elders know what the crane field grass represents, so they won't dare neglect it." Xiao Jian responded, then turned and left. At this time, Zhao Hai had already woken up. His body was stronger than Dao Beiying. Moreover, he drank the hangover soup. Moreover, the natural energy in his body was constantly circulating. Because of this, he sobered up quickly. After sobering up, Zhao Hai sat up. Just as he moved, the door was immediately pushed open. A maid came in and bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai looked at the maid and knew that she was an elder in the residence. This was because he had seen her before. Zhao Hai just nodded and said, "Give me some water and a basin of warm water. I want to wash my face." The maid nodded and then turned around to leave. Before long, the maid gave Zhao Hai a basin of warm water and a pot of strong tea. After drinking a cup of tea, Zhao Hai washed his face. Then he said to the maid, "I'll be taking my leave. Please tell sister-in-law for me." When the maid heard Zhao Hai, she quickly said, "Mister, please wait a moment. If you wake up, I'll immediately inform her. I've already sent someone to inform her. Mister, please wait." When Zhao Hai heard this, he didn't embarrass her. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait." Then Zhao Hai sat down and poured himself another cup of tea. Before Zhao Hai finished drinking his tea, Lu Ying actually came to see Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Lu Ying, he was stunned. He quickly stood up and gave Lu Ying a salute. "Sister-in-law, why did you come in person? Is something the matter?" After Lu Ying returned the salute, she said, "Crane grass, you don't have to be polite. Sit down. His Highness doesn't treat you as an outsider. Naturally, I won't treat you as an outsider. I heard that you're going back. Why are you leaving so soon? I can see that you haven't completely sobered up yet. Why don't you stay here for the night?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Sister-in-law should know that I'm going to participate in the Plant Master Conference. I have a lot of things to prepare, so I have to go back. When I'm done, I'll come and play with Brother Dao for a few days. Hee hee. Sister-in-law can rest assured, I won't drink like this in the future. I haven't seen Brother Dao for 3 years, so I'm a bit indulgent today." When Lu Ying heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in a higher light, but she still smiled and said, "It's rare for a man to have a drink with someone, especially someone like His Highness. Since you have matters to attend to, then sister-in-law will keep you here. If you need anything in the future, just take this plate and tell the Lu family. Although the Lu family doesn't have any other skills, we can still make weapons for you. Although you are a plant master, there are times when plant masters need special weapons. Just take this plate and go to the main family, I can guarantee that you will get the best weapon." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since you are a plant masters need special weapons. I'll give you the best weapon you can get." While speaking, Lu Ying gave Zhao Hai an iron plate. This iron plate was very simple. There was only a simple number on it and a hammer on the back. There wasn't anything special about it. However, Zhao Hai still carefully received this iron plate. He knew that the Lu family rarely gave this iron plate away. After Zhao Hai received the iron plate, he turned to Lu Ying and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if the Lu family needs any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. You know that although I'm a member of the Hu family, I can't represent the Hu family. Therefore, I can only represent myself. If the Lu family needs my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. You're my sister-in-law, so I won't ignore the Lu family's matters. Whether it's for you or for Brother Dao, I'll help." When Lu Ying heard Zhao Hai, she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Although Zhao Hai said that he only represented himself, Lu Ying was still very happy. There weren't many strong plant masters like Zhao Hai in the continent. Being able to form a relationship with such a plant master was definitely a good thing for Lu Ying. Zhao Hai came out of the Crown Prince's residence and returned to the place where the Hu family was staying. The place where they were staying was very special. It was the Plant Master Association in Horizontal Blade City. They didn't have anything to do right now, so they discussed the upcoming Plant Master Conference. In fact, there wasn't much to talk about, they just needed to be fully prepared. Zhao Hai now knew about the Plant Master Conference. The Plant Master Conference was divided into 3 parts. The first part was some simple exchanges between plant masters. Naturally, the exchanges were all plant masters under the age of 25. However, there was a lot of content to be exchanged. You can exchange your combat experience, you can also exchange your research on plants, and you can even exchange your experience in curing diseases and saving people. The second part was the formal competition. However, the competition this time was more formal. The content of the competition was generally to communicate with plants and treat plants. In short, it was something that plant masters usually did. The third part was the main event, which was the duel. The format of the duel was different from the first year. There was a time when it was a duel, and the duel required lots to be drawn. Sometimes, it was a duel between 2 countries. Sometimes, it was an individual duel, and sometimes, it was even a team duel. In short, there were many variations. Zhao Hai didn't really care about these competitions. He had participated in too many battles. There were all kinds of battles that he hadn't participated in. In this case, it was very hard to find a battle that would surprise him. Zhao Hai's status in the Hu family was very high. Moreover, he was very free. Because of this, the Hu family didn't bother him when he went out. For example, Hu Ding's generation of Hu family members doted on Zhao Hai very much. The leader of the Hu family this time was Hu Chen, the 10th son of the Hu family. His soul was green bamboo. He didn't speak much, but his words carried a lot of weight. Moreover, he was a very protective person. He appreciated Zhao Hai very much. In the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't look for Dao Beiying. No matter what, Dao Beiying was the crown prince of a country. He had a lot of things to deal with. Zhao Hai also had his own matters to attend to. Therefore, he didn't look for Dao Beiying. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had been contacting those plant masters who weren't from the Hu family. He made more friends. When plant masters gathered together, they would have a common language. In the past few days, he really met a few good people. Naturally, these people also liked to get to know him. There were even some plant masters who worshipped Zhao Hai. After all, in the Soul Realm, there weren't many plant masters who were as strong as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai calmly stood on the Green Willow ship. This Green Willow ship was the Hu family's largest passenger ship. It was used to travel on the river, but it was very stable. It was as if you were standing on flat ground, you wouldn't feel the sway at all. The Green Willow ship was also the Hu family's most famous ship. It was also the Hu family's most important ship. The shipbuilding technology of this ship had always been the Hu family's secret. In the entire continent, other than some seagoing ships, the Hu family's Green Willow ship was the only one. If the ship was too big, it couldn't enter the inland river. But the Green Willow ship could. Although it was impossible for it to sail across the ocean like the big ship, it was not inferior to the general ship when it came to sailing in the coastal waters. Therefore, this Green Willow ship was also famous in the entire Soul world. They were now going down the river towards the Sword Spirit country. The fastest way to go from the Sword Spirit country to the Sword Spirit country was to take a ship. And since the Green Willow ship was very fast, Zhao Hai and the others naturally had to take a ship to the Sword Spirit country. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt someone walking towards him. He turned his head and saw that it was Hu Chen. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Chen and smiled faintly. "10th uncle, you're here. Look at this river, it's so beautiful." Hu Chen looked around. This was a big river, the water surface was very wide. Although the Green Willow ship was very big, there were still some small boats on the side. There were also some fishermen fishing. The scenery was really good. Hu Chen turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, I'm afraid that this plant master assembly won't be that simple. You have to be mentally prepared." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Chen with a puzzled expression and said, "Not good? What do you mean?" Hu Chen said, "The Wolf Spirit Country and the Tiger Spirit Country's plant masters might join forces to deal with us. We have to be careful." Zhao Hai said, "How many experts under the age of 25 are participating?" Even if they really want to deal with us, we don't have to worry. Hu Chen shook his head and said, it won't be that simple. It depends on the situation. If it's an arena battle, then it's needless to say. But if it's a battle in some special terrain, then it's hard to say. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Chen in confusion and asked, special terrain? What do you mean? Hu Chen said in a deep voice, what it means is that it's very likely that some of the participating plant masters will enter a mountainous area or some other special place to fight. Those who come out alive in the end will be considered the winner. This kind of battle is usually a team battle. Each country's plant masters will be divided into a team. The country will fight as a team. In the end, the country with more people coming back alive will be considered the winner. In this kind of situation, first, they might join forces. Second, they might send experts to infiltrate the competition area to deal with you. So, you must be careful. Zhao Hai stared, then he asked in confusion, this time, the competition is held in the Sword Spirit Nation. Does the Sword Spirit Nation not care about this? Also, we can't just watch them do this, right? Hu Chen said in a deep voice, it won't be that simple. We might encounter this kind of thing. And once this kind of thing really happens, it means that those countries have joined forces. Although our Hu family's power in the Plant Master Guild is very strong, if those people join forces, their strength is also very strong. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, don't worry. I know what to do. You don't have to worry. Hu Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, right now, your reputation is very big and has almost spread throughout the Soul World. So, not only the people from the Wolf Soul Kingdom and the Tiger Soul Kingdom don't wish to see you grow, the people from other countries might not be happy to see you grow. Moreover, our Hu family had some conflicts with the Lion Soul Kingdom in the past. The Lion Soul Kingdom doesn't wish to see an expert from the Hu family as it is very likely that they will deal with you. It's already troublesome enough for these three families to join forces. In addition to those fellows from the Dark Soldier Kingdom, I'm afraid there will be a huge risk during the final competition of this Plant Master Assembly. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Chen in confusion and said, our family doesn't seem to have any conflicts with the Dark Soldier Nation, right? Hu Chen smiled bitterly and said, to be exact, no one has any conflicts with the people of the Dark Soldier Nation. But the Plant Masters of the Dark Soldier Nation have very different cultivation methods from us, so they have never been on the same side as us. They even think that we are completely different. So if there is a chance, they will not let go of the opportunity to hit us when we are down. This is the character of the people of the Dark Soldier Nation. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and said, is there a limit to the number of people in a battle like this? Hu Chen nodded and said, generally, there will not be more than 20 people. Of course, this is the number of troops sent by the First Nation. In other words, the total number of people is less than 200. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then there is nothing to worry about. 200 people is a little less. It won't take long to kill all of them. 10th uncle, don't worry. By the way, if the Sword Spirit Nation, Spear Spirit Nation, Bow Spirit Nation, Halberd Spirit Nation, and Hammer Spirit Nation don't deal with me, I won't do anything to them. If the Dark Soldier Nation doesn't participate, I won't deal with them. As for the other three nations, if they really dare to extend their claws, I promise to cut off their claws. Hu Chen looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, He Chao, I know that you are very strong, and can even fight against ordinary consolidating equipment masters. However, this time, if the people from those countries really want to deal with you, then they will use any means to deal with you. You must be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 10th uncle, don't worry. I know what to do. Hu Chen also knew that Zhao Hai would not speak empty words, so he nodded. Then, he looked around and said in a deep voice, in a few days, we will arrive at the giant sword city of the Sword Spirit Nation. That is the 5th largest city in the Sword Spirit Nation, and it is also the location of the Plant Master Assembly. However, it will not be peaceful along the way. We have to be careful. Zhao Hai was stunned, then he looked at Hu Chen with some confusion and said, what's wrong? Could it be that there will be bandits? Hu Chen nodded and said, more or less. There are many pirates on both sides of the river. However, there are rumors that these pirates are all registered with the Sword Spirit Nation. In other words, these pirates are allowed to exist by the Sword Spirit Nation. They usually only rob the things of the caravans of other nations. They rarely touch the things of the caravans. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Chen blankly and said, "What? Everyone knows about this situation, why would they come to the Sword Spirit Nation to do business? Do they want to die?" Hu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "The Sword Spirit Nation is the strongest nation in the continent. They are very strong. Moreover, they are close to the sea. They can also transport the specialties of the Lion Spirit Nation to the continent. In addition, the consumption level of the people in the Sword Spirit Nation is very high. Doing business here is very profitable. Therefore, even if there are pirates, they would still come to the Sword Spirit Nation to do business." Zhao Hai nodded, "So it's like this. However, our Green Willow ship is a famous ship of the Hu family. Would they dare to rob us? Are there any experts among the pirates?" Hu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Originally, there weren't any. However, I don't know if there have been any recently. Don't you understand? The pirates are just a card of the Sword Spirit Nation. When they want to deal with someone, if they don't want to face them openly, then they would have the pirates come forward. It's that simple." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I understand. The more powerful a nation is, the more shameless they are. Hee hee. I hope that they don't attack us. Otherwise, I won't let them off." Hu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen you make a move yet." "Right, crane grass. I heard that you can combine your soul plant weapon with your body. You can even form armor. Is that true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. However, there's a prerequisite. You need to have a plant to protect you." Hu Chen nodded and said, "So it's like this. Speaking of which, you've made a lot of contributions to the family in the past few years. Not only in terms of cultivation methods, but also in terms of plant research. Especially with the desert, you've made the family gain a lot of face in the world of plant research. In the past, the plant masters didn't think that they could use the method that you mentioned to change the desert's environment. When you said that the desert's environment had been improved, everyone in the family was shocked. To be honest, I didn't think that you would be able to do this. You're really good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I think that improving the desert's environment is more meaningful than staying at home and observing plants. I'm still young, I haven't reached the age where I have to stay at home and observe plants. I want to do something meaningful. Even if I fail, I can still accumulate experience for the future generations. Isn't this good? Moreover, in my opinion, the desert's environment can be improved. It's not that the desert doesn't have any rain, it's not that the desert doesn't have a water source. It's just that the environment has been damaged. Therefore, they can't store water. So we need to find a way to store the water that they can't store." Hu Chen nodded and said, "I've seen the method you used to improve the desert's environment. To be honest, you did a good job. First, you improved the pastures, then the bottle tree. Finally, you thought of using mutated seeds to make the bottle tree grow faster. This is a stroke of genius. It can be said that if you didn't use this method, your plan wouldn't have succeeded. Even if you managed to develop strong drought-resistant pastures, you still wouldn't be able to change the desert's environment in such a short period of time. You even made the desert self-sufficient. It wasn't until the emergence of the bottle tree and the monkey bread tree that people changed their views. It can be said that these two plants changed the situation of Yellow Wind City, attracting people's attention. The seeds of the bottle tree and the monkey bread tree were also made by me. I wanted to see what effect these ordinary plants would have after mutating. The result was very successful. Later on, when I went to the desert, I thought of the bottle tree. The bottle tree's ability to absorb water is very strong. The desert's weather is strange, it rains for several days, making the bottle tree able to absorb a lot of rain. Therefore, I came up with this method." After listening to Zhao Hai's words, Hu Chen's face showed a thoughtful expression. Then he nodded and said, "Maybe it's because we believe too much in the experiences of plant masters, which has bound our thoughts. You're young and your mind is flexible, so you can think of a lot of things. This is good, you still need to do things according to your own ideas in the future. You're right, you're still young, so you need to work hard. It would be best if I go to the entire soul realm. This way, I'll be able to see the different plants of different countries. I found out that these plants are still in their original state. If they leave their original state, then they would change. Although our Hu family's botanical fort has a lot of plants, those plants might be different from the ones in their original state. Therefore, I want to walk around and see what the plants look like in their original state. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course, I'll be able to see them in their original state. Although our Hu family's botanical fort has a lot of plants, those plants might be different from the ones in their original state. Therefore, I want to walk around and see what the plants look like in their original state. Hu Chen nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, right, crane grass, your idea is very good. I support you. But there's one thing I have to tell you. If you perform well in the assembly, then you might receive an unexpected reward. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Hu Chen and smiled. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Chen, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, is it given by my family or the imperial family? Hu Chen smiled and said, of course it's given by the imperial family. We're also fighting for the glory of the country, so the imperial family naturally has to pay a little. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, if it's given by the imperial family, then it's very likely to be given to the Demon Mountain. Brother Dao has already told me that if you give me the Demon Mountain, the others wouldn't object. When Hu Chen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, so you already knew. It seems that I'm thinking too much. Yes, it's the Demon Mountain. How about it? Isn't that place good? Zhao nodded. Of course it's good. I can't wait for it to be mine. 10th uncle, you said that mutant plants can help us improve the land. Then can the magic plants make our land better? Can they even help us with our work? Zhao nodded. Of course it's good. Hu Chen stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly, kid, you're really daring. You want the demonic plants to work for us? You're willing to do that? Demonic plants are very strong. Isn't it a waste to let them work for us? Zhao Hai shook his head, then he said, not all demonic plants are suitable for fighting. There are also some that aren't that strong. Wouldn't it be good to let these plants work for us? Hu Chen smiled and said, among the demonic plants that I've seen, none of them are weak. The reason why they're called demonic plants is because they've been contaminated by destructive energy. They're very aggressive, and their attacks are very strong. They seem to have evolved, and in the process of their evolution, they're more inclined towards attacking. Because of this, they're called demonic plants. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Chen, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned silent. He said that not all demonic plants were suitable for fighting. This was based on the demonic plants in the space. There were a lot of demonic plants in the space, but in the process of evolution, these plants didn't evolve to be very aggressive. Some of them only amplified their abilities. However, the demonic plants that Zhao Hai encountered in the Soul Realm were just as Hu Chen said, almost all of them were very aggressive. In the process of their evolution, they seemed to be leaning towards fighting. What's going on? Was it because of the space, or was it because of the destructive energy that Hu Chen mentioned? When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but want to go to Demon Island. He really wanted to see if Demon Island could solve his problem. As far as I know, at your age, no one is your opponent. Even though spirit soldiers wouldn't be your opponent, let alone other plant masters. But you have to remember that the things left behind by your predecessors aren't useless. They are the accumulation of their experiences over the years. They are still very helpful to us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, crane grass, work hard. Your future is limitless. As far as I know, at your age, no one is your opponent. Even though spirit soldiers aren't your opponents, not to mention other plant masters. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Hu Chen, he knew that Hu Chen had misunderstood him. Zhao Hai quickly said, 10th uncle, rest assured. I know what to do. I'm just curious. I've seen a lot of demonic plants, but these demonic plants are very aggressive. They seem to have evolved specifically for war. Isn't this strange? Hu Chen said, it's not strange. Crane grass, you should know more about the destroyer. The destroyer seems to be born for combat. Their energy also exists specifically for combat. Those plants absorbed too much of the destroyer's energy, so they became like that. Therefore, we said that the demonic plants were contaminated by the destroyer's energy. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "10th uncle, this matter is settled. Regardless of whether His Majesty gives me the demon mountain or not, I still need to go there and take a look. All the plants and animals in the demon mountain have been demonized. This is definitely not a simple matter. I must go and see what's going on in the demon mountain." Zhao Hai nodded. Hu Chen nodded and said, "It's good to go and have a look." After so many years, countless experts of the soul world have gone to the Devil Mountain. Some came back while some didn't. They went there to see how the Devil Mountain is doing. You must be careful this time. I heard that there was a young expert who went to the Devil Mountain. Although he came out alive, his temperament changed greatly. After coming out of the Devil Mountain, he became very bloodthirsty. There are rumors in the soul world that he was affected by the destructive energy of the Devil Mountain. If you go to the Devil Mountain, you must be careful. Zhao Hai said, "I understand. In fact, I think that the reason why the Demon Mountain can affect people is related to the cultivation of one's mind. Young people's mind cultivation isn't as good as those famous experts, so it's easier for them to be affected. But I'm different. In the past 3 years in the desert, my biggest gain is the cultivation of my mind. I believe that I won't be affected by the destruction energy." Hu Chen nodded, then his eyes suddenly turned towards the shore as he said to Zhao Hai, "Someone's watching us. It seems like this trip isn't safe." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the shore and said, "Someone's watching us." Zhao Hai also felt a malicious gaze. He glanced at the direction where the gaze came from. Then he smiled and said, "10th uncle, is there any danger here? If there is, then we need to pay more attention when we get there." Hu Chen looked around and said, "In less than half a day's journey, we will reach the Lone Dragon Stream. There are a lot of dangerous shoals there. If they want to make a move, then that would be the best place. But if they make a move there, then they can only sink the ship, they can't take it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then it seems like the other party wants to kill us and not rob us? Alright, I want to meet them and see who wants to deal with us." Hu Chen smiled and said, "It's useless even if you see them. If those guys want to deal with us, then they wouldn't let us know their identities. They might even use fake identities as cover. Even if you catch them, you wouldn't be able to find out who instructed them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then let's kill all of them and collect some interest first." These words made Hu Chen laugh. Then the two of them entered the cabin and told everyone on the ship about the situation here. They told everyone to prepare for battle. The Green Willow continued to move forward. In less than half a day, they arrived at the Lone Dragon Stream that Hu Chen mentioned. Zhao Hai also understood why Hu Chen said that this place was very dangerous. This place was indeed very dangerous. This was because the water here was very narrow, and the current was very turbulent. Many small boats that came here were very difficult to control. If they weren't careful, then they would be swept away by the undercurrent and hit the shore on both sides. If they were small boats, then the boat would be destroyed and the people on board would perish. Because the water in the Lone Dragon Stream was very narrow, boats that wanted to enter had to line up one by one. Hu Chen had traveled this route before. The Lone Dragon Stream was very difficult to pass through. Sometimes, it would take 2 or 3 days just to line up. However, this time was different. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Lone Dragon Stream, they didn't see any boats. The entire Lone Dragon Stream was empty, there weren't any boats in sight. When Hu Chen saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned as he turned to the ship's captain and said, "Let's drop the anchor first and look around." The captain nodded and then went to make the arrangements. After dropping the anchor, the Green Willow slowly came to a stop. Hu Chen looked around and didn't find anything suspicious. It must be said that the Lone Dragon Stream was very strange. There weren't any tall vegetation growing on the river bank. Moreover, the river bank was very steep, and there were mountains on both sides. The Lone Dragon Stream looked as if someone took an axe and split the mountains. Such a dangerous place made people feel uneasy, especially those who were sailing. Zhao Hai looked at the situation of the Lone Dragon Stream. Although the environment here wasn't very good, it wasn't bad. Although the water was narrow, the Green Willow ship didn't need to spend a lot of effort to pass through. Moreover, it wasn't easy to attack the Green Willow ship from both sides of the river. Unless they used military ballistas, it wouldn't be easy to attack the Green Willow ship. Since they couldn't attack from the shore, then they could only attack from the water. But now that their ship had stopped, how could the other party attack them from the water? Zhao frowned as he looked around. He really couldn't think of how the other party would attack them. But he knew that if the other party wanted to attack, they would directly attack their ship. Like the saying goes, shoot the horse before shooting the man. On the river, directly attacking the man was far less convenient than attacking the ship. If the ship was sunk, then even if you had the ability as big as the heavens, you wouldn't be able to use it. Zhao Hai looked around and didn't find anything special. However, he could feel some malicious gazes staring at them. This made Zhao Hai certain that the other party would attack them here. However, the other party didn't want to attack them like this. They must have thought of something, but what was it? Hu Chen also couldn't think of anything at this time. He looked around and couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only open his mouth and say, "Raise the anchor, let's cross the Lone Dragon stream. I want to see how they deal with us." The captain nodded and immediately arranged for people to raise the anchor. Then the Green Willow ship slowly moved forward. But at this time, Zhao Hai's heart tightened. He felt that something bad was about to happen. When he had this feeling, Zhao Hai immediately shouted, "Stop the ship, quickly stop the ship." The captain was also a member of the Hu clan. He knew about Zhao Hai's status in the Hu clan. Therefore, when Zhao Hai said this, the captain immediately gave the order. Then the Green Willow ship dropped the anchor once again and stopped. Hu Chen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop the ship?" Zhao Hai looked at the river ahead and said, "I don't know what's going on, but when the ship moves forward, it gives me a feeling of fear and trepidation. I feel like something bad is about to happen. 10th uncle, you wait here first. I'll go to the water and take a look." When Hu Chen heard Zhao Hai, he didn't dare to neglect. Hu Chan and Hu Ding were very familiar with each other. He also knew from Hu Ding that Zhao Hai's feelings were sometimes very accurate. If he said that there might be something ahead, then there must be something ahead. Therefore, Hu Chen nodded and said, "All right, but you don't need to go into the water. There are people on the ship who specialize in swimming. Let them go and take a look." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, once they get into the water, they won't be able to fight. I'll go." Then Zhao Hai took off his outer clothes and walked to the side of the ship before he jumped down. When he entered the water, he immediately disappeared. The people on the ship didn't notice Zhao Hai coming up. This made everyone panic. However, Hu Chen wasn't worried. He knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to drown. When Zhao Hai entered the water, he immediately swam forward. At the same time, he used natural energy to protect his eyes. This way, he wouldn't be afraid of being unable to see anything in the water. As for breathing, he didn't have to worry about it. With his natural energy, he could only breathe once in a while. Because of this, when Zhao Hai entered the water, he directly dived into the water and didn't go up to the surface. After swimming for about 100 meters, Zhao Hai was stunned. This was because he found a thick iron chain in the water. This iron chain was as thick as an arm. Zhao Hai can imagine what would happen if the Green Willow ship was caught off guard by this iron chain. Just thinking about it made Zhao Hai afraid. End of chapter 33-39. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.